Previously, Milligat was the longtime top player in the arena game. One day, he got tired and left the game. But 2 years later, having lost everything, the boy decided to return to the place where it all began. After defeating boss Hisashi, the Scorpion King, Milligat didn't even feel joy. This game seemed terribly boring to him. The guy was the strongest player with an unprecedented result in the world's best virtual game, Arena. It was after winning against boss Hisashi that he finally decided to stop and focus on real life. His friend Kwon Enchan, nicknamed Enchan, who also played in the arena, couldn't believe that the greatest player of all time suddenly deleted his account. Ken Hyun-woo, who played under the nickname Milligat, took a sip of tea and calmly shrugged his shoulders. He noted that he can't play all the time, and it's time to move on to real life. Kwon Enchan, not restraining his emotions, shouted that going to the peak of popularity in Arena is a completely reckless act. He also said that Ken Hyun-woo could make millions by selling his inventory. To this, the boy replied to his friend that he made such a decision so as not to regret it later. Besides, he played for fun, not for money. Kwon Enchan wondered what Ken Hyun-woo was going to do now that he was out of the game. The boy said he would join the army and then take over his father's business. After these words, Ken Hyun-woo said goodbye and left the computer room. However, it did not happen as expected by the boy. 2 years later, he was standing at the cash register of a store, and some drunken man demanded cigarettes from him in a red package. Ken Hyun-woo, smiling politely, handed the customer exactly the product he wanted. However, the man flatly refused to take the cigarettes, assuring them that they were not in red packaging and that the boy did not know how to work at all. Ken Hyun-woo imagined that this drunkard was an ugly green goblin, so it was easier for him to come to terms with the situation in which he was now. What's more, he, once the most successful player of Arena, now worked in a small shop for pennies and endured the drunken antics of customers every day. At the same time, Ken Hyun-woo was born the heir to a large fortune and was supposed to live his life without any worries. It is a pity that it happened otherwise. When the boy returned from the army, it turned out that his father's company went bankrupt. His beloved father, who had always been a real support for the family, was now in the hospital. The family itself was practically destroyed. So Ken Hyun-woo had to take all the worries of the family on himself. All he had for dinner now was ramen from the convenience store. After all, when you have to pay your father's hospital bills and feed 3 people, you don't particularly go out. Returning home one such evening, he once again thought about how much strength he still had for such a life. Suddenly, a message came to the boy's phone from Kwon Enchan. He wrote to him that he had heard about his friend's problems, but he knew how to help him. Ken Hyun-woo was genuinely amazed that Kwon Enchan had found him. Suddenly, another message came from a friend, in which he suggested that the boy return to the arena. Kwon Enchan assured that now in the game, you can withdraw good money. Ken Hyun-woo remembered his past in the arena and wondered if he could become rich by reaching the level he had before. He liked the prospect of becoming a better player again. However, there were many nuances. Ken Hyun-woo, without thinking for a long time, entered the nearest shopping center that happened to be on his way. There, he immediately went to the department that sold A-cubes, which were necessary for a successful game in the arena. Seeing their price, the boy sighed. To buy 1 A-cube, he would have to give away 3 of his monthly wages. Obviously, Ken Hyun-woo did not have that kind of money. In despair, the guy thought about what a fool he had been when he deleted his account 2 years ago. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw a newly baptized young man with a red-haired girl. Parubak, who called himself John Hanbeck. When Ken Hyun-woo heard the young man's name, he realized that he was the son of one of his father's friends. Jong Hanbeck, and to himself, expressed dissatisfaction that the boy could not remember him immediately. Ken Hyun-woo tried to turn everything into a joke. They say that he remembers the new year very well. He decided to make a joke about it. About himself, the former champion of Arena thought that this Jong Hanbeck was terribly annoying to him. In his voice, he noted that he had just come to the shopping center for shopping. The new moon defiantly remarked that his father's business had long since been destroyed, so it was strange where Ken Hyun-woo got the money for such shops. The boy was struck to the core by John Hanbeck's words. He asked how he knew what had happened to his family. Molodik shrugged his shoulders and answered what his own father had told him. After a pause, he smiled evilly and added that it was because of his dad that the Ken Hyun-woo family was left with nothing. The boy could not believe it. However, Jung Hanbeck explained that his father had been working with Kang Hyun-woo's father for too long, So one day he just got fed up with it and decided to find his own way. Without holding back the gloating joy in his voice, the young man also said that he had heard about the illness of Ken Hyung-woo's father. He sarcastically expressed the hope that the boy would take good care of him, because if he suddenly dies, then the former champion of the arena will probably be extremely lonely. These words hit Ken Hyung-woo like a red rag on a bull. He punched Young Han-baek in the face with all his might. The young man lost his balance from the impact and fell to the floor. Several guards of the shopping center immediately flew to the former winner of arena. They tried their best to calm the boy down, but he was still seething with anger after the words spoken to him by the son of his father's former friend. Getting to his feet, Young Han-baek began to demand that the guards take his opponent to the police station. With a trembling voice, Ken Hyung-woo promised the young man that he would kill him one day. A few hours later, he left the police station. It was completely dark outside and cold rain was pouring from the sky. The boy's heart was just as sad and unpleasant. He thought about how Young Han-baek had the conscience to tell him something after his father had literally ruined his friend's life. The boy promised himself that he would definitely take revenge for this. However, Ken Hyung-woo had no idea how he would do it. After all, everyone knows that the world is ruled by those who have money, and he didn't have a penny in his wallet right now. Suddenly, on the wall of a store, he saw a screen from which a pretty woman talked about how the impact of the arena game on the economy had grown recently. Ken Hyun-woo stopped and listened. A decision began to form in his head. A minute later, he was already on the phone to Kwon In-chan. Without giving his friend anything to say, Ken Hyung-woo firmly informed him that he was returning to the arena. Kwon In-chang immediately reported the news to his boss. He could not immediately remember Milligat, but the other workers explained to him that he was the best player in the game of all time. But before Milligat participated in the arena, someone had already created a character using his information. One of the working girls decided to find out as much as possible about the character who was currently undergoing training. For this, she turned to a girl with the nickname Al, who controlled this process. She reported that just now, a guy nicknamed Ken Hyung-woo was taking a mana test. According to the results, he got the highest score in this test. It was just amazing. Not only that, but the new character is not tired at all. After the mana test, he immediately asked for a new task. The thing is that deep down in his heart, Ken Hyun-woo perfectly understood that arena could change his life for the better, so he just had to get back into the game. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo came to visit Kwon In-chan. A friend kindly provided him with an A-cube. The guy was very grateful for such a gesture and promised to return all the money for the inventory. Kwon In-chan, hearing this, pushed Ken Hyung-woo to the side. He ordered him not to raise the subject of money aloud anymore, because for true friendship, it is only paper. What's more, he even threatened the boy with his fist and promised that if he mentions payment even once more in front of him, he will receive strong kicks in return. An hour later, Ken Hyun-woo was already in the virtual world where his character continued his training. For this, he needed a fantastic sword. Now he was standing in front of the iron bars and waiting for the competition to begin. Al informed him that they would start all the way from the difficult 10th level. In front of Ken Hyun-woo, the bars rose and he saw the Night Elf, a character who was considered one of the most dangerous opponents in the arena. However, the boy was not at all afraid of him. Looking at the Night Elf's face, Ken Hyun-woo was already thinking about what awaited him after he passed the 10th level. But he said that now the main thing for him is to concentrate. If he manages to do this, he will easily defeat his current opponent. Al, hearing this, shouted that the training had already begun. At the same second, the Night Elf rushed at the boy. Ken Hyun-woo quickly drew his sword in front of him and parried the opponent's attack. He was ready for battle. Al watched the new player in surprise. His confident behavior surprised her terribly. Ken Hyun-woo smiled sweetly and said that he just did what he was ready to do. He understood very well that this was the main reason why he could hold the first place as Milligat. The Night Elf lunged at Ken Hyun-woo again, but Ken Hyun-woo quickly deflected this attack without even raising an eyebrow. The events of the last days flashed through his mind. He remembered how Kwon In-chan had kindly allowed him to live with him, how his mother cried next to the hospital bed on which his sick father was lying, and most importantly, how disgusting Young Han-baek humiliated him in the mall. All these memories helped him repel the Night Elf's new attack and deliver a well-aimed blow of his own. The worker girl watched this battle with delight. She was amazed at how skillfully Ken Hyun-woo, a level 0 character, defeated the Night Elf. She noted with a smile about herself that skills are not lost just like that. As expected, Ken Hyun-woo defeated his opponent. Al congratulated him on this and noted that this was the end of the boy's education. Suddenly, a small, cheerful grandfather appeared in front of them. He introduced himself as Derry, the head of Aslan village. He praised Ken Hyun-woo for his studies well. After that, he handed the boy a small box, a reward for courage. In the casket was the Ring of Morax, the jewel of an archon from the country of Li Yue. This ring could give additional power to its owner for 5 minutes. At least 2 hours should pass between reuses of the ring. After wearing the jewelry on his finger, Ken Hyung-woo was extremely happy. Still, it was a unique reward. Suddenly, a message came from Enchan. He wrote that he would push the boy to the next level. To do this, Ken Hyun-woo had to go to the gate. Derry's grandfather said goodbye to him. Ken Hyun-woo declined Enchan's offer, informing him that he should make one item. The boy's arc was jokingly surprised that he had secrets from him so quickly. He was even more surprised when, standing at the gate, he read a message from Ken Heng-woo asking him to lend him 50 gold. The fact is that previously the best users of the arena had one item, a bottle with an experience potion. He was able to increase the amount of experience gained by 20% for 4 hours. At the time, the potion of experience was worth 3,000 gold, but one day its supplier disappeared. Over time, it was completely forgotten among players. However, there was one caveat. The supplier of the experience potion was Ken Hyun-woo himself, so he was the only one who knew how to make it. Besides, the guy could sell it for any money later. In order to make this potion, he needed some items, namely oak roots, dead tree resin, red rabbit wool, morning dew, and first petals. Ken Hyun-woo had no choice but to go to the dungeon. There, he was immediately stopped by the bodyguard Song Jung-woo, who said that the newbie would not pass. The guy just smiled at that. The guard repeated once again that there was nothing for newcomers to do in the dungeon of the Black Skull Guild. Ken Hyun-woo defiantly asked the guard to leave. He, not expecting such insolence from the boy, once again advised him to go away. However, the boy pushed him away with his shoulder and moved forward. Song Jung-woo called out to him, holding his sword out in front of him. Ken Hyun-woo was already starting to annoy this young man. Turning, he gripped the blade of his sword with both hands and offered to play a takedown. In a deletion battle, the loser is forced to delete their account. Few players were willing to take such a risk, so this battle was rarely practiced in the arena. However, the guard did not budge. Not only that, he threatened the boy that he would have to make a new account in the game today. Ken Hyun-woo proposed the rules. The winner takes everything, the loser loses the account. Song Jung-woo agreed to these terms. There are a few seconds left before the start of the battle. During this time, Ken Hyun-woo managed to tell his opponent that he would beat him in a few minutes so he can say goodbye to his account. The guy also advised Song Jung-woo not to be particularly upset after the defeat, but to take it as an experience. And so the bat began. The guard prepared to make his first attack. However, Ken Hyun-woo outran him, boldly rushing at the opponent first. Song Jung-woo deftly parried this attack. With a smile, he said that the rookie would never match his speed and agility. Next came another attack, during which Song Jung-woo felt a block. This surprised him terribly. He couldn't understand how this was possible, because his level was much higher than that of a novice. Song Jung-woo thought that the boy might have some unique item. In that case, that explained everything. The guard also noted that this upstart was too confident for a rookie. A guess flashed through his mind. Song Jung-woo assumed that the boy was running to be a player hunter who was just pretending to be a rookie. At that moment, a new attack took place. Ken Hyun-woo noticed that the guard was playing too openly. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy activated Morcus's ring, which immediately increased his power for a certain period of time. At that very second, Song Jung-woo lunged at him, holding a sharp sword above his head. Suddenly, the guard felt like a doll that this incomprehensible boy held firmly in motion. Song Jung-woo couldn't figure out who it was. Obviously, his assumption was wrong. Ken Hyun-woo realized that it was time to end the fight. He delivered a well-aimed blow with his sword to the guard's leg. Realizing that he had lost, he began to mutter something about not feeling his own body at all. Ken Hyun-woo calmly noted that if you don't feel pain, you can't feel the state of your own body. The guy got such a desired victory. According to the winner-takes-all law, he should have been sent an award very soon. Song Jung-woo had a lot of items, so Ken Hyun-woo rightfully considered himself quite lucky. All that remained for the boy was to enter the dungeon. He visited Aslan's workshop. There was a capsule that could create items on behalf of the player, but did nothing to improve skills. Ken Hyun-woo was glad that he still remembered the experience potion recipe. After a few minutes, the bottle with the miraculous elixir was completely ready. Taking it in his hands, Ken Hyun-woo smiled and thought that it was time to make some money. On the same day, A strange object appeared at the arena market. Everyone was extremely surprised to see the potion of experience. The strangest thing was that this elixir was sold in one copy. All users immediately rushed to the auction to get it. Because of this, the stakes were very high. If earlier they were ready to give 3,000 gold for the potion of experience, now it was sold for 5,000. While walking through the market, Ken Hyung-woo thought about what exactly he should spend this money on. If he pays for his father's hospital and other expenses, he will definitely have 2,000 gold pieces left in his hands. And considering that one gold coin was worth 1,000 won, the boy could really earn more here than in the small shop. He understood that the main thing for him now was to pump up his level. For this, he needed to find equipment for 2,000 gold. After thinking for a while, Ken Hyun-woo settled on a mammoth leather jacket, red leather pants, and a sharp sword. Seeing him in new clothes, Derry's grandfather noted that the boy had changed a lot. He even thought that the young man had joined some kind of sect. Even some elegant ladies passing by couldn't hide their surprise at Ken Hyun-woo's outfit. Needless to say, the guy was indeed dressed like a clown, or rather like hell. Ken Hyun-woo was convinced that protection was more important than appearance, so he did not pay attention to whispers behind his own back. He asked Grandpa Derry to give him some quest as soon as possible. It did not take long to persuade, and after a few seconds, a pack of maddened, hungry wolves with fiery eyes appeared in front of the boy. They surrounded Ken Hyun-woo from all sides, ready to pounce on him at any moment and tear him to pieces. However, the boy overtook them and rushed into battle first. He fiercely competed with the wolves until he defeated them all. Standing among the 15 slain timber wolves, he smiled sarcastically and thought that his fancy gear had helped him win, and therefore no one needed fashion. Ahead of him was a reward for a job well done. His success in the game even made the boy's head spin. He strictly ordered himself to come to his senses because his life literally depended on it. Besides, the goblin dungeon was waiting for him further, because Ken Hyun-woo wanted to reach the 10th level already today. A large number of players crowded at the entrance. The guy was terribly surprised by such a crowd. He had no idea that so many people wanted to enter the goblin dungeon. A stout man approached him and offered to join his team, which he was just gathering. Ken Hyun-woo said he didn't mind. He also added that he is very strong in hand-to-hand combat. The man was happy about this fact, but after looking carefully at the boy, he noticed that he didn't have any items with immunity at all. He told this directly to Ken Hyun-woo and advised him to find a team with a low level. Hearing this, the boy trembled with rage. He shouted at the top of his lungs as he chased after the man that even without effort, he could handle any goblin in this dungeon. Suddenly, he heard someone ask him if he had any experience with them. Turning around, he saw a beautiful blonde. Without hesitation, she said that it was her first time here, and therefore she would not refuse the help of someone more experienced than herself. The girl said that if the boy didn't mind, he could join her. Ken Hyun-woo, touched by such a speech of a charming stranger, replied that he would definitely help her. Not only that, he promised that he would raise the girl to the highest level. The girl smiled joyfully and shouted to someone that she had found the last person in the team. Ken Hyun-woo looked grimly at the players he was supposed to be competing against side by side. Frankly speaking, their appearance did not excite him. Oddly enough, the team members didn't like the guy either. They looked him up and down, not hiding their disdain. Sensing the tension between the team members, the blonde decided to diffuse the situation a little. Smiling sweetly, she introduced herself, saying that she was a level 20 support named Choi Somi. The young man gave his name and noted that he was also at the 20th level. To himself, he thought that it was very good that the arena allowed to hide the private information of the players, so no one would know that he was now at the 9th level. Other members of the team also introduced themselves. Ken Hyun-woo found out that he would be joined in battle today by the 24th level tank Chung Jin-woo, the 22nd level archer Park Cheolmi, and the 23rd level sorceress Chaya. Chung Jin-woo expressed his doubts that Ken Hyun-woo would be able to handle the goblins, as he does not have any regeneration potions. Choi Soma was terribly indignant at these words. She reminded the tank that it was she who brought the young man to the team. To this, Chung Jin-woo defiantly replied that he would not want to die because of such a thoughtless act of a girl. The blonde was ready to hit him, but caught herself in time. Instead, she indicated that it was time to head to the dungeon. A pack of hideous goblins was already waiting for them in the middle. Chung Jin-woo reasonably noted that these are only the first opponents. Choi Somi ordered the team to prepare for the match. The goblins began shooting at the uninvited guests with sharp darts that they spat out through wooden tubes. Chung Jin-woo skillfully blocked the blows with the iron shield he held tightly in his hands. Sorceress Chia and Archer Park Chom prepared to attack. A second later, the goblins received a double solid blow. Ken Hyung-woo thought to himself, fighting off the monsters, that this team really has a good chance, so there is no need to worry. The only thing the boy couldn't understand was why they needed him. However, this did not bother the young man. Looking at the vanquished goblins, he thought that his main goal was to raise his own level. Meanwhile, the hunt continued. After about an hour, Chung Jin-woo started whining about how they had been in the dungeon long enough. Suddenly, Chia remarked that Ken Hyun-woo is a great guy. Park Chom agreed with her, noting that the young man fought well. Choi Somi was very tired. She sat down and suggested that Chung Jin-woo should rest for a while. He agreed, but said not to relax because the hobgoblin could attack them at any moment. Upon hearing this, Ken Hyun-woo asked if the team had never defeated the hobgoblin, the boss of all the goblins in the dungeon. Chung Jin-woo replied that he was the only one who could defeat this monster. The tank then asked Choi Somi to monitor the timing of the buffs, and Chia to monitor the amount of mana. Park Cholmi, on the other hand, asked Chung Jin-woo not to hit anyone from the team with his own arrows. The archer smiled awkwardly and mumbled that he would not do such a thing again. Ken Hyun-woo tried to shake off the fact that his ally could hit him with an arrow. Park Cholmi, meanwhile, groping the floor and walls with his hand, led the team behind him. A few minutes later, the players found themselves near a hall full of goblins. But the main thing was that in the center sat the hobgoblin himself on the throne. The team unitedly began a raid on the goblin boss. Due to the fact that Ken Hyung-woo received a blessing from an ally before this, his strength and agility increased. The hobgoblin stood up from the throne determinedly, intending to destroy the players as quickly as possible. His eyes burned with mad fire, and a sharp blade glittered in his hands. However, Ken Hyung-woo was not intimidated by this, and he resolutely rushed into battle. The boy was the first to notice the explosive ball in Hobgoblin's hands. Returning to his allies, he shouted for them to dodge. Chung Jin-woo was not confused and tried to deflect Hobgoblin's bullet with his shield. However, the blow threw him far back, and the monster did not think to give up. Ken Hyung-woo realized that the time had come for decisive action. He knew that the hobgoblin had to be stopped before he decided to attack them again. The boy shouted to Chia and Park Chom to help him. The sorceress and the archer were in no hurry to rush to the boy's aid. At this time, Choi Somi was trying as hard as she could to bring Jung Jin-woo to his senses. Ken Hyun-woo fought off the goblins as best he could. He couldn't figure out where the teamwork had gone and why the other players were just standing there watching him fight. Another orb appeared in Hobgoblin's hands. The boy realized with horror that the monster was ready to attack again. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed by Ken Hyung-woo's face, and a split second later, it hit the hobgoblin squarely in the face. The monster roared in pain. The boy indignantly remarked to the archer that he almost hit him. Park Chom apologized awkwardly. Ken Hyung-woo did not have time to clarify his relationship with his fellow commander. Instead, he lunged at the hobgoblin. However, the boy understood that his own strength would not be enough, so he shouted for help to the archer and the sorceress. However, young people could not move from their place. They looked in front of them in surprise and fear. Realizing that these two would not be able to help him, Ken Hyung-woo gathered all his will into his fist and struck the hobgoblin with as much force as he could muster. This attack was decisive. The hobgoblin was defeated, and Ken Hyun-woo and the team achieved the dream victory. Bowman. The sorceress and the support began to praise the boy at odds, so it was quite embarrassing to listen to it. Park Chilmi apologized to Kyung Hyun-woo separately for almost killing him with his arrow. The archer assured that he did it out of carelessness and had no malicious intent at all. For defeating the hobgoblin, the team received a number of items, which were unanimously decided to give to Ken Hyun-woo. Among the rewards was an egg with an animal, fantastic money, 5 silver coins and 28 bronze coins, and also 1 apocrypha with the Dark Layer spell. Looking closely at the team, Ken Hyun-woo realized that he couldn't take all the items for himself. After weighing everything, he said he would take only the egg. Choi Soma liked this information quite a bit. After that, Ken Hyun-woo said goodbye and left. The young man was embarrassed that because of his teammates, he spent much more time than he had originally planned. The only thing that consoled him was that he had passed to the 10th level, and this meant that Ken Hyun-woo could finally start his journey. This is what he thought about, standing near the Pulsar Tower, or as it was also called, the Tower of Advancement. Each floor of this building corresponded to a skill that could be obtained. All players who have reached the 10th level must complete this tower. Ken Hyun-woo remembered the egg he got after the goblin dungeon. In order for it to open, you had to direct your magic at it. The incubation period was 1 hour. The guy thought that during this time he would be able to go to the next level. Khan was responsible for the floors of the warriors. He was met by Ken Hyun-woo a few minutes later. The man asked the boy whether he really wanted to become a soldier. Ken Hyun-woo answered in the affirmative. Khan noted that the young man was quite self-confident, but that was even a good thing. However, the man himself will decide whether the boy is worthy of becoming a soldier. For this, a fair fight will take place. After these words, Han threw Ken Hyun-woo into his sword hands and offered to attack first. The guy was not confused and rushed to fight. Han noted that Ken Hyun-woo is very good at attacking. It was obvious that he knew how to use a sword very well. The boy continued to fight. Han realized that the young man's level was more than enough to be a warrior. However, even Ken Hyun-woo was not perfect. After a successful attack by Khan, the boy almost lost his balance. However, just a few seconds later, Ken Hyun-woo literally kicked Han down. The man was very surprised by how easily he did it. He also liked the fact that the boy completely trusted his sword. Han understood that this Ken Hyun-woo certainly had quite a talent. Finally, the man shouted that the battle was over and that he, the Khan, recognized the young man as a warrior. Khan's recognition had the effect of increasing melee damage by 5%. He also received new skills, increased weapon loss by 10%, rapid weapon reloading, and imbuing weapons with magic. Han prepared a new task for Ken Hyun-woo. For this, he threw a coin into the boy's hands. This meant that Ken Hyun-woo was facing a challenge called Encounter with the Keon Knight. The boy should have found the owner of the coin, Knight Keon LeBron, and the reward was his skill. The boy knew that LeBron was one of the strongest knights of the empire who led the arena army. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't contain his joy as he imagined how cool it would be to get LeBron's skills. Khan sighed and asked the boy to finally leave him alone. Finding himself on the street, the young man thought that everything turned out even better than he had hoped. Apparently, this happened because he managed to surprise Han during the duel. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo remembered the egg that was about to open. The boy was terribly interested in what was waiting for him in the middle, a scary dragon, a fast rabbit, or some other cool animal. To tell the truth, the young man hoped that he would be lucky and get a unique assistant. What was Ken Hyun-woo's surprise when a cute bear hatched from the egg? Frankly, the boy was disappointed. He hoped to see someone who would instill fear in his enemies just by his appearance alone. The bear laughed and pointed out that Ken Hyun-woo must have fallen silent due to great joy. The boy did not expect that the animal would talk. The bear lowered the stoves and said that there is nothing strange in this, since Ken Hyun-woo is talking himself. After a few seconds, the animal was already on the boy's neck and, grabbing him by the hair, declared that he was going to serve the young man with faith and truth. After that, the bear said that it was time for them to go. However, Ken Hyun-woo did not move. Instead, he threw the new acquaintance off his neck and sternly told him that first of all, he should undergo proper training. From the fall on the bear's head, a roar immediately arose. He sulked and said that he did not understand why he deserved such a punishment. After a bit of thought, the animal also added that, in his opinion, Ken Hyun-woo is unlikely to be popular with girls. Hearing this, the boy slapped the bear and forced it through his teeth to watch what he was saying. At the same moment, the animal grew another lump on its head. He immediately stuttered that he got a very angry owner. And at this time, Ken Hyun-woo finally read about the bear's skills. He liked them. After thinking for a while, he decided to name his new assistant Tenny. The bear liked the name and immediately invited the owner to learn more about each other. At this, Ken Hyun-woo just waved his hand and said that he was not up to it now and was going to leave. Before the eyes of a surprised Tina, the boy literally melted into thin air. Taking off his helmet, Ken Hyun-woo thought that he had spent too much time in the arena today. A minute later, Anchan entered the room and asked his friend about the progress of the game. He squeezed his fists and announced that he had won the animal in the class. Anchan smiled and said that once Ken Hyun-woo passed the class, he could start his streaming debut. This information surprised the boy very much. After thinking a little, he realized that you can make good money from streaming. Anchan agreed but noted that the friend would have to do something more. He explained that Ken Hang would have to record all their games because they would use them to enter the world stage. The guy sarcastically noted that it is not so easy to enter the world arena. Erkin smiled and reassured his friend. that therefore you should not worry, because he will be his manager. Ken Hyung-woo said that the comrade looks more inspired than himself. Enchan laughed and said that he has no doubt that the return of the legendary Milligat will be a huge success. Ken Hyun-woo sighed and said that he would do anything to keep his loyal friend happy. The western part of the dark forest of the arena was restless. A bunch of night elves were preparing to fight a human. Ken Hyung-woo was giving Taina final instructions before his first hunt. In the end, the boy shouted that it was time to level up a few levels and resolutely rushed forward. The bear shouted words of support after him. Suddenly, the sword in Ken Hyun-woo's hands lit up with a green glow. It turns out that it was Tenny who shared his forest protector skills with him. The guy was very surprised. He thought that the bear was a tank, but it turned out to be a support. However, Ken Hyung-woo didn't have time to think about it, because the enemy was already flying at him, so the young man rushed into battle. Literally, a second later victorious, the boy returned to his thoughts about the shadows. Ken Hyun-woo realized that the bear was able to improve his strength, defense, and regeneration. It was definitely much better than other buffs of his level. After a moment, another evil came at the young man, and he had to fight it off, not noticing that someone was watching him carefully at that time. He was a young man. After seeing Ken Hyun-woo knock out his new opponent, he nodded to someone in satisfaction. It turned out that Ken Hyun-woo was being followed by several strangers hiding behind the trees. The first young man noted that the player has expensive armor, weapons, and a pet. It is obvious that he is quite a rich participant. The bearded man agreed with his friend's assumptions. Another young boy with a bob haircut asked his friends if they planned to pretend to be good as usual and attack at the right moment. A pretty girl with lilac hair noted that one should not forget about caution, because this could be the player's second account. The three men stared at her in surprise. The girl explained that the guy looks like a fairly experienced player, which is why she made such assumptions. The first young man objected to this. He said that the entrance to the forest was level 20. At the same time, they all have an average level of 40, so this rich stranger cannot defeat them. He also advised everyone to focus. To this, the man with the beard replied that they had been through this more than once, so they had nothing to worry about. The four prepared to act. Their hunt began now. At this time, Ken Hyun-woo was just exhaling after defeating a bunch of night elves. He told Tina that he recorded everything on video, but he was not at all sure that anyone would want to watch it. Vedmedic assured the owner that he was, in any case, a great fellow. Ken Hyung-woo reminded Tenna that he should not only encourage him with words, but also help with actions. The bear said to himself about the buffs he was giving the boy. The young man began to shout that he was able to win even without the buffs of the shadow. Suddenly his cry was interrupted by someone's hesitant voice. Ken Hyun-woo turned around in surprise to see a group of 4 people in front of him. A young man standing in the center asked the boy if he was hunting alone and if he would like to join their team. Ken Hyung-woo hugged Tenny tightly. He did not like these young men, and the proposal for a team seemed very strange. Glancing at them, he immediately realized that there were 2 warriors in front of him, an archer and a support. Ken Hyun-woo didn't understand why they needed him. At the same time, the boy felt that strangers were hiding their level by sneaking up on him. That is, they can turn out to be murderers. Oddly enough, it suited Ken Hyung-woo. So, after weighing everything, he said that he was happy to accept the offer to join the team. The young man, who was clearly the main one in this foursome, said that he was very happy with the young man's decision. He introduced himself as Ren, the captain. The young man also said that the other 2 men were called Cal and Crawford. They were warriors, but the only girl in their group is a supporter with the unusual name Polina. Ken Hyun-woo smiled sweetly and called himself Enchan. He perfectly understood that strangers should not know his real name. At the same time, he did not invent another nickname for the bear, introducing Tenny. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Ken Hyun-woo was attacked by a new opponent. However, the boy was not lost and hit back. It turns out that there was still enough evil in the forest. All of them were ready to pounce on the young man and tear him to pieces. Ken Hyung-woo thought that this was a good opportunity to try out new acquaintances, so he quickly hid behind the stocky Crawford. But he was so confused that he could not take even a step forward. Realizing that the bearded man would not be of much use, the boy rushed into battle alone, literally scattering the night elves in all directions. After each new blow, Ken Hyun-woo hid behind Crawford. If there wasn't, but his back was a good shield. This greatly annoyed his opponents. They did not have time to strike back. And Ken Hyun-woo just giggled, looking from behind the big man. Still, team hunting had its advantages. However, Crawford did not like this behavior of the boy. He was terribly angry that after each blow he hid behind him. Ren tried to calm his friend down, reminding him that they had not gathered here to hunt at all. Tenny was standing behind a tree at that time. The bear heard that the four planned to kill his master while they raided the night elf boss. This information was not news to Ken Hyun-woo. Not only that, she made him smile. He thanked Tanya for the warning and added that he had already guessed that his new acquaintances were murderers. Ken Hyun-woo realized that he had no choice but to thank the team and attack them first. He even came up with a title for the upcoming video, Revenge is a Dish Served Cold. Tenny once again expressed the opinion that his master was very angry. A few minutes later, Ren approached Ken Hyun-woo and said that they were planning to raid the boss of the Night Elves and were calling the boy with them. The young man replied that he was afraid, as if he was not helping the team in any way, but only spinning under his feet. Ren hastened to assure the boy that this was not true. Not only that, he praised him for his successful attacks. The captain also added that if it were not for the young man, his team would not have been able to go all the way. Ken Hyun-woo pretended to be doubtful, but after a few minutes agreed to go raid the Night Elf boss. All four breathed a sigh of relief. Ren looked the happiest. However, Crawford was still irritated by the brash behavior of the player in the red clown pants. After some time, the battle started. Among other forest monsters, Illidan, the leader of the Night Elves, finally appeared. Cal and Crawford rushed to him. The men were immediately repulsed. Looking at Crawford, Illidan noted with mockery that he was very weak. Cal and Crawford began to panic as they did not have enough good armor to defeat the Night Elf leader. On top of everything else, they wondered why the signal from Ren that they had agreed on in advance had not yet sounded. Previously, Ren promised that they would kill the rich man in red pants during the battle with Illidan. It was decided that Wormwood would create a signal with the help of buffs, after which Ren would shoot the boy with a poison arrow. After that, Cal and Crawford will be able to attack in peace. True, Crawford asked to play with him at the end. One can only imagine what cruel pictures he drew in his imagination. At the same moment when the four were discussing killing him, Ken Hyun-woo began to use his skills. He boldly and decisively rushed into battle. Ren took aim, ready to fire an arrow at any moment. The man did not immediately notice Tenny, who imperceptibly climbed onto his leg. After a few seconds, Tenny was already sitting on Ren's shoulder. He gently blew air into the archer's ear. Out of surprise, he shot an arrow, but he did not aim at it at all. At this time, Crawford blocked the path of Ken Hyun-woo. Literally immediately, an arrow that Ren had just fired flew into his back. Crawford fell, and the archer immediately began to make excuses, blaming everything on the bear. Ken Hyun-woo just shrugged, remarking that Tenny really likes to molest. Cal was desperate. You didn't understand how they could defeat Illidan now. He didn't even know that the leader of the Night Elves was standing behind him at that moment. Ren, still hanging onto the shadow, shouted to him that Illidan was with him. However, it was too late. The boss of the elves grabbed the warrior by the neck and lifted him above the ground. With burning eyes, Illidan pointed out that weaklings were not allowed to be distracted. Cal cried out for help at the top of his lungs, appealing mainly to Ken Hyun-woo. He didn't make himself wait long and rushed to the night monster that was holding the warrior by the throat. However, something unexpected happened next. Ken Hyun-woo pointed the blade of his own sword not at Illidan, but at Cal. He directly asked the player in red pants why he was doing this to him. Ken Hyun-woo looked sternly at the warrior and then calmly said that he had nothing personal against the man, but he had to finish him off. After that, he made a decisive movement with the hand holding the sword. Ren and Pauline asked loudly in unison why the young man was doing this. Ken Hyun-woo smiled defiantly and replied that they should never forget that their actions could backfire on them. Ren tried to pretend that he didn't understand what Ken Hyun-woo was talking about, but Tenny immediately let him know that their conversation about killing his master had been overheard and the plan exposed. Ren was terribly angry and indignant. However, he understood that there was no time to delay. That is why the archer quickly aimed the arrow as well as Wormwood to prepare for battle. Ren's arrows flew at Ken Hyun-woo one after another, but he skillfully parried them all. Then the young man raised his sword and rushed at the frightened Ren and Wormwood. All this was carefully watched by the leader of the elves. At that moment, Crawford moved. He began whining about how he would have finished the player in the red pants if he could have stood up himself. Hearing this, Illidan noted that the losers were not given a word. At this time, Ken Hyun-woo was skillfully fighting the archer and the girl. The leader of the elves thought that this boy in red pants was not only funny, but also very stubborn and brave. A few minutes later, Ken Hyun-woo won. He immediately thought that the recording must have turned out great, and since Ren, Wormwood, Crawford, and Wormwood were considered stronger than him, The audience will definitely want to see such a battle. The boy sincerely hoped that everyone would like such a spectacle. Suddenly, he realized that he should find an opponent worthy of his level. Illidan understood his intentions and said that the boy's search was over. He also added that even he, a night elf, always finds it more interesting to fight against a strong opponent. Ken Hyun-woo said that he would call the video, "Level 20 Player Kills a Night Elf." After that, he rushed at Illidan. Afterward, En-chan excitedly asked Ken Hyun-woo about how he came out as an archer, warriors, and support. The young man replied that they found him themselves. But it was thanks to this meeting that he managed to pump up his skills and then fight the boss of the Night Elves. He also received some inventory of this company. En-chan said that he would like to make a full video as soon as possible. All that remains is to find a good video editor and you can start. Ken Hyun-woo asked a friend if he meant the curbs. He smiled slyly and said that maybe the boy is right. Ken Hyun-woo did not understand such a response. However, En-chan hastened to assure his friend that he would soon find out about everything. A few hours later, En-chan was sitting at the computer and trying to find a good video editor. Some of the candidates were not very experienced, and some were impossible to contact. En-chan even began to think about raising the price. Suddenly he remembered Alice Movie. She was recognized as the best video editor of Arena this year. En-chan found her profile on the internet. Her services were expensive, but the girl was considered the best in her field. Alice was a ghost among all the video editors of Arena. In her work, she was known for her color changes, and she also had a special nickname, Maestro of Editing. The most interesting thing was that Alice Movie was not a girl. Under her nickname was a boy who could not imagine life without video editing. He always meticulously evaluated all the videos that were sent to him, and only then decided whether he would take them on. What was his surprise when he received a video from En-chan? The maestro recognized the legendary Milligat in the video, so he immediately rushed to edit the video. He promised himself that he would do everything to bring his favorite player to the top of the arena. Milligat himself, that is Ken Hyun-woo, was feeling bad in the game now. He even admitted to Tanya that he had shivers all over his body, and this is a sign that most likely the enemy is watching him now. Calming down, the boy activated something. He explained to the bear that it was an item he got from the killers. He turned out to be the Apocrypha of rare random skills. When using it, you could get several rare class skills. Ken Hyun-woo thought that he could get something useful out of the book at the very least, sell it for a good price. Jokingly, he asked Tina what he would advise him to do with the land, if he had it. Build a farm on it or simply sell it. Vedmetic, and to himself, asked the boy what would happen to the land after the sale. Ken Hyun-woo replied that maybe someone else would have set up a farm on it. Then Tenny asked why sell her in that case. The young man admitted that he was thinking about selling the killer's items. After waiting a few more seconds, he sighed and said that he got the book for nothing anyway, so I guess it was time to see what was inside. Ken Hyun-woo then opened the book. A bright light came out of it. This meant that the player received a new skill from the Apocrypha. The new skill was called One for All and All for One. It made it possible to reduce the strength of the opponent by 10%. And a few days later, a video with Ken Hyun-woo appeared in Arena World. People's reaction did not take long. Most of the comments were from people who themselves suffered from the killers. En-chan was happy. What's more, the video with his friend already had 150,000 views. It was obvious that Ken Hyun-woo was well liked by the audience. En-chan decided to add this video to his channel. And at this time, manager Kyle was watching a video with Ken Hyun-woo in his office of a luxurious skyscraper. He was surprised by the courage with which the boy fought the leader of the Night Elves. It seemed that he was not afraid of anything and was absolutely confident in his abilities. Not only that, but the player had time to flirt with the audience while Illidan tried with all his might to destroy him. But what surprised Kyle the most was how a player of such a low level easily defeated the leader of the Night Elves. The manager hadn't seen such a promising member for a long time, so Ken Hyun-woo took an interest in him. Kyle realized that a contract should be signed with the boy, and since the video with him was posted on the Argona channel, the manager decided to contact him. At the same time, in the dark forest to the north of the arena, a bunch of orcs were preparing to attack Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny. This did not scare the boy. He shouted to the bear about the buff and he immediately used it. Ken Hyun-woo realized that he could now move much faster. After all, when he went through this path in the image of Milligat, he had neither information nor good equipment. Rushing straight at the orcs, the boy thought that he would be able to fly to the top very quickly. He was now a 24th level warrior with 5 skills. After a few minutes, all the orcs were defeated, and Ken Hyun-woo couldn't help but rejoice at how easily he now knows how to deal with enemies. Tenya was also happy. He, as a helper animal, was now at the 15th level. This surprised Ken Hyun-woo because usually pets had their own growth limit. Ordinary ones grew by 3 to 5 levels, rare ones by 6 to 7 levels, and unique ones by 8 to 10 levels. It turns out that Tenny was a unique animal. The bear had qualities of support. Ken Hyun-woo hoped that Tenny would soon begin to properly help him in battle. The only thing that annoyed the boy was that the animal lacked good manners. Even now, Tenny grabbed his neck and ordered Ken Hyun-woo to carry him. This made the boy angry, and he threw the bear to the ground. He immediately got a lump on his head. Tenny was called very angry by Ken Hyun-woo, and instead of apologizing, the young man ordered the bear to look around the orcs at the time of the objects. Suddenly, near one of the monsters, Ken Hyun-woo noticed an interesting thing. It was a pendant. He looked at her carefully, holding her in his hands. At the same moment, Ken Hyun-woo received a new task called Heir of the Wolf Pack. The boy assumed that a quest was waiting for him and Tenny. The gist of the task was to take the pendant that Ken Hyun-woo had just found that belonged to the heir of the Cocoon Wolfpack leader to his father, Raccoon. However, in order to meet with him, it is necessary to receive the recognition of the boss, Dakin. Ken Hyun-woo remembered that Dakin was considered a strong monster, but he didn't know anything about Raccoon. But this task was of D3 level, and the boy needed at least the 30th level. It turns out, it remains to dial 4 more. Without thinking long, Ken Hyun-woo shouted that it was time to hunt. After that, he picked up Tenny and ran forward. A few minutes later, Tenny was watching the owner. After a moment of inspiration, Ken Hyun-woo was overcome with apathy. He clutched his head and started lamenting that he only got 1 level and it was too slow. He began to say that there was no point in pumping alone. The last words offended Tenny. The bear wanted to remind the owner that he was not alone, but Ken Hyun-woo did not want to hear it. Instead, he mused aloud that it was much easier to work in a team, so he should find normal players. Suddenly there was an explosion. The boy and the bear were on their guard. Ken Hyun-woo remarked that the sound was like a bomb going off. He assumed that magic was involved. And indeed, after a second they saw the magic pentagram and the one who controlled it. Also, a monster with burning eyes appeared before their eyes. In a moment, a flaming arrow flew at him, and a second later the handsome young man threw a layer of fire at him. This made the monster fall heavily to the ground without strength. The young man, who turned out to be a wizard named Mason, wiped the sweat from his face and noted that it was already the 10th. Then he himself fell to the ground without strength and in despair noted that the mana had already run out. Besides, he had no more potions. It turns out that it's time for him to leave. He regretted aloud that he had to hunt alone. At the same moment, he heard someone cough behind him. Mason was wary. He was scared that another monster had sneaked up on him, so he quickly prepared a pentagram. The magician understood that he had not yet recovered, but he was ready to fight to the last. Gathering the last of his strength into his fist, he turned around and threw a fire arrow straight at Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny. The boy repelled the attack and told Mason that he was dangerous. Realizing that in front of him is a person and not a monster, the magician realized what mistake he had made and asked for forgiveness. Ken Hyun-woo reassured Mason that everything was fine, then gave his name. The wizard introduced himself. Mason carefully looked at the boy in red pants. Both he and his pet seemed strange to the wizard. He hesitantly asked Ken Hyun-woo what he needed from him. The guy said he felt Mason didn't have a team, so he would like to invite him to hunt together. He also added that it will improve their skills, and the wizard thought that a lot of murderers have gotten divorced here lately. Besides, with his own level, he would hardly be able to stand up to Ken Hyun-woo. So Mason agreed to team up with the guy. Ken Hyun-woo liked the magician's decision. They shook hands as a sign of an unwritten agreement. At the same time, somewhere in the dark forest, another monster with burning eyes cried out in pain. It is a member of the Black Skull Guild named Sean, who struck him with a well-aimed blow. Afterwards, he complained about how annoyed he was by all these monsters. To this, Gain, his colleague in the guild, remarked that this was an order from the head, and there was nothing you could do about it. She also turned to another Black Skull Guild member named Park Jun-woo and asked him if he liked their boss and if he felt safe. Park Jun-woo laughed and answered in the affirmative. However, he added that the boss was still no match for him. In the past, his account was mistakenly deleted, but the man remained important to his team, so Park Jong-woo created a new one and now rose level by level. The man blamed one scoundrel for everything. It was because of a fight with him that he lost his account and place in the guild. However, Park Jung-woo did not lose hope to find this scoundrel and repay him for everything. Suddenly, Gain noticed that there were no orcs to be seen today. She assumed there might be another team nearby. Sean muttered that their goal was to reach level 25. But if everything continues like this, they have a long way to go. Suddenly, an orc appeared near them. Park Jun-woo immediately rushed at him, shouting that he would kill the monster instantly. At the same time, Ken Hung-woo and Mason were looking at a bunch of defeated orcs. The wizard happily noted that his teammate was right. Hunting together is much better. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and said that they had made good progress. They had a great strategy. Ken Hung-woo would gather all the orcs in one place, and Mason would silence them with his magic. After that, the guy in the red pants finished off the remaining ones. They kept repeating this pattern and earning experience points. Tenny admitted to the wizard that he considered him very strong. Ken Hyun-woo jokingly reminded the bear that Mason had shot an arrow at them when they first met. The magician was embarrassed and began to babble that it happened by accident. Suddenly, a new monster appeared in front of the company. Ken Hyun-woo told Mason that he would deal with the monster himself and let Mason recover his mana. The wizard agreed. A moment later, Ken Hyun-woo was already delivering a well-aimed blow to the monster's body. On the other hand, Park Jun-woo was flying on the same orc. The young men's eyes met. Park Jun-woo recognized Ken Hyun-woo as the scoundrel who once caused him to lose his account. He wanted to pounce on him, but the boy in red pants was smarter and kicked the guild member in the face. Park Jun-woo fell to the ground with a scream, several teeth missing from his mouth. Ken Hyun-woo approached him and only now realized that it was a human and not a monster, so he tried to apologize. His guildmates ran up to Park Jun-woo and helped the man to his feet. Mason approached Ken Hyun-woo. He looked reproachfully at his comrade. He tried to justify himself as best he could. Park Jun-woo babbled that the guy in the red pants did this to him on purpose. He also admitted to his friends that this is the same man who caused him to lose his account. Only now did Ken Hyun-woo recognize the guild member. He stared at him in surprise. Mason asked his comrade how he knew the man with the blue hair. Ken Hyun-woo explained that he once lost a battle to him to delete the account. Park Jun-woo began to threaten Ken Hyun-woo with destruction because his guild friends were with him today. Gain sighed and turned to Ken Hyun-woo and Mason, saying that they are acting like children. However, the boy in red pants pretended not to hear her. This infuriated the girl, and she shouted that she could kill them with one left hand. She also said that she and her friends represent the Black Skull Guild. Mason told Ken Hyun-woo that these two were at least level 60. The boy replied that he was not afraid of it. Sean got fed up with the whole scene and suggested that Gain leave. She agreed, noting that they were busy hunting. Park Jun-woo didn't expect this kind of behavior from his friends. He shouted that he would have to put a boss on them. These words made Sean and Hein turn around. Park Jun-woo explained that he would complain to the guild leader that they had shaken off and run away, even though another player had slandered the name of the Black Skull Guild. Sean glared at the man. He seemed to hesitate. However, after a few seconds, he hit Park Jun-woo so hard that he flew away. After that, Sean looked at Ken Hyun-woo and quietly said that his former friend was right. If there were fewer teams, the hunt would be more successful. The boy in red pants smiled and asked if they wanted to compete with their team. He also added that he used to play exclusively to delete accounts. Hearing this, Mason almost fainted. He was not jokingly scared for his comrade. Tenny asked Ken Hyun-woo what would happen to him, the bear, if his master's account was deleted. The guy replied that it would probably be deleted with him. Sean assured that he's ready to fight with 3 at once. The winner will take everything, and the one who loses will delete the account. After some thought, he said he wanted it to be a duel of captains. Each team must have a captain who will fight among themselves. The team without a captain loses. It was time for the first duel, in which Sean had to fight Ken Hyun-woo Mason, and Tenny were worried about their teammate, but he assured them that everything would be fine. Sean defiantly stated that he would end the duel in the first round. Ken Hung-woo assessed the opponent. He understood that due to the difference in their levels, the duel could drag on. However, in general, even 10 blows would be enough to defeat this healthy man. Without delay, Sean rushed straight at the boy. But he skillfully turned away, and then struck the opponent with the first blow. Blood spurted from under Sean's lats. Park Jun-woo and Gain couldn't believe their eyes. Mason was also surprised. He was amazed at how quickly Ken Hyun-woo understood the trajectory of the attacker's blow and was able to deflect his own blow. Sean's eyes now had a veritable kaleidoscope of Ken Hyun-woo's faces. He couldn't figure out why he couldn't strike. He tried to swing again, but again failed. Ken Hyun-woo pointed out that Sean shouldn't have relied on just the difference in level. After that, the boy struck another blow. The representative of the Black Skull Guild had his helmet blown off his head. Immediately after the second came the third blow from Ken Hyung-woo. Sean was barely able to stay on his feet. He did not yet know that this blow was fatal. After a certain time, even the top player had to die. Mason's surprise knew no bounds. He knew that Ken Hyung-woo was a great fighter, but he had no idea to what extent. Gain and Park Jun-woo looked like they were about to pass out from what they saw. Ken Hyung-woo gestured for Gain to come to him, making it clear that he was ready to fight the next opponent. It was even easier to compete with a girl. She couldn't sustain a single hit, so she quickly lost to Ken Hyun-woo. Only Park Jun-woo remained. Ken Hyun-woo said that now the man will have to delete this account as well. For some reason, Park Jun-woo reminded him of Hanbek, maybe because he was also a superior idiot who was worthless without his connections. Ken Hyun-woo ordered his opponent to kneel before him. He promised to let him go if he begged for mercy. Park Jun-woo didn't know what to do. Ken Hyun-woo managed to defeat him when he was level 40. Now, being only on the 20th, the man understood that it was over. Rage began to rise in him. Then, Park Jun-woo felt a strong heartbeat. The man understood that Arena was going to help him. A second later, player Park Jun-woo entered the Berserker stage. Mason and Tenny were scared for Ken Hyun-woo. But he, looking at Park Jun-woo's changes, tried to assure the wizard and the bear that this would not prevent him from winning. Ken Hyun-woo used the power of the Archons, after which his power level increased for a certain time. Without wasting a minute, the boy struck his opponent. This caused Park Jun-woo to fall to the ground, and Ken Hyun-woo was victorious. He also received an award for his efforts. Ken Hyun-woo noted that he liked this kind of competition more than hunting monsters. Mason, on the other hand, could not contain his admiration for his teammate's skills. He started showering him with compliments and assured him that now he, Wizard Mason, was his fan. Ken Hyun-woo smiled. He understood that his teammate did not know that he had once been in first place. The boy looked at Mason once more and invited him to continue hunting. A few hours later, the wizard thanked Ken Hyun-woo for suggesting they join forces. After all, thanks to this, their hunt went well. Mason asked if the boy wanted to create a team together next time. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he would be happy to do so. Thanks to the team with Mason, he and Tenny managed to reach the 31st level. The wizard said goodbye and went about his business. Tenny began to beg Ken Hyun-woo to rest for a while. The bear meowed that he was quite tired. However, his master did not want to hear anything. He offered the animal to return to the quest. Tenny stared at Ken Hyun-woo in surprise. Ken Hyun-woo shouted that he did not understand where all the monsters had gone. They are absolutely necessary for completing the quest. The bear once again asked the owner to rest at least a little. He felt sorry for Tina and agreed. Rejoicing, the bear pointed to some door that was just in the tree and assumed that it was the entrance to the recreation room. Ken Hyun-woo was very surprised by the location of the room. Suddenly, the boy from Thenny heard a question about whether they want to start a duel with the boss Dakan. Both Ken Hyun-woo and the bear were surprised that Dakan was here. The boy was happy because the door in the tree turned out to be the entrance to the dungeon. He picked up the bear in his arms and started shouting that it was his mascot. However, Tanya was not happy. He pretended that he just wanted to rest. Ken Hyun-woo tried to comfort him, saying that he would help him recover. The boy began to reflect on the fact that this boss is obviously very powerful, since a separate dungeon was created for him. However, Ken Hyun-woo was not intimidated by this. He shouted to the bear that he was going to go inside. After that, he opened the door and took a step into the unknown. The first thing the boy saw in front of him was the torso of a giant monster. He immediately felt an incredible energy of danger, but raised his head and greeted Dakan. The monster stared at Ken Hyun-woo in surprise and asked what he had forgotten here. The boy held out the pendant and said he had to give it to Raccoon. He thought to himself that even at the 31st level, he would hardly be able to defeat Dakan. The monster said that it was starting to annoy him that Raccoon kept losing his pendant. He then reached out to take the ornament, but Ken Hyun-woo stopped him. Dakan tried to take the pendant several more times, but each time the boy removed it. He explained to the monster that he had to deliver the item to Raccoon himself. Dakan said he respected his decision, but to meet the head, he had to pass a test. The monster will conduct him personally. Kyung Hyun-woo read the terms of the task. If he wants to meet Raccoon, he must fight with Dakan to gain his recognition. The monster placed his huge hand on the boy's head and said it was time to begin. He then grabbed Ken Hyung-woo by the hair and pushed him away with all his might. Fortunately, the boy managed to gather himself in flight and land on his feet. However, a second later, Dakan appeared next to Ken Hyung-woo. With a swing, he hit the sword exactly where the boy was. Ken Hyun-woo dodged. This surprised Dakan very much. The boy realized that it was time for him to attack himself. He tried to strike but failed. Ken Hyun-woo was aware that he was too weak to defeat this monster. He competed against such a strong opponent for the first time in the arena. Dakan defiantly said that this was not enough to meet the leader. Ken Hyun-woo gathered the remaining strength into his fist and spoke through his teeth that this was not the end. At the same moment, Tenny felt that his master was calling him. Once he was near him, he immediately began to complain that the boy did not allow him to rest properly. But Ken Hyung-woo didn't let him finish, shouting that he urgently needed buffs. The bear began to push the owner out of desperation. Seeing Tenny, Dakan smiled and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised to realize that the bear and the monster were familiar. Dakan reminded the boy that he had not yet passed the test. He allowed Tina to help her master. Bear remarked that he didn't think he could help Ken Hyun-woo because all he could do was cast spells behind his back. The boy shouted for him to do at least that. After a second, the skill for Rexar and Guardian of the Forest have been activated. This meant that Ken Hyun-woo's strength, physical development, and defense increased, and his health began to recover faster. Dakan, on the other hand, shouted that he should not waste time and start the battle, because he was not going to give in to him. The boy thought that he could hardly win even with these buffs, but he needed to complete this quest. He promised himself that he would fight to the last and boldly rushed into battle. The first attempt to attack turned out to be unsuccessful. A moment later, the boy was already lying on the ground. Dakan approached him and asked if the boy had passed out. Ken Hyung-woo sighed and quietly said that he would. Tenny ran up to him. The boy told him that he did not want to die. The bear tried to calm the owner, saying that he fought well and Uncle Dakan was a very strong opponent. The monster smiled and said that Ken Hyung-woo didn't need to win because it wasn't mentioned in the rules of the task. Dakan added that the boy receives his recognition, as well as an award, Dakan's pendant. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't believe his luck. Together with Tenny, they began to shout happily and hug each other. However, a minute later they were almost swept away by a strong storm. It became clear that Raccoon was approaching them. Dakan scooped up Tenny in his arms in time to prevent her from being blown away by the wind. After a few seconds, everyone present finally saw the leader and heir of the wolf pack, Raccoon. Ken Hyun-woo thought with horror that this monster had the appearance of a real apocalypse. Raccoon glared at the boy, but Dakan calmly said that Ken Hyun-woo had come to give him the Cocoon pendant. Hearing this, the leader leaned over the boy and asked if he really had a pendant. He nodded affirmatively. After that, he gave the ornament to Raccoon. After receiving the pendant, the monster roared and threw Ken Hyun-woo several meters away. He began to demand that the scoundrel Cocoon be brought to him. Standing up, the boy was saddened to learn that Raccoon's roar had reduced all of his stats by 50%. It was impossible to restore them. Dakan tried to calm Raccoon down, but he ordered him not to go near him. It turns out that there was a big story behind this quest. Cocoon was the future heir of the pack and the son of Raccoon. However, he did not want to become a soldier and ran away from his father several times. As punishment for escaping, Cocoon was forced to wear a pendant that revealed his whereabouts. But thanks to someone's magical help, he managed to remove the pendant and escape. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised when he found out who exactly helped Cocoon. After all, he was Tenny. In his excuse, the bear said that he had no idea what his action would lead to. Raccoon soon calmed down. He apologized to Kyung Hyun-woo, assuring him that it was difficult for him to hold back because of his son. He also added that he accepts the suspension. Ken Hyun-woo completed the task, heir of the wolf pack. He gained experience, his level increased, and lost characteristics were restored. The boy also gained a new skill, which consisted of compressing mana and increasing magic by 20%. In the end, Raccoon told Kyung Hyun-woo that if he meets Cocoon, he should tell him that his home is the Dark Forest. This was the new task, which was called Raccoon's Request. The boy realized that it is better to be friends with the local orcs, so he promised the leader of the pack that he would complete his task. Raccoon also asked Tenny not to be upset about what happened to Cocoon, because there was no spell on the pendant, so the bear was not to blame. Hearing this, Tenny was upset. It turns out that his super magic was useless. After some time, Enchan tried to wake up his friend in his apartment. Because of Ken Hyun-woo's strength, he managed to open his eyes. In a sleepy voice, he asked his friend if he wanted to give him a quest as well. En-chan didn't understand what Ken Hyung-woo meant, but noted that they needed to talk. A minute later, they were already sitting at the computer. En-chan said he had two good news for his friend. First, their video became popular among the arena community. An incredible number of people watched it. Ken Hyung-woo was happy. He hugged his friend and said that it was all thanks to him. En-chan smiled and replied that this was not all. It turns out that a message came from the managers of Nazar, a company that specialized in sportswear and was one of the biggest sponsors of Arena. En-chan assumed that Nazar wanted to work with Ken Hyun-woo. He couldn't believe that a company of such a level had paid attention to him. He immediately remembered his dad, who was still in the hospital. The way he was working in a store just a week ago to help the family at least a little, and also the contempt with which Jong Han-baek looked at him. En-chan was incredibly happy for his friend. He asked Kyung Hyun-woo if he was willing to respond to Nazar's message. He nodded. However, together they decided that it would be better to call them anyway. Half an hour later, the manager of Nazar, Kyle, was standing in Director Jamie's office. He reported that Ken Hyun-woo is willing to sign a contract with them. Kyle also added that they even came up with a nickname for this participant, Mr. G. Jamie didn't understand what his subordinate was getting at. Kyle smiled and shared his thoughts with the boss. He reminded Jamie of Milligat, the best player who disappeared 2 years ago. The director of Nazar was quite happy that they managed to catch such a big fish. He immediately understood why the player decided to return. The thing is that 2 years ago, Arena was not as popular as it is now. Now the game has reached the world level and has become a good source of income. Ken Hyung-woo and En-chan enjoyed incredible success in the game. They were happy with the prospects that opened before them. And the very next day, Ken Hyun-woo was standing in the Aslan auction house in Arena. He thought about what he should sell and what he should keep. Thanks to the victory over the assassins and members of the Black Skull Guild, the boy was left with some gold and Captain Nanu's boots, which could increase the speed and power of the jump. Also, Ken Hyung-woo had a reward for the quest, a Bimdu pendant. She was able to increase strength, physical form, and the spirit of victory. Ken Hyun-woo knew that this ornament would come in handy one day, and the boy realized that all the items he had were suitable even for level 60. However, he himself was still only 32nd. Ken Hyun-woo decided to buy himself some rare weapons. For this, he opened an auction. Among the many cool weapons that he didn't have the money for, Ken Hyung-woo saw a unique item, a sword that cost literally a penny. The guy immediately bought it. At the same time, somewhere in the auction house, the master of the Black Skull Guild named Shern could not control his rage. The girl standing nearby asked what happened. Shern explained that his unique sword, which he had just put up for sale, had already been bought by someone. As it turned out, the Black Skull Guild master had made a mistake with the zero when setting the price. Shern ordered the girl and his other subordinates to bring the buyer to him. At the same moment, Ken Hyun-woo, who had no idea about anything, could not hide his joy at the successful purchase. When the boy's euphoria passed, he thought about the fact that he had only 3 days left before signing a contract with Nazar. This meant that he had to become even stronger, and quests were the best way to do that. Ken Hyun-woo thought that since he had already received the quest, he should meet Keon's knight, LeBron. It was he who had to give the coin that the boy had received from Khan. Thanks to the quest with the wolf pack, the boy won a great reward. Now, Ken Hyung-woo was wondering what kind of skill he would get from the strongest knight in the empire. The guy heard that LeBron seems to live in Yuzma province. He wondered how much it cost to teleport there. He had enough money, and after a few minutes the boy was already looking around in the place where the knight was supposed to live. Ken Hyung-woo was once again convinced that the estates of the strongest people in the empire were on another level. At the entrance to LeBron's apartment, the boy's path was blocked by guards. They said that ordinary people have no place here. Then Ken Hyun-woo showed them the coin he had received from Han and informed them that he was on an important errand. That was enough to let him in. The guards even told him that LeBron should be looked for in the training hall now. Other people hanging around the knight's estate were surprised when the door of his apartment opened and a boy in red pants walked in. People started shouting to let them in, but the guards did not plan to let anyone in anymore. Ken Hyun-woo was mentally preparing to meet LeBron. The boy realized that he had never seen a video with the most famous knight of the empire. Ken Hyun-woo had the opportunity to be the first to show it to the audience, so he turned on the recording. The estate was so big that the boy almost got lost. He couldn't figure out exactly where to look for a training camp. Finally, he saw a person and stopped dead in his tracks. It was a stout, bearded man sitting in the shape of a lotus and meditating. Ken Hung-woo intuitively felt that it was the glorious LeBron. When the boy came closer, the man opened his eyes and looked at him carefully. He asked Kyung Hyun-woo if he was the one doing Han's errand. The guy nodded and introduced himself. The knight noticed that no one had come to him for a long time. But if Ken Hyun-woo was sent by Han himself, he is obviously a very strong player. The boy was surprised that someone had been coming to LeBron, even though it had been a long time. The knight asked Ken Hyun-woo if he wanted to test his strength. The player replied that he just dreams of completing the quest. LeBron said that a battle with swords will tell a man better than all his words. After that, he chose one of the swords and threw it to Ken Hyun-woo, saying that he had once promised to teach the skill to anyone who came here. After receiving the weapon, the boy sighed. He did not understand why he had to fight in every quest. He asked the knight whether he could learn 2 skills from him at once. LeBron replied that he could teach even 3. The main thing is that he likes Ken Hyun-woo. The guy laughed and said that he was counting on 3 skills. His whole appearance showed that he was ready to fight. LeBron thought that it was the first time he had seen a player in such a strange stance before a fight. Ken Hyun-woo was as focused as ever. He wanted to win this competition. A moment later, he charged at the knight. He skillfully repelled the boy's attack. Ken Hyun-woo did not back down. He fought as hard as he could. LeBron liked his attacks, but so far he could not give the boy more than 50 points. That's what he told Ken Hyun-woo, adding that none of the 10 players who came here could score more points than him. The guy didn't care about winning. Now he just wanted to show everything he was capable of. That is why he tried to strike again. The knight pushed him back. He didn't think that Ken Hyun-woo would use a strike at such a short distance. But it was a cunning plan of the boy. He wanted to try to attack LeBron from behind in the air. However, at the last moment, he decided not to do it. This decision surprised LeBron. There was something about this guy that set him apart from previous players. The knight hid the sword and recognized that Ken Hyun-woo had talent. He said he gives it 80 points. The boy couldn't believe that the strongest knight in the empire had just recognized his abilities. Ken Hyun-woo wondered how many skills LeBron would teach him. The knight smiled and said that it was his turn. Ken Hyun-woo looked at him in surprise. LeBron clarified what he is saying now about the turn to attack. He ordered the boy to get into position. The fact is that for LeBron, there was no greater happiness than to train with skillful players. A few minutes later, Ken Hyun-woo had already received several blows from LeBron's wooden sword on his head. Only then did the knight say that he recognized his skills. Holding the coin that Ken Hung-woo had brought from Han, LeBron noted that now all the 10 gold he had given out to the players had now returned to him. The knight added that the boy is the best of all previous players combined. Ken Hyun-woo was happy. The Meet the Keon Knight task was completed. The most important thing was that Ken Hyun-woo received the title of LeBron's best student. A golden book appeared in the knight's hands. LeBron handed it to the boy with the words that he honestly fulfills his promise, but can give the boy only 1 school. Ken Hyun-woo opened the book. A magical pentagram immediately lit up in her. During the battle, she was able to increase all the players' stats by 10%. The guy was happy because now his total could increase by as much as 20%. LeBron concluded that he kept his promise, so Ken Hyun-woo can go. The guy asked him to wait. Ken Hyun-woo awkwardly muttered that he was very sad to end the quest like this. So maybe he could help the knight somehow, LeBron thought. After a pause, he said that he really needed people because he had one problem. Many monsters appeared in North Briggs. His Majesty believes that dark mages are involved. The knight asked Ken Hyun-woo if he could conduct the investigation there for him. The boy was interested in the quest Investigation in Briggs, in which he had to remove a dark magician. Ken Hung-woo liked the story tasks. They told the stories of Arena. Dark mages were rumored to practice necromancy and psychic magic. LeBron advised the boy to be careful. Ken Hyun-woo said that he would definitely handle the task. The boy could not hide his joy at the fact that after passing the first episode, he immediately jumped to the 4th. At only level 33, Ken Hyun-woo was already a leading player in the plot. At that time, something was going on in Aslan's auction house. Shern scolded her subordinate for not yet finding the player who bought his unique sword for nothing. The girl mumbled an apology and promised that she would find the person she needed tomorrow. Ken Hyun-woo had just returned to the auction house. He was outraged by the behavior of the master of the Black Skull Guild. At some point, Ken Hyun-woo realized that Shern was looking for him, the new owner of the unique sword. This surprised the boy. The representatives of the Red Skull Guild were already starting to annoy him. It is not for nothing that they say that once an enemy is an eternal enemy. Ken Hyun-woo was tired, so he decided to leave the arena for today. Sitting in A-Cube at Enchan's house, he thought that since he had already reached the main plot, it would be good to deal with other matters. The thought appeared in the boy's head that it is possible to remove them one by one. However, it was not a very successful idea because such a decision required a lot of time. And time, as you know, is money. Then Ken Hyun-woo thought that only the top could be killed, and the others would fall away by themselves. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by En-chan, who entered the room and called his friend to go eat. Over dinner, Ken Hyun-woo shared his thoughts with Yunkin. He suggested that the boy provoke his rivals. En-chan said that you can just create a thread on the forum where you call the entire guild to battle. Ken Hyun-woo didn't quite understand what his comrade was getting at. En-chan explained that the community will not let such a message go unnoticed. At the same time, Ken Hyun-woo will be able to destroy the entire guild together. In addition, such a video will definitely become popular. They will be able to kill two birds with one stone. The boy understood that his friend was right. After chewing his food, he finally told his friend that he was a genius. En-chan said that the most important thing is that his friend really managed to defeat everyone. Ken Hyun-woo laughed and said that it was easier said than done. The next day, a video appeared on the arena forum calling the Black Skull Guild to battle. It is clear that there was a real commotion in their house. When Sherna was told about the video, he was even speechless for a few minutes. In the video, a guy in a mask, introducing himself as a max-level noob, talked about the fact that he recently received a letter. In this letter, it was as if they were thanking him for defeating the idiots from the Black Skull Guild. Of course, when the guild members heard this from the guy in the video, they got angry, but that was not all. The stranger in the video said that he was challenging members of the Black Skull Guild to a fight. The guy in the video added that there used to be 15 members in the guild. However, 2 of them were defeated, so now there are only 13 left. The guy challenged them all to a removal duel. After that, Ken Hyun-woo, and it was him, took out the sword he had recently purchased at the auction. The weapon was immediately recognized by the player who was the master of the Black Skull Guild. He was enraged by what he heard from the video. He was enraged that he had not only had his sword stolen, but had also been challenged to a removal duel. The man immediately returned to the arena. According to his mood, the assistant immediately realized that Shern had watched the video. The girl suggested not to answer the call. However, this option did not suit the master of the Black Skull Guild. He ordered the assistant to gather all the members of the guild. The man added that they must catch this bastard on video. Not just a battle was waiting for them, but a full-fledged war. In less than an hour, all members gathered in the house of the Black Skull Guild. They sat down at the table. Sherna's assistant reported what they had already found out. It turns out that their opponent was around level 30. However, considering that he managed to kill several guild soldiers, he was not that simple. The girl also added that she did not think it was the right decision to participate in the elimination duel. The best thing she thought would be to ignore the video player. These words angered Sherna. He assumed that the girl was mocking him. Shenner stood up and shouted that the members of the Black Skull Guild should punish the brash boy for stealing his sword. Someone from the participants offered the captain the following option: set a date and then kill the player from the video together. Shern thought. He liked the option of attacking from behind. Suddenly, a person appeared in the hall with words that everyone here is talking nonsense. Everyone turned in surprise and saw in front of them a blond man with a monocle on one eye. It was New World Guild General Kang Chung-gu. With a careful look around everyone present, he said that he couldn't imagine their guild being afraid of some level 30th player. After that, the general hit one of the players present. He collapsed on the floor. Rubbing his fist after the punch, Kang Chung explained his action. He didn't like that 3 people were killed and the Black Skull Guild members didn't notify them. After that, the Herero put his hand on Shern's shoulder. He was not jokingly scared. Kang Chung-gu coldly ordered him to immediately shoot a video in which he agrees to a duel. After a pause, he added that he hoped the Black Skull Guild would survive. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo came to meet Nazar's manager, Kyle. He immediately started calling the boy Mr. G. Kyle praised the player for his good English. Ken Hyun-woo admitted that he taught her before. Wasting no time, the manager of Nazar handed the boy a contract. He suggested that he read it and if there were any questions, clarify all the details. As he read the document, Ken Hyun-woo thought that En-chan was right. Nazar was offering excellent conditions. Kyle asked the boy to read everything again carefully because at the end of the contract, there were additional conditions. Ken Hyun-woo read that the agreement was for 2 years. The document also states that for every 10,000 subscribers, he will be paid $10,000, and for every 100,000 subscribers, a bonus will be issued. The manager of Nazar asked the boy whether such conditions suit him. Kyle added that for a player of Mr. G's level, or rather Milligit, that amount might not be enough. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised to realize that the Nazaru manager knew about his past at the arena. Kyle also said that a player's gear should have their company's logo on it. He asked if Mr. G had a promotion plan. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he would start holding back from next week. The boy hoped that Kyle would definitely watch it. The guy was sure that the manager of Nazar would not regret it. The man assured the boy that he would look forward to the stream. An hour later, Ken Hyun-woo returned home to Enchan. A friend immediately asked him about the contract with Nazar. After making sure everything went well, Enchan revealed that the Black Skull Guild had posted a video. The guy asked what exactly was in this video. The comrade replied that in it, the guild members were calling Ken Hyun-woo to a meeting at the Yuzma Coliseum in 2 days at 8 in the evening. After some time in the arena, Ken Hyun-woo competed with the reptilians. The boy knew that these monsters were from level 60s or 70s. He himself was still only 34. Despite this, it was very easy for Ken Hyun-woo to fight the reptilians. But maybe after so many victories against the monsters generated by the arena itself, he just gave in. Ken Hyun-woo tried to recall everything he remembered about the Black Skull Guild. Their leader, Shern, was level 85, and all the other members were around level 70. The boy was distracted from his thoughts about the guild by reptilians who were about to tear him apart. Ken Hyun-woo charged into battle. He delivered blow after blow on the heads of the monsters. Less than half an hour passed before he won. He was aided in this battle by a unique sword that he had recently purchased at an auction. In a few days, Ken Hyun-woo reached level 40. It was time for his battle with the Black Skull Guild. Many people gathered in the stands of the Yuzma Coliseum. Most were certain that the guild members would win the competition. However, there were also those who believed in the victory of Ken Hyun-woo. All participants of the competition were ready. The battle was about to begin. Ken Hyun-woo sarcastically asked if all 13 members of the Black Skull Guild were here. He was afraid that someone would be scared and not come. Shern replied that he should even thank him for the offer of a duel. Now he will have the opportunity to kill the bastard who stole his sword. The boy laughed and said that he liked the sword very much. The boy's behavior angered the guild leader even more. A microphone appeared in Ken Hyun-woo's hands. The boy announced that it was time to start the competition. He thanked all the spectators who came to the Coliseum to watch the fight and promised that the action would be interesting because the condition of the competition, as before, remains deletion of the account. Enchan watched the action unfold in real time. He was proud of his friend. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo announced that it would be a team battle, max-level noob against the Black Skull Guild. Hearing this, Enchan almost choked on his coffee. All the guild members were also shocked. They stared in surprise at the player in the red pants. Ken Hyun-woo repeated his words. This meant that the fight would be 13 against 1. The audience in the hall was no less surprised than the members of the guild. They did not even count on such an action. First, candidates for the team battle should have been chosen. Shern could not understand what this player in red pants was up to. He would have a chance to win by competing against each guild member individually. Instead, he decided to fight alone against 13 men. Ken Hyun-woo noted that if he had to kill everyone individually, it wouldn't be as much fun. The battle has begun. Spectators in the stands and near the computer monitors held their breath. Suddenly, Shern was approached by the master of the Black Chirp Guild, Pak Cholgu. He asked if he could take the player in red pants if he killed him. The captain nodded, noting that Park Cholgu would be able to take everything but the sword. This answer satisfied the man, and he boldly approached Ken Hyun-woo. Park Cholgu began to tell the boy that this is why he could never defeat such strong players, which were all members of the Black Skull Guild. Ken Hyun-woo hinted to the man that he came out to him alone for nothing. After that, the boy struck one blow, and Park Cholgu was destroyed. The other guild members couldn't believe their eyes as the man was second in their team. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and reminded that the battle was still going on. Guild leaders Sogan and Sovan have already realized that this player in red pants is not so simple. So the men decided to tackle him together. They were the best combo in the guild, so they charged at Ken Hyun-woo at the same time, realizing that it would be difficult for him to dodge both the sword and the spear. Sogan and Sovan were sure that the player in red pants had come to an end. However, Ken Hyun-woo managed here as well. Not only that, but he was amused that someone thought he could be intimidated by a sword and a spear. Putting his unique sword to the throat of one of the leaders, the boy remarked that they could at least try to attack from behind. Another member was laughed in the face by Ken Hyung-woo, asking what he planned to do with his spear. In front of Shern and the other members of the Black Skull Guild, the boy destroyed Sogun Ta Savan. Now even the captain realized what a dangerous player they were dealing with. Ken Hyung-woo cheerfully shouted that it was time to continue. The audience was delighted. The player in the red pants killed 3 guild members in a matter of minutes. Ken Hyun-woo thought it would be nice to include his acting talents. Therefore, he turned to the members of the Black Skull Guild with the question of whether they remember how they killed other players and captured the mines. The members of the guild, led by Shern, did not answer. Then the guy said that they should give up, because they will say goodbye to their accounts anyway. The audience quickly switched to Ken Hyung-woo's side. From all sides, the guild members began to be demanded to surrender. Shern suggested to his comrades to attack the boy together. They were 10 men, so they had a chance to beat the player in red pants. Ken Hyung-woo was already almost openly taunting the guild members. He began to demand that he be attacked as soon as possible. He thought about himself that now his opponents are just scenery for his video clip. And the audience watched as the player in red pants destroyed the members of almost the most powerful guild arena, one by one. He did it so skillfully that the opponents did not even have time to squeak at the end. Ken Hyun-woo felt his power and enjoyed it. In the end, only 3 members of the Black Skull Guild remained. Shern encouraged the rest of his team as best he could, assuring them that this was not the end. After all, if they win, other members of the guild will not have to delete their accounts either. However, one of the participants, named Telu, still refused to fight, saying that he was surrendering. To confirm his words, he threw away his sword. Shernaziti's loyal sidekick also said she refuses to fight. She admitted that she is no longer interested in playing in the arena. This act of the girl surprised and at the same time outraged the captain of the Black Skull Guild. Ziti, looking into his eyes, admitted that she only liked the guild when they weren't focused on leveling up and getting items. Now everything has changed. Having surrendered, both players accepted defeat. Shern was left alone. He did not understand how everything turned out like this. After all, once they created a guild to play together with friends and catch monsters. But at some point, they really stopped enjoying the game and focused all their efforts on increasing the levels. Now the Black Skull Guild has become associated with evil. Spectators in the stands of the Colosseum were literally begging Ken Hyung-woo to finish Shern. The boy thought that the fact that the 2 players gave up was too easy for him. Who could even think that everything is staged? Shern's words brought him out of his thoughts. Looking straight into Ken Hyung-woo's eyes, he said that it was too early for the boy to be happy. He thought to himself that even deleting the account would not scare him. On the contrary, it would be an opportunity to start all over again. Ken Hyung-woo sarcastically said that he thought that Shern had completely lost hope. Hearing this, the Black Skull Guild captain rushed at the boy. The audience shouted words of support to max-level noob, aka Ken Hyun-woo. Everyone cheered for the boy as one and wished for Shern's defeat. It took Ken Hyun-woo a few minutes to take down the guild captain and claim victory. The New World Guild. General Kang Chung-woo was watching the boy from the stands of the Colosseum. Ken Hyung-woo, on the other hand, could not hide his joy at how many different items he received after winning today. In one of the coffee shops, the manager of Nazaru Kyle had just finished watching a battle with the participation of Ken Hyun-woo, or, as he called him, Mr. G. The man was delighted with what he saw. It takes a lot of strength to beat 13 players. This fact once again confirmed that the player in red pants is none other than Milliget. Kyle was glad he hadn't made a mistake in choosing this guy. As he tasted the ice cream, he wondered what Mr. G would come up with next. Kyle had high hopes for him. Ken Hyung-woo, on the other hand, felt terrible. Anchan couldn't understand why his friend was in such a mood. He signed a successful contract with Nazar and defeated the guild. Instead of explaining, Ken Hyun-woo pointed to the TV screen. There, a journalist was interviewing Chong Han-baek. The girl praised his abilities and called him Golden Eagle. Turns out Ken's nemesis Hyung-woo recently debuted as a pro gamer. This news surprised Enchen. His friend could not hide his rage. Ken Hyung-woo said he has to become a pro gamer too in order to kill young Han-baek in the arena. The guy said that he is not going to wait. He just needs to continue training now. Enchan did not like this behavior of his friend. Half an hour later, Ken Hyun-woo returned to the arena and was near the Briggs South Gate. The boy thought that it was time to return to the main plot. 4 quests were known. However, it was necessary to try to find information about the 5th. Ken Hyun-woo also thought that it would be nice to team up with some kind of support. Tenny, sitting on his neck, tried to remind the owner of his existence. However, Ken Hyun-woo ignored the bear. He wondered where they should go. The boy knew about the graveyard to the south and the dark cave to the east. The latter was a popular hunting ground because it was easy to kill skeletons. In addition, a lot of experience was given for them. But the cemetery was visited infrequently due to the difficulties of battles with poisonous ghouls. Ken Hyun-woo decided to go to the cemetery. He realized that he did not want the other players to know that he had entered the main plot. Suddenly, near the cemetery itself, the boy felt that someone was breathing on his back. Turning around, Ken Hyun-woo saw a stern-looking man. He introduced himself as Kim So-jun and said that he has Thai and Korean roots. The man offered the boy to go together. The stranger did not inspire confidence in Ken Hyun-woo, so the boy did not respond to the offer. Instead, he strode forward. Kim So-jun called out to him, noting that the boy was wearing the max-level noob gear. The man quickly caught up with Ken Hyun-woo and grabbed him by the hood. He wondered if the boy was also going to hunt ghouls. Ken Hyun-woo stopped and nodded. After that, he glanced at the man. He wondered how much strength the man had since he managed to grab the boy's hood so easily. Kim Seo-jun made it clear to Kyung Hyun-woo that he knew about his quest for a dark mage. The boy was surprised that the stranger was aware of the main plot. Kim Seo-jun gave Ken Hyun-woo a friendly hug and said that he was also dealing with the dark mage. Not only that, he even knew where to look for it. The man again offered the boy to go together. He asked Kim So-jun if he really knew where the magician was hiding. The man nodded. He noted that he has already passed to the second grade. Ken Hyun-woo thought that it didn't seem like the stranger was in any way beneficial to help him, so it didn't make sense to refuse such company. The boy said he would be happy to go with Kim So-jun. After that, the players headed forward through the graveyard. Half an hour later, they were standing near an ancient grave with a cross. Kim So-jun said that this is the dark mage's residence. Ken Hyun-woo tried to object, pointing out that it was an ordinary grave. The man replied that he should wait a little. Suddenly, a strange thing appeared on Kim So-jun's hand. The young man recognized in it the unique glove of the monk Lyra. The man explained that he got it for recognition. Ken Hyun-woo remembered that the Liru monks were the strongest second-grade monks who worshipped the Sun Temple. While the boy pondered this, the man struck the gravestone with all his might with his gloved hand. Kyung Hyun-woo watched Kim So-jun's actions. He had heard that there were very few people of the second class, because in order to receive it, they had to receive the personal recognition of the head monk. Stairs leading to the dungeon appeared at the place of the grave. Kim So-jun smiled and said that this is their way. The boy thought to himself that this man is not an ordinary player. Angry monsters were already waiting for them in the dungeon. Kim So-jung immediately began to deliver strong, well-aimed blows. Ken Hyun-woo noticed that the man's attacks were very strong, just like a true monk Liru. However, the boy was surprised that he had never heard of a new acquaintance before. After all, a person with such skills should be famous. One of the monsters tried to bite Ken Hyun-woo. The boy realized that he should think less about Kim So-jun's abilities. The boy's main goal is to complete this quest himself. He pushed the monster away from him. Immediately, other monsters rushed at Ken Hyun-woo from different directions. If not for the help of a new acquaintance, it would be difficult for the boy. Kim So-jun appeared next to the boy for a reason. He was another guild general of the New World. He was ordered to check on the player Kang Chung. That's why this guy in red pants was so restless that he destroyed the Black Skull Guild so easily. The man liked Ken Hyun-woo. Contemplating the boy's abilities, Kim So-jun didn't even notice how several monsters attacked him and began to bite his body. Recovering, he threw them off him with one movement. Watching Ken Hyun-woo, he began to think about what to do with him. He was distracted from his thoughts by the black mage, who appeared out of nowhere. However, the man and the boy only had a few minutes to deal with him. Bending over the monster, Ken Hyun-woo and Kim So-jun watched its last seconds of life. The dark mage said that this was not the end. After that, it started to disappear. A man and a boy won, for which they were awarded experience. Ken Hyun-woo smiled as he noted that the dark mage was quite easy to defeat. He thanked his new acquaintance for his help. In response, he praised the boy's abilities. However, the quest is not over yet. It was also necessary to complete the task Investigation in Briggs, in which it is necessary to find out on behalf of LeBron why so many monsters appeared in this area. Ken Hyun-woo thought he could handle it himself. He began to think how to get rid of the companion. The guy began to go through all the possible options in his head on how to do it in the most delicate way. Ken Hyun-woo suspected that the man might be a top-class ranker, so he did not want to spoil the relationship with him at all. Finally, the boy started mumbling something about how it was time for him to go. He was planning to play with a friend and didn't want to be late for the meeting. Kim So-jun said that he does not delay the boy under any circumstances, because he himself does not like when people are late for meetings. Ken Hyun-woo quickly ran away from his new acquaintance, and he finally shouted to him to meet soon. The boy did not like it. Left alone, Kim So-jung sighed heavily. He felt like a child who was afraid to confess something. Then he gathered his will into a fist and called Kang Chung. He told the general not to sniff out any more about this noob. Not only that, Kim So-jun promised that he would ask the boy to join them soon. Kubar is a modern technology that made it possible to watch videos from the arena from different angles and feel the presence. For this, it was only necessary to pay the amount assigned by the person who uploaded the video. Ken Hyun-woo was amazed by the fact that the video of the battle with the Black Skull Guild came out in such an incredible format. Many viewers have already watched it. The guy estimated that thanks to the views, he earned 5 million won. Ken Hyun-woo looked at A-Cube. At the same moment, he wanted to return to the arena again. En-chan looked into the room. He asked his friend if he wanted to eat. However, Ken Hyun-woo asked not to touch him now. An hour later, the boy was in the arena. He was trying to figure out exactly how many dark mages he should capture in a quest. Ken Hyun-woo sighed and glanced towards the cave. A lot of people crowded near her entrance. The boy thought that someone might recognize him here, because he had already become quite famous. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice called out to him. Ken Hyun-woo immediately thought that she must be some kind of fangirl of his. A pretty girl and a young man approached him. It was Yuri and En-jun. Laughing, they said that they had not seen the boy for a long time. Ken Hyun-woo recognized them immediately. He was well acquainted with these two. However, he did not understand why he met them here. The girl asked the boy if everything was fine with him. Ken Hyun-woo nodded. The thing is that Yuri was En-chan's younger sister, and En-jun was his brother. The girl grabbed Ken Hyun-woo's hand and asked if he was really living with En-chan now. The guy answered in the affirmative. One look at Yuri made his heart pound terribly. He remembered how this girl once confessed her love to him long ago. Ken Hyun-woo then refused her. However, Yuri did not believe him and turned everything into a joke. Now he just stared at her. Finally, En-jun decided to intervene in the conversation. He ordered his sister to let go of Ken Hyun-woo. At this, Yuri just laughed merrily. After a pause, she told Ken Hyun-woo that he is just a friend to her. En-jun asked the boy if he also came to hunt monsters. Ken Hyun-woo didn't answer. Then the young man offered him to join the team with him and his sister. En-jun explained that they had been playing with another warrior before, but now he was gone. So they would be happy to team up with Ken Hyun-woo. Ken Hyun-woo realized that these two didn't know about his past or about the maximum level noob. The boy agreed to En-jun and Yuri's proposal. 10 minutes later, the trio was already in the cave. Several skeletons loomed before them. Ken Hyun-woo was about to charge in, but En-jun and Yuri were ahead of him. The boy noted that the brother and sister are good players. Together, they can try to reach the 90th level of the dungeon. Ken Hyun-woo liked that En-jun shot straight on target and possessed high speed. He was able to remove all the skeletons with one arrow. Yuri not only supported them with buffs, but also managed to strengthen their defense. Ken Hyun-woo even thought about taking these two with him on the quest. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a protective barrier that appeared between the boy and the skeleton that was sneaking up on him. It was Yuri's handiwork. The girl shouted for Ken Hyun-woo to come to his senses because the skeleton almost ate him. After another 20 minutes, all the skeletons were finished. Yuri and En-jun listened to Ken Hyun-woo in surprise. He told them that he should kill the dark mage. The guy also added that a temporary dungeon should appear in this cave. He decided not to talk about the fact that this is a quest of the main plot. Ken Hyun-woo asked the brother and sister how long they would be able to stay in the game today. The young people answered that it was about 8 hours. They didn't mind playing with their older brother's best friend at all. Ken Hyun-woo said it was time to go in search of a temporary dungeon. He thought to himself that real hell would be waiting for them now. An hour later, the trio fought off a new batch of skeletons. 3 hours later, the battle was still raging. The brother and sister began to get tired. 7 hours later, Yuri and En-jun fought back with their last strength. It was especially difficult for the young man. His hands trembled when he drew a new arrow for a bow shot. Yuri asked Kyung Hyun-woo if they are definitely doing everything right. She was confused that 7 hours had already passed and there were no visible results. Ken Hyun-woo suggested that Yuri and En-jun take a break. The boy understood that these two were not used to such a long hunt. Obviously, they needed a break. Ken Hyun-woo noticed that Yuri, unlike her brother, looked much more cheerful. Who knows, maybe she had a special talent for acting. Enjun sat down on the floor with words about how tired he was. Suddenly he screamed, and strong shivers went through his body. After that, strange steps appeared in front of the young people. It turns out that the laboratory of the apprentice of the dark mage, Adelia, was open to the trio. The players immediately wanted to go inside. Poor Enjun had to literally crawl up the stairs. His strength left him almost completely. In the laboratory, the apprentice of the dark mage, Adelius, was standing by the table. As he poured some kind of potion into the flask, he muttered something about how his time had finally come to become a full-fledged mage. Adelius believed that he would now be able to command an entire army of skeletons, and the man will definitely take revenge on everyone who insulted him. All this will be only the beginning of his evil deeds. The dark mage's apprentice laughed. The trio of players standing behind him shuddered. Adelia's laughter made them all sick. Suddenly, the mage's student realized that he was not alone in the room. Turning and seeing the players, he shouted. Ken Hyun-woo pointed out that they know everything about Adelia's super plan. The mage's apprentice asked the trio about how they entered his laboratory. Ken Hyun-woo said that they were too tired to answer such silly questions. Adelius assured that he would make the players regret coming to him. Then the student of the magician began to call a certain Pepe. After a minute, everything around trembled, and a bear monster with burning eyes burst into the laboratory. Adelius told the monster that he could eat uninvited guests. Ken Hyun-woo told his teammates that he would destroy the monster himself and let them take on the mage's apprentice. Yuri and Enjun immediately agreed. The boy prepared to fight the monster. He understood that the bear monster was not a skeleton, so he would have to think a little. The monster roared, after which a strange glow appeared from nowhere. Ken Hyun-woo sensed that the giant bear had used fear. However, the boy possessed the spirit of victory, so this feeling did not affect him. Suddenly, Adelia screamed terribly. An arrow had hit him. Enjun and Yuri perfectly performed their task. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't be more pleased with his friend's first-class work. He liked that the young man shot an arrow at the thief, and the beautiful girl guessed in time to protect her brother. Adelius collapsed directly at the feet of his monster Pepe. Before the eyes of the student of the dark mage flashed a dying memory from childhood, when he fed a small bear and said that it would one day grow up to be very big. Now this bear roared furiously and was ready to tear to pieces all the uninvited guests of the laboratory. The three participants, led by Ken Hyun-woo, assumed that this is how the animal gets angry because of the death of its owner. The guy noted that the second phase had begun, and therefore another weapon had to be used. After these words, he summoned Theni. Bear was surprised by this because Ken Hyun-woo hadn't summoned him in a long time. Finding himself directly in front of the monster, Theni reasonably noted that something bad must have happened. Without wasting a second, he ran as far away from Pepe as possible. This behavior of the bear angered Ken Hyun-woo. Theni, on the other hand, began to make excuses, saying that the monster could have killed him. Then the boy ordered the bear to give him buffs. After a few seconds, the skills for Rexar and Protector of the Forest were activated. Ken Hyun-woo's strength, physical development, and defense increased for a period of time, and his health began to recover faster. The boy rushed at Pepe the bear monster. Yuri hugged Theni tightly at this time. He seemed incredibly sweet to her. While Ken Hyun-woo was trying to destroy the giant bear, his teammates were playing with Theni. Ken Hyun-woo even felt a little insulted that no one helped him fight the monster. The guy realized that he would have to get out of it himself, so he used the power of the archons. This meant that his power level had increased for a certain amount of time. Without wasting a second, Ken Hyun-woo struck with his sword. Pepe roared in pain. The end has come for the bear monster. The guy beat him. Pepe collapsed next to his master, the dark mage's apprentice, Adelia. Together they went into oblivion, and the trio of players won the final victory. For this, they received a new level. In addition, their energy and mana were restored. Ken Hyun-woo felt tired. He liked this quest less and less. Suddenly, the boy found out that he had received a new item, Adelia's journal. Now, all that was left for Ken Hyun-woo to do was return to LeBron. Since he had killed all the dark mages, the quest was considered almost complete. Eunjun asked Kyung Hyung-woo what to do with the items. The guy asked what exactly they got. It turned out that for the victory over Adelia, they received the staff and the book of the dark mage, and some strange bear sphere. Ken Hyun-woo was most interested in her, so he decided to take a closer look at her. After a few seconds, the boy realized what it was, but did not tell his comrades. Ken Hyun-woo told Yuri and Enjun that he would only take the sphere. He does not need other items, so the brother and sister can take them for themselves. At first, the girl and the boy did not want to take the items because all the difficult work was done by Ken Hyun-woo. However, the boy did not want to hear anything. He said it was time to get out of the dungeon. Soon he was standing in front of LeBron. He noted that the boy passed the quest too quickly. Ken Hyun-woo handed the Dark Mage Knights magazine. Flipping through the magazine, LeBron said that His Majesty would be happy to receive this item. Ken Hyun-woo also learned that his task, investigating Briggs, was completed. The boy received experience, 200 blessings from the Emperor, and 1,000 gold. The knight announced that it was time to prepare. After these words, he began to change into elegant clothes. Ken Hyun-woo didn't understand what LeBron was driving at. The knight said that they had to meet the Emperor. He noted that the boy must personally report on the completed work to His Majesty. During the 3 years of the arena's existence, no one managed to enter the Imperial Palace. That is why there were always so many people in front of LeBron's house. They guessed that the man was somehow related to the main plot. Ken Hyun-woo was the first player in the entire history of the arena to get a chance to meet the Emperor. Now walking next to LeBron in the corridor of the Imperial Palace, the boy felt his importance. The knight advised Ken Hyun-woo not to worry, because His Majesty is a wonderful person. Of course, he is a little picky, but easy enough to communicate with. After the words about His Majesty's fastidiousness, the boy became even more worried. In front of the door to the throne room, the knight told the boy that he had already warned His Majesty about Ken Hyun-woo's visit. This meant that he did not need to worry about the formalities. After that, the door to the hall opened, and Ken Hyun-woo took a step forward. In a spacious hall, the Emperor was sitting on the throne, a cheerful-looking blond man with lilac eyes. He kindly greeted LeBron. It was evident that His Majesty was pleased to see the knight. LeBron introduced Ken Hyun-woo, noting that he is Briggs's researcher. The boy, in turn, thought that the Emperor looked too young. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo was paralyzed by a strong impulse so that he was unable to move. The Emperor looked sternly at LeBron and asked why this boy had completed the task he had assigned directly to the knight. Ken Hyun-woo was getting worse and worse. He saw before him only the lilac eyes of His Majesty. They seemed to hypnotize him. The boy realized that the Emperor was a real monster. Suddenly, LeBron turned to His Majesty in a calm voice, noting that this was no time for his jokes. After these words, Ken Hyun-woo realized that he could move again. The Emperor asked the knight if he really thought his actions were a joke. In less than a second, he was standing opposite LeBron. Looking into the man's eyes, His Majesty asked if the knight was ready to suffer the punishment for his words. LeBron seethed with anger. He was annoyed that the Emperor had called them to the palace, and now he himself was mocking them. This is what he told His Majesty. Flames lit up around LeBron and the Emperor. Ken Hyun-woo completely stopped understanding what was happening. His Majesty began to accuse the knight of the fact that he constantly sits at home and stopped doing his work. LeBron replied that he can delegate his work to anyone. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo remembered that he had once read that these two were old friends. The boy asked if he should go. LeBron and His Majesty turned their heads to Ken Hyun-woo at the same time. It was obvious that they had just remembered him. A second later, the Emperor was sitting on the throne again and smiling as if nothing had happened. Turning to Ken Hyun-woo, he said that he called him to give the boy a new task. He added that first of all, he would like to get proof of Ken Hyun-woo's strength. The boy sighed. He did not like that the Emperor started speaking in an official tone again. His Majesty told about a challenge called Through Thorns to the Stars, where one must win 100 duels. Only after that, Ken Hyun-woo will be able to receive a full commission from the Emperor. His Majesty explained that if the player did not manage in 15 days, then he would never meet him again. Ken Hyun-woo, however, the conditions of the task seemed quite simple. An hour later, he told An-chan everything. He could not believe that his friend was the only one who managed to get to the main plot. He even noted that he was a little jealous. Ken Hyun-woo tried to excuse himself by joking that his skills must have a lot of luck points built into them. The boy thought for a moment. He then confessed to An-chan that he planned to save the battles for his debut as a streamer. Suddenly, his friend remembered his younger brother and sister. He knew that Ken Hyun-woo had seen them in the arena and had even shared good items. An-chan was worried that his friend had done this because of him. Ken Hyun-woo was quick to reassure him that Yuri and Eunjun deserved the award. An-chan said he hoped his friend would soon become rich again. He held out his fist as a sign of friendship. Ken Hyun-woo replied that there was only a little bit left to wait. After that, he slammed his fist into An-chan's fist. The next day in the arena, Ken Hyun-woo was looking at the book Magic Control. This item helped to use various types of magic, and also increased the damage of magic attacks by 10%. Ken Hyun-woo explained to Tina that he received the book as a gift from the Nazar Company. He then took out his unique sword and tried to collect his thoughts. At some point, the blade lit up with a magical glow. The boy could not contain his joy, because now he has become a real master of the sword. Tenny reminded the owner that he had said that he had something for the bear. Ken Hyun-woo took out the small sphere he had obtained from Adelia's lab. In fact, this item was nothing but giant bear venom. It could only be applied to animals and was able to increase all their characteristics. Seeing the shadow sphere, he was speechless for a few seconds. Then he began to beg Ken Hyun-woo to give him the item as soon as possible. Then he climbed on the boy's neck and said that it is not yet known which of them is the owner of whom. This behavior infuriated Ken Hyun-woo. At the same moment, the bear received 2 new skills, chain lightning and magic friendship. In the end, the boy managed to throw Tenny off his neck. Ken Hyun-woo thought that at this rate, the bear would soon overtake him in terms of skill. Then he immediately decided to test his new abilities. He prepared to fire a bolt of lightning straight at his master. However, the bear did not have time to do this. Instead, he received a painful shove from Ken Hyun-woo. The boy asked the animal about where all the remnants of his manners went. Meanwhile, more and more people subscribed to Ken Hyun-woo. Everyone was waiting for the day of his first stream, and the boy's new video, Fight with an Overgrown Bear, has received more than 500,000 views. The number of subscribers increased every day, which means that Ken Hyun-woo's income increased. His new minute-long short video also quickly gained a lot of views. In it, the player talked about his debut and the battles in which he plans to participate. In the arena, meanwhile, the controversy regarding the maximum level noob did not subside. Kim Sojun, for example, was sure that his brother would soon surprise everyone. Kang Chung-woo couldn't understand what was so special about this player. He assured that he could not wait to compete with the boy in red pants. By the way, he himself took the 435th place in the arena rating. Kim Sojun, who was ranked 17th, said that the max-level Nuba should be defeated 100 times, so they could also duel him. The man remembered the boy. He wondered what could come of this prank. At the same time, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny were resting after another battle. Winning it raised the boy's level and restored his mana and energy. Ken Hyun-woo was happy. He had now reached level 50 and felt that he was definitely ready to stream. Suddenly, a giant bird flew up to him. The boy was even frightened by the surprise. The bird smiled and introduced himself as the postman Peck Peck. He handed Ken Hung in the box and informed him that the boy had received a message from Kyle. This quite surprised the player. It turns out that Nazar's manager Kyle sent Ken Hyun-woo a gift personally from his boss. The boy opened the box and was speechless for a few seconds. A new outfit lay in front of him. Ken Hyun-woo changed his clothes instantly. It wasn't just an outfit, but a black Jaguar set that could buff all of a player's stats. The postman bird flew away. Ken Hyun-woo, on the other hand, thought that he needed 20 victories to enter the ranking. Then only 80 will remain. He also pondered whether he should officially return to Arena under the name Miligata. At one time, a company appeared that took under its wing the management of all streaming sites. It was called QEs. It was this company that once created Arena. She also developed a system of streams simply in cubes, where you could donate in gold. By now, many people had already arrived, but the stream was delayed. Ken Hyun-woo was a bit worried. Finally exhaling, he began. In real time, the guy greeted everyone. He also introduced himself as a maximum level noob and announced that he had decided to start abstaining. Spectators immediately started sending gold to the player. The guy was confused by such activity of people. After a break, Ken Hyun-woo said that he will fight 100 opponents in his debut stream. There was only one option for duels in the Coliseum, one-on-one. They were also called rank matches, all because the rank of the winner increased with each victory, and the rank of the defeated decreased. The selection of the opponent was determined by general indicators. With increasing rank, you could get stronger ones. Ken Hyun-woo did not yet have a rank. The boy reflected on the fact that the first 20 matches were to be used to determine the rank. He even heard that once a player, after winning 20 duels, immediately rose to the 1,000,000th place from the 4,000,000th place. The first duel has begun. All Ken Hyun-woo could think about was that if he lost in the rank match, he would be forced to develop his character again, literally from scratch. The boy bravely fought the first opponent. Ken Hyun-woo won confidently. He believed that he could become the best in all duels. An employee of JT Telecom Pro Team Director Kang Ejun broke into his office. He told the boss the incredible news. The max-level noob was Ken Hyun-woo. Kang Eun-jun was surprised. He well remembered Milligat, who once rejected an offer from his team. The subordinate showed the director a piece of the stream that Ken Hyun-woo was doing at that time. He asked the boss if they could at least get a player this time. He shrugged, remarking that maybe Ken Hyun-woo is already playing for another team. The subordinate then told Kang Ejun that Young Han-baek was not of the right level to play on their team. The director advised not to shout about it so loudly. Jong Han-baek himself heard their conversation in the corridor. Kang Ejun said that their new player has a rich dad, that's why they need him. To this, the employee remarked that they would be the losers if the max-level noob decided to debut as a pro player. Jong Han-baek listened carefully to everything under the office door. From the conversation between the men, the boy learned that the maximum level noob had already won 40 duels. This angered Young Han-baek. He did not like that some player was considered better than him. And Ken Hyun-woo meanwhile won his 50th victory. He was also happy that he already had almost 1 million viewers on his stream. However, some began to write that it became boring to look at the ordinary variety. The guy realized that he really didn't do anything interesting, except that he killed 50 participants. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo realized how to make duels more fun. He knew that other streamers were given tasks. So, without thinking long, the boy asked for one for himself. A minute later, one of the viewers sent 999 gold with a request to give the max-level noob a task himself. Ken Hyun-woo wondered what exactly the secret patron wanted from him. The spectator replied that he wanted the player to win the 51st duel without using a weapon. These terms confused Ken Hyun-woo, but he agreed. Meanwhile, a new opponent was found for the boy. It was a strong player named Jack. Seeing him, Ken Hyun-woo was a little nervous because the opponent was as high as level 70. The boy understood that in this round he would have to sweat a lot. Jack, when he saw that max-level noob was going to fight him with his bare hands, thought he was crazy. However, when the duel began, the level 70 player quickly realized how wrong he was. Noob maximum level easily dodged his attacks and hit in the right place. Jack was literally in a state of shock. Ken Hyun-woo decided not to waste time and finish off the opponent quickly. He delivered one very strong blow. A few minutes later, Ken Hyun-woo celebrated another victory. The boy proved that it was not difficult for him to kill with his bare hands. Viewers began to write enthusiastic comments, and some even asked that noob maximum level teach them how to fight. Other viewers wrote that they themselves would like to give the player tasks. Ken Hyun-woo said he would accept any terms. Soon the boy received a new task from Arena. He needed to win 10 more duels to accumulate 100 victories. If Ken Hyun-woo succeeds, he will receive a title and a new item. The guy immediately told the audience about the new quest and its conditions. They bombarded Ken Hyun-woo with messages, wishing the player luck. Someone even promised to drop a max-level nooba 10,000 gold upon victory. Ken Hyun-woo's opponent for the 91st duel has been found. The duel began, but almost immediately ended with the boy's victory. The following battles went exactly the same way. A max-level noob has won 99 duels. There was only one battle left. Ken Hyun-woo could not contain his joy. The 10,000 gold that the spectator had promised him was equal to 10 million won. To get them, the boy had to win only one victory. The last opponent appeared in front of Ken Hyun-woo. The boy saw a cobra suit on him. Such an outfit could only be obtained by those players who had 110th level and above. Ken Hyun-woo remembered that his previous opponents were no higher than level 90. Looking at the player in the cobra suit, the boy realized that fighting him would not be easy. Ken Hyun-woo understood that he should use everything he had in the final duel, so the boy summoned Tenny. The bear asked the owner about what had happened. Viewers immediately began to write comments in which they simply showered Tenny with compliments. Someone even started dropping gold. Ken Hyun-woo noted that the bear has now become more popular than himself. Just in case, the boy asked the animal to keep its mouth shut, because there were many spectators everywhere. Tenny began to shake his head from side to side and said that he could not see anyone. The bear even called his owner a fraud who wants to cheat the poor animal. Viewers immediately started writing comments that the bear has a strong character and that the game became more interesting with him. The duel has begun. The player in the cobra suit said that it was very noisy in the Coliseum arena. Ken Hyun-woo began to demand a buff from Tanya. However, he said that he would not do anything until he received an apology from the owner. The boy assured that he would help the bear to improve his skills later. Tenny smiled and said that he was always happy to help any owner. After that, for Rexara and Guardian of the Forest were activated. Ken Hyun-woo now felt that he would be able to defeat his opponent quickly. However, the duel was not simple. In the battle with the player in the Cobra suit, the boy used all his skills and abilities. Ken Hyun-woo realized with horror that if it weren't for Tenny's buffs, the opponent would have destroyed him long ago. Despite the fact that the player in the Cobra suit was too agile, Ken Hyun-woo tried to control himself. The boy told himself that he would handle everything. After that, he used the power of the Archons. His opponent did not expect this from the maximum level noob. He could not understand where he got such power. Ken Hyun-woo, meanwhile, struck a very hard blow. However, the wound on the neck of the player in the Cobra suit was too small. Looking straight into the boy's eyes, he asked him if he was a Smurf. This question infuriated Ken Hyun-woo. He was angry that the opponent assumed that someone else was playing for him. The boy delivered another powerful blow. Ken Hyun-woo was aware that the giant's power would last for 2 more minutes, and Tenny's buffs would last for 3. If he does not have time to win before they end, he will die. The player in the Cobra suit struck back. Ken Hyun-woo realized that he would not have time to dodge. The boy had only one chance to save himself. He used it. His opponent did not understand how he managed to evade. It was the end for the player in the Cobra suit. A minute later, Ken Hyun-woo was celebrating his victory. About himself, the boy noted that the last duel seemed really difficult. His swordmaster and invincible player ranks have increased. The boy felt tired. It seemed to him that the stream had been going on for more than 10 hours. Above all, Ken Hyun-woo wanted to finish it quickly and get a proper rest. The spectator, who promised to drop money to Nuba maximally equal in case of victory, transferred 9,999 gold to him. Ken Hyun-woo began to shout happily that he had a new life. This reaction of the owner scared Tina. He thought that Ken Hyun-woo might be crazy, since he had already started talking to himself. The boy informed the audience that the stream has ended today. After 100 duels, Ken Hyun-woo felt tired. He could not get up from the couch for several hours. An-chan assured his friend that after a few streams he would get used to such a rhythm. He also reminded Ken Hyun-woo that he had earned a lot. This information made the boy stand up. He noted that a ziggurat should be built. Ken Hyun-woo decided to look at all the details on the website. Opening the laptop together with An-chan, he was surprised at the number he saw on the monitor. It turns out that he had a lot of gold coins on his account. Ken Hyun-woo's first stream became a hot topic of discussion on many sites. Since the name of the max-level noob was heard everywhere, a large number of companies wanted to conclude contracts with him or even sponsor him. The same applied to Arena. For example, the master of the Mono Guild, Marco, was very interested in the player. His assistant explained to the man that the guild account did not have enough funds. In addition, the sponsors refused to extend their contracts and simply reduced the payment. This angered Marco. He did not like that their guild was treated like this. The aide explained that it was all because of max-level noob. Now companies only wanted to make deals with him. Hearing this, Marco felt hatred for the player. He wondered what level this max-level noob was. The assistant replied that it was about 53. Marco ordered the assistant to either bring the player to them or destroy him. The max-level noob was the first to see the Emperor's face. The other players were discussing among themselves that the New World Guild and the Behemoth Guild also got the main story quests, but this mysterious noob was able to complete them alone. In addition, with LeBron, he also progressed better than others. Phoenix Guild Master Griffin pointed out that they should definitely find a max-level nooba. She felt that the boy continued to confidently move along the plot. For victories in 100 duels, Ken Hyun-woo received the title Fearless. This rank allowed a 20% increase in attack in battles with humanoid monsters. The boy also received the Ring of Hephaestus, which could increase strength and magic. This piece of jewelry was from the same collection as the ring that Ken Hyun-woo had received back in his studies. It turns out that he now had as many as 2 rings from the Age of Myths. This meant that their effect increased by 50%. Over dinner, Kang Hyun-woo told Tae that everything was going just perfect for them. The bear noticed that his master looked too strange. Ken Hyun-woo watched as Tenny ate a large piece of meat and thought about the fact that he should be taken more often as his mascot. Suddenly the boy remembered that he still had a reward from the Emperor. Ken Hyun-woo wondered what she would be like. An hour later, he and the bear stood before His Majesty. The Emperor was surprised that the player had returned so quickly. Ken Hyun-woo bowed low. He remembered that His Majesty is still a monster, so the rules of etiquette should definitely not be forgotten. The emperor praised the boy for the fact that he coped with the task through the thorns to the stars. As a reward, he threw a small green ball at Ken Hyun-woo's feet. His Majesty ordered the boy to take this item and complete a new task called Desert of Artia. The emperor explained that he wanted the player to find Aldred in the Desert of Artia. If he succeeds, he will get a new skill. His Majesty added that he had heard that rebels had appeared in the desert, so he wanted Ken Hyun-woo to find out about those involved. For this, he will receive an imperial award. Ken Hyun-woo promised that he would do his best. He thought to himself that His Majesty always sets quests with a stern face. A few hours later, the boy and Tenny were fighting scorpion-like monsters in the desert of Artia. The bear helped the owner as much as he could, shooting lightning at the monster. Ken Hyun-woo himself was very composed and focused. Soon the boy and the bear defeated all the desert scorpions. For this, they were credited with experience. Afterwards, Ken Hyun-woo remarked that they had no idea where the Reef Palace was. This meant that they would have to cross the entire desert of Artia. After several hours of travel, the boy pointed to Tina somewhere in the distance. He saw something there and assumed that it was the Reef's palace. Ken Hyun-woo said he has a good personality. Perhaps she did not let him down, and now and ahead of them really awaits a mysterious palace. Suddenly the boy saw a male figure running straight towards them with the shadow. When the stranger ran closer, it became clear that he was a middle-aged man. He introduced himself to Ken Hyun-woo as Aldred, the captain of the Knights of the Reef Palace. Less than an hour later, the entire trio was at the palace. Aldred was looking at the ball that Ken Hyun-woo had given him. After a few minutes, he said that this thing was indeed from the emperor. Aldred added that he was glad that he had met the boy while he was making the rounds of the grounds. He said he would reward Ken Hyun-woo. The man handed the player the book, The Faceted Crescent. The captain of the Knights explained that this thing was able to improve the boy's sword. Ken Hyun-woo almost screamed with joy, because with the help of this book, long-range attacks became available to him. The guy understood that he had a lot of cool skills, but with this he would be able to pump twice as fast. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo realized that he was enjoying himself too much. Clearing his throat, he turned to Aldred. The boy asked the captain of the Knights what he knew about the rebellion. Aldred was surprised to hear this. Ken Hyun-woo explained that he had come to the palace to deliver the ball, but His Majesty had also ordered him to find out about the rebellion in the desert. Aldred remarked that the emperor thought very highly of the boy once he gave him such tasks. The knight captain held out Ken Hyun-woo's scroll. He explained that it was a desert map that would help the player in their investigation. As the boy unfolded the map, Aldred said he had marked 3 suspicious locations on it. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised that one such place was the Reef Palace. The captain of the Knights explained that he suspected that someone in the palace was helping the rebels. The thing is that they have a lot of secret materials that only people from the palace could know about. Ken Hyun-woo replied that Aldred could rely on him. After that, the boy and Tenny set off on the road. 3 places were marked on the map: the Reef Palace, Lake Bryan, and the TMA tribe. The latter looked the most suspicious. These were the hunting grounds of the 9th level, inhabited by desert scorpions and goblins. Ken Hyun-woo was the only one who knew the secret about the TMA tribe, which he had discovered back in the days of Milligat. The boy hoped that he would become the key to his victory. Suddenly, Tenny saw something from the rock. He immediately called the owner. In front of them was a giant flowering cactus. The bear started whimpering. He asked Ken Hyun-woo about what they had forgotten in this strange place. Suddenly, the boy grabbed Tenny by the robe and asked if he trusted him. Without waiting for an answer, Ken Hyun-woo, holding the bear tightly by the mantle, jumped off the cliff with him. They landed near a giant cactus. Over the past 2 years, many players have visited the desert of Artia, but none of them could find the secret dungeon except Ken Hyun-woo in the Milligat era. Now he and Tenny were at his side again. The boy ran forward, but after a few meters he tripped over something and flew face down into the sand. Tenny was angry. He asked why he ran straight to the cactus. Ken Hyun-woo tried to explain to the animal that there is a secret dungeon here. However, the bear noted that if the needles from the cactus fall into them, they will not have more than 5 minutes to live. Tenny started muttering something about how the owner had gone mad. However, Ken Hyun-woo did not listen. He put his hand on the bear's head. A second later, the boy threw poor Tenny straight into the cactus. Later, Ken Hyun-woo himself approached the cactus. He passed through the thorns into the middle of the flower. The guy has already forgotten what it was like here before. It was a hidden desert within a desert. Ken Hyun-woo informed Taina that they had arrived. The bear began to whine because he was terribly offended by the master for throwing him into a prickly cactus. Ken Hyun-woo sighed and began to apologize to the animal. However, then he said that he was not going to talk to him. They did not notice how the monster crawled up to them. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised to see a desert monitor lizard. He didn't know they were here. The boy was sure that the arena community did not know about them. There was only one lizard in Ken Hyun-woo's memory. However, what he saw in front of him now was some kind of devil, not a monitor lizard. In any case, it's time to fight. The boy prepared to attack. Ken Hyun-woo struck the dragon with a powerful sword blow and immediately realized that the monster was very strong. The boy realized that if he did not use his entire arsenal, he would not be able to repel the opponent's attacks. Ken Hyun-woo asked for Tina's help, promising that the bear would then be able to sit on his shoulders for 4 hours. The animal agreed. After a moment, the skills for Rexar and Protector of the Forest were activated. The player's defense increased, and health began to regenerate faster. Ken Hyun-woo rushed at the desert monitor lizard. A second later, the boy thrust a sword into the monster's back. At this, the dragon began to run in a circle, swinging at Ken Hyun-woo, who was holding on to the sword that was still in the monster's back. Tenny noticed that the owner behaved as if he were not at a battle, but at a rodeo. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't understand what was happening. The monitor lizard's behavior seemed strange to him. Suddenly, the monster froze. The desert lizard was in a state of shock and could not move at all. This was enough for Ken Hyun-woo to finish off the monster. The boy won. The player received a new level and additional experience, and his mana and strength were restored. The boy was satisfied. Now you could rest. Ken Hyun-woo looked at the destroyed monster. He wondered if he could use it in his future stream. The boy decided to tell Alice about it. He once vowed that he would make videos for Ken Hyun-woo for free. He soon realized that he had done the right thing. After watching the boy's battle with the dragon, Alice was delighted at how Ken Hyun-woo managed to capture the monster by himself. The video editor was once again glad that he chose the maximum level Nuba for his work. Alice decided to watch the battle footage again and then start editing. Meanwhile, a new day has arrived for Ken Hyun-woo. In the morning, the video of the boy's fight with the monitor lizard was released, so the audience expected a lot from the player. The boy was interested in how Jung Han-baek felt when watching the video with him. Recently, Ken Hyun-woo has been feeling incredible. After all, he returned to the arena for a reason. The guy saw that more than 50,000 viewers had already joined the stream, so it was time to start. Ken Hyun-woo adjusted the mask on his face. He was now a max-level noob again. The player greeted all the spectators. The guy said that a solo raid was waiting for them today. He also added that he managed to find the location of the head of the foot and mouth disease. The audience immediately began to complain. Ken Hyun-woo thanked everyone for their donations. He also said that he won't be able to react to the gifts when he's hunting boss monsters. That is why he asked the audience to wait for his victory. He's seen comments saying that max-level noob doesn't respond to all donuts. Therefore, he decided to apologize to the fans in advance. When Ken Hyun-woo saw the monster, he realized that it was time to stop paying attention to the chat and focus on the upcoming battle. Moments later, the unbreakable player and adventurer skills were activated. Ken Hyun-woo asked the audience what they thought the monster was. After waiting a little, he defiantly added that even such a big man would be lying dead in a couple of hours. The boy immediately noticed a weak spot on the monster's neck. Almost all the monsters had the same weak point, so all that was left for Ken Hyun-woo to do was to attack correctly. Without thinking long, the boy struck a faceted crescent. The monster roared in pain. Recovering, he looked at the offender angrily. The boy smiled and thought that his dragon raid had begun. As a rule, a raid on a boss is a group attack in which players perform certain roles: damager, tank, support, and healer. This was the whole point of the boss raid. Because of this, there were practically no people who would succeed in a solo raid. However, this was only until today, because now Ken Hyun-woo was demonstrating an incredible battle with the monster. The boy competed with all the zeal he was capable of. At some point, the monster released a flame from its mouth. The player managed to dodge in time and the fire did not touch him. The battle lasted for about 3 hours. Spectators were in awe of how the max-level noob held up. From the beginning of the raid, Ken Hyun-woo was focused. Although it was the first time he had seen this monster, he was able to feel the same pleasure from the passage of the main story that he had forgotten since the days of Milliget. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo realized that he had run out of mana. The victory in the raid directly depended on its number. The boy began to think about how to quickly restore his mana. Tenny, who was sitting on the owner's shoulders, began to whine that 3 hours had already passed, and they still had not defeated the monster. Ken Hyunwoo assured the bear that the monster would soon be finished. Suddenly, the monster flew into the sky. This alarmed the boy because he understood that the monster was definitely not going to run away from him. Meanwhile, the foot and mouth boss reached a certain height and stopped. The last phase of the battle has begun. A hail of stones rained down on Ken Hyunwoo and Tenny from the sky. The player and the bear tried to dodge. Tenny began to ask the owner to recall him. However, Ken Hyunwoo had something else on his mind. He couldn't understand how the dragon managed to become so fast. All bosses in the game had their own strategies. They had attack patterns and vulnerabilities. Players were always interested in solving them. Ken Hyunwoo focused on understanding the monster's strategy. The monster did not calm down. It seems that it only got stronger. Ken Hyunwoo suddenly realized that this type of monster has a weak point located on the neck. He quickly shared this information with Tenny. On the boy's advice, the bear shot lightning at the monster. The monster fell to the ground. The desert dragon was in a state of shock. The creature could not move at all. Kei Hengwoo understood that the last blow was left. He felt that he should put all his mana into it. The boy gathered all his strength for the final attack. With a cry, he struck a decisive blow. The end has come for the foot and mouth boss. For defeating the desert dragon Apophis, Ken Hyunwoo was awarded extra experience. He also gained a new level, and his mana and power were restored. The boy himself felt tired after the battle. But in addition to fatigue, he also felt joy. He managed to destroy such a strong opponent. Now it was possible to relax a little. But Tenny, it seems, was not happy. He rushed to the owner. With all his might, the bear charged Ken Hyunwoo with his paw in the face. After that, he told the boy not to even think about involving him in such a thing again. Comments from the audience immediately poured in. Ken Hyunwoo smiled. He had already forgotten that he had a flow. Ken Hyunwoo lay down on the ground and asked the audience for permission to respond to their comments in this way. Many questions and donations immediately poured in, but the boy was so tired that he was unable to respond to any comment. After half an hour, Ken Hyunwoo still got up and thanked all the audience for their support. For defeating the desert dragon, the boy received a bracelet made from parts of this monster. He could increase mana and physical strength. In addition, with the help of this decoration, you can attack with fire. Suddenly, Ken Hyunwoo heard someone call out to him. Turning around, the boy saw a group of young people. One young man in the group introduced himself, saying that they were the MANHUA Guild. He also added that he had a suggestion for a max-level noob. Ken Hyunwoo looked at them in surprise. The young man endured a pause, after which he offered the boy to join their guild. The proposal was so unexpected that Ken Hyunwoo didn't even know what to say for a while. In the end, he asked the young man in the group whether the guild he told him about really existed. The young man was indignant. According to him, they had one of the largest arena guilds. Ken Hyunwoo didn't like the tone the young man spoke to him in, so he reminded him of his manners. The boy also added that he was not interested in MANHUA's guild, so the new arrivals could go back to their cave. After that, he left the group. The guild members blocked Ken Hyunwoo's path and, drawing sharp swords, pointed out that they had no other choice. The boy thought that strangers were going to kill him. He immediately noted that their equipment was no more than 110th level, so defeating them would not be difficult. But Ken Hyunwoo was tired. Suddenly, he heard someone asking if he had any problems. Raising his head, the boy saw a slender man in a classic suit on one of the rocks. The stranger bent down and noted that he would finally be able to help the max-level noob himself. He then bowed to Ken Hyunwoo and introduced himself as a supervisor from Nazaru named Yoon Junho. Ken Hyunwoo asked him if Kyle had sent him. Yoon Junho nodded, noting that their company provides assistance to top clients in distress. With a quick glance at the group of Mono Guild members, Warden Nazaru said that the max-level noob really needed help. Approaching the guild members, Yoon Junho tried to offer a compromise. They would not touch his client, and he, in turn, would not touch them. People in the group did not like this option. They were aggressive towards the max-level noob and his new protector. The fair-haired young man, who was obviously the leader among them, ordered to destroy the player and the supervisor. Yoon Junho assured Ken Hyunwoo that he would deal with the problem himself. After that, the young man took out 2 sharp daggers and moved towards the Mono Guild members. A minute later, the battle began. Yoon Junho skillfully wielded his weapon, knocking man after man away from him. When the fair-haired young man came under his arm, he simply grabbed him by the neck. With a smile, Yoon Junho said that he had heard a lot about their guild. He also asked the other members of the group how long they could last without their leader. The men did not know what to answer. Ken Hyung-woo, who had been watching Yoon Junho very closely, felt happy that Nazar had sent him such a strong supervisor. The boy was in awe of his skill with weapons. A few minutes later, Yoon Junho had destroyed almost all of the guild members. With a smile, he apologized to Ken Hyun-woo for probably already waiting. After that, the supervisor quickly finished his work. The boy asked Yoon Junho what his level was. The young man answered that it was 170th. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised. At this level, players should have ranks. He had no idea that a person of rank could do such a thing. Yoon Junho laughed and explained that the level couldn't feed his family. The warden added that if he would play games but not be able to earn for the children's food, he would simply be kicked out of the house. Ken Hyun-woo realized that he was a real gamer. Such people do not stop playing even in marriage. A few days later, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny were still walking through the desert. The guy thought that there was no point even looking for the TMA tribe. Besides, enough time had passed since the raid on the dragon, and there were still only goblins everywhere. The rebels could not be found either. Ken Hyung-woo hoped that at least they could find something worthwhile at Brine Lake. Tenny began to weep again. Now the bear did not like that his owner had called him into such heat, although he did not fight with anyone. The boy shrugged and said he didn't want to go alone. Hearing this, Tenny kicked the owner in the face. The bear began to accuse Ken Hyun-woo of wasting his time. The player began to make excuses, explaining that he was really bored because he was not a member of any of the guilds. Suddenly the boy and the bear saw someone's tracks. At the same time, the Chinese streamer of Arena Tianho spoke on the phone with representatives of the Porsche company. They asked to remove their ads from the husband's streams. Tianho started to get hysterical. The streamer began to babble something about the fact that he is ready to advertise Porsche, even for free. But the company representatives were relentless. They said they were more comfortable with the advertising face using the nickname Maximum Level Noob. Tianho crushed his phone in despair. The streamer then shouted to the entire office that he was way better than this max-level noob. Suddenly he was called out by a guy named Liu She, who it turns out had been sitting on the sofa next to him the whole time. He questioned whether Tianho had really just said maximum level noob. Liu She also clarified whether it was a streamer who recently won 100 duels in a row. Tianho informed the boy that Porsche had just terminated his contract to offer him to a max-level noob. Liu She smiled and said that he could solve the matter. Tianho assured that he would be grateful if Liu She's guild would come forward. He added that he can also provide his boys. However, his interlocutors said that this should not be done. Liu She was a representative of the largest guild of the arena, which was called Gru. In the end, he told Tianho that he was like a brother to him, so he would definitely help him. Meanwhile, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny reached a wall in the desert. The mysterious traces ended near her. The boy was sure that it was just a mirage. Suddenly, he received a warning asking if he really wanted to enter the rebel camp. Ken Hyun-woo looked at the footprints once more. He realized that they had finally found what they had been looking for so long. Once in the camp, the travelers began to look around. What they saw surprised them. This camp was not at all what Ken Hyun-woo had imagined it to be. The first thing that caught his eye was a large number of weapons. It turns out that the rebels really planned to start a war. However, another thing surprised the boy. He did not understand why the quest had not yet ended. Suddenly, a man approached them and Tenny and aggressively asked what they were doing near the cart with weapons. The stranger's gaze stopped at the bear. He asked the boy if he was not Adele, the student of Phalion. Ken Hyun-woo remembered that the name of the dark mage he and his friends had recently fought was Adele. The boy picked up Tanya in his arms and, covering the animal's mouth, shouted that he was really Adele, and the bear was his creation Pepe. Ken Hyun-woo added that they had come to see their mentor, Phalion. The man replied that he was currently inspecting the chimera. After that, he showed the bear player the way, noting that Phalion would be happy to meet them. When the man left, Tenny started pushing the owner. He didn't like that he called him Pepe. Ken Hyun-woo did not pay attention to the behavior of the bear. He was happy that he managed to come up with everything so successfully. Black Archmage Phalion was standing on a tall wooden structure. He questioned his magic layer. The Archmage had just learned from him that it was not yet known whether the Holy Lands would intervene in the war. Phalion ordered the gathering of all the black mages of the south. The Archmage informed all the rebels that the Lord of the Reef Palace supported them. Soon they will receive a signal, after which they will have to move forward. Phalion assured the people that they had plenty of skeletons and people in store. Suddenly, the Archmage saw a shadow. This alarmed him. Phalion began hurling fantastic explosive skull balls, demanding that the stranger come into the light and introduce himself. There was no answer. After a minute, the archmage once again looked in the direction where he saw the shadow. Now she was not there. Felion suggested that the figure might have appeared to him, and Ken Hyung, in the meantime, was running with all his might through the streets of the camp. He wanted to be as far away as possible from where he saw the archmage. The boy was satisfied that he had managed to collect enough information about the rebellion. He was surprised that the Reef Lord turned out to be a traitor. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo ran into a fat man with a red beard. Both fell to the ground from the collision. Hearing the noise, the guards peeked out from around the corner of the house. The player hurried to his feet and quickly pulled the hood of the robe over his head. He prepared to fight back, drawing his sword. Suddenly, the man he bumped into a moment ago gasped loudly. Looking directly at Ken Hyung-woo's weapon, he said that he recognized this sword. Meanwhile, the guards approached them. One of them ordered the boy to show his face. Ken Hyung-woo was ready to rush into a fight with the guards, but the red-bearded little man pressed his head to the ground with a strong hand. The boy cried out in surprise. Meanwhile, the man apologized to the guards for the fact that his student accidentally dropped their weapon. One of the guards asked the fat man if he was sometimes a dwarf from the armory. The man nodded affirmatively. The watchman sighed and told the night passers-by not to make any more noise. After that, he and his partner left. Ken Hyun-woo, whose head was still pressed to the ground, could not understand what kind of character had just saved him. After a moment, the little man himself turned to him. The red-bearded fat woman asked Ken Hyun-woo where he got his sword from. Later, the boy was in the gun shop. In front of him stood a familiar little man and his student. The first one held in his hands the unique sword of Ken Hyun-woo, which he had purchased at an auction. The fat man looked at the weapon with delight. Laughing, he said that he never thought his sword would ever find its way back into the hands of its creator. He told the boy that he had once been kidnapped and sent to this camp to make weapons. Ken Hyun-woo felt that this could be the beginning of some new quest. He directly told the fat man that he had come here as a spy from the side hostile to the rebels. The player offered to help the red-bearded man escape. He immediately agreed. However, his student tried to besiege the teacher. The boy began to say that they should just wait, because they were already promised to be released soon. To this, the fat man replied that it was impossible to trust their kidnappers. The man told Ken Hyun-woo that he wanted to take all his babies with him. This was the new task for the player. He needed to collect other dwarf hostages and escape with them from the camp. As a reward, Ken Hyun-woo will be able to receive a quest from the Red Anvil tribe. The guy promised that he would do everything. However, he was surprised that the reward for the quest was another quest. At the same time, the master of the Phoenix Guild, Griffin, was sitting in one of the Empire's shops with his patron Rachel. They were having a conversation with New World Guildmaster Kim So-jun and his deputy Kang Chung-gu. The latter offered members of the Phoenix Guild to complete the quest with them. Griffin couldn't understand why the New World Guild needed them. After all, their team was always one step behind. In addition, the content of the main plot was kept a secret even in the middle of the guilds themselves. Kim So-jun explained that they wanted to cooperate with the Phoenix because the gap with the other guilds was even bigger. After some thought, he also asked the women if they needed a max-level noob. Griffin and Rachel turned white from such a question. Kim So-jun immediately warned that this player would only belong to his guild. At that moment, the man had such a scary look that the women immediately understood that it was better not to argue with him now. Griffin also realized that Kim So-jun wanted to start a war between the guilds. One can imagine what would happen if max-level noob joined the New World Guild. But in her voice, the woman said that she agreed to all the offers and conditions. News about cooperation between guilds has become a hot topic for discussion in the arena community. However, the very next day, one video caused a sensation. While relaxing in the hammock, Kim So-jun asked Kang Chung what video he was talking about. Everyone was discussing the video where the max-level noob said he was worried about players not being strong enough to complete the main story quest. That is why he personally prepared information about the quest for them. The guy added that he invites everyone who is interested in this topic to visit the Rift Palace in 3 days. Kim So-jun was surprised that the max-level noob was willing to share information about the main scenario so easily. The video seemed strange to him, but the man felt that interesting adventures were waiting for him. When Ken Hyun-woo finally appeared before the Emperor, he immediately asked the player if he had learned anything important. Bowing, the boy said that he had learned that the rebel camp was near Bryan Island. He also said that he helped the dwarves who were in their captivity to escape, and they also managed to reduce the stockpile of weapons of the rebels. The Emperor asked Ken Hyun-woo if he had learned the name of the traitor. The boy replied that the lord from the Reef Palace had an agreement with the rebels. Not only that, they planned to gather at his palace in 3 days. His Majesty noted that he had previously asked many adventurers to learn about the rebels, but only Ken Hyung-woo had been able to do so. So the boy had successfully completed the rebellion research task. The emperor said he had one last order for the player. He said he wanted the boy to help Aldred stop the rebellion in the west. Ken Hyun-woo accepted a new task, which was to protect the Reef Palace from the rebels. Later, sitting at the computer, the boy learned about the alliance of the two most powerful guilds of the arena. He immediately recognized Kim So-jun. Ken Hyun-woo had no idea that the man was the leader of the New World Guild. However, this explained his strength and agility. In addition, they both received a quest in the south, in the Kasir Palace. At the same time, Ken Hyun-woo's quest was in the Reef Palace, which was located in the west. Suddenly, the boy grabbed his head and began to complain that he lacked brains. He had no idea how to finish the quest, which was supposed to be for the entire guild. After a minute, Ken Hyun-woo had an idea that he thought would work. The news that the boy will share information about the main plot spread in the arena society. After 3 days, Ken Hyun-woo was convinced of his popularity. Now there were 3 times more viewers than usual. The boy greeted them, assuring them that he, a max-level noob, was happy to see everyone. The player added that today he would like to talk about the main story quest. Ken Hyun-woo explained that the siege of the Reef Palace would begin soon. The task of the quest was precisely to protect this building. The boy added that due to the rules of Arena, he cannot show quests to the audience. But he decided that such an interesting test was boring to go through alone, so he invited fans to complete it with him. After reading the audience comments, Ken Hyun-woo was convinced that the audience liked his proposal. This meant that everything was going according to the boy's plan. Ken Hyun-woo started the main story quest. Meanwhile, a battle was already taking place near the Rift Castle. The rebels were trying to seize the building. Aldred accused the lord of the Reef Palace, named Ramon, of betraying his majesty and joining the rebels. The lord replied that it was time for others to open their eyes and stop trusting the emperor. The rebels were ready for a new attack. The knights of the Reef Palace were preparing to fight back. All of this was watched by Ken Hyun-woo wearing 3D glasses. While enjoying his popcorn, he carefully followed the course of events. About himself, he thought that the plot was really interestingly worked out. The boy admired Aldred, who was incredible in battle. Ken Hyun-woo was sure that if this continued, the rebels would be in trouble. However, the Lord of the Reef Palace did not even think of giving up. A great duel broke out between him and Aldred. Neither man wanted to give victory to his sworn enemy. Aldred shouted that the Lord of the Reef Palace wouldn't even dare to think that he could win. After that, he struck with his sword. Ramon screamed in pain. Aldred called the opponent a vile scumbag. He added that he did not even dare to speak the emperor's name with his filthy mouth. Ken Hyun-woo thought again that Aldred was incredibly cool. The captain of the knights noticed the boy. He thanked him for coming. The man asked why Ken Hyun-woo was wearing a mask. The player replied that it was related to religious beliefs. Aldred told the boy that they had already defeated the first squad, but there were still many skeletons left. The knight captain reached out to Ken Hyun-woo and told him that he needed his help. Aldred suggested that the boy defend the Reef Palace together. The player realized that it was his turn. At the same time, something terrible was happening near the Reef Palace. One of the knights, seeing the skeletons, literally could not believe his eyes. The monsters kept pushing and pushing. There were many of them. It was clear that they were not going to give up. The monsters were almost completely next to the palace. The guards of the structure understood that a difficult battle was soon waiting for them. Monster flags appeared on the horizon. After a few minutes, the skeletons themselves became clearly visible. Even Ken Hyun-woo gasped when he saw the amount of evil that pushed towards the Reef Palace. He asked Aldred how they could defeat so many skeletons. The man replied that it was necessary to buy time until Duke LeBron's knights arrived. Ken Hyun-woo tried to reassure Aldred that he was not afraid at all. The boy admitted to the man that he did not even think that there would be so many unclean things. After seeing how many players came to his aid, Ken Hyun-woo said he hoped that all these people would not take away his award. The evil spirit was ready to attack. A deadly battle was about to take place. Ken Hyun-woo realized that the arena's main story quest called Siege of the Reef Palace had started. The skeletons rushed to the attack with terrible screams. The defenders of the palace, led by Aldred, began to bravely fight off the evil. The captain of the knights shouted that help was needed. Hearing this, several defenders gathered in a group and began to use magic. Things went better. But this was not enough to destroy the entire horde of monsters. Aldred was horrified to realize that there was far too much of the unclean. At the same time, the rebels themselves did not actually fight. Skeletons did all the dirty work for them. Aldred only hoped that they could hold out until LeBron's knights arrived. Suddenly, a stream of holy light appeared from nowhere. A heap of unclean things fell in its glow in a moment. At the same moment, Aldred was almost knocked off his feet by some youths who rushed to destroy the skeletons. One of them shouted loudly during the battle that he planned to go up 2 levels today. Aldred couldn't figure out what was going on. He watched in amazement as the young men desperately fought the monsters. Suddenly, an elephant monster appeared on the battlefield. Felion sat on his back. The Archmage was enraged by the fact that some young men were defeating the skeletons. Felion ordered one of his assistants to get rid of the young men who were fighting the evil as soon as possible. The man immediately rushed to carry out the order. For this, it was decided to use black magic. Meanwhile, the young men continued to destroy the monster one by one. One of the young men even noted that the quests of the main plot were actually not difficult. Suddenly, strange magic circles began to appear on the ground. A giant monster emerged from one such circle. He grabbed the young man who had been talking about the ease of the quest a moment ago in his huge paw. The boy began to beg his friends for help, but the giant monster destroyed him literally in half a word. Other young people were shocked by what they saw. Aldred tried to distract the huge monster. Without thinking for a long time, the giant monster grabbed him too. Aldred shouted to the palace defenders that he would try to distract the monster, but the rest would be up to them. In a moment, the captain of the knights managed to escape from the clutches of the giant monster. He almost immediately found a new victim, a battle dragon. Aldred rushed at the monster with a cry. It was important to him that he fought with him. The man began to strike the body of the giant monster with his sword, not forgetting to dodge the monster's blows. Before long, Aldred felt exhausted. However, the captain of the knights understood that if he fell, then the Palace of Rift would also fall. That was why Aldred tried his best to hang on. The battle dragon in the hands of the giant monster was destroyed. Aldred, on the other hand, held out. But the man was so tired that it seemed he was about to fall to the ground. He understood that his end would soon come. Aldred began to beg the emperor for the fact that he would be forced to leave him. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo appeared with Tenny on his back. The guy used up his experience points. They gave the giant monster a good bite. Ken Hyun-woo shouted to Aldred that he came to change him. The boy took out his sword and began to fight with the monster. A few minutes were enough to destroy the monster. The captain of the knights was saved. It is worth noting that Aldred's death was planned in the main story quest. However, now Arena began to create a new scenario for the future husband. The captain of the knights, looking at Ken Hyun-woo, could not believe that he had saved his life. Aldred understood that this boy was not to be disrespected. In front of him was a new hero born right before his eyes. And Ken Hyun-woo was happy that he had received a new level for the second time. Still, it's good that he got such an interesting quest. Aldred sincerely thanked the boy for saving him. Suddenly, he saw a figure flying towards Ken Hyun-woo. Aldred shouted to the boy to be careful. A moment later, Felion landed not far from them. He shouted to Ken Hyun-woo, Tina, and Aldred to prepare to die. The boy understood that defeating the Archmage would be difficult. 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 53 seconds remained before the arrival of LeBron's knights. In this quest, the players, according to LeBron's plan, had to defend the Reef Palace from the attack of evil spirits and rebels. However, everything did not go according to plan. When the number of players was much more than expected, the arena system began to quickly make changes to the plot. Quite simple, and at the same time, terrible measures were taken. There was a reinforcement for the rebel side. These measures were taken in real time. Ken Hyun-woo, after looking at Felion closely, told Aldred to back off. The guy promised that he would deal with everything himself. The captain of the knights agreed, because he understood that in the state in which he was now, he would not be able to help. In the end, Aldred told Ken Hyun-woo to find him when he was done. The man wanted to give something to the boy. The player realized that there was a secret reward in the quest. Felion did not like that the captain of the knights thought to escape from him. He began to throw fiery magic balls in his direction. However, Ken Hyun-woo beat them all back with his unique sword. This angered Felion even more. He began to shout at the boy that he could not be defeated. He sent a magical fireball straight at Ken Hyun-woo. At the same moment, the boy was grabbed by skeletons, which did not know where they came from. Without thinking long, Tenny ran away. Finally, he shouted to the owner to find him, if of course he survived. Ken Hyun-woo was not a bear. He raised his head and was horrified. The fireball that the Archmage threw a moment ago was just flying at him. The impact of the bullet was deflected with a shield by a knight who appeared in front of Ken Hung-woo. Tenny also ran up to him, who at the last moment decided to return to his master. After a moment, the boy was surrounded by many people. Everyone shouted that it was necessary to protect the max-level noob. The boy felt incredible joy from the fact that his spectators and other players managed to come. Without thinking long, he raised his sword hand and shouted for everyone to follow him. After a short time since the start of the battle between Felion and the players, it became clear that the Archmage began to surrender. Ken Hyun-woo skillfully managed the defenders, and they listened to him fondly. They deftly and bravely repulsed all the attacks of Felion. None of the Archmage's magic balls managed to reach their target. Felion understood that he would lose. It annoyed him that all the defenders worked so harmoniously. Ken Hyun-woo ordered the team to prepare for defense. The guy advised those who were running out of mana to use elixirs. Felion was aware that his main task was to deal with the leader of the defenders. He didn't want to go too far, but he had no other choice. The Archmage understood that the defenders were trying to outnumber him, so he decided to respond in kind. Suddenly, huge monsters began to appear around Ken Hyun-woo. Felion shouted that it was an army of chimera orcs that he had prepared to overthrow the emperor. The Archmage ordered them to kill all the defenders. Ken Hyun-woo had no idea that Felion was such a strong mage. He began to think quickly about what to do. Defeating an entire army of chimera orcs was almost impossible. The monsters kept advancing and advancing on him. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo saw something strange in the distance. On the horizon was a male figure with a horse. She waved her saber once and a fiery glow came from nowhere, from which all the monsters began to die. Felion did not understand what kind of light it was and why all the monsters fell from it. Ken Hyun-woo, meanwhile, couldn't be happier that the orc chimeras had died. He finally realized who the mysterious figure was that destroyed the monster. It was the unsurpassed LeBron rushing to the defender's aid. The man was not alone, but with a whole regiment of knights. All of them boldly rushed to fight the rebels. In the meantime, the fiery glow touched Felion himself and he fell to the ground. Ken Hyun-woo approached the Archmage and struck him with his sword. The end has come for Felion. The boy was surprised. He thought he would receive an award for being an Archmage, but so far he has received nothing. After the appearance of the knights, the event began to approach the finale. Keon's warriors, led by LeBron, destroyed all the rebels. Thanks to their strength, they have proven themselves to be the best knights in the Empire. After a few minutes, Imperial flags were raised everywhere. The quest of the main plot ended with the victory of the defenders. Ken Hyun-woo completed the task by protecting the Reef Palace from the rebels. For this, he received a unique item from Aldred, which he now examined while sitting on the palace wall. It was half of some unknown weapon. The boy was disappointed. He was hoping for something more valuable. Ken Hyun-woo remembered that when Aldred handed him the item, he explained that he had found half of this sword in his youth while traveling through the imperial lands. He added that the dwarves consider this one perfect. Sighing, the boy thought that the only consolation for him now was that he had gained a level. At that moment, LeBron approached him. He said that he was proud of Ken Hyun-woo and was sure that His Majesty would also appreciate the boy's work. The young man replied that he simply did what was required of him. Sitting down next to Ken Hyun-woo, LeBron said that there was also a purge of dark magicians in the south. He added that there is one player called the Monk. The boy remembered a man from the New World Guild. It turns out that they also performed the quests of the main plot. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo looked at LeBron and seriously asked him why he came to him. The man cleared his throat and announced in a hoarse voice that he had an offer for the boy. This surprised Ken Hyun-woo. LeBron asked the boy if he wanted to become his student. Ken Hyun-woo looked at the man carefully. He perfectly understood that by studying with him, you can get titles that many have not even heard of. Ken Hyun-woo accepted the Duke's offer and his characteristics immediately increased by 50%. In addition, the boy received the title LeBron's Apprentice and several new skills. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised that he had gained so much just by agreeing to learn from the man. However, he would also like to receive some item. He directly asked LeBron if he should get something else. The man replied that Keon's knights don't need it because they always rely on magic. LeBron said he got his strength from his father. After that, he cut a part of the wall with one movement of his finger. The man said that Ken Hyun-woo can do the same if he trains long and hard. The boy was stunned to see. He was glad that he agreed to become LeBron's student. An hour later, the boy and his husband were at the Emperor's. He immediately said that he had already been told everything. He remarked that Ken Hyun-woo had done well in protecting the Reef Palace. As a sign of his mercy, His Majesty gave the boy a ring, from which an amazing glow emanated. LeBron was surprised. He asked the emperor if he really wanted to give Ken Heng this very thing. The thing is that it was a unique ancient ring that belonged to Keon's knights and could increase the experience gained by 10% and magic by 100. There were many legends about him. LeBron reminded His Majesty that this ornament had once been given to him by the former commander of the knights. The emperor replied that he no longer needed the ring. Ken Hung Yu couldn't take his eyes off the decoration. It was the first time he saw such an amazing item in the arena. Of course, to receive such a unique thing was a real happiness. Ken Hung Wu realized that he had almost reached the emperor level. This brought tears of joy to his eyes. He thanked His Majesty for the gift. Then the guy went to LeBron's house to start training there. The man immediately asked Ken Hyun Woo what he knew about the use of mana. The guy couldn't find anything to answer. Then LeBron swung his sword and it lit up with a pleasant blue light. The man chuckled and asked if Ken Hyun Woo could use his mana on other items as he did. The player remained silent. After pausing, Ken Hyun Woo swung his unique sword and it also lit up. He looked defiantly at the man. LeBron is a bit confused. The boy sarcastically asked the man if today's training was over. He was indignant and said no. LeBron said that now the next lesson awaits the boy. At the same moment, stuffed animals in knightly armor appeared near them. The man said that he would try to train Ken Heng in a secret technique that is only given to knights. After these words, LeBron started swinging his sword left and right. A moment later, one of the effigies, which stood in the center at the very end, fell, chopped in half. The boy had never seen anything like it. He was surprised that LeBron cut with his sword on all sides, but only one effigy, standing in the center, fell. The man said it was time for Kyung Hyun Woo to do the same again. The boy, holding the sword in front of him, tried to concentrate. LeBron kept his eyes on him. In the end, the boy couldn't stand it and literally begged the man to teach him at least something. LeBron laughed and noted that Ken Hyun Woo is really good at using mana. He added that the boy could learn this technique quite quickly, but he lacks the will. LeBron said that Ken Hyun Woo should draw the movement of mana, and he, in turn, should come from the heart of the boy. The player listened carefully to the man. Ken Hyun Woo tried to do as LeBron told him. A moment later, a magical glow permeated him. A fiery beam appeared from Ken Heng Woo's sword and flew forward. The guy couldn't be happier with what he got. LeBron praised the student. Meanwhile, in another part of the arena, there was a fight not for life, but for death. Chen Ho took part in the battle. A group of players watched him. One of them told the other that their head was in a good mood today. Another suggested that something must have happened to Liu She, who was the named brother of their leader. Chen Ho was furious, thinking that Liu She would dare to refuse him after everything he had done for him in the past. He remembered how his named brother had smiled and said that he didn't care that some noob out there had become more popular than Chen Ho. The man understood that he would never be able to forgive Liu She like that. Suddenly, one of the subjects turned to him, a young, handsome boy. The young man told the chief that he could humiliate Noob during the restraint. Chen Ho liked the idea. The young man noted that he has an acquaintance who could help in this case. His name is Cleo, and he is a top swordsman who ranks one of the highest in the rankings with his paired swords. The boy added that the boss just had to pay Cleo to make the max-level Noob fall forever. Tien Ho immediately ordered the subject to contact the swordsman. Several hours have passed since LeBron's practice. Ken Hyun Woo was now hunting in the forest. Then he wrapped his arms around his leg and shook his whole body. The boy tried to calm the bear. Terrible swamp monsters surrounded them from all sides. The animal thought that the end had come for them and their master. He had no idea how to get out of this trap alive. He blamed Ken Hyun Woo for everything. That was why it was necessary to fight the swamp monsters for something. The boy needed to try out the new skills he learned from LeBron. Therefore, Ken Hyun Woo boldly attacked. After a few minutes, he defeated the swamp monsters, which earned him experience. The bear was simply delighted with the master's magical power. Ken Heng Woo was glad that he was already level 84. The guy noted that the higher he climbed in the rating, the faster his hunts went. He decided not to show new skills in broadcasts yet. Instead of them, something else should have been invented. Tenny began humming for the owner to share video ideas with him. Ken Hyun Woo ignored the bear. He noted that since he only recently finished the quest of the main plot, he will have a long break before the next one. Meanwhile, at the head office of the Nazar Company, the director kept his eyes on manager Kyle. He stood in front of him in a strange mask and assured that he would take it off only when the boss said everything he thought about his plan. The director asked the manager to explain why he thought the duel between the two masks was necessary. Kyle replied that she would look great in produced broadcasts. Such content should be enough for them for a whole year. The boss replied that he had doubts on this score. The manager sadly asked if this meant that his plan was being abandoned. The director laughed and said that he doubted that this content would be enough for a year, because he was convinced that it would be enough for 2 years. He added that Kyle is a great guy. The manager remarked that this idea was not his but a max-level noob's. It is the player who uses such a concept on his streams. The director of Nazaru was surprised to hear such a confession from an employee. Meanwhile, Kyle spoke in more detail about BDDM, clickbait, and show in one bottle. This is such a competition between players, where any person, even a celebrity, can hide behind a mask. The manager reminded the director that they should have time on the channel soon. Kyle offered to give it to the battle of the two masks. He also threw up another idea, to give the editing of the video to Alice Movie. After that, active work on new content began. Ken Hyun-woo, meanwhile, continued to work on material for his own commercials. Now he won his 9th victory in a row, noting that it was the 3rd time his opponent appeared in front of him in a mask. Judging by the comments, the audience noticed it too. Ken Hyun-woo joked that this is another proof that he has a lot of fans. However, viewers began to write that these are not fans, but replacement knights. The boy had never heard of such before. It was explained to him that replacement knights are the main culprits of instability of the game balance. They receive money, access to the client's account, and increase his rank instead. Ken Hyun-woo remembered that En-chan had once mentioned something similar. His friend said that many such people at all levels are now divorced. The boy pretended to be upset by the fact that it turns out that his fans were not competing with him. At the same moment, a new opponent appeared in front of him. It was some strange boy in a pink mask and a red comb on his head. Ken Hyun-woo suggested that it was also a replacement knight. The opponent, seeing the boy, thought to himself that he had a replacement knight in front of him. This upset him. He realized that if he loses, he won't be able to earn a silver medal until tomorrow. Ken Hyun-woo rushed at the boy with the comb. He tried to deflect the blow. The boy directly asked the opponent if he was a replacement knight. The player in the pink mask replied that he himself is currently fighting such a knight. Ken Hyun-woo took his words as a personal insult and attacked the opponent a second time. Suddenly, the boy with the comb realized that he was a max-level noob. He shouted happily. Ken Hyun-woo stopped in surprise. The player in the pink mask told the boy that he was his idol. Ken Hyun-woo never dreamed of meeting a true fan in the arena, so he was surprised by such a statement from his opponent. Suddenly, Thenny appeared. Seeing him, the boy with the comb even clapped his hands in delight. As he then groped the bear to make sure it was genuine, Ken Hyun-woo sternly questioned the player if he was really his fan. The boy in the pink mask nodded. Ken Hyun-woo then ordered Tina to turn on the buff. The skills for Rexar and Protector of the Forest were immediately activated. The thing is that the boy was very worried that his fan turned out to be a replacement knight. Ken Hyun-woo said that if a fan of a streamer does something wrong, the streamer should correct his behavior. The player with the comb on his head cowers in fear on the spot. The guy came up close to the fan and said that he, as a true noob of the maximum level, is obliged to guide his followers on the right path. The man in the pink mask did not understand anything. In 1 second, Ken Hyun-woo delivered a well-aimed magic reincarnation strike at the opponent. The poor boy in the pink mask fell to the ground. Ken Hyun-woo remarked that he hoped not that his opponent would be reborn as a proper player in his next life. However, the boy with the comb on his head was still alive. This surprised Ken Hyun-woo. He froze with the sword over his face. After a few seconds, the boy in the pink mask made his last sound and died. Ken Hyun-woo shouted that his opponent should be congratulated on his rebirth. After that, he addressed the audience, saying that he had to stop pumping in order to move on to more interesting content. The audience was waiting for an interview with the former knight as a replacement. Ken Hyun-woo suggested not to waste time, but to start sooner. A moment later, they were already sitting on tree stumps in the forest. Ken Hyun-woo told the boy in the pink mask to say hello to the audience. He was frightened and said that he was a replacement knight named Hedo. Viewers immediately began to write in the comments that he is very famous and even has a medal. Ken Hyun-woo asked his interlocutor about this. The guy with the comb replied that these are all just legends, and he is an ordinary knight like the others. He also said that there were only about 30 men to replace the knights with medals. Ken Hyun-woo noted that it was much less than he thought. At that moment, Tenny was eating a piece of meat. Hedo said that when a replacement knight gets a medal, it opens up a lot of possibilities. Some start streaming and some become pro players. Ken Hyun-woo asked the interlocutor how much he earns. The boy with the comb replied that he takes a lot of money because he transfers his items to the customer's account. In general, we are talking about millions of won. After hearing this, Ken Hyun-woo decided to find out how much Hedo earns per month. He did not answer, but told about some nuances of work. So, at the 100th level, you need to upgrade. If the player does not do this, none of the replacement knights will be able to help him because it will take a very long time. Suddenly, Hedo said that a max-level noob could make a good living. Ken Hyun-woo was indignant. He tried to assure the interlocutor in the audience that he was not going to become a replacement knight under any circumstances. The boy in the pink mask sighed and said that he had a question for the maximum level noob. Before asking him, he asked the boy to turn off the microphone. Ken Hyun-woo apologized to the audience and did what the interlocutor asked him to do. Hedo asked the boy if he had ever had any quarrels with Chinese players. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he didn't know any of them. Then the boy with the comb said that there was an ad on a Chinese portal looking for a replacement knight who would agree to attack the max-level noob. The announcement seemed to be answered by a knight named Cleo, nicknamed Cleaner K. He uses 2 swords at once. Ken Hyun-woo listened to Hedo in surprise. When the boy with the comb finished, he thanked him for the information. Hedo replied that he was just acting like a true max-level noob fan. Ken Hyun-woo kept thinking about what he could do to make the Chinese players so angry. Meanwhile, Tian-ho's office was visited by one of his subjects. He reported to the boss that the cleaner had already started working on max-level noob. The Chinese streamer asked the assistant if they could really trust this mysterious swordsman. The boy nodded, adding that Cleaner is one of the strongest replacement knights in the world. The assistant noted that the swordsman would use a level 140 account with rare equipment. Tian-ho replied that he didn't care. The main thing was that the Cleaner managed to remove the noob. The Chinese streamer's gaze stopped at A. Cuba. The man decided to watch the broadcast of his sworn enemy. Tian-ho believed that these were the last moments of glory for the maximum level noob. At the same moment, Ken Hyun-woo looked at another masked player in surprise. He asked if he really wanted to compete with him to delete the account. The mysterious man smiled slyly and replied that he did not come here just to train. His goal is to do everything to get max-level noob's account deleted. Ken Hyun-woo said he wants to weigh everything, so the player will have to wait. The boy thought to himself that this strange man in a mask might turn out to be Cleaner K. Ken Hyun-woo began to evaluate the equipment of a possible opponent. He realized that if he could win the elimination duel, he would receive expensive equipment. The boy liked it and shouted that he was ready to fight with a stranger. The players prepared for the duel. The rules were known to everyone. The winner will get everything and the loser will have to delete his account. The masked weirdo took out 2 swords and said that the end had come for the max-level noob. Ken Hyun-woo burst out laughing. He was amused by his opponent's posture. The strange man in the mask did not expect such a reaction. Enraged, he rushed at the boy. Ken Hyun-woo managed to deflect the opponent's attack. The boy immediately understood that this man was a strong player. Ken Hyun-woo decided to take a chance and turned to the one named Cleo. He stared at the boy in surprise and asked how he knew his name. Ken Hyun-woo didn't answer. Putting his sword to Cleo's neck, he asked why the Chinese needed to destroy him. The opponent replied that he did not know anything and was only doing his job. Then Ken Hyun-woo laughed, and looking directly into Cleo's eyes, asked if that was all his customer managed to pay. Then the boy used magic, and a second sword appeared in his hand. He advised the enemy not to waste time and to surrender sooner. Cleo called Ken Hyun-woo a scumbag and boldly charged. The guy instantly beat her back. Cleo couldn't understand how a max-level noob could even fight him, as his level was much lower. Ken Hyun-woo showed great skill in wielding 2 swords at once. Cleo had no transfusion. He felt that max-level noob was a difficult player. Ken Hyun-woo said that he once heard the words of a boxer, which he now wishes to convey to Cleo. Laughing, he said that one should fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee. After that, Ken Hyun-woo struck the decisive blow. Cleo was destroyed. The boy remarked sarcastically that he had forgotten to do something. With a smile, he thanked the opponent for the excellent equipment, for which he will be able to get a lot of gold. After seeing how the max-level noob destroyed Cleo, Tian-ho was furious. His assistant tried to justify himself to the director, but it was in vain. He ordered the underling to bring him the one who played under the nickname Max-Level Noob. Meanwhile, a meeting was going on in the conference hall of the Nazar Company. Kyle spoke about the fact that the names of the participants in the Battle of the Two Masks are not yet known. He also noted that he would like the releases to take place every week or once a month according to the schedule. His colleagues began to discuss how many participants should be filmed in one program. Everyone came to the conclusion that the optimal number of players for one issue is 8 men. One of the workers said that they have free time from 4 to 5 o'clock. He also offered to arrange a shooting on Monday or Friday. The director of the company listened carefully to all this. In the end, the boss said that everything his subordinates are offering is simple, and he himself wants some drama, so a rule should be introduced, according to which the losing contestant should take off his mask and show his face. He also said that 8 players should fight as in the league. Also, the winner of the issue will become the king and take part in the next shooting. The winner of the next episode will have to compete with the previous one, and then the new winner will become the king of the 2 masks. If a player wins 5 times, he becomes the sole king. Kyle was delighted to note that the director proposed a simply incredible idea. After that, rumors began to circulate about who exactly will be the participants of the show. This topic has become a hot topic among members with high ranks. The members of the New World Guild were also interested in her. Kim So-jun asked Kang Chung if he would like to go on this show. The general replied that he would participate in these competitions only with him, because it is Kim who is the master of the guild. At this time, a lady entered the training room for pro gamers at JT Telecom. She asked the players what they do. The boys replied that they were watching a video from Arena. They also noted that one very strong player appeared there. They talked about Max Level Noob, whose solo raid was just amazing. The woman replied that this player is great. She then added that they had received an offer to participate in a show that was related to Max Level Noob. This news shocked all pro gamers. The lady explained that we are talking about one-on-one battles in masks. She assumed that the other players would also be either pro gamers or members of large guilds and well-known streamers. Jean Hanbeck listened to all this carefully. When the woman finished, he raised his hand and said he wanted to take part in the show. He smiled sweetly and asked to send him. The woman did not like this idea. She remembered how Jung Hanbeck had barely managed to refuse streams. But it was possible to benefit from this. Therefore, the lady told the boy that he would participate. Jung Hanbeck was happy about this. Ken Hyun-woo, meanwhile, was feeling a bit strange after talking with the Nazar representatives. Suddenly, he saw that he had received a letter from Alice. The video editor never wrote to him, so the boy was afraid that something might happen. However, in the letter, Alice wrote that she would participate in the Battle of the 2 Masks. All this happened to him only thanks to Ken Hyun-woo. So, in gratitude for this, the video editor promised to never take money from the player for working on the video again. Ken Hyun-woo received a letter from Kyle as well. The manager of Nazar wrote that the future project should become super popular. He noted that they had already found 30 participants. To the boy, such a number of people seemed too large. Ken Hyun-woo almost realized for the first time that the upcoming project promises to be very large-scale. Kyle sent the boy Ida possible contestants for the show. In one of them, the boy recognized Jung Hanbeck's address. This pleased him. He began to shout that he would finally show his sworn enemy who was the boss. At his cry, En-chan ran. Friend Ken Hyun-woo said there is a real commotion in the arena community. The fact is that someone saw Cocoon. Ken Hyun-woo almost fell off his chair in surprise. En-chan assured his friend that he would show him everything now. Then he opened an article called A Strange Case in the Ice Canyon. In it, a man talked about how he was hunting with his guildmates and saw an orc in winter clothes wandering all alone. The guild members found this interesting, so they spoke to him. The orc asked them for food. The players thought the monster might give them a quest. The guild members gave him all the food. The orc ate it, thanked him, and left. At the end of the article, the player advised everyone to be careful in the icy canyons and not to trust an orc named Cocoon. Half an hour later, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny were in the ice canyon. The boy had no idea that the orc he needed would be in this place. Ken Hyun-woo told the bear that he was very pleased that Un-chan was following him in the arena. Tenny interrupted him. He began to shout at the owner for taking him to such a cold place because bears should be in the forest. Ken Hyun-woo told Tina to shut up, explaining that they were going to find his friend. After learning that they were going to look for Cocoon, the animal immediately climbed on the owner's neck and began to call the orc by name. Ken Hyun-woo thought the new video could be called Lost Orc Found. At that time, a group of people was making their way through the canyon. They were all looking for an orc as well. Kate's boyfriend was especially interested in this. His companion, Asu, did not like this initiative. Kate began to accuse her friend of the fact that they let the orc go only because he spared food for the monster. Keith authored a paper that was read by Ken Hung W. Win and fellow Pioneer Guild members, as Maha. Nick and Jules were wealthy people in the real world, but they found joy only in traveling to different corners of the arena and sharing it with the audience. Suddenly, Kate saw a person and pointed her out to the other members of the guild. Seeing the bear around the stranger's neck, they realized that they were facing a max-level noob. Kate was glad to meet the star of arena here. He rushed to the player with all his might. Ken Hung-woo stopped when he noticed the Pioneer Guild. Kate started babbling about how honored they were to meet a max-level noob. Ken Hyun-woo admitted to them that he was here to find the orc he needed to complete the quest. Kate offered him to look for the monster together. He added that their guild wanted to meet the orc again, as he turned out to be quite a fun guy. Ken Hyung-woo thought that those who have a lot of money think differently than those who don't have a lot of wealth. The boy said that he would gladly accept their offer. Ken Hung-woo understood very well that working with the famous Pioneer Guild should help him. The entire guild rejoiced when they received a friend request from Ken Hyun-woo. Soon the hunt in the ice quarry began. All the members of the Pioneer fought hard against the monsters. Ken Hung-woo noted that they have a strong and well-coordinated team. She all knew what to do. However, the strongest of the guild were the warrior Kate and the wizard Ace. Ken Hyun-woo thought that this is what pro gamers should be. The thought crossed his mind that Jong Han-baek could train among such players. Ken Hyun-woo shouted to his new acquaintances that he was going to go on a separate hunt, but if he found an orc, he would definitely inform the guild members. Such a statement from a max-level noob surprised Kate. Playing in the team was fun for Ken Hyun-woo, but he understood that it is better to play solo for development. The guy decided to go. Tenny wondered why they were in such a hurry. Vedmedic noticed that the owner had a very stern expression on his face, which would not help them find Cocoon in any way. Suddenly the travelers heard a loud explosion. Ken Hyun-woo immediately understood that it was not magic, because only monsters could make such loud sounds. And indeed, after a moment, they saw the monster boss in front of them. Another second later, Ken Hyun-woo noticed an orc in winter clothing. The boss of the monsters roared terribly and was about to crush the orc with his foot. However, Ken Hyun-woo came to the rescue, using the half-moon strike in time the monster many meters back. With a smile, he told the orc in winter clothes that he had been looking for him for a very long time. Then the boy took out a pendant. The orc shouted that it was an ornament to his tribe. A moment later, Tenny rushed to the neck of the eye. He cried out how happy he was to see Cocoon again. Ken Hyun-woo noted that he was glad to see the orc and the bear meet, but now they had to finish off the monster boss. After a few minutes, the monster was destroyed, and everyone celebrated the victory. Tenny was also happy because he finally saw his friend. In a moment, Tenny literally rushed towards the orc with screams. Cocoon asked the bear if he had come all this way just for his sake. Tenny began to blame the orc for leaving his native home. Cocoon explained that he left his family because he had to find one thing. This information surprised Ken Hyun-woo. However, the boy thought that the most important thing for him was to move on the quest. He told Cocoon that Raccoon asked him to convey that his home was a dark forest. After that, Ken Hyun-woo immediately received a notification that he had completed the task. The boy should have returned for Raccoon for the reward. Cocoon said that he would also like to return to the tribe, but it is too early for him to do so. The orc threw off his winter clothes, which hid his body, which was pierced by lightning. Cocoon said that he would not want his father to see him like this. He explained that he was cursed by a dark mage. If he does not kill his offender, the curse will never leave his body. Cocoon asked Kyung Hyun-woo if he would help him. The guy understood that this is not a quest, which means that he will not receive any reward later. He asked Cocoon if the dark mage had a lot of things. Tenny shouted that it didn't matter. The bear really wanted the master to help his friend. Sighing, the boy told Cocoon to lead him to the dark mage. Smiling, he assured that he would help the orc. Soon, Kate from the Pioneer Guild received a message from a max-level noob in which he wrote that he had found an orc. He also reported that they were now nearby, in the place of the snow giants. Kate shared the information with the other guild members. Suddenly, another message came from the max-level noob. It said that there was a dungeon with monsters nearby where, most likely, their boss in the form of a dark mage should appear soon. This surprised the guild members. They decided to find information about this place as soon as possible. An hour later, they joined Kang Hyun-woo, Tenny, and Cocoon. Now the whole group was standing at the giant door that led to the dungeon. Kate was glad to see the orc, as he told him. He thanked the soldier for the food. Ken Hyun-woo was grateful to Asu for finding the information about the dungeon. The magician assured the boy that this was only his contribution to the general cause. After a few minutes, the whole company entered the dungeon called the Cardinum Laboratory. However, in the middle The place was more like a cemetery. Guild members began to whisper among themselves that there was a lot of dark energy here. They also mentioned that they had seen this place once before in a Phoenix video. Ken Hyun-woo had not heard anything like that about the video. It was explained to him that Phoenix and New World made this video when they followed the main script. Someone remembered that there was also a moment in the video when the master of the New World Guild smashed skeletons with his hands. Suddenly, a monster appeared in the air above the group. Cocoon immediately recognized her as a dark mage named Lich Cardzum. He grinned and said that he welcomes all visitors to his laboratory. After that, he immediately fell to the ground next to the travelers. Without thinking for a second, Cocoon rushed at his offender. The Lich instantly cast a powerful spell on the orc. He noted that he became a Lich precisely because of people like Cocoon. The orc fell to the ground. Tenny approached him. The bear began to tell Cocoon that he had no right to relax. The orc agreed and tried to pull himself together. The Lich laughed and shouted that no one would leave his laboratory alive. After that, skeletons started coming out of the ground. There was a whole army of them. Ace noted that he now understood why the friend who had given him the information about the dungeon advised him not to go there. Kate, on the other hand, boldly rushed into battle with the evil spirits. The skeletons did not frighten him at all. Not only that, he asked the guild members how long they were going to wait. Kate noted that competing with skeletons is a lot of fun. Ken Hyun-woo asked Cocoon if he knew where the Lich had so much mana. The orc replied that he could try to understand. After a moment of thought, he said that all the power of the dark mage was gathered in his chest and left arm. Ken Heng-yu smiled. He realized that some of it was the Lich's life vessel. He then struck a crescent moon strike. Kate had never seen anything like it. He watched the maximum level noob with delight. The evil fell from Ken Hung-woo's blow. However, the Lich noted that he could summon as many skeletons as he wanted. In proof of his words, new monsters appeared at the same moment. Kate and Ace realized something was up with the max-level noob. He flew over the army of skeletons and prepared to attack. At the same time, the boy did not even have a 100th level. The Lich felt his mana draining quickly. Too much of it was going into regenerating skeletons. The dark mage realized that he must immediately destroy the masked bastard. Otherwise, he would be in danger. At the same moment, the Lich launched a bright stream at Ken Heng-woo. Cocoon shouted to the boy that it was curse magic like the one on him, so Kyung Hyun-woo had to be careful. The boy asked if this magic was really so dangerous. Laughing, he assured his friends that no skeletons would be able to detain him. The Lich said that a max-level noob is an idiot if he thinks he relies solely on evil. After that, he once again launched a jet at the boy. Ken Hyun-woo was scared. For a moment, he thought he was done for. Cocoon and Tenny saw purple fire engulf the boy's body. Ken Hyun-woo said sarcastically that he was in a lot of pain. Next, he removed a masked skeleton from his body, which served as a mock-up and which took the full impact of the Lich. Tenny was furious. He began to accuse the owner of playing very cruelly with them. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he just wanted to make the video a little more fun. The dark mage became even more angry. He began to shout that the boy in the mask had no right to joke with him like that. At the same moment, all the skeletons began to disappear. This surprised the players. Magic circles began to appear on the floor. The Lich began to summon his best creation. A minute later, a scary Dullahan rider appeared in the laboratory. The monster held its own head in its hand. 2 months ago, news about the appearance of a new raid boss appeared in the arena community. He was Dullahan, the Headless Horseman. No guild has yet managed to deal with him. Meanwhile, the Lich ordered the monster to destroy the players. Cocoon boldly charged at Dullahan. Suddenly his head felt dizzy and he sat down on the ground. Ken Hyun-woo realized that the curse had become stronger. He ordered the orc to rest, assuring them that they would handle the Headless Horseman themselves. Ace couldn't understand how a Dullahan with such a body weight could be so fast. Ken Hyun-woo rushed forward. The guild members stared at him in surprise. The boy shouted to his friends that he would compete with the rider himself while leaving Lich to them. The members of the guild wished Noob maximum level of luck, though they had little faith in his victory. Ken Hyun-woo increased the energy of his weapon and charged into battle. Dullahan shouted that he would destroy the boy because he had the audacity to compete with him. Ken Hyun-woo tried to fend off the Headless Horseman's attacks, although it was difficult. Now he could hardly stand on his feet. Suddenly his gaze fell on Dullahan's head, which had been lying on the ground the whole time. The rider realized that the maximum level noob would try to attack his head. Dullahan asked the boy to wait so that their duel would be fair. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised to hear this from the rider. After that, the monster launched its head like a core at the boy. Ken Hyun-woo activated the power of the Archons and the power of Hephaestus. This helped him knock off his opponent's head. She boomeranged at Dullahan himself. Kate, seeing the max-level noob defeat the Headless Horseman himself, screamed with joy. Dullahan, meanwhile, had no plans to lose to some boyish game. That's what he said to Ken Hyun-woo. He replied that the rider was always talking nonsense. The boy cheerfully suggested that Dullahan finish their duel quickly. Next, Ken Hyun-woo launched mana at the rider. He managed to escape. Meanwhile, the Dark Mage came under the boy's attack. He just didn't have time to dodge. The Lich did not understand what was happening. All the mana he released returned to him. At some point, he began to guess what was happening. However, it was too late. The Headless Rider fell from another max-level noob attack. The Lich began to cry out furiously, summoning some god to help. But the members of the guild did not let him finish what he started. They resolutely rushed into battle. The Dark Mage was horrified to realize that the power from his magic bracelet was gone. Ken Hyun-woo understood that Lich had to be finished. The boy struck a decisive blow. A moment later, all that was left of the Dark Mage was some kind of pendant. For defeating Lich Kardum, Ken Hyun-woo received additional experience. The boy was glad that he had pumped up to 2 levels. He was also sure that the video turned out great. Without holding back their emotions, all the guild members rushed towards the max-level noob. They began to praise the boy's abilities one after the other. Tenny reacted very strangely to the owner's victory. The bear began to cry with joy. He was happy that Kakun's body was completely cleansed. Orc pointed out that all this happened only because of Ken Hyun-woo. The members of the guild begged the boy to let them tell about this adventure in society. Ken Hyun-woo agreed. After a few hours, Kakun was ready to return to his native tribe. He wanted to see his father as soon as possible. The orc suggested that the boy somehow come to visit them. The guy said he would definitely do that. The bear begged Kakun to be careful on the road. Tenny was genuinely worried about his friend. After a few minutes, the orc said goodbye and went on his way. And the members of the guild at that time shared items among themselves. The matter almost came to a fight. Kate was ashamed of her friends. He began to interrupt them, saying that the members of the Pioneer Guild should not behave like this in front of a max-level noob. Kate apologized to Ken Hyun-woo for such an unfortunate misunderstanding. Ace handed the boy a lich bracelet and some sort of ring. Ken Hyun-woo was pleasantly surprised to be given such precious items. Ace quietly asked the boy to sell the ring to him. The magician was ready to pay 20,000 gold for this thing. Ken Hyun-woo accepted the offer. The boy began to examine the bracelet, which was called Cursed. This thing was of liquid class and performed a number of excellent functions. For example, when hitting a target, the enemy's life was reduced by 20 seconds. Ken Hyun-woo realized that with this skill, he would now be able to defeat raid bosses with ease. This despite the fact that earlier the raid of the Desert Dragons took him several hours. Suddenly he was called. He was suddenly even scared. However, it was only Kate looking at Ken Hyun-woo with delight. A member of the guild invited the boy with the bear to join the Pioneer, saying that they would have a lot of fun playing together. Before Ken Hyun-woo could say anything, Kate turned away and walked away. He threw the boy over his shoulder, leaving him the opportunity to think about his offer. Kate walked over to her friends and said that she would wait for the max-level noob's answer. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't take his eyes off the Pioneer Guild members. He liked that they could afford to just enjoy playing in the arena. After leaving the game, a hungry Ken Heng started his lunch with Enchan. A friend asked the boy what his current rank is in the arena. Ken Hyun-woo replied that bronze. He also added that he was 93rd level. Enchan asked how he managed to get bronze, if it is only given at level 120. The boy replied that for this it is enough to be a max-level noob. His friend pointed out that Ken Hyun-woo might try to broadcast and store items, that is, enter the PMP, before reaching level 100. The boy thought about Enchan's words. RMPs are ranking matches of rankers. Only players with a level of 100 and above could enter them. This is a competition, in the final of which a participant could drop a wonderful object, and the RMP player could catch the eye of the Pro Gamer Guild or the Great Guild. Ken Hyun-woo recalled that these matches were supposed to have 3 events: PvP, Mana Test, and Achievement Evaluation. The guy understood that all this could be an interesting topic for a video, and there was still the battle of the 2 masks to deal with. A few days later, the max-level noob welcomed all spectators to the Alliance Arena, the stadium for the competition. He said that today's stream topic is RMR. He also promised that at the end of the video, he will tell all the details about the battle of the 2 masks. Ken Hyun-woo announced that he will compete with a blunt dagger. Then he took out his weapon and prepared to fight the first opponent. He turned out to be a Nuba fan. He immediately began asking his idol for an autograph. Ken Hyun-woo didn't let him finish. and immediately attacked. Literally in a few seconds, the fan opponent was destroyed. Less than half an hour passed when Noob won 10 consecutive victories in PvP. Ken Hyun-woo regretfully thought that he forgot to add at least a little humor to his stream. The boy decided to consider the concept of the day as a demonstration of skills. Very soon, he found himself in the MANHWA testing room, where an examiner named Vance was already waiting for him. The man immediately warned that his test was not like ordinary fights. The test will consist of two parts. In the first, you should gain magical power from the outside, as it was in the tutorial. At the same time, it is forbidden to use skills. Before Vance could finish, Ken Hyun-woo released a huge pillar of flame from his hand. Seeing this, the examiner could not believe his eyes. He could not understand exactly what kind of power the boy used. Vance noted that it was time for the second part of the test. Next, he handed Ken Hyun-woo a handful of black balls. The man explained that these items responded to mana by changing their colors. The boy had to make them do it. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and took the balls. A moment later, he was already juggling them. At the same time, all objects changed their color. Vance was shocked. Ken Hyun-woo set a record in the mana test and won first place. After a few minutes, the boy met a girl with pink hair. She said she would conduct an assessment of Ken Hyun-woo's achievements. The girl asked him to place his hands on the stone slab. The boy did as he was told. In his heart, Ken Hyun-woo hoped that it would be some kind of unique item. Literally, in a few minutes, all the results were loaded. The girl with pink hair couldn't hide her surprise. The thing is that Arena has always had 4 classes of common items: common, uncommon, rare, and unique. But there were rumors that there was another level that hadn't been seen before. Ken Hyun-woo was shocked to learn that he had a legendary level. At the same moment, many donations from the audience showered on the boy. Even more because it turned out that the max level noob is a unique player. Ken Hyun-woo still couldn't figure out how to react to his new status. The girl immediately began to sincerely congratulate the guy with the legendary level. Many congratulatory messages also came from the audience. Ken Hyun-woo even blushed a little. All the other players also started congratulating max level noob. Towards the end of the stream, Ken Hyun-woo moved on to the subject of the Battle of the Two Masks. He noted that this is a competition for arena players wearing masks that hide their identities. After all, thanks to a nickname or appearance, you can understand who exactly is in front of you. Knowing this, you can choose the right tactics and defeat your opponent by hitting weak points. But in the Battle of the Two Masks, the participant will not know who exactly will be his opponent. This means that the victory will depend solely on the skills of the participants. In addition, a celebrity may be hiding behind the mask. The show was scheduled to be held on Fridays of odd-numbered weeks. There will be 8 participants in total. The winner of the first week will advance to the playoffs. Ken Hyun-woo added that the organizers of the show have not yet decided on the award, but among the prizes will definitely be his autograph and a joint photo. After the restraint, the boy and Tenny went into the forest. Ken Hyun-woo remembered the quest he received from the dwarves after rescuing them. He should have found the Red Anvil tribe in the Haejin Mountains and met the Golden Hammer. The guy told the bear that they had already caught 3 bosses nearby, but they didn't get the weapons. Only this one way remains. Ken Hyun-woo suggested that as a reward, they would be able to choose a weapon that was made with a golden hammer. The guy admitted that he was going to come here after level 120, because the terrain is quite difficult. But he wants to finish the quest faster to pump up his characteristics. While Ken Hyun-woo was talking, Tenny was picking wild mushrooms and apples. At the same time, Tien-ho was walking along the mountain range. He asked his assistant Lin if it was really safe here. The girl replied that they had nothing to fear. There were players here, but they all went hunting deep in the forest. The man suggested that the assistant also go hunting. The girl agreed with the boss. Tien-ho put his hand on her head and said that Lin can call him by his name because they are in the arena now. After that, the man said that he plans to spend 3 hours here, so he orders the girl to call the others to camp. Lin rushed to do the errand. Above all, she was afraid of disappointing her boss. Suddenly, a max-level noob with shadow around his neck appeared before her eyes. Lin cried out in surprise. The boy immediately turned away from Lin and went in the other direction. He did not like that the girl was so scared after seeing him. Lino immediately realized that if she caught the max-level noob that caused her boss so many problems, Tien-ho would be in a better mood. Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny felt fear. Something was wrong in this forest. In addition, the boy had the impression that he was not looking for a tribe, but on the contrary, everyone was chasing him. Ken Hyun-woo tried to pull himself together and told the bear that he should kill some monster. She did not like this idea. Suddenly they saw Lin again with some warriors. Ken Hyun-woo realized that they were following them. The girl smiled sweetly and said that she and her friends would really like to play with them. The boy discreetly replied that he had other plans with the bear. Lin seethed with rage. She hated the max-level noob with all her heart. She directly told the boy about this. Tenny shouted that a girl should not say such things to his master. Ken Hyun-woo tried to calm the bear down. He also asked Lin about where she was from. The girl smiled and said she wasn't going to answer max-level noob's question. Instead, she offered to compete. The boy rushed to run away from the group of strangers. He didn't understand why he had to waste his time on them. Lin ordered the warriors to run after him. The shadow hanging around the owner's neck asked if he was okay. Ken Hyun-woo thought that usually the players in the Haejin mountain range were above level 150. Even for him, 4 warriors of this level will be deadly. Before starting to play in Arena, he was a ranker in another game. One guild came to him and invited him to join them, but he refused because he liked to be alone. The guild representatives did not like this, and they caused the boy a lot of trouble. They began to interfere with his hunting, forcibly killed other players, and even created a false opinion about the boy in society. They continued to compete with him, and he with them. The game that once brought joy to the boy began to haunt him. When he began to feel stress when opening the game, he finally decided to quit it. Right now, Ken Hyun-woo was experiencing similar feelings. The warriors, led by Lin, caught up with him. The girl defiantly looked at the boy, feeling that she was already in the position of a winner. Ken Hyun-woo stood on the edge of the cliff. A rapid stream of water flowed behind him. The boy understood that he had no way out. He looked at the hated warriors led by Lin. He was annoyed by players who forced him to fight. Ken Hyun-woo saw no advantage in being in the guild. All the horrible memories came flooding back into his mind. However, he quickly dismissed the bad thoughts, reminding himself that things were different now. Arena became his life a long time ago. A sword appeared in his hand, and he prepared to fight. The guy was determined. These 4 warriors no longer scared him. One of them, named Chen, asked Lin if he could deal with the max-level noob himself. The girl was surprised by such a request. Ken Hyun-woo, meanwhile, began to guess that it was all about the boss of these players. Lin reflected that Chen was one of the best players in the guild. After weighing everything well, she allowed him to fight Noob, but warned that victory was extremely important to them. Chen activated all his skills and charged at the boy. Ken Hyun-woo used the power of Hephaestus and prepared to fight back. In an instant, he destroyed Chen's weapon. He stared in surprise at what was left of his sword. Ken Hyun-woo defiantly asked his opponent if he didn't expect this from him. The boy then grabbed Chen by his armor. The man immediately felt the incredible power of the maximum level noob. Ken Hyun-woo lifted Chen above his head and threw him a few meters away. The warrior was destroyed. Lin couldn't believe that Chen had lost. A thought flashed through her mind that a max-level noob might have specifically lured them here to kill them. Ken Hyun-woo, meanwhile, prepared to fight on. He had no intention of giving up. Lin ordered the warriors named Wei and Xiao to prepare to attack. But Ken Hyun-woo was more agile, so he rushed at the warriors first. A serious battle began, not for life, but for death. Ken Hyun-woo understood that it would be difficult for him to defend himself against so many representatives of the 150 level. His opponents fought very well. The guy even thought that they could be twins. Suddenly, he was engulfed in flames. Ken Hyun-woo was confused for a moment. But taking control of himself, he began to make his way with the sword. Lin caused the fire. She was certain that the boy would fall from the magic. The girl was a magician, one of the best supports in the team. However, the difficulty with wielding magic was that it was often anomalous. For example, it was possible to get a burn when using fire, or frostbite when using ice. Meanwhile, Lin ordered his comrades to continue attacking. She assured that time was in their favor because their level was higher. Ken Hyun-woo understood that he should prepare in advance for the battle with the sorceress. While fending off another attack, the boy remembered Tenny. Meanwhile, the bear was trying to pluck another apple from the tree branch. Ken Hyun-woo felt that someone or something was putting pressure on his body. The boy realized that his enemies had used crowd control. This technique is able to complicate the opponent's movement. Lin prepared to launch a fireball at the max-level noob. Smiling, she said that he had come to an end. Suddenly, the girl was pierced by lightning of terrible force. Ken Hyun-woo realized that Tenny had come to his aid. Tasting an apple, the bear said lazily that he did not like to be distracted from the meal. Lin could not recover from the lightning. She suffered internal damage. The soldiers rushed to the girl. They were shocked by what happened to the sorceress. However, the battle is not over. Ken Hyun-woo struck a crescent moon. This turned out to be enough to destroy the sorceress Lin. There are only two opponents left. Ken Hyun-woo suggested that they fight fair, that is, 2-on-2. Soon, Tian-ho found out that the 4-level 150 players were unable to defeat the max-level noob. He began to shout furiously at his assistant Lin, who had brought him such disappointing news. Tian-ho blamed his charges for mindlessly rushing to fight an extremely strong player. The girl admitted that she had filmed the battle. After that, she put the flash drive with the file on the boss's desk. Meanwhile, max-level noob told Kim So-jun that he managed to defeat sorceress Lin. The master of the New World Guild learned for the first time that the boy was not just hunting monsters but filming videos. At the same time, he and Ken Hyun-woo were surrounded by a bunch of trolls. Kim So-jung ignored them. He tried to remember how he knew this Lin's name. He remembered that the secretary's name was Tian-ho. While fighting off the trolls, Ken Hyun-woo asked his friend who he was. Kim So-jun replied that Tian-ho is the captain of the ISIS Guild, which often conducts restraints, and he is also the director of one item farm, that is, a monopolist. His job is to manage the farm, monopolize all items in the area, and artificially manipulate the market price. Because of people like Tian-ho, the item in the arena is very expensive. Ken Hyun-woo realized that he had a lot of reasons to beat the Chinese streamer. While finishing off the last of the trolls, Kim So-jun warned the boy that Tian-ho was a dangerous type. Half an hour later, he confidently led Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny behind him, assuring him that he had seen bearded dwarfs somewhere around here. The boy hoped that they were really here because he wanted to finish the quest as soon as possible. And indeed, after a few minutes, a little man appeared next to them. He was about to disappear, but Ken Hyun-woo told him to wait. He informed the dwarf that he had come to meet the Golden Hammer. The man asked if the boy sometimes meant Etchin. Kim So-jun explained that he was a dwarf who was captured by a dark mage in the Arty Desert. The dwarf said his name was Tricia. He added that he heard about the max-level noob from the brothers. Kim So-jun remembered that he had once met a little man. He called him an overgrown dwarf. Tricia led the travelers to the village. What the players saw in front of them amazed them. It was hard to even imagine that a dwarven settlement could be located in such a place. Tricia immediately led the players to the workshop where Etchin was working. He immediately asked an acquaintance about whom he had brought to him. Before Tricia could say a word, Etchin swam up to Ken Hyun-woo. Dwarf recognized him. He said he thought the boy would find him sooner. After these words, the task was officially considered completed. Etchin took out a mountain of weapons from his bag and threw them in front of Ken Hyun-woo. Dwarf pointed out that he could choose any of these items as a reward. The boy liked the unique stick called Breath of Nature. She was able to effectively increase and restore magical power. However, Ken Hyun-woo also liked the Kami-sama Oath Sword, which could increase its power during the full moon period. Kim So-jun advised the boy to choose a weapon faster. He even thought to himself that a max-level noob was like an ant picking the cheapest vegetables at the market. In the end, the boy chose what he wanted to take for himself. Etchin noted that he did not make it, but received it from his father as an artifact. These were the gloves of Slayer's memory. They could increase all become. Kim So-jun wondered if the boy would like to give them to him. Ken Hyun-woo looked at his friend in annoyance. He immediately put on his gloves. The boy thought that he was just a little away from becoming a ranker. He told himself that it was time to live up to the name of these wonderful gloves. At the same time, some men bravely fought another monster in the forest. One of them, a young blonde, turned to the other, a bearded, brown-haired man, noting that they had been here for 5 hours, but they had only met monsters. The bearded man replied that he too was annoyed by this situation, but they should wait until the director came. He added that since the max-level noob killed the team's best player, all the director is doing is leveling up. Hearing about the max-level noob, the blonde couldn't hide the anger on his face. He suggested that it was because of him that there were now more masked players. A boy in a strange mask accidentally overheard the men's conversation. The blonde said that he was already tired of hunting. The man offered his friend to kill someone. At that moment, they saw a boy in a strange mask. The bearded man said that it pissed him off that this jerk was wearing exactly the same clothes as the max-level noob. He replied to the blonde that killing some player is a good way to get rid of stress. The two of them approached the boy in the strange mask and asked if he had any pride. They didn't like him copying another player. Blondin noted that a lot of such weirdos in masks have gotten divorced now. The player asked the man if he was going to challenge him to a duel. The blonde smiled evilly. He suggested a team match. This way, the player in the strange mask would definitely get closer to the max-level noob. He agreed. The blonde and the bearded man anticipated their own victory. They expected not just a duel, but a duel to delete the account. When the battle began, the boy in the strange mask revealed all the cards. He was a max-level noob. After that, he addressed the audience who were currently watching the broadcast. The boy told about all Tianho's manipulations. The blonde and the beard could not believe that they had fallen into such a trap. Ken Hung-woo also reported that the topic of today's stream is maximum level noob versus ISIS guild. The guy took off the strange mask, smiled, and said that the show was starting. At the same time, Secretary Lin flew into her boss's office and shouted that they were in big trouble. However, Tianho calmly replied that he knew everything. He asked the girl to check the flash drive he was giving her. Lin did so. On the carrier was a max-level noob battle. Tianho noted that the boy is a monster of control and growth rate. It was strange for the girl to hear such words about the maximum level noob from the boss. Tianho smiled and said that they were no match for his control. Therefore, he must defeat the max-level noob in his own way. Meanwhile, the bearded man was chasing after Shadow. He ran away quite cleverly. The blonde was fighting Ken Hyun-woo. He was trying to withstand the boy's attacks. The bear got tired of running and decided to fight in another way. With all his strength, Tenny launched a bolt of lightning at the bearded man, but the man did not give up. He began to resist the electric shock. He had already swung his sword to kill the bear, but was hit by a max-level noob. The blonde rushed to his friend. Ken Hyung-woo couldn't help but smile triumphantly. The blonde was enraged and was ready to kill the max-level noob at that very moment. Tenny bent over the owner. Together, they were ready to fight. After a few minutes, they won. Now, Ken Hyun-woo could take everything away. He admitted to the audience that this was not the only reason he targeted Tianho. Thanks to the information he got from Hedo in the previous broadcast, the boy learned that it was Tianho who asked the replacement knight to kill him. He also remembered Lin. It's obvious that the Chinese streamer hated max-level noob for something. The boy told the audience that he would not rest until he received an apology from Tianho. He added that he was going to kill all the members of the ISIS guild in the Hejin Mountains. Suddenly, he received a donation of 10 gold coins. Some mission man promised him 200 if he could win the next duel without skills. Without thinking long, the boy shouted that he accepted the challenge. The next duel will be to delete the account. The three opponents of Ken Hyun-woo were convinced of their own victory. But the boy did not care about the number of enemies at all. He was calm. It took him a minute to take them all down. Smiling, he noted that he managed to win without skills. The boy was glad that he received today not only the inventory of members of the guild ISIS, but also so much gold. Suddenly, another donor arrived with a task. This time, it was necessary not to attack for 30 seconds. Of course, the guy managed it. Subsequently, he was asked to compete with weapons from the opponent's inventory. This was performed by Ken Hyun-woo as well. Another viewer asked to compete with one hand. And this did not cause any difficulties for the boy either. Ken Hyun-woo handled everything the audience asked of him. At the same time, the boy felt that something was wrong. He was surprised that the other members of the ISIS guild did not make themselves known. Meanwhile, Tenny was already beginning to whine about being tired. Here he received a task for 30,000 gold. To get them, the boy had to play and win in the novice set. Ken Hyung-woo understood that with his equipment, he could take a lot of losses. However, the money was too much, so Ken Hyun-woo, throwing off his clothes, shouted that he accepted the terms. Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was Tianho with his entourage. The man was smiling defiantly. Ken Heng-yu was not scared and said that he hoped that the Chinese streamer had come to apologize in front of him. However, he noted that he had nothing to ask for forgiveness from the maximum level noob. Tianho added that the boy was just making himself a victim. Ken Hyun-woo suggested that the Chinese streamer was jealous of him. Otherwise, he does not understand why he hired a replacement knight for him. Tianho laughed and said that the words of the maximum level noob were empty sound because he had no evidence. Then he watched this scene. He even found some popcorn for himself. Tianho said that he knew a way for a max-level noob to prove himself right. For this, he needs to meet him in a duel. The guy stared at the Chinese streamer in surprise. He explained that in medieval Europe, it was the duel that determined the winner. People believed that God would protect the righteous. It was only then that Ken Hyun-woo remembered that he was wearing a rookie set. The guy thought. Tenny tried to shout at the owner, but it was in vain. Ken Hyun-woo thought it was better to delete his account or give up his career as a streamer. With a sly smile, Tianho coaxed him into a duel. The Chinese streamer liked that the audience also wanted such a bright spectacle. Ken Hyun-woo understood that he had fallen into a trap. The boy was also aware that Tianho was currently level 160 and silver rank. He, Ken Hyun-woo, was in the rookie set. Tenny worried about the owner. The bear had no idea what he would do. In the end, Ken Hyun-woo decided that such a duel was a good chance for him. The boy told Tianho that if he was defeated, He would confess all his wrongdoings. The Chinese streamer agreed. The duel to delete the account was about to begin. The participants were getting ready. Ken Hyun-woo was as focused as possible. As soon as the duel started, Ken Hyun-woo rushed at the Chinese streamer. He repelled the attack without lifting a finger. He openly laughed at the max-level noob, convinced that the boy couldn't hurt him. Not enough, he assured that he could win in one shot. He yelled at the boy to attack. At this time, Kim So-jun could not believe what Kang Chung-gu had told him. He once again asked if it was true that the maximum-level noob and Tian-ho had a duel. Kang Chung-gu nodded. He also said that the players will now hold back. Kim So-jun rushed to watch the video. He did not like what his friend was wearing. He didn't understand how a max-level noob had agreed to compete with Tian-ho in the rookie set. Despite everything, the boy won. Tian-ho was on the verge of defeat. He decided to use the Sonic Blade Scythe against the max-level noob. But it didn't work. Ken Heng-woo took a step back and Tian-ho missed. Now the boy was more focused than ever. He understood that one wrong move could be fatal for him. Ken Hyun-woo did not use direct attacks. Instead, he used martial arts to deflect his opponent's attacks. Many viewers following the broadcast began to take a closer look at the max-level noob's fighting style. His example showed that in different situations, exactly one shot determined victory or defeat. Kim So-jung watched his friend with delight. He was convinced once again that they needed a max-level noob. He invited the other members of the New World Guild to support the boy. Tian-ho was furious. It seemed impossible to him that some boy in the novice set was beating him. The Chinese streamer previously did not allow the thought that he could lose in this duel. All the members of his guild watched him worriedly. Lin worried about her husband more than anyone. Ken Heng-woo understood that it was time to end the duel with this worthless person. He told his opponent that he definitely had better subjects and level. However, there is one thing where he, a max-level noob, has an advantage. With a smile, he said that he prefers to play for Tian-ho. A grimace of hatred appeared on the face of the Chinese streamer. The battle continued. Ken Hyun-woo was in the leading position. Soon, Tian-ho was destroyed. Max-level noob has won the final victory. Suddenly, the boy saw that a bunch of ISIS guild members appeared in front of him, led by Lin. The girl could not hide her anger. She started yelling at the boy about how dare he destroy their captain. Ken Hyun-woo smiled. After a moment, his usual outfit appeared on him, replacing the newbie's set. Lin was furious. She prepared to throw a fireball at the max-level noob. There was an explosion. Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny looked at each other. A moment later, they saw Kate from the Pioneers Guild. He happily noted that he arrived on time. Besides him, there were all other members of the guild. They restrained the members of ISIS with ease. Kate told Ken Heng-woo that they once rejected a contract with Tian-ho. Lin began to shout that they could not have any proposals with her boss. The member of the Pioneer Guild looked at the girl and calmly said that his full name is Kate Porsche. Lin realized that it was this man who rejected the contract with her boss. Ignoring Lin, Kate suggested that his guildmates just ended here. The representatives of ISIS began to get angry after learning the whole truth. All of them had to voluntarily exit their accounts to avoid human wrath. Ken Heng-woo understood that now they were unlikely to ever appear in the arena again. He thanked the members of the Pioneers Guild and went on his way with Tenny. In the end, Kate shouted to the boy that he hoped that they would definitely meet again. It remains to find out what items Tian-ho had. Tenny begged the owner to look at them first. Ken Hyun-woo agreed. The bear carefully opened the magic box. A bunch of various things flew away with her. The guy thought it was just some garbage. However, among the junk, he found a book called Super Energy Wave that could explode mana. Ken Hyun-woo immediately tried to check on her. He liked the result. Shadow Bear was also delighted by the energy wave. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo prepared to leave home early. En-chan asked his friend where he was going. The boy reminded his friend that the Battle of the Masks was starting today. En-chan wanted to ask Ken Hyun-woo more, but he quickly said goodbye and walked out the door. An hour later, he was already at the Korean office of the Nazar Company. The manager and director were waiting for him there. They happily greeted the boy. Ken Hyun-woo was happy to see Kyle. He was unfamiliar with his boss. The company director smiled and said his name was Jamie Moo. The boy was invited to sit down. The director noted that Ken Hyun-woo is in great shape. He noted that another company was also interested in the Battle of the Two Masks and even built a separate platform for them in the arena. The boy liked this information. Ken Hyun-woo's gaze stopped at the poster hanging on the wall. Jamie explained that they ran an ad for the Battle of the Two Masks. He also noted that Kate from the Porsche company spoke a lot about the boy. Ken Hyun-woo only now understood what the Pioneer member meant when he talked about collaboration. Kyle asked the guy if he was checking the list of people for the broadcast. Ken Hyun-woo nodded and added that he was not sure that so many stars would come. The manager noted that there will be only 6 players, and they are already waiting on the court. Kyle asked if the boy wanted to meet them before the show started. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he wouldn't mind. Half an hour later, he was walking down the corridor of a building that had been built specifically for the Battle of the Two Masks. Suddenly, a pentagram appeared in front of him. The guy remembered that through it you can teleport to the desired place. He joined the circle on the floor. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo heard someone call out to him. Turning around, he saw a happy Kim So-jun. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised when he learned that the New World Guild Master would be participating in the first broadcast of the show. Kim So-jun began to shout cheerfully that he must win today. He began to happily shake Ken Hyun-woo's shoulders. The boy felt dizzy, so he decided to go meet the other players. After a few minutes, he saw a pretty girl with purple hair. It was Griffin from the Phoenix Guild. She began to assure the boy that she was happy to get such a chance. The girl quietly added that she had heard that some big patch was waiting for them, and after it, a PvP tour in which she would definitely win. Ken Hyun-woo thought that it would be better for Griffin to focus on the main task of the broadcast. Next, the boy met Marco from the Manhwa Guild. He appeared to be Ken Hyun-woo evil. The master of the Haku Guild, Daniel, was also here. He immediately said that he did not want to talk because he wanted to collect his thoughts before the test. Ken Hyun-woo realized that he had passed almost all the players. There are only 2 pro gamers left. The boy was surprised that they were also here, although the Pro League was opened in the arena. First, he met Mascherano's boyfriend. He was a pro gamer from the American division of Red Bull. Ken Hyun-woo directly asked him why he wanted to compete. Mascherano replied that he just wanted to do something for himself, not for the company. Another player was pro gamer Cavani from the Manchester Devils. He began to shout that he dreams of Ken Hyun-woo becoming their player. Cavani promised the boy the best terms of cooperation that can be imagined. Ken Hyun-woo thanked him, but said he wanted to focus on restraints for now. The pro gamer assured that he is ready to wait for an answer as long as it takes. Standing on the pentagram, the boy thought. He didn't think he would get an offer from a pro gamer. Suddenly, a worker from the set called him. He informed the boy that the broadcast was about to begin. Ken Hyun-woo nodded. A-World is a streaming platform that the guy usually used. As a rule, the number of spectators did not exceed 50,000, but now there were more than 200. Finally, the broadcast started. A max-level noob appeared in the spotlight. He greeted the audience and noted that the Battle of the Two Masks was about to begin. The guy said that today the audience will see rankers who have never appeared on other shows. After that, he started introducing the participants. The first player was the King Bee. He could flutter like a butterfly and sting like a bee. The second fighter was Darkholm. His fist was not afraid of anything in the world. Sir Camelot is the third participant. Ken Hyun-woo advised all the ladies to look at him. The restless spirit of Bathard also took part in the competition. Another player is Passos. He is a passionate South American dancer. The last 6th participant was a nanomachine named Jackson. Ken Hyun-woo commented that all the members look very cool. Viewers agreed with him in the comments. Then the boy began to explain the rules. The player who wins 5 wins becomes the king of the week. If no one challenges the opponent within 30 seconds, the fighter in the ring gains an additional victory. The player who loses 3 battles takes off his mask and shows his face. The previous week's king will compete for his spot with the next week's king. Ken Hyun-woo said that the time has come to choose a contender for the first fight. Especially for this, the organizers of the show launched a supercube. He showed that the battle should be opened by the King Bee. Ken Hyun-woo asked the other contestants if anyone would like to compete against such an opponent. Darkholm immediately challenged himself to battle. This participant was sure of his victory. A few minutes later, the first battle of the show began. Even Ken Hyun-woo was surprised with the zeal with which both players rushed into battle. Neither side was ready to give in. Darkholm wanted to deal with the Bee King as soon as possible and become the king of the two masks. Therefore, he began to use all his skills against the opponent. Ken Hyun-woo recognized from them the skills of Kim So-jun, the master of the New World Guild. However, strangely enough, the King Bee persevered. Not only that, it seems he also understood who his opponent was. There were real legends about Kim So-jun in the Arena Society. Suddenly, both players agreed to reveal their identities. Ken Hyun-woo was confused because the rules of the Battle of the Two Masks did not allow this. Suddenly, the Bee King said that he was not going to lose to Darkholm. After that, his sword lit up with golden fire. He attacked the opponent, drawing a great cross with his sword. Darkholm was not confused and successfully repelled the attack with a storm strike. The Bee King realized that it is not so easy to destroy the enemy. Darkholm delivered another powerful blow that sent his opponent crashing to the floor. Ken Hyun-woo was shocked. He did not expect such a spectacular battle from the players. The king bee was lying down. He was unable to continue the fight. It was obvious that the incredible Dracholm won the first battle. Spectators immediately wrote in the comments that they guessed who exactly is hiding under the wolf mask. After the defeat, the king bee returned to the waiting area to join the other participants. They whispered among themselves that Kim So-jun is very strong. The bee king wondered if no one could beat the master of the New World Guild. Dracholm was rejoicing in his first victory in the Battle of the Two Masks. However, the player lost in the fourth round. This upset many viewers. He was defeated by the nanomachine Jackson. Dracholm has come to an end. Later, Jackson won a second victory. It is interesting that the audience did not even guess who was hiding under the mask of the nanomachine. Ken Hyun-woo noted that Jackson goes to victory as a ruthless mechanism. Suddenly, a player under the mask of a nanomachine whispered something in the boy's ear. Ken Hyun-woo looked at the member in surprise. Then the boy announced that they were taking a break for 10 minutes. Anchan watched the broadcast carefully. He already managed to guess almost all participants who were hiding under masks. In a moment, Enchan got a call from Ken Hyun-woo. He asked his friend to help him because they were in trouble. If the issue is not resolved, the show may close after the first season. After 10 minutes, Ken Hyun-woo informed the participants and spectators of the Battle of the Two Masks that the break was over and it was time to move on to the next duel. He asked the players who wanted to compete with the nanomachine Jackson. The participants were silent. Ken Hyun-woo reminded that if no one accepted the fight within 30 seconds, then each player would receive one defeat. Suddenly, Beathard appeared next to the boy and Jackson. Laughing, he noted that it was time to stop this stupid scrap. Beathard said that he accepts the challenge because he is confident of his victory. Ken Hyun-woo announced the start of the battle. Spectators, anticipating an interesting spectacle, prepared to watch the battle. Beathard immediately charged at Jackson's nanomachine. Therefore, it was possible to avoid a direct hit from the enemy, but he received some damage. Beathard shouted that he had guessed who was hiding under the mask of the nanomachine. He was convinced that it was a player named Daniel. However, Jackson laughed and assured his opponent that he was wrong. Beathard could not believe that he had made a mistake. He was sure that only Daniel could use such techniques. He was the master of the Haku Guild. In today's broadcast, no one could match him in agility and technique. Daniel could easily take the first place in the ranking or even go beyond it. However, Beathard knew his weak point. Daniel was afraid of thrash talk. This is a technique of idiocy, which consisted in saying anything to get the opponent out of himself. Beathard lunged at Jackson, shouting that he would give him a free facelift. But Daniel did not give in. On the contrary, he dealt a good blow to Beathard. A moment later, Jackson threw another punch, this time a crescent. Beathard tried to fight back. His opponent thought he had a Mascherano technique. Beathard began to doubt that Daniel was in front of him. Only one player of Arena could fight like that. Of course, we were talking about the glorious and invincible Milligat. At the same moment, Nanomachine Jackson struck another blow at the opponent. Ken Hyun-woo stared at him in surprise. A guess appeared in his head. Meanwhile, Jackson destroyed Beathard and won another victory. Other participants were sad because 3 victories in a row is no joke. They didn't know if any of them would even be able to stop the nanomachine. Ken Hyun-woo said that the broadcast will continue in 10 minutes. After that, he teleported to the lounge. There was another Ken Hyun-woo waiting for him. His doppelganger was sitting on the sofa and smiling. The guy who hosted the broadcast complained that he was very tired. After that, he took off his mask and it became clear that it was not Ken Hyun-woo at all, but Enchan. He told his friend that he did not quite understand what he was trying to achieve. He smiled and said that Enchan would soon find out about everything himself. 10 minutes later, the broadcast continued. Jackson was ready for a new duel. Ken Hyun-woo asked the other participants who wanted to compete with the nanomachine next. Dracholm suddenly spoke up. He said he had to fight Jackson. The player in the nanomachine mask raised his hand and said he couldn't compete. Lowering his head, he said that he had certain circumstances and asked for a 30-minute break. Jackson assured that he will try to return as soon as possible. However, he no longer had a reason to participate in the competition. All because the game ended with Kim So-jun winning 2 in a row to become the winner of the first game with 5 wins and 1 loss. A crown and a mantle were put on him. However, the player was not happy. When Kyung Hyun-woo asked him to give a speech, the contestant said that becoming king was easy for him. He also added that he was wondering who would come to compete next week. Ken Hyun-woo announced that now is the time to remove the masks of all the losing players. Cavani was a pro gamer under the mask of the King Bee. All the time, Griffin from the Phoenix Guild was in the image of a South American dancer, Passos. Sir Camelot turned out to be Marco from the Mono Guild. Mascherano, a pro gamer, was hiding under the mask of Beathard. However, what everyone was most interested in was who was in the form of a nanomachine. When the player took off the mask, it became clear that it was Daniel. The man apologized for not being able to continue the game. He assured that there were important reasons for this. He added that if viewers watch the broadcast in the recording, they will definitely notice something interesting. Ken Hyun-woo said goodbye to the audience, noting that the next edition of the show will be even more interesting. As soon as the Battle of the Two Masks ended, feedback from viewers in the arena community began to appear. Daniel's escape was the most discussed. 2 days later, the Battle of the Two Masks was recorded. As Daniel said, viewers of the broadcast were very interested in what happened. The man asked Ken Hyun-woo to leave for an hour, explaining that something happened to him. The boy begged him to come back as soon as possible. He explained to Daniel that they only had 5 duels left. The man promised that he would start the fight as soon as he returned. Many viewers actively discussed the video from the shooting of the show after the release of the recording of the broadcast. You could clearly see the max-level noob leaving the room. A few minutes later, the Jackson nanomachine entered her. This character caused more and more questions from the audience. In addition, everyone discussed that it was almost impossible to beat Mascherano. It is surprising that it turned out for Daniel. Ken Hyun-woo enjoyed reading the heated discussions of the audience. He told On-chan that they managed to create a scandal. The guy added that their ratings in America reached almost 2.5%. Arena has never had such success in another country before. This pleased friends quite a bit. Suddenly, En-chan saw something on his mobile screen. His expression changed. Ken Hyun-woo asked what happened. En-chan said that the Friends channel gained 5 million subscribers after the release of Battle of the Two Masks. Ken Hyun-woo mentioned the contract he signed with Nazar. It said that for every 100,000 subscribers, the guy would receive additional bonuses. Ken Hyun-woo realized that now it was about tens of thousands of dollars. En-chan reminded his friend about the salary he was supposed to receive anyway. He offered him to take a deposit. Ken Hyun-woo understood that this was a good idea. This money meant a lot to Ken Hyun-woo, so he went to the Millwall building. He had dreamed of visiting here for a long time. Finally, his wish came true. In the middle, in one of the offices, a man with a snow-white smile was waiting for him. He immediately asked Ken Hyun-woo how much money he needed. The guy began to explain that he had come to pay off the debt. Kang Hyun-woo mentioned the name of Kang Seok-jun, about whom all the data should be found. The man found a folder. Opening it, he stared in surprise at the data that was written there. The man said that the person named Ken Hyun-woo had a debt of 15 billion won. The guy explained that the debtor is his father. Ken Hyun-woo said that he's going to give 5 billion to start. The man advised the boy not to joke with him like that. Ken Hyun-woo tried to reassure him that he was completely serious. He showed the man the amount of his income on the mobile phone screen. An hour later, a jubilant Ken Hyun-woo walked out of the Millwall building. He thought about the fact that he still had 10 billion left. If he continues to move like this, he will be able to pay off everything already this year. With the remainder, he planned to buy a house for the family and transfer Dad to a better ward. After thinking about it, he dialed his mom's number. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny hunted in Yuzma Forest in the arena. The boy told the bear that thanks to the armor, his legs had grown a little. Tenny noted that Ken Hyun-woo looks incredibly cool. The guy said that thanks to Nazar, he managed to easily get a unique material, Heart of Avora. Now he will be able to craft what he knew about back in the days of Milligat. Ken Hyun-woo admitted that he had to spend 30,000 gold on the other ingredients. As a result, he was able to obtain a unique set of armor, the Greatness of Apollo, and the boy was glad that there was plenty of time before the next Battle of the Two Masks. Therefore, he suggested that Tanya look for a quest. 20 minutes later, he was already at the gate of LeBron's house. Seeing the boy, the knight immediately asked why he had come. Ken Hyun-woo reminded LeBron that he was his student, and he came to become stronger. The man noted that the boy already looked stronger. He asked if he had finished his task. Ken Hyun-woo raised his sword and it lit up with a magical blue light. He hoped that LeBron would be satisfied with such a result, but he said that the boy was still too weak. Ken Hyun-woo tried to deny. LeBron didn't let him finish. He noted that Ken Hyun-woo was acting like a major now. He added that everything is enough inside the boy, but not on the outside. Ken Hyun-woo understood that the knight was now referring to his level. Turning his back on the boy, LeBron ordered him to go south for Briggs to the Lattice Fortress behind the Hedjin Mountains. His task is to find General Gerard. Ken Hyun-woo was happy about the new task. He was happy to come here. LeBron also added that when the guy comes back, they should go somewhere together. Meanwhile, in the canteen of the Entropy Company, the one that built the site for the Battle of the Two Masks. Two employees, Park Hae-jun and Kim Jin-young, were talking to each other while sitting at a table and having lunch. Park Hae-jun mentioned that a new patch will be released soon. He added that Rain, who is now #1 in the rankings, is level 197. The deadline for him is next week. So let's start. Kim Jin-young noted that this is the third patch related to the assault on the fortress. He added that some buy palaces, titles, and conduct sieges for this purpose. The men began to laugh at this fact. After that, they began to discuss the Battle of the Two Masks, or rather the unedited version of it. Park Hae-jun confidently stated that there was a max-level noob in the form of a nanomachine. Daniel used him as a replacement knight. Suddenly, Kim Jin-young remembered that there once was a super player named Milligat. His friend said he had heard of him too. This player was the first ranker to simply disappear. After that, Park Hae-jun continued to enjoy his delicious lunch. Meanwhile, Kyung Hyun-woo is contacted by Kyle. The manager announced that they have found new members for the Battle of the Two Masks. He also asked Kim Hyun-woo to take part in the extra training they were planning to do. The guy asked if it was possible to lock 2 players for the next round. Kyle said yes. Kim Hyun-woo admitted that he wants to take part in the next competition himself and give the other place to one of the JT Telecom players. The manager promised that he would definitely tell his boss about the boy's wishes. Kim Hyun-woo thanked and disconnected from the call with the manager. He remembered his meeting with Jung Han-baek at the mall. He was still angry when he remembered the look on that scumbag's face when he talked about Kim Hyun-woo's dad's illness. It was because of Jung Han-baek's father that the boy's family was destroyed. Kim Hyun-woo is determined to get rid of the stress on the next broadcast. Smiling, he thought it was time to test his pro gamer skills. A few hours later, Kim Hyun-woo and Tenny were standing near Lattice Fortress. They couldn't take their eyes off the tall, bearded man. It was the captain of Lattice Fortress, named Harold. He asked the boy if he was really LeBron's student. Kim Hyun-woo answered in the affirmative. Harold remarked that the Duke allowed him to do whatever he wanted with the boy. However, since he is his student, he can go and rest. Kim Hyun-woo didn't like this idea because he wanted to finish the quest. The boy said that he was ready for anything for the well-being of the fortress. To this, the herald replied that the walls of the building are so high because of the huge number of monsters that attack the fortress every year. The man added that the time of the next wave is coming soon. It would be nice to reduce the number of monsters and find out the reason for their attack. Kim Hyun-woo received 2 quests at once. One was to clear the mountain range of monsters, and the other was to find the reason for their attack. The boy had to kill as many as 999 monsters. Harold laughed. He reminded the player that he had said a few minutes ago that he was ready to do anything to protect the fortress. After talking with Harold, the boy and Tenny went hunting in the forest. In a few hours, they managed to kill 32 goblin demons. For this, Kim Hyun-woo gained experience and a new level. Vedmedic told the owner that he was in trouble today. He also asked how much they had left. Ken Heng replied that it was 967. Tenny screamed. Suddenly, the boy remembered that he had not yet changed his weapon. The bear literally begged the owner to give him peace. A moment later, a new group of monsters charged at them. Kim Hyun-woo and Tenny bravely and fiercely rushed into battle. However, more and more monsters came. They were all different. They surrounded the player with the animal from all sides. Although they tried to fight back, it was more and more difficult for them to succeed. Suddenly, it is not clear where the terrible foot-and-mouth monster appeared. Tenny trembled with fright. The guy rushed to attack the piece. Kim Hyun-woo was surprised by the number of monsters he could find in one hunt. However, he destroyed them without laying hands. In a few hours, he managed to kill 387 monsters. Kim Hyun-woo didn't like that he hadn't knocked out a new item for himself in half a day. The boy began to console himself with the fact that something was about to appear. The monsters appeared and disappeared under Kim Hyun-woo's blows one after another. When the boy destroyed 900 monsters, he collapsed without strength. He never dropped a single object. He began to complain to Tanya that he had already pumped 7 levels. However, there was no result. The bear started whining that he wanted to go home. Kim Hyun-woo stated that there was not much time left, so we should move towards the fortress. Suddenly, another monster appeared. The boy sighed and noted that it was still too early to return. Passion lit up in his eyes. Kim Hyun-woo realized that he wanted to go all the way. He rushed at the monster. Deep down, he believed that by killing the last monster, he would receive a reward. Afterwards, Kim Hyun-woo told Anchan about this adventure. He could not believe that his friend and the bear had spent all their time hunting. Anchan asked Kim Hyun-woo if he was okay and reminded him that the broadcast was about to start. The guy replied that he was under a lot of stress after hunting, Enchan said he now regrets agreeing to the broadcast. He also informed that today should be Jong Hanbek. Hearing the name of his hated enemy, Ken Hyung-woo instantly opened his eyes. It took him a few seconds to get to his feet. Laughing, he assured Enchan that he felt better. An hour later, he welcomed the audience to the Battle of the Two Masks. The guy noted that in this broadcast, they will have unusual players and interesting guests. Afterwards, Ken Hyun-woo introduced Tenny. He admitted that the owner had promised him a day off if he would sit in the suit at the show. Then the acquaintance with the players began. The first was the Countess, who refused the title. She took up the sword to avenge her family. Ken Hyun-woo was happy to introduce the Grand Marquis. The next player was hiding under the mask of an alien. According to legend, he came from space itself. Another participant was Mr. Moai. His body resembled a stone. Next was the Ladies' Agreement. He held a sword in the name of romance and love. Next, Ken Hyun-woo introduced Flying Superboy. The last player was hiding under the smile face mask. Ken Hyun-woo reported that today one of the contestants can displace the winner of the first round and become the new king. The boy shouted that the second round of the Battle of the Two Masks had already begun. Enchan was hiding under the mask of Ken Hyung-woo, the entertainer. He was glad that he had reminded his friend about Jung Hanbek in time. Ken Hyun-woo himself was in the image of a romantic ladies' suitor. The Great Marquise was the first to start the battle. The presenter asked the other players about who wants to compete with such a beautiful contestant. All players immediately began to show activity, raising their hands. Superboy turned out to be the fastest, so the chance to compete with the Great Marquise went to him. The participants prepared for the duel. Each of them was determined to win. When the battle began, the Great Marquise rushed at the opponent with lightning. However, Superboy is gone. The presenter even screamed from such an effect. One can only imagine how delighted the audience was. The Grand Marquise learned the secret school of the assassin class. Such high speed and invisibility spoke of his incredible skill. A moment later, Superboy charged at the opponent from behind. The Great Marquise was not lost and fought back with her sword. Then she rushed at the player, but he dodged in time. Superboy noted that the contestant can not only defend but also attack. The Great Marquise was thinking about how to expose her opponent. However, the more Superboy hid, the more punches he received from the contestant. Suddenly, he noticed the attributes of Ice in the Great Marquise and guessed that Reina was in front of him. Ice Princess Reina was a warrior ranker and pro gamer for the New York Warriors, and she was the first woman to enter the top 10 of the arena rankings. The Great Marquise again began to attack Superboy. He fought back, but he was well aware that dealing with Reina was not an easy task. Superboy used a technique called shadow cut. Viewers immediately began to write that under the mask of this character, Ichino could be hiding, a streamer from Japan who is one of the 1,000 best players of Arena and has a ninja class. The fight between the Great Marquise and Superboy continued. None of the duelists was going to lose. The man again used the technique of disappearance. The girl built an ice wall around her. After a moment, it turned into a boundless ice field. Enchan, in the guise of Ken Hyun-woo and Tae-ni, were shocked at what they saw. Superboy could barely stay on his feet. He sincerely believed that the skills of the Great Marquise should have been equated to moulage. However, the player was ready for this. He used a fiery flame. However, the girl did not seem to be afraid of the scorching fire at all. She bravely and quickly repelled this attack of her opponent. Superboy was enveloped in a layer of ice. He could not only get out of it, but even move. Other participants of the show carefully watched the action. Who knew that the first duel would be so difficult? There was nothing Superboy could do. He understood that this was the end. The Great Marquise won and was very happy about this fact. Ken Hyun-woo, under the mask of the lady pleaser, was upset. He did not like that the audience guessed who was hiding both in the form of Superboy and in the form of the Great Marquise. The host asked the winner of the duel if she had anything to say. The girl nodded. She stated that she was waiting for the fights with the other 4 players to do the same to them as she did to Superboy. Enchan, under the guise of Ken Hyun-woo, laughed. Other participants were not happy at all. There were no more people willing to compete with the Great Marquise. The presenter warned that if no one accepted the challenge after 30 seconds, the girl would be able to choose her own opponent. Suddenly, the ladies' conciliator stood up. He said that he was ready to take part in a duel with the Great Marquise. The participants prepared for the battle. Both were focused on their own strengths. The ladies' conciliator took out half of the sword. All the viewers were surprised that this character had a broken weapon. Reina, who was hiding under the mask of the Great Marquise, was outraged by her opponent's act. It is obvious that he did not believe in the victory of the girl. As soon as the battle began, she immediately rushed to attack. However, Damsky Ugodnik calmly repelled the attack. after which he struck back. It turned out to be fatal. Because of his speed and strength, the Grand Marquis was in a state of instant death. Not even a minute passed, as the Ladies' Conciliator destroyed his rival. The poor girl did not even have time to understand what had happened. Damsky Ugodnik won an official victory in his first duel. Enchan in the Kenhyung-woo mask and Tenny the Bear watched the player in surprise. Everyone saw that when the Ladies' Conciliator drew his sword, there was nothing there. However, during the swing, there was still something in the air. If the participant's death occurred instantly, then he drew his sword and immediately cut her. The other participants were surprised. They did not understand where such skill came from in the lady's suitor. During the break, the masked actor Ken Hyung-woo asked the Lady Pleasant how he managed to pull off such a complicated trick. The player started joking. It was obvious that the boy did not want to tell the truth. In the end, he admitted that LeBron taught him this technique. He also tried to assure Enchan that he was not hiding anything from him anymore. Not only that, now his main goal is to defeat Young Han Baek. No wonder he watched a lot of videos with him. In them, Ken Hyun-woo noticed that the boy has a habit of folding his hands in a certain gesture before each match. One of the participants in today's competition, Smile Face, does exactly the same. It is obvious that he is Young Han Baek. Enchan in the Ken Hyung-woo mask promised to put a friend in sparring with Smile Face. Kyung Hung-woo, in the image of the lady's suitor, thanked his friend and said that he would definitely win against his sworn enemy. After the break, the presenter told the contestant who wanted to compete with the Ladies' Conciliator to come on stage. Ken Hyung-woo was literally praying to himself that Young Han Baek would come out. After a few seconds, Smiley Face stood up and declared that he was ready to fight the ladies' pleader. The participants prepared for the battle. Ken Hyung-woo promised himself that he would definitely smash Young Han Baek's face today. He smiled and noted that it was finally time to see what pro players are really capable of. Ken Hyung-woo planned to use the half-sword again. He received it from Aldred after the battle for the Reef Palace. If at first he was very upset after receiving such a thing, then after talking with the gnomes, he understood its true value. This unique sword was capable of reducing mana usage and increasing defense. After the start of the fight, the Ladies' Conciliator immediately rushed at the opponent. In the first seconds, he dealt a strong blow to Smile Face. Enchan masked Ken Hyung-woo and Tenny the Bear supported the friend and host. Smile Face managed to deflect the next attack from the lady's pacifier. Young Han Baek thought gloatingly that his opponent was not as strong as he was trying to make himself out to be. However, Ken Hyun-woo did not do anything just like that. He had a plan. It was a trap. In addition, thanks to the weak attacks, defeating the enemy should be even sweeter for Ken Hyung-woo. 5 minutes were enough for the Ladies' Conciliator to destroy Smile Face and win an important victory. Why Han Baek got angry? It annoyed him that he couldn't even use his skills properly. He did not know who was hiding under the mask of the Ladies' Conciliator. However, the young man promised himself that if he ever met him again, he would take revenge for today's defeat. Meanwhile, Damsky Ugodnik asked the host to rest for at least half an hour. The participant admitted that he was terribly tired. He understood that rest would be equal to the first automatic defeat. However, it seems that the player was counting on it. Enchan, who was now disguised as Ken Hyun-woo, did not like his friend's behavior, but there was nothing left for him but to fulfill the request of the Ladies' Conciliator. Having found himself among other participants, he began to complain aloud that he was very tired. Smiley Face defiantly stated that he only lost because he didn't want to reveal his identity because of Skalam. Such an excuse made the Ladies' Conciliator laugh. He suggested to Smile Face to challenge each other to a battle to arrange all the dots of Noddy, and he added that the name Mr. Stone Eagle would suit the young man. Smiley Face did not expect to hear such a thing from the Lady Pleasant. The next fight was between the alien and Mr. Moai. The battle turned out to be fierce. Two players launched attacks with no intention of defending. Mr. Moai won the duel by a small margin. The competition was watched by the king of the previous broadcast. He was bored. The presenter and Tenny were talking among themselves. Enchan in the Ken Hyung-woo mask noted that today's contestants are very strong. Kim So-jun, in order to cheer himself up somehow, began to look at the participants. He realized that this week's max-level noob should also participate. It took a second for the man to guess that his friend was under the guise of a lady's suitor. The competition continued. Smiley Face got his second victory against Superboy. Enchan, in the guise of Kyung Hyun-woo, was surprised that his friend in the form of a Lady Pleasant did not take the initiative to duel Jong Han Baek. Ken Hyun-woo was well aware that there was no point in competing with Smile Face right now. It was worth finishing him off when he would receive 2 defeats. The Great Marquise wanted to compete with Smile Face next. He immediately understood that if he could overcome her, he would definitely become famous. He rushed to the attack in the very first second of the duel. However, the Great Marquise deftly repelled the enemy's attack. A moment later, she used the same method that had already killed Superboy. She surrounded the contestant with ice. The Great Marquise defeated Smiley Face in a matter of seconds. Everyone was wondering who this participant would choose as her next opponent. Without hesitation, she pointed her sword at the Lady Pleasant. He went on stage and stood opposite the girl. The Great Marquise shouted to the presenter to quickly announce the start of the duel. The battle has begun. After examining his rival, Ken Hyung-woo realized that he should carefully follow her movements. He understood that the Great Marquise was determined, so she would fight to the last. Ken Hyung-woo knew that he needed to defeat Reina in order to compete with Young Hunbaek one more time. The guy decided to use a distracting maneuver. He showed an imperceptible gesture to Tanya. The bear immediately caught the signal from the owner. A moment later, a bright bolt of lightning pierced through the Grand Marquise's body. Ken Hyung-woo, in the guise of Lady's Deal, used Assassin's Memory, which immediately increased all of his stats. Something incredible was happening on the stage. Spectators and participants watched this battle with delight. Ken Hyung-woo was sure that with Tenny's buff and Assassin's Memory, he would definitely be able to defeat Reina. The Great Marquise, on the other hand, reflected on the fact that she had never met a ranker of such a level as the Ladies' Conciliator. It was insulting to her that he did not consider her a full-fledged rival. The girl delivered an accurate and strong blow to Damsky Ugodnik. Ken Hyun-woo's weapon began to become covered in ice. The boy did not expect this. Grand Marquise realized that her opponent had either run out of mana or could no longer use it due to frostbite. The battle was watched by Jong Hanbaek wearing a smile face mask. He was sure that Reina would win. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and told the girl that she was more naive than he thought. He then lunged at her with his sword, which was once again in good order. A moment later, he pierced her with his weapon. The Great Marquise did not even have time to scream. Everyone was delighted with the skills of the incredible lady's suitor. En-chan in the Ken Hyung-woo mask and Tenny the Bear were a proud friend and host. The Ladies' Conciliator was victorious by destroying the Grand Marquise. Reina couldn't believe that she lost twice to the same player. In addition, the girl still could not figure out who was hiding under the mask of the lady's suitor. Ken Hyun-woo felt sorry for the girl. However, he hoped that she had learned a good lesson for the future. He stated that he has already chosen the participant with whom he wants to compete further. Of course, he was Smiley Face. The Ladies' Conciliator said that he was going to prove that his previous victory was not a fluke. To himself, Kyung Hyun-woo thought that it was time to remove the mask from Jung Han-baek's lying face. En-chan, in the guise of Ken Hyung-woo, was convinced that an interesting fight was waiting for them. Jong Han-baek didn't even think of refusing the challenge of the ladies' pleader. He was sure that this time the victory would be his. A young man took the stage with the words that he accepts the fight. Ken Hyun-woo, in the guise of a lady pleaser, remarked that Jung Han-baek was acting very cocky. Smiley Face was ready to fight. It seemed that he did not allow even the thought of defeat. The participants prepared for the battle. Even now, they were already destroying each other on a mental level. When the battle started, Ken Hyun-woo immediately activated all of his skills and abilities. Smiley Face rushed at him, swinging a sharp sword. Damsky Ugodnik quickly repulsed the attack. In response, he struck the opponent. Smiley Face realized that the lady's pacifier had become even stronger. Obviously, he used all his skills. Kyung Hyun-woo yelled at Jung Han-baek to attack him. The young man understood that he could win against the lady's suitor if he used his secret skill. But if he uses it now, he will have trouble in the next battle. Jung Han-baek still decided to use the so-called fairy blessing. At the same moment, everything around him lit up with a green glow. This school better increased dexterity and speed. Smiley Face rushed at the Lady Pleasant, absolutely convinced that now his opponent would be finished. But Damsky Ugodnik delivered a strong blow and Jong Han-baek flew back a few meters. The young man could not believe that such a thing was even possible. The Ladies' Conciliator calmly countered the fairy's blessing scythe. Smiley Face tried to catch him, but it was all in vain. The powers of the Lady Pacifier seemed somehow completely unreal. Jung Han-baek thought that it is impossible to become a pro gamer without talent. He won many duels, which is why he managed to reach such heights. However, he did not understand what the secret of this cursed Lady Pleasant was. Meanwhile, Ken Hyung-woo gave Smile Face a blow. He had to destroy his sworn enemy. The boy delivered another strong blow to the opponent. Hatred for Jung Han-baek burned in his eyes. Smiley Face could barely stay on his feet. Despite this, he was still not ready to accept the fact of his defeat. Meanwhile, Damsky Ugodnik struck a decisive blow. En-chan, in the Ken Hyung-woo mask, watched his friend's movements with delight. He rejoiced for him as for himself. Eunchun hated Jung Hanbek for causing so much grief to Kyung Hyun-woo. The ladies' conciliator won an official victory over Smileface. Reina watched him. She kept wondering who could hide behind such a frivolous mask. The presenter reminded that since Smileface lost 3 times, now he must show his face. He sighed and took off his mask. Under her was indeed pro-gamer Jong Hanbek from JT Telecom. He noted that he regrets that he was not able to prove himself, but he promises to show himself in the best way in the league. He also expressed his hope to once again meet in battle with Damsky Ugodnik. Meanwhile, Kim So-jun could not be happy that his friend won as many as 4 times. This meant that now he had to compete with him. However, the ladies' conciliator said that he decided to refrain from the final battle due to his health. Hearing this, Kim So-jung was furious, because he was planning to have an unforgettable duel with his friend. Now he had to contend with the Grand Marquise. The girl destroyed him in a few minutes and became the winner of the round. Kyung Hyun-woo felt sorry for Kim Seo-jun, but there was nothing he could do. In-chan, in the guise of a friend, told Tenny that all the battles were over for today. But that's not all, because the time has come that all viewers have been waiting for, revealing the identity of the players. Of course, everyone was most interested in who was hiding under the mask of the lady's suitor. Drakholm, the winner of the previous round, was the first to remove his mask. Beneath her, as expected, was Kim So-jun. He noted that he wanted to compete with a specific player, and now regrets that it was not possible to do so. Famous streamer Lee Chino was hiding under the mask of Superboy. Another streamer, Yuhan, competed in the image of an alien, but under the mask of Mr. Moai was the fragile girl Marcia. This surprised all the spectators and other participants. All that remained was to find out who was hiding under the mask of the lady's pleasancer. He slowly did what was expected of him. Both the audience and the contestants were shocked. A max-level noob was standing before them. Now it became unclear who the host of the broadcast actually was. After a moment, he revealed his face as well. It was Anchan, known to the arena community as streamer Argon. The guy smiled and said that today he had to replace the winner. Viewers immediately started discussing in chat rooms. Everyone came to the same conclusion. Noob was now at level 100, and the other opponents were at least 180. So it remained unclear how Ken Hyun-woo managed. This was especially true of Reina. She was a special, world-famous player, however she lost to Damsky Ugodnik twice today. Many wrote that max-level noob won by matchup. The boy was not offended by them. Today he realized that he is inferior to all world players, only in terms of level. Ken Hyun-woo realized that if he could pump himself up, he would become invincible. After the battle of the 2 masks, the boy slept most of the next day. En-chan tried to wake up his friend several times, but to no avail. He remarked that he didn't understand how the friend managed to defeat Reina and Jung Hanbek in such a state. Only in the evening did Ken Hyung-woo force himself to get up from the sofa. He wandered into the shower where Kyle called him. The manager said the guy on last night's broadcast was outstanding. This behavior of players affects the arena. He cited Reina as an example. It is believed that its income is more than 100 billion won, and the brand called Reina includes gifts, advertising, and sponsorship. Ken Hyun-woo had no idea that the girl was so popular. Kyle assured the boy that in the future, he will become much more popular, and after the end of the streams, he will be offered advertising. He advised the boy to start thinking about what brands he likes. Hanging up the phone, Ken Hyun-woo told himself that it was too early for him to think about such things. He climbed into the A-Cube and prepared for new adventures in the arena. There the boy immediately met Harold, Captain Latus. He was surprised that the boy managed to destroy 999 monsters so quickly. For this, the captain gave him latest treasures. The boy was delighted with such a generous gift. However, Ken Hyun-woo's joy was short-lived. The herald handed him some kind of scroll, informing him that it was a treasure map. The boy must find the reward himself. Ken Hyun-woo sighed and unfolded the map Harold had given him. It turned out to be empty. Capita Latusa told the boy to go to the mountain range. The map should appear there. Ken Hyun-woo did just that. On the way to the mountain range, he destroyed many monsters. He was terribly annoyed that the map still remained empty. At some point, a small fragment of mountains appeared on the paper. Ken Hyun-woo screamed in frustration. He thought it wouldn't be long before other fragments appeared on the map. The only thing that comforted him was that he was getting new levels. Ken Hyun-woo opened his own profile. At the same moment, Tenny the bear called loudly to the owner. A terrible monkey-like monster flew at Ken Hyun-woo. Tenny managed to repel him with lightning in time. The boy thanked the bear. Noting that he was hunting better and better, Ken Hyun-woo noted that the monsters are getting smarter. He didn't like that. Suddenly, Tenna's body started to glow. This was the first time Ken Hyun-woo had seen such a thing, so he didn't know how to react to it. It turns out that the bear received the 100th level, so his body began to change. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised to hear this news. He realized that Theni had begun to undergo the first stage of change. The bear himself began to shout about how he felt his body getting stronger. A golden glow poured from the shadow in all directions. Ken Hyun-woo watched this in fascination. At some point, the glow disappeared. Although the bear continued to shout that he had become super strong, the boy did not notice any external changes. As it turned out, Theni received 2 new skills. The first was called primitive conversation and allowed the use of a puppet body during combat. The second one was called roar and could attack a puppet body. The most interesting thing was that the bear could grow bigger in battle for 10 minutes. Ken Hyun-woo thought that he would definitely use Tina's help now. Meanwhile, the bear repeated everything and repeated that he felt how he was getting stronger. The boy asked Theni to demonstrate his skills. At the same moment, the animal found itself in the middle of the magic pentagram. And after a minute, the little bear grew to giant size. Smiling, Theni noted that he was now much larger than his master. Ken Hyun-woo asked him to break one of the trees and release the lightning. Theni did it with ease. Looking at the changed face of the bear, the boy thought that it was necessary to check the new skills of the animal on the hunt. 2 hours after Theni's reincarnation, Ken Hyun-woo unfolded the map again and was surprised. Now she was completely finished. Due to the improvement of the bear, they managed to cope with the task faster. However, the boy still did not quite understand how to use this map. In the end, he decided to break it off. At the same moment, a miracle happened. Ken Hyun-woo and Theni were transported to a magical cave. Everything in it was enveloped in an amazing glow, and here and there large precious crystals glistened. Ken Hyun-woo realized that this was no ordinary cave, but the underground spider's lair. Suddenly they felt that someone or something was approaching them. The boy picked up the bear and ran to hide behind a stone. Soon, a giant spider with crystals on its back and small multicolored eyes appeared near the bottom. Ken Hyun-woo thought that this monster looked stronger than the desert dragon. He still didn't understand how it could be destroyed. In addition, the boy did not know how many such spiders live in this cave. The spider noticed them. Ken Hyun-woo realized that it was time to do something. He prepared to attack the giant monster, not fully understanding how exactly he would do it. It occurred to him that there were both ordinary spider monsters and their giant boss. Meanwhile, the monster struck first. The boy and the bear managed to jump away. Ken Hyun-woo suddenly realized the enemy's weakness. He had a very strong body, but his legs were not protected at all. Remembering this, the boy struck. The spider roared and fell to the ground. Theni started shouting that now it was his turn to do the same. After a moment, he turned into a giant bear and launched a lightning bolt at the enemy. This was enough to destroy the monster. Ken Hyun-woo and Theni defeated the topaz spider. For this, they were credited with experience. The owner praised the animal for its excellent work. Theni started literally dancing with happiness. He was glad that he had become so strong. Ken Hyun-woo wondered what he would get for defeating the spider monster. As it turned out, the reward was 1 bag of gold. While holding it in his hands, Ken Hyun-woo didn't notice another spider coming down on him in a web from above. The monster stung his master right before Tina's eyes. He was scared that Ken Hyun-woo had died. Bear began to remember all the good times with him. This helped to awaken rage in the shadow, and he rushed at the spider with a scream. In a moment, he struck the monster hard with his huge paw. The spider fell to the ground, and Shadow turned back into a small bear. He rushed to the monster, trying to sting it with lightning. Suddenly, he heard the owner's voice behind him asking him to calm down. Turning around, he saw Ken Hyun-woo. With a smile, he announced that he had been credited with experience. Theni screamed and threw himself on the owner's neck. He was happy that the boy was alive. Ken Hyun-woo was even confused by the bear's reaction. He explained that he was back on the blink. Laughing, the boy added that he was not such a weak player to die so easily. Theni began to make excuses. He said he did not believe that his master had died. And while Ken Hyun-woo and Theni were in the spider's lair, the second part of the Battle of the Two Masks was being shown on TV. Everyone wanted to know the personality of Ladies Ugodnik. It is interesting that when the possible participants of the show were announced, the nickname of the winner was not mentioned. Many thought that this was necessary to maintain the intrigue or because of the insufficient level of the player. However, the true personality of Ladies Ugodnik exceeded all expectations of the audience. The director of the Asian branch of the Adis company, Chong Jin, was interested in the boy. He ordered his assistant to immediately bring the winner to him. The boy tried to deny, saying that Ken Hyun-woo already works for Nazar. Then John Jenny advised the assistant and offered the boy a sponsor. The boy promised that he would try to fulfill the boss's order. but he thought to himself that it is unlikely that the main sponsor would like such a trick. Meanwhile, Tenny was preparing to launch lightning at the spider monster. A moment later, he did so. The bear was sure that he would be able to finish off the monster. A wall appeared in front of the monster at the last moment, which saved him from the attack of the shadow. Then Ken Hyung-woo entered the fray. He exerted all his might to destroy the giant monstrosity. In a few minutes, he destroyed the ruby spider, for which he received additional experience. Together with Tenny, they already killed a bunch of monsters. Each of them had stones on which certain skills depended. There were a total of 5 types of spiders: ruby, diamond, emerald, and topaz. They were similar to the elements of iron, fire, earth, water, and plants. Each of them had their own characteristics. Ken Hyun-woo remarked that it was very good that they were all subject to his wind attribute and Shadow's lightning attribute. The bear started whining that he didn't like the sounds in the cave. The guy suggested that he leave here. They were just about to get out of the cave when they heard a terrible noise. Ken Hyun-woo grabbed the bear and hid behind a rock. Next to them appeared a spider that was 3 times larger than the previous ones. Ken Hyun-woo understood that it was the boss monster, the 5-element spider. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Many players die from bosses, despite good preparation. And in situations when a new boss appears, even large guilds are afraid to take risks without learning at least some information. Ken Hyung-woo understood that there was no point in taking any chances. On the other hand, Harold's map was only one. He's unlikely to give the guy another one if he loses here. Ken Hyun-woo began to weigh all the pros and cons. Tenny begged to join the battle with the monster boss. Suddenly the boy remembered the cursed bracelet. Ken Hyun-woo decided to fight. He immediately charged with magical power from the jewelry on his hand. The stream from it hit the spider directly. He staggered. Inspired by his first attempt, Ken Hyun-woo attacked again. The boss monster could not forgive the boy for killing so many of his children, so he wanted to take revenge for his relatives. He roared that he would not spare the cheeky boy and his bear. Ken Hyun-woo shot another magic jet at the spider. This time it did not affect the monster. The boy understood that things would not go that way, and he needed to think about what to do as soon as possible. The boss monster let out a terrifying roar and rushed towards Tenny's Ken Hyung-woo. The boy noticed a small passage in the cave in time. Together with Tenny, they ran there. The spider rushed after them, simultaneously releasing jets of fire from its body. Tenny's Ken Hyun-woo tried to attack back using lunges and lightning bolts. The boy realized that the boss monster changed its attack style like the gems on its back. Tenny asked the owner how much longer they had to run. Instead of answering, the boy tossed the teddy bear high into the air. The shadow activated the ancient roar skill. After a few seconds, a terrible bolt of lightning pierced the spider's body. This was attempted by Tenny, who now looked like a giant bear. However, the monster did not want to give up. He surrounded the animal with sharp emeralds. Tenny felt weak. He became paralyzed. At the same second, the boss monster struck the bear with a terrible force. Ken Hyun-woo was scared for Tenny and rushed to her aid. The bear returned to its usual size. He felt dizzy in his head. The spider got even more fired up. He craved Ken Hyung-woo's blood. A magic ring appeared around the boy, through which it was impossible to jump. In a few minutes, it swirled around the boy, engulfing him completely. However, Ken Hyun-woo used his mana and managed to free himself from this cocoon. The boss monster roared even louder. He understood that he was facing a strong opponent. Ken Hyun-woo launched a ferocious attack using experience, subject, and title. The spider repelled the attack. The boy was tired. At some point, he stopped and looked the monster straight in the eyes. He did not like that the spider began to use several crystals in a row. The guy decided that now the main thing is to hit exactly where it is needed. For this, he used the Song of the Desert Dragon bracelet. He attacked the monster with a stream of magical fire from the ornament. Something incredible was happening in the cave. Ice and flame came together. Spider hoped to the last that his magic was much stronger than Ken Hyun-woo. However, the boy used his bracelet one more time. A stream of magical fire flew straight at the monster boss. He did not have time to dodge and roared loudly from terrible pain. Ken Hyun-woo felt that he had won the long-awaited victory. The boss monster still couldn't fully believe his shameful defeat. Finally, he shouted at the boy that he was cursing him along with Tenny. After that, stones rained down on Ken Hyun-woo's chest. The boss monster fell dead. For defeating him, the boy received experience as well as the title Cave Spider Tamer. Ken Hyun-woo noted that raiding the boss with the cursed bracelet became much easier. He walked over to Spider's body. Above all, he was interested in what kind of object he had fallen into. How happy he was when he received the 5-crystal spider mask, the Curse of Grazel. She was capable of inflicting one of 5 curses: burn, freeze, petrify, bind, or bleed. The boy couldn't find a place for happiness, because now he had such a unique object. In addition, masks fell out extremely rarely. Ken Hyun-woo understood that he could work on it, and then change to some other mask. Be that as it may, but this hunt turned out to be quite successful. In addition to everything else, the guy received many bonuses. He asked Tenny to collect all the items. He was indignant. The bear did not want to do this. Suddenly, he saw something interesting on the ground. They were 2 red and blue balls with small spiders inside. Then he immediately grabbed them in his paws. He felt that they smelled very delicious. Without thinking long, the bear stuffed both balls into his mouth. The unexpected happened. Tenny ate the essence of the spider grassel, sapphire and ruby. After learning about this, Ken Hyun-woo was scared for the animal. A bright glow poured from the bear's body in all directions. The boy started scolding Tenny for being so greedy. Having calmed down a little, the boy said that nothing terrible had happened. In any case, he would try to simply sell these entities. However, Ken Hyun-woo still did not understand how they could affect animals. Tenny complained to him that something was happening to his body. After a few seconds, the bear's cheeks turned bright red and its tail turned blue. Ken Hyun-woo sighed in relief. If that's all the entities could do to the bear's body, then it's okay. However, there was something else. Tina has a bunch of new skills. Now he could create fire and ice. Ken Hyun-woo rolled his eyes. Even the pet already possessed magic. This indicated that Tenny was becoming more and more independent. A few hours later, the tired guy was watching a video on the computer. Suddenly, he received a letter from Kyle. In it, the manager of Nazar listed all possible sponsors for the boy, and also sent a sponsorship contract of 500 pages, which had to be read and answered as soon as possible. Ken Hyun-woo had already completed most of it, but there were still 200 pages to go. That is why he decided to distract himself at least a little and watch the stream for half an hour. Among the various videos, Ken Hyun-woo caught the eye of JT Telecom's stream, in which Jung Hanbek and some young man answered questions. The boy smiled and turned on the video. He wondered what his sworn enemy was saying with such a defiant face. The player sitting next to Jung Hanbek immediately pointed out that they had no right to comment on what happened in the Battle of the Two Masks. Jung Hanbek himself added that these competitions are just a show. Besides, he immediately knew that his opponent was a max-level noob. Hearing this, Ken Hyun-woo jumped up from his seat. He couldn't believe that this scum was lying to the audience so easily. Meanwhile, Jung Hanbek continued to speak. He stated that they fought with their opponent for show. At the same time, in real life, he defeated him in literally 30 seconds. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't hold back his rage. If this bastard was around now, the boy would kill him on the spot. Calming down a bit, Kyung Hyun-woo promised himself that Jung Hanbek would answer for his words. After finally reading the contract, he agreed to sponsor Armani, Rolex, and Mermaid. Meanwhile, JT Telecom Hostel was restless. Team captain Kim Jin-yeon, the guy sitting on the stream next to Jung Hanbek, said that he was helping him one last time. He added that their team's image is suffering a lot because of Jung Hanbek. After that, he said goodbye and left the room. Left alone, Ken Hyun-woo's sworn enemy thought he was being treated unfairly once again. In his opinion, he was pulling the whole team behind him. Meanwhile, Kim Jin-young walked into the room where the other team players were sitting. They all happily greeted the captain. The boy asked them if they found what he asked them for. The players answered in the affirmative. They put on a video where Jung Hanbek was competing as Smiley Face against the lady pleaser. The captain was interested in the fairy blessing school, which was used by a member of his team. One of the players noted that the coach forbade the use of this school. As Jung Hanbek lay in his room, the other team players discussed how the fairy blessing school was costing the community too much. All the players of the team came to the conclusion that it was a waste to send Jung Hanbek to the Battle of the Two Masks. The next thing for Ken Hyun-woo, together with Tenny, were lying on the lawn of the arena. The boy warned the bear that he had to think about something. He did not understand what he should do now on broadcasts. He was worried that he had very little content. Suddenly, Tenny asked the owner to listen to him carefully. The boy turned his head towards the bear. The same began to ask Ken Hyun-woo to teach him something. He admitted that he wanted to learn how to increase his power, just like his master. Ken Hyun-woo sighed and turned to the other side. He asked Tenny not to distract him with such nonsense again at a time when he was thinking. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. The guy got up sharply. He realized that he could study. Ken Hyun-woo understood that they could recruit various stars and train them to play in the arena. Smiling, he told Tanya that he was a genius. After that, Ken Hyun-woo quickly said goodbye to the bear and disappeared. A few hours later, Kyle received a letter from Ken Hyung. In it, the guy offered to attract stars to a new concept, battle with celebrities. The manager found this idea interesting. Ken Hyun-woo also wrote that he wants to leave the Battle of the Two Masks, handing it over to his friend En-chan. Kyle reacted to such news with understanding. The manager of Nazar was already in anticipation of the new show. Meanwhile, Tenny was preparing to feast on delicious dishes at the dinner table. Ken Hyun-woo, who was sitting across from the bear, started the broadcast. He noted that they are launching a fitness club with maximum level noob and Tenny Mukban, just in case the animal asked if she could really just eat when the owner was talking. Ken Hyun-woo answered in the affirmative. The guy said that he has been holding back for over a month, so today he just wanted to talk to the audience. He promised to answer all the questions that would be put to him. Ken Hyun-woo immediately had a lot of questions. He didn't even have time to read them all. First, he was asked about how he's doing in the arena. The boy replied that he was currently hunting in the Hejin mountain range. He added that he recently found a dungeon there, from which he is about to post a video. After that, Ken Hyun-woo showed the audience a small preview of the upcoming video. Next, the boy was asked about how to quickly raise his level. He said he had no answer. He knows only that it is necessary to hunt a lot. After thinking for a while, Ken Hyun-woo added that it was better to do it alone. Hearing this, Tenny almost choked on a duck leg. The next question was whether it was difficult for the boy to conduct single duels. Ken Hyun-woo replied that people are different. However, he never worries, because he knows that he will be the winner in any case. Another viewer wrote that he already has a silver medal and was wondering how to get a gold one. Ken Hyun-woo laughed and replied that he could try to be a substitute knight. True, this method is not fair. Suddenly, the boy noted that he had to tell the audience something important. He announced that he had prepared a new concept for them, professional lessons from the noob of the maximum level gold medal, Easy. He added that he is waiting for applications. Tenny wanted to insert his 5 cents as well, but with his mouth full he couldn't do it. After learning about the training, many donations poured in for Ken Hyun-woo. The boy did not expect such a violent reaction. He immediately began to thank the audience for the money, bowing low. He thought to himself that the reaction of the audience was justified. His performance at the Battle of the Two Masks shocked everyone. Meanwhile, more and more gold was being sent to Ken Hyun-woo. He spent the next 3 hours answering questions and thanking the audience for their donations. Little by little, the max-level noob's personality began to reveal itself. This led to a resurgence of rumors about who was really behind the mask. Tenny was already so full that he became like a ball. Ken Hyun-woo told the audience that he was ready to answer the last question. Someone under the nickname Super Pro sent the guy a big donation. He thanked and said that he would answer the question of this particular viewer. The question was whether a max-level noob would want to compete against any pro gamer. He replied that this is his goal. The guy added that since they talked about it, he would like to tell something. He said he was watching one stream last night and learned something interesting. Ken Hyun-woo reported that one pro gamer said that the Battle of the Two Masks was rigged and that he would like to challenge him individually to a duel. Of course, the audience in the comments immediately understood who it was about. The guy smiled and said that he wanted to clarify the situation. After a pause, he added that he was accepting Young Hanbek's challenge. Ken Hyun-woo's goal was to completely destroy this bastard so that no one would ever call him a pro gamer again. After the end of the stream, there were discussions in the arena community. JT Telecom got special attention from fans of Noob Maximum Level. Many began to accuse them publicly. Ken Hyun-woo liked the public's reaction. The guy was in a great mood, so he decided to practice. Suddenly, a message from Kim So-jun arrived on his account. He suggested that a friend come to Demon's Gorge where there was one dungeon. Ken Hyun-woo found such a proposal strange. He was convinced that the New World Guild had enough members for such adventures. Kim So-jun explained everything, writing that according to the conditions, no more than 3 players can compete. Ken Hyun-woo thought. Tenny, seeing that the owner was corresponding with Kim So-jun, began to persuade him to accept the proposal of the master of the Guild of the New World. The boy hesitated. However, Kim So-jun reminded him of the spirit of adventure that all arena players should have. Sighing, Ken Hyun-woo agreed to come to the Demon Gorge. Kim So-jun, after receiving a positive response from his friend, began to brag to Kang Chung that he would never be able to refuse him. The New World Guildmaster also expressed his hope to make a cool video. Kim So-jun had a premonition of an interesting adventure. Together with Kang Chung, he had a plan for the max-level noob. They wanted to recruit the boy to their guild. But first they had to figure out if the max-level noob was really worthy of such an honor. This is what Kim So-jun told Kang Chung while standing at Demon's Gorge. A few minutes later, Ken Hyung-woo was supposed to join them. The boy had a bad feeling about the upcoming hunt. As he made his way to Demon's Gorge, he wondered where a dungeon could come from in such a strange place. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling him. It was Kim So-jun. Standing next to him was the stern and strong Kang Chung. The boy greeted the master and general of the New World Guild. He saw Kang Chung for the first time. He seemed calm and focused to him. The man said he had heard a lot about Ken Hyun-woo. The guy thought about the fact that so many people know his real name. It wasn't very good. However, the New World Guild members were not enemies but allies, so Ken Hyun-woo decided not to worry about it. The three of them stood at the entrance to the dungeon. Kim So-jun revealed that he was found by one of their guild members. Ken Hyun-woo thought that if 3 members were needed to enter the dungeon, then the task that awaited them must be quite difficult. When they entered the middle, they immediately saw a bunch of orc slaves from Rotan. Kim Seo-jun and Kang Chung-gu boldly charged at them. Suddenly, Tenny appeared next to Ken Hyun-woo. The boy was happy to see the bear. He asked him for a buff. The animal sighed and said that she already knew what to do. Kang Chung-gu was terribly surprised that the bear had buffs of such a high level. He dealt blow after blow at the ugly orc slaves. Tenya told Ken Hyun-woo that the monsters in the dungeon are very strong. The boy asked the bear if he knew them. Tenny replied that his father had once taught these heathens. He remembered that the orc slaves had little sacred power and did not handle fire well. Then Ken Hyun-woo asked the bear to use the fireball. He did so, throwing her directly into the hideous orc. The monster roared in pain. Kim So-jun and Kang Chung-gu looked at each other. A moment later, Rotan's orc slave was destroyed. Players were given experience. Ken Hyun-woo explained to the members of the New World Guild that the weaknesses of the local monsters are fire and holy power. Kim So-jun asked how the boy knew about this since it was their first time here. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and said that he was taught by Tenny, who knows about the bosses of this dungeon. The local landlord here was Vampire. You could say that he was a self-proclaimed baron. Kim So-jun thought. The fact is that there was almost no information about vampires. The 3 players, together with Tenny, went forward along the dungeon corridor, bypassing the bodies of the orc slaves. A few hours later, they were standing at the door of the boss's room. Kang Chung-gu noted that they had spent as much as 4 hours on the road. Suddenly, Tenny noticed something and called the owner. The bear showed Ken Hyun-woo a crack in the floor. The groom looked at her. What he saw through the gap surprised him. A whole pack of trolls was walking just below them. He informed his friends about it. Kim So-jung guessed that they were currently in a multi-level dungeon. It, unlike the others, was divided into several floors. With each floor, the difficulty of passing increased, but the rewards, on the contrary, improved. Ken Hyun-woo laughed and said that in that case, it would take them another 10 hours to hunt. He also added that he used to cover the rear of his comrades, so now he will go forward. Ken Hyun-woo slowly opened the door and looked inside. Then the whole group of players entered the room. They immediately saw some kind of monster sitting motionless and looking straight at them. It was the warden of the first dungeon, Rotan. The monster held a heavy hammer in his hands. Without thinking for a second, Ken Hyun-woo immediately rushed at the monster. He decided to use a crescent blast to attack. It worked and knocked the warden of the first dungeon back. After that, a state of freezing was imposed on him, then bleeding, then petrification. Ken Hyun-woo was glad that he had casted the grass mask in time. He understood that it was necessary to destroy the monster before the effect of the curse was over. The boy rushed at the supervisor. Kang Chung pointed out that he has really good skills. Kim Seo-jun once again remarked that a max-level noob would fit in well with their guild. A few minutes later, Ken Hyun-woo defeated the warden of the first dungeon, Rotan. For this, he was credited with experience. Kim So-jun couldn't hold back any longer and invited the boy to join their guild. He added that he saw no point in leaving a max-level noob alone. Kim So-jun also promised the boy the best content imaginable. Ken Hyun-woo realized that his fellow New World Guild members had planned to lure him in from the beginning. The best he could do now was to divert the conversation. The guy said he would think about the offer. Kim So-jun realized that he didn't like her. This upset the New World Guild master. Kang Chung tried to calm him down, noting that the max-level noob needed time to think. Ken Hyun-woo assured Kim So-jun that if he ever decided to join a guild, it would be the New World Guild. The man smiled. He agreed that before entering anywhere, you really need to think. Kim So-jun said that the other floors should be looked at as well. After that, he went forward, calling everyone behind him. The man quietly asked Kang Chung if he wrote everything down. The general nodded. The floor of the dungeon corridor was covered with the bodies of dead trolls. Some of the monsters were still alive, but barely standing. Among them was the second warden of the cave. Kim So-jun immediately rushed into battle to finish off the monster. His example was followed by the brave Kang Chong. Together, they began to deliver well-aimed blows to the monster's gigantic body. It only took them a few minutes to defeat Rotan's second dungeon warden. Meanwhile, Ken Hyun-woo informed his comrades that the passage to the third floor was open. Kim So-jun said that it is better to avoid all trolls because they're a waste of time. A few minutes later, the company found themselves in the third dungeon of Rotan. This room was arranged differently from the others. Ken Hyun-woo suggested that maybe they would finally meet the boss outside her door. A whole flock of bats hanging from the ceiling looked down on the players. In one moment, they all rushed at the uninvited guests. Ken Hyun-woo closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them, he was horrified. Instead of bats, an army of monsters stood before him. Kim So-jun explained that these are minions, a cross between vampires and humans. One of the followers said that this place belonged to the Lord of the Night, the vampire Rotan. He added that outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Kyung Hyun-woo asked Kim Se-jun if he could hold on after drinking the power elixir. The man realized that his friend had come up with something. Meanwhile, the boy ordered Tanya to return and rest until a certain time. Next, Ken Hyun-woo activated the bracelet on his arm. Henchmen rushed at the players, shouting that those in this dungeon are strangers. From the bracelet on Ken Hyun-woo's hand, a real dragon flame gushed out. It wrapped itself around the monster and they began to scream loudly in pain. Looking at all this, Kang Chung-gu wondered how many hidden talents the maximum level noob still had. Not even a few minutes passed when the whole horde of followers was defeated. After that, the group of players entered the next room. According to their calculations, it should contain the vampire Rotan himself. At the end of the room, they saw a coffin. Kim So-jun immediately ran up to her. The man hit the coffin with all his might so that the stones flew in all directions. What was the surprise of the players when it turned out that the coffin was completely empty? Suddenly, a vampire appeared in front of Kim So-jun. Yawning, he asked the man how he dared to disturb his sleep. The New World Guildmaster did not answer. Instead, he tried to punch the vampire in the face. But he quickly caught the man's fist. It turns out that Rotan had considerable strength. He called the uninvited guests flies in his dungeon. Such words angered Kim So-jun. However, he couldn't free his fist from the vampire's hand. Then he tried to use the holy power. Rotan let go of Kim So-jun's fist and activated a bloody shield around him, knocking the New World Master away from him. Kim So-jun hastened to assure his comrades of this, that everything is okay with him. Suddenly, smoke came out of Rotan the vampire's hand. The monster sighed and said that it was already unpleasant. He added that he would have to deal with the uninvited guests as soon as possible. Next, he activated the blood field spell. At that moment, blood poured from the ceiling, and all the standing players began to shrink. Ken Hyun-woo, Kim Seo-jun, and Kang Chung-gu were quite confused. They almost physically felt that they had become weaker. Ken Hyun-woo told the New World Guildmaster that if he wanted to defeat the vampire quickly, the three of them should attack. After that, the boy ordered Tanya to give him a buff. Ved Medic noted that we should try now, because Rotan is a dangerous opponent. Ken Hyun-woo, Kim Seo-jun, and Kang Chung-gu rushed straight at the vampire. He, laughing, used the bloody shield again, but this time the master of the Guild of the New World managed to break through the defense. The man smiled and explained that he still had plenty of holy power. Rotan replied that he was sure his bloody shield could handle her. Ken Hyun-woo was already approaching the vampire. Rotan was surprised to see the broken sword in his hands. He didn't understand how the boy planned to defeat him with such a weapon. However, Ken Hyun-woo struck. The vampire roared in searing pain. Rotan now realized that this boy was Keon's knight. The vampire prepared to throw a bloody sphere with iron spikes at the enemies. Suddenly, Tenny turned to him. The bear told Rotan that Rotan had been living in the world for a long time, so maybe he would remember him. The monster stared at the animal in surprise. Vedmedic added that he used to be a veritable storm of blood drinkers. However, the vampire did not recognize him. Not only that, he called him an animal that gets confused underfoot. These words angered Tenny and he began to grow. After a moment, he turned into a giant bear with lightning in his hands. With a wild roar, he knocked Rotan to the floor. However, after a minute, the vampire got up as if nothing had happened. Laughing, he told Ken Hyun-woo that they couldn't beat him. In addition, he plans to make the players his new henchmen. Ken Hyun-woo and Kim Seo-jun burst out laughing. The thing is that a trickle of blood flowed from the vampire's nose. Rotan hastened to cover her with his hand. He said that soon everything in this cave will be in the blood of the players. Kim So-jun proclaimed that the time had come to destroy the vile monstrosity. The vampire noted that these people are quite dangerous. He told himself to pull himself together to endure this fight. Roten swept his cloak, and the blood of all those who once died in this room began to pour from the ceiling. There was a lot of it. Tenny, prompted by Ken Hyun-woo, used the ancient roar, which could lower the enemy's attack and defense. Blood gushed from the vampire's ears at the sound. He suffered damage to his internal organs. Ken Hyun-woo, preventing Rotan from recovering, dealt a powerful blow to it. The next to attack was Kim So-jun, who gathered all his holy power into his fist. He punched the vampire in the chest with tremendous force. Kang Chung-gu didn't stand aside either. Using his skills, he rushed to help his comrades. After a few minutes, the Roten vampire was unrecognizable. The blows of the players disfigured his face and body. In the end, he begged for mercy, but the players did not listen to him. Kim So-jun delivered a decisive blow that sent the monster sprawling on the floor. The players defeated the vampire Roten. With a smile, Ken Hyung-woo noted that they were lucky to have holy power. The boy learned that he had received a new title of Vampire Viscount Slayer. It raised everyone to become 50%. Kim So-jun reported that by killing the vampire, he was able to rise to the 198th level. Ken Hyung-woo noted that the New World Guildmaster was obviously very fond of competing. Tenny, meanwhile, screamed that they had dropped new armor. These were Rotan's ceremonial gauntlets, which were capable of creating a bloody claw that, in turn, prevented the stricken target from regenerating. Rotan's ceremonial mantle also dropped, allowing you to enter a ghost state and not take damage for 10 seconds. The Heart of Roten Stone was next. When using it, the player's race could change to a vampire. And the last thing is a book of black magic skills, after reading which you could become a magician. Kim Seo-jun and Kang Chung-gu responded to the items without much enthusiasm, which was not the case for Kang Hyun-woo. The master of the New World Guild reported that he and the general could not take their belongings, so they were giving them all to max-level noob. Ken Hyung-woo was happy. He began to sincerely thank his comrades for such a gift. Kim So-jun reminded Ken Hyung-woo again that he was waiting for him in their guild. This sobered the boy up. He said he would only take the glove and the book. The master of the new guild wanted to say something to him about this, but the boy declared that he was in a hurry. He quickly said goodbye and disappeared with Tenny. Kim So-jung was upset. Kang Chung tried to console him, saying that the man was trying very hard. At home in the evening, Ken Hyung-woo was on the phone with Kyle about the new show. The manager of Nazar said that they held talks with 8 possible participants but decided to keep only 3. The first player was supposed to be the Hollywood star Dwayne Evans, the second, the British virgin Christina, and the third is a Hollywood star originally from Korea, Yi Liu. Ken Hyung-woo was amazed because all these people were superstars. Kyle mentioned that he himself would recommend Ken Hyun-woo by Dwayne Evans. The manager had a good feeling. This Hollywood actor was famous for his roles in action films, but in real life he could not get even bronze medals in competitions. Ken Hyun-woo agreed to focus on this actor. Finally, the manager told the boy that he was waiting for him tomorrow at the stadium in the arena at 5 o'clock Korean time. After talking with Kyle, Ken Hyun-woo decided to find out more about Dwayne Evans. For this, he got on the internet. The guy read that the actor mentioned max-level noob in all his interviews. He said that he dreams of meeting him. This surprised Ken Hyun-woo. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo was at the stadium in the arena at exactly 5 o'clock, ready for new adventures and challenges. He sent all the data to manager Kyle in advance. The guy was waiting for them to appear. He was a little nervous before meeting a star of this level. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. Ken Hyun-woo turned around. It was Kyle with some figure. The manager happily greeted Ken Hyun-woo. A moment later, the figure next to the manager turned into Dwayne Evans. He smiled and told the boy that he was very happy to meet them. After that, he extended his hand to Ken Hyun-woo in a friendly manner. He squeezed her tightly. He could not believe that a real-world star was standing next to him now. Dwayne Evans stated that he was happy to become a student of the max-level noob. He also asked for a photo with his boyfriend and Tenny. Kyle immediately rushed to fulfill the star's request. Holding the teddy bear on his shoulders, Dwayne Evans began to assure Ken Hyun-woo that he couldn't wait to train with him. Before starting, the guy asked the actor why he is an action star, but he is so low in the rating. After thinking for a while, Dwayne admitted that he was not good at melee combat. He added that he uses the pack style. It is characterized by blows with limbs. All of his best hits are unarmed. It was the first time Ken Hyun-woo had heard of this style. He asked the actor to watch him in action. A minute later, an effigy was standing in front of him. Ken Hyun-woo ordered Doon to start. The actor exhaled and started humming the stuffed animal with all his might. Looking at this, The boy realized why, with such a cool style, Doan couldn't possibly raise his level. Afterwards, Max Level Noob welcomed all viewers to the broadcast. He announced that his Academy of the Winter opens today. The guy hinted that many cool guests would visit him today. A second later, he introduced the first student of his academy. Dwayne Evans appeared at the stadium. The audience was shocked to see a real Hollywood star. Ken Hyun-woo said that he is going to show the actor's rating to the audience. Otherwise, they will hardly believe him. Dwayne laughed and honestly demonstrated his place in the ranking. Ken Hyun-woo shouted that it was time to start the first lesson. To begin with, you should check the student's skills. He said that Dwayne's opponent today will be a human robot of the latest development. The actor's face showed that he had no doubts about his victory. As soon as the battle began, the opponents rushed at each other at the same time. Meanwhile, Ken Hyun-woo told the audience that he had already been able to assess the student's skills. He hoped that others would also understand the reason for such a low rating of the actor. While Dwayne dealt a blow to the opponent, the boy explained that the actor's specialty was the pact. This is a fighting style that uses elbows, knees, and other body parts as weapons. Ken Hyun-woo asked the audience who they thought would win if the players had the same standings. The audience suggested different options, but Ken Hyun-woo pointed out that the problem with the pact fighters is that they only use melee tactics and cannot attack and defend with full force at the same time. Meanwhile, the duel between Dwayne and the human robot continued. At some point, the actor's opponent pointed a sword at him. Ken Hyun-woo said that it is worth stopping there. He calmly told Dwayne that he could have died in the first lesson. The boy added that the downside of the pact is that it doesn't contain magic. Dwayne listened carefully to his teacher. He realized that he should change his style. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and denied. He said that it is better for an actor to improve the technique he already has. After that, the boy decided to demonstrate himself what he meant. Noting that the first way to defeat the pact is to do nothing, he simply stood in front of his opponent. A minute later, the human robot was lying on the ground. None of the spectators understood what had happened. Max Level Noob surprised them more and more with each broadcast. Dwayne couldn't believe that doing nothing was enough to win. Someone in the audience noticed the glove on Max Level Noob's fist. This fact explained how the boy managed to defeat the human robot. He was immediately accused of lying. Laughing, Ken Hyun-woo asked everyone to calm down. He said he would now explain what he meant by do nothing. He said that to some, their fighting style simply looks like game control, turn-based attack and defense, and if you look closely, it actually is. Ken Hyun-woo asked Doan what options he thinks users have if they say Arena is a turn-based game. The actor replied that it can be attack and defense. The guy did not agree. He explained that if it was all about attack and defense, Arena would be just like any other game. That is why it was better to focus on different things here. The best choice for Doan, according to Ken Hyun-woo, was to do nothing. He recalled how the robot human had initially reacted to his movements, thinking the boy might attack him. That is why he decided to retreat and decide to do nothing. Because of this, a robot-human attack based on a guess had no effect. In other words, the dummy chose the wrong move. Dwayne listened with delight to everything his teacher said. Then the boy showed the actor how best to do the firing during the fight, which fascinated him even more. Ken Hyun-woo then talked about how the second important thing is setting up items. He noted that the combat suit, anger belt, and armored handcuffs were too aggressive on Dwayne himself. It should not be forgotten that the main thing in combat is balance. Ken Hyun-woo helped the actor with battle tips and also talked about his mistakes. Nobody had ever told Dwayne how to do anything before. The lesson from the noob of the maximum level turned out to be very interesting for the actor. He sincerely thanked his teacher and expressed hope that he will be able to help other players as well. Doan then firmly shook the Max Level Noob's hand. The guy allowed the actor to write to him if there were any additional questions. Ken Hyun-woo began reading comments from the audience. Everyone wrote as one that this is not taught in the Mono Guild. The atmosphere in the chat room surprised the guy. He asked that other guilds not be mentioned during his broadcasts. Ken Hyun-woo told Doan that in the next lesson they would practice and check how the actor remembered today's instructions. The man agreed. After the broadcast ended, Ken Hyun-woo felt hungry. He went to the fridge to get something tasty. There, Anchan overthrew him. He pointed the friend at the screen of his cell phone. Ken Hyun-woo understood that Anchan was worried about the reactions to the broadcast. The boy had no idea that they would come out so quickly. Anchan suggested that the commenters were trying to cause Ken Hyun-woo trouble with other guilds. However, his friend only smiled and said that he was not afraid of anyone. He didn't want to talk about it, so he suggested that Anchan order the fried chicken in spicy sauce. Meanwhile, A member of the Mono Guild named Patrick reported to his master Marco that the situation had worsened considerably. He explained that on the max-level noob stream, many commenters wrote terrible things about them. Marco could not hide his rage. He did not like this cheeky boy in a mask. Patrick began to assure the man that the max-level noob himself had nothing to do with it, and that it was all the work of the commentators. The boy also noted that if this continues, their guild will not have any viewers left. Suddenly, a thought dawned on Marco. He said that he was certain that the max-level noob was a liar. It is obvious that Nazar helped Reina win, most likely, and this time someone is behind him. Marco told Patrick that now they should stop holding back and stick to the scripts. It will be better for their guild. Patrick agreed. He trusted his guildmaster. Ken Hyun-woo's training video has created a lot of buzz in the arena community, and the result was not quite what the boy expected. However, there was other news. The player who was the first in the rating received the 200th level. In connection with this, as well as the 3rd anniversary of Arena, a global patch was introduced. Ken Hyun-woo and En-chan were delighted when they read this information. They learned that the patch will add new content for better players, more updates for guilds, and several regular events. Ken Hyun-woo really liked the news of the update. New content has been created specifically for users, the addition of a 3rd specialization. En-chan sighed. He assumed that this specialization would require a minimum of 200th level. There was also an update to the siege style. From now on, users or guilds could also get palaces. However, to capture the palace, one must have a title no lower than a baron and a rank from the emperor. Ken Hyun-woo smiled. He had all these regalia. There was also new content aimed at reviving animals. Ken Hyun-woo immediately thought of Tenny. He would love to take part in competitions among animals. Also, a special event will be held in honor of the opening of the animal competition, but information about it should be available later. Ken Hyun-woo said that his bear will not miss the chance to get the first place. The next day, the boy and Tenny were walking through the forest, clearing in the arena. Ken Hyun-woo planned to take on the monster wave task, which was to determine the cause of the annual monster attack on Lada's fortress. But the boy did not understand how to finish this quest. He thought he could ask Kim Sejun for advice, but when he realized that he would again persuade him to join his guild, he gave up on this idea. Suddenly, Tenny heard a sound. He showed the owner the direction with his paw, saying that something was happening there. And indeed, after a few minutes, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny saw a giant ogre. Vedmedic noted that this ogre is not simple, but wild. The guy didn't even know what they were doing here. He thought that this monster might be the key to ending the quest. At the same moment, the ogre noticed the boy with the bear. Roaring, he charged at them. He literally broke the tree behind which Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny were hiding. Tim managed to take off thanks to the guy's magic bracelet. He directed a stream of magic from it to the ogre. Ken Hyun-woo realized that the monster was now infected with black magic. It turns out that after the blow, the ogre only got better. Ken Hyun-woo's magic dissipated and he flew into the monster's paw. The guy managed to connect other branches in time. This helped him to dodge the ogre at the last moment and land softly on the ground, cutting the monster in the process. Ken Hyun-woo noted that although the ogre has strong attacks, its armor is weak. The monster rushed at the boy again. Ken Hyun-woo knew that he could catch him quickly, but then the game would be over immediately. He shouted to Tanya that he would destroy the ogre himself. The bear did not object. Ken Hyun-woo rushed at the giant monster with a breakneck speed, then again, and more. After an hour of such competitions, the monster collapsed without strength. Ken Hyun-woo has defeated the Org the Terrible. For this, he was credited with experience. The boy stretched happily. He hadn't had such fun in a long time. At the same moment, he received an additional quest. The explanation was that the strange monster they encountered was the key to investigating the appearance of monsters. Harold should be informed about him. At that time, the man himself decided to visit LeBron. As usual, the knight sat in the lotus position and meditated. Seeing Harold in front of him, he was surprised and joked that he hoped to see the man only at his funeral. Harold smiled and noted that LeBron's character has not changed at all. After that, the man asked the knight for help in protecting the fortress from dark forces. Instead of answering, LeBron asked the guest if he liked his student. Harold replied that max-level noob was strong enough, but not his level. At the same moment, the captain of the fortress Ladus heard a familiar voice behind him, which pointed out that it is a sin for a man to complain. Turning around, Harold saw Ken Hyun-woo. The man immediately asked the boy what he had forgotten here. He replied that he had come to meet His Majesty. He admitted that he did not find the reason for the monster's attack on the fortress, but he met an org with a tattoo who became stronger due to the use of black magic. LeBron was interested in the information about the monster with the tattoo. He flicked his fingers and an image appeared on the sand. Pointing to him, the knight asked Ken Hyung-woo if the pattern on the ogre's body looked the same. The guy answered in the affirmative. He wondered how LeBron had guessed about the tattoo. The knight assumed that the rebellion in the Rift Palace could only be a cover. It was obvious that the dark mage had started to move on. LeBron sighed and added that they needed the entire empire. The herald corrected him, saying that they were specifically hunting the imperial family. In 1 second, LeBron threw on his outer clothes and ran somewhere, saying that he desperately needed to see His Majesty, because now the fate of an entire empire was being decided. Harold rushed after him. The knight called after him and Ken Hyun-woo. The boy tried to digest in his head all the information he had just heard. Soon, the trio stood before the emperor. He greeted them with the words that he knew about the next appearance of the dark mage. His Majesty inquired why they needed his support to destroy the enemy. Harold answered in the affirmative. He added that the main target of the evil spirits led by the dark mage is the emperor. Hearing this, His Majesty turned red with anger. He shouted furiously at the herald. He didn't like that he couldn't protect Lattice Fortress properly. The captain tried to justify himself, but everything was in vain. After calming down, His Majesty turned to Ken Hyung-woo. He wanted him to take responsibility for everything that was happening now. The guy was confused. The emperor promised that he would even give Ken Hyung-woo a reward. At the same moment, the boy received an imperial deposit of 3,000 gold and an imperial gift. A red crystal appeared in the boy's hand. His Majesty ordered the boy to go with it to the library, because it was there that he would receive the real reward, 1 volume of the book with important teachings. This was a new challenge for Ken Hyun-woo. Hearing about the future award, the boy could not contain his smile. LeBron quietly told him to follow him. The knight had a conversation with the player. An hour later, Ken Hyung-woo was in the Imperial Library. There he was met by the librarian, Diamond Mazenton. He inquired about the reason for the boy's visit. Ken Hyung-woo introduced himself and said that His Majesty had informed him that he could get a book of skills here. In confirmation of his words, he took out a red crystal. The librarian nodded, realizing that LeBron's student was in front of him. He opened the door to a large hall with thousands of books in front of Ken Hyung-woo. Ken Hyun-woo asked the man for permission to take a closer look at the books. He allowed it. The boy approached the shelves and began to carefully examine the literature on them. Even from the titles, it was clear that these books contained very cool edges. However, so far he had not seen anything that could really interest him. Suddenly, he noticed a book that was not at all suitable for the arena. It was the Book of 10 Dark Heavens. It contained dark magic that was part of a dark martial art. Ken Hyun-woo thought that by choosing this particular book, he would definitely be able to delve into dark magic. He informed the librarian about his decision. Suddenly, the boy was enveloped in a purple glow. He had mastered the art of the 10 Dark Heavens. Ken Hyun-woo screamed with delight. Diamond Mountain asked to be quiet in the library. The guy apologized. He was happy with what the 10 Dark Heavens art gave him. He could now increase magic and skills and also gained a new skill and a dark attribute. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo received a notification about a new quest, Descendants of the 10 Dark Heavens. The boy needed to find descendants who had once crossed the mountains of Walter. The guy understood that he is unlikely to be able to quickly deal with this task, given his level. Ken Hyun-woo decided to postpone the quest until later, when he had better explored the continent. In any case, he was happy about the new task, because quests from the palace were always well rewarded. He gave another shout of joy. The librarian asked the boy a second time to be quieter. After leaving the hall, Ken Hyun-woo went to LeBron's office. He immediately noticed the boy's good mood. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and noted that there are reasons for this. It's not every day that he only trains and plays. LeBron asked the boy if he belonged to any guild. He explained that he will not be able to complete the task alone, so he is trying to find some other good players. Ken Hyun-woo replied to the knight that he had made friends with the New World Guild. LeBron noted that the fact that the boy became friends with someone is very strange. Ken Hyun-woo was offended by these words. He began to shout that he had a whole bunch of friends. LeBron smiled and told him to collect them all. A trip to the Heijin Mountains awaits them. Together, they must find out the true reason behind the monster's attack on Lattice Fortress. Ken Hang was happy. He understood that this was a main scenario quest. He told LeBron he had to get ready, bowed, and left the office. Finally, he turned and promised the teacher that next time he would appear before him not as a knight of Keon, but with a higher rank. Ken Hyun-woo left the imperial court and went in search of adventure. Meanwhile, members of the New World Guild were hunting monsters. During the break, Kim Soo-jun informed Kang Chung that the max-level noob had offered them an interesting job. He added that this is about the main script. It turns out that max-level noob has already completed 5 of his quests. At the same moment, Keith from the Pioneer Guild was telling his roommates the same thing. Ken Hung-woo waited for a response from his comrades, and he was looking forward to the start of the main script. The next day at lunch, he told Anchan that he had managed everything with the New World Guild and the Pioneers. However, one problem remained. The guy didn't know how to tell his friend that he didn't like the main scenario. Finally, he got up the courage to speak. However, Anchan cut the boy off mid-sentence. He said that it would be difficult for his guild to pull the main script. Ken Hyung-woo screamed. He didn't understand how his friend had guessed that he was going to talk to him about the quest. Anchan smiled and said that he understood Ken Hyun-woo's fear that they wouldn't pull the level of the big guilds and die in the process. He added that he was not even going to ask his friend to participate in the quest. In addition, he is busy with the battle of the 2 masks. Ken Hung-woo felt grateful to Anchan. He promised himself that one day he would repay his friend for all his kindness. The meeting of all participants was planned in the tent city. Kim So-jun and Kang Chung-woo were already here with the other members of the New World Guild. All the pioneers led by Kate also arrived. In the center stood the noob of the maximum level. Tenny was hanging on his shoulders. The captain of the Imperial Rangers, Karen, approached them. He said he's heard a lot about LeBron's student. The boy smiled. He introduced all his comrades to the captain. All participants received notifications about the conditions of the quest at the same time. They should have exterminated the tattooed monsters. Ken Hyun-woo winked at Keita and said that they were in for an interesting hunt. Then he turned to everyone, saying that it would be better for them to separate. Kim So-jun laughed and offered a bet who would kill more monsters. Ken Hung liked this idea. It was interesting to find out who among them is the best monster hunter. Soon Ken Hyun-woo was bravely fighting the monster. The boy defeated him very easily. About himself, Ken Hyun-woo remarked that this was the 23rd dead tattooed monster of the quest. He was very happy to get a new level. He was now level 137, 8 permanent skills and 5 active, and his skill has increased significantly. He felt that he had pumped quite a bit and suggested that Tina finish for today. The bear immediately reminded the owner about the pair. Ken Hyun-woo admitted that he didn't care about him. The main thing is to finish the quest faster. Tenny called the boy a liar. After leaving the arena, Ken Hyung-woo decided to read the comments on the Spider Boss video he posted the day before. Someone from the audience wrote that Max Level Noob had a hard time in that battle. Ken Hyun-woo was furious after reading this. This was written by a commenter with the nickname African Bird. The guy blacklisted him. This commentator turned out to be Jong Han-baek. After learning that Ken Hyun-woo had blocked him, the pro gamer began to scream furiously. Other members of his team came running at the noise. Jong Han-baek forced a smile and said that everything is fine. He began to get even more annoyed about himself. It turns out now he could not even express his own opinion. He promised himself that he would definitely destroy this max-level noob. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo spent a lot of time training in the arena, pumping up his dark magic skills. Suddenly he felt bad. It seemed that he was about to get bored. He fell to his knees without strength. The 10 Dark Heavens school did not have the best effect on his body. He felt drunk, and his body moved by itself. Ken Hyung-woo understood that he should learn to use this school properly. There were only 10 minutes left before his meeting with Dwayne Evans, so Ken Hyun-woo hurried to put on his mask. He decided to train the rest of the time. However, the actor came earlier. He happily greeted the teacher. Ken Hyung-woo had a suspicion that Dwayne just wanted to see his true face. But the actor began to assure that he has a habit of coming early. The guy noted that the Hollywood star was not only a nice person, but also responsible. Dwayne announced that he was ready to show what he learned after the last lesson. An educational mannequin appeared. The actor demonstrated his skills and abilities on it. Ken Hyung-woo was pleased. Next, Dwayne had another exhibition fight with a dummy. Ken Hyun-woo was worried that the Hollywood star would not want to work hard. However, the opposite happened. Dwayne was really practicing, not resting, before today's lesson. Meanwhile, the actor hit the mannequin's head. Ken Hyun-woo remarked that it was perfect. He could not hold back the applause. The boy praised the student for his work. With a smile, Ken Hyung-woo noted that it was time for Dwayne to move up in the arena rankings. After that, he started the stream. A moment later, he and the actor greeted the audience. Ken Hyun-woo said that this is the 2nd edition of the Winners Academy. The guy added that today Dwayne will continue to climb the rankings. Together, they will compete and receive feedback from the audience. Ken Hyun-woo promised that everyone will be surprised when they see the new skills of the Hollywood actor. Viewers began to write in the comments that they do not believe in this. Then Ken Hyun-woo proposed a match to them, which surprised Dwayne himself quite a bit. The guy offered the following conditions. If the actor gets bronze, there will be no streams for 2 weeks. If he loses at least once, then there will be as many as 4 streaks in the next 2 weeks. Viewers happily agreed in the comments. When Dwayne heard about the bet, he was afraid to let his teacher down. Ken Hyun-woo felt that the actor's confidence had disappeared somewhere. Then the boy asked Dwayne if he loved Tenny. The actor answered in the affirmative, but he did not understand what this question was about. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and promised that if his student won, he would have the teddy bear for his personal use for an hour. Spectators in the comments immediately began to write that they are already jealous of the Hollywood actor. Everyone just adored Tenny. Dwayne tried to pull himself together and prepare for battle. The duel has begun. His first rival appeared before the actor. He had the night class and was quite serious. The opponent immediately rushed at Dwayne with a magic sword. He prepared to defend himself. The actor evaded all attacks. He remembered the max-level noob's words that if the opponent used a magic sword, the best thing to do was to simply dodge. At some point, Dwayne realized that the knight had used up all his mana. It was then that the actor delivered an accurate and very strong blow. Dwayne's opponent roared in pain, but the actor did not think to stop. He quickly struck back. The man remembered everything the max-level noob had taught him. Dwayne delivered blow after blow to his opponent. In the end, the knight fell to the ground without strength. The victory was for the actor. He himself did not immediately believe it. Ken Hyun-woo was proud of his student. He made sure that Dwayne is not just a world action star, but also a very promising arena player. Perhaps his weakness in the game was due to his popularity on the set. He did not have enough time to get used to the arena and practice in real battles. However, Dwayne now has an understanding of how the game works. If he can use all his knowledge and power in a balanced way, he will win victory after victory. Ken Hyun-woo, who was now acting as the host, addressed the audience. He asked them if they believed that Dwayne was ranked very low just a week ago. Of course, few believed in it. Meanwhile, the Hollywood actor won his 9th victory in a row. He himself was surprised at how easily he managed to destroy his opponents. Ken Hyun-woo was happy for the student as if he were himself. He promised the actor that if he moves at the same pace, he will soon receive a bronze medal. These words of the teacher inspired Dwayne even more. He was ready to fight the next opponent. He turned out to be a young man who already had 13 victories in a row in his arsenal. This confused Dwayne somewhat. Ken Hyun-woo immediately remembered the bet he made with the viewers. He didn't want to do 4 streams a week. Many commentators began to write that Dwayne's new opponent was a replacement knight. Ken Hyun-woo held his fists for the student. He was also convinced that time to plan a strategy was important in the main scenario. The boy did not understand why the replacement knight appeared just now. Ken Hyun-woo was afraid that Dwayne was confused. The actor said that his opponent had 4 more successful battles than him. After a pause, he added that it did not bother him at all. His goal is to prove to everyone what he is capable of. Ken Hyun-woo liked this approach of the student. Dwayne said that today he is a winning machine. His teacher sadly thought that he, unfortunately, did not know who the replacement knights were. The battle has begun. His opponent immediately rushed at the actor. He drew his magic sword as he prepared to attack. Dwayne, seeing the weapon, realized that he should stop his opponent as soon as possible. At the last moment, the man managed to evade the opponent's blow. The replacement knight immediately attacked a second time. Dwayne now understood why he had so many victories. This young man was on a completely different level than his previous opponents. Now the actor was not in a winning position. Ken Hyun-woo, who was watching the battle, was already mentally preparing to do a bunch of streams next week. Meanwhile, Dwayne remembered how he had asked the teacher the day before whether it was possible to defeat someone who could not be defeated. This question then made the maximum level noob think. After thinking for a while, he noted that one should prepare well for fights with such opponents. He promised that they would prepare for such a scenario. The replacement knight kept attacking Dwayne, but he still managed to dodge. In one moment, the actor gathered all his strength into a stout fist and delivered a blow directly to the opponent's face. The young man staggered. Dwayne went around him on the other side. Then he delivered as many as 7 hot fists to his opponent. This enraged the replacement knight, and he lunged at Dwayne again with his sword. The actor realized that he urgently needed to establish a distance with the opponent. He used his lion's breath skill, causing a wave of fire that instantly knocked the opponent away from him. From this, the replacement knight literally fell into a stupor. After that, Dwayne delivered a series of well-hitting and powerful gifts. He did it calmly and very focused. In the end, the replacement knight collapsed without strength. The victory was credited to Dwayne Evans. Spectators in the comments were amazed that the Hollywood actor managed to destroy such a strong opponent. A happy Ken Hyun-woo informed the student that he had defeated the replacement knight. The man asked what it meant. The guy explained. After that, the actor was even more happy. The knight had a silver medal, which means Dwayne now definitely had a bronze one. Thanks to 19 victories in a row, the actor became stronger and got rid of the title of loser. With tears in his eyes, he thanked his teacher because thanks to his meeting with him, the impossible became possible. Dwayne advised all those who are not given to duels to enter the Academy of the Winner. He guaranteed that then their experience in the arena will change. Ken Heng-woo and Dwayne shook hands. The guy addressed the viewers with the information that the stream is ending because they have reached their goal. Finally, he added that since the audience had lost the bet, the next time they would meet him would be Monday a week later. He thought to himself that it was time to focus on the main scenario. Meanwhile, the Mono Guild was restless. Marco was furious that it turns out someone had managed to start the fifth main scenario and get the quest. According to his calculations, it was the Mono Guild that should have been the first. He began to blame Patrick for the fact that they had to spend a lot of money. The young man began to apologize, assuring that it was only his fault. After a pause, he hesitantly added that he was the first to open the fifth scenario and start the max-level noob quest. Marco thought. He then ordered Patrick to assemble an expedition immediately. The guildmaster stated that they could be the first to execute the script, even if they hadn't opened it. The man gritted out that the max-level noob would pay for everything. Meanwhile, Dwayne, sitting at home in a soft chair, remembered that the teacher had promised him the opportunity to spend an hour with Tenya for the victory. The next day, Ken Hyung-woo met a girl who called himself his fan at the arena. She told the boy that the dark mage is now using a new power, and when the quest appeared, he decided to organize a new rebellion. The guy thought. He came to meet the girl because he was told that she had information about the quest. However, there was something strange about this situation. The girl reported that the rebel group is called Al-Kill, and its leader is called Edward. After that, she asked the boy if he would now accept her as a friend, as he had promised. Ken Heng-woo did not remember such a promise. He admitted to the girl that he did not know her at all. A stranger offered to meet. She threw the hood of the robe off her head. Ken Hyun-woo saw a pretty girl with pink hair in front of him. The guy frowned and asked permission to leave. The girl was indignant. She was surprised that the noob of the maximum level did not recognize her. The guy hurried to leave, but the girl followed him. Ken Hyun-woo thought that her face really reminded him of someone. In the end, the girl stopped and shouted that she was Sonya's streamer. Only then did the boy recognize her. This girl was one of the first to learn about the arena and about the changes inside the game. That is why her streamers called her Evening News. Ken Hyun-woo confirmed that he had indeed seen the girl somewhere. Sony screamed that the boy was bullying her. She added that she could no longer spend her streams because of the rebels. Ken Hyun-woo thought that since Sonya had the information, she could be trusted. He apologized to the girl for not recognizing her immediately. The guy suggested that Sony make a joint stream after the main scenario. The girl immediately agreed. Ken Heng understood that such an informant would be useful to him. Sonya thought that if she did a stream with max-level noob, then the number of her viewers would double. She again asked the guy to add her as a friend. He fulfilled the request. In a few hours, Ken Hyun-woo was in the tent city. He reported to the captain of the Imperial Rangers that he had killed 47 monsters. Karen praised him, noting that he now understands why LeBron chose the boy as his student. Ken Hyung-woo gained experience and 470 Imperial contribution points. Karen said he was grateful to the max-level noob for helping with the monsters, but they needed more. Ken Heng-woo thought grimly that the quest would most likely only end when all the conditions were met. He admitted to the captain of the Rangers that he had received interesting information. The boy told Karen everything he heard from Sonya. Disgruntled, the man asked who had told him such details. From the reaction of the captain of the Rangers, Ken Hyun-woo realized that he already knew about everything. Sighing, Karen quietly said that the max-level noob was ready to hear the truth. The man said that the dark magicians are just suckers. The main problem is Edward, the captain of the Al-Qaeda, and the only younger brother of the current emperor. Ken Hyun-woo asked what he should do in such a case. Karen advised to just wait. After a pause, he added that for now, they would try to figure it out on their own. He said that an uprising was planned in about a month. If nothing changes, max-level noob will have to participate as well. To do this, he must meet the so-called Karen standard. That is, have a level not lower than 140. Finally, Karen decided to give the boy some advice. Ken Hyun-woo immediately thought that the man could somehow help him gain experience. However, the ranger captain handed him some paper instead. He explained that it was a scroll of teleportation to an ancient dungeon that would help the boy find Archmage Cepheus. He must provide assistance to the max-level noob. Ken Hyun-woo was happy about such a task. He was convinced that he could handle it in one day. Suddenly, Karen said that he had forgotten something else. He then tore open the scroll, and a blue magical light poured out of it. The man smiled and wished the boy back alive. At this moment, Ken Hyun-woo felt fear, but it was too late. He had already torn the scroll in half and realized that he was teleporting. A moment later, he found himself in a spacious white classroom. Ken Hyun-woo heard a recorded voice announcing that his current location was Rayek, the Rouse Empire Novice Academy. This building consisted of 10 floors. To get to each next floor, you should complete all the tasks from the previous one. The boy did not like all this. He did not understand why he was here at all. However, the boy still went to the first floor. There, he found a book about the Rose Empire. The voice said that the boy should read it and pass an exam on basic knowledge about the empire. Ken Heng was given exactly 1 minute to read the book. The boy immediately rushed to complete the task. He opened the book and immersed himself in reading. What he learned from her surprised him. Rose was the only empire on the continent founded by the first emperor, Akan. At that time, unlike now, this place was filled with monsters and monsters. Akan fought for people's freedom. But Archmage Ruth suggested that the reason Akan was able to unite an entire continent was because he was a giant, not a human. He claimed that the entire imperial family was strong and high. This argument was quickly overruled by the fact that even commoners could have the same characteristics as the imperial family. Rus's territory was half the continent. Everything else was the territory of monsters and monsters, trolls, orcs, dwarves, and others. Elves and lycanthropes were among the races at war with the empire. Ken Hyun-woo managed to fit in exactly 1 minute. He even liked the book. It's time for testing. The boy had to score at least 80 points. An answer sheet appeared near him in the form of a massive black stone with some inscriptions. The boy approached him uncertainly. He had no idea how to pass the exam on a stone. Sighing, he realized that he would have to answer anyway. Not thinking of anything better, the boy connected the dark magic, wrapping it around his index finger. He began to run it over the stone, as if writing down the answers. He was so engrossed that he did not notice something important on the right side of the stone. A fountain pen was always there. However, Ken Hyun-woo answered all the questions correctly. For this, he was credited with experience. The voice announced that the max-level noob could now go to the second floor. After that, a magic circle appeared in front of Ken Hyun-woo. Stretching out, he entered the middle of it. A guy came out of the circle already on the second floor. There was also a classroom. On one of the seats, the boy saw LeBron dozing with a book on his face. The guy called out to him. He woke up and greeted him. Ken Hyun-woo told the teacher why he was here. LeBron smiled and, pointing to the stone in the room, explained that on this floor, you also need to read. The knight winked at the boy and asked if he would like to go with him straight to Sefed, bypassing the dungeon. He added that you can get a good reward, skills, an artifact of the Rus Empire, and elixirs. Ken Hyun-woo replied that it was necessary to find Sefed in any case, but for him the meaning of life is to go through dungeons. LeBron sighed, wished the student success, and teleported away. Ken Hyun-woo was left alone in the classroom. He quickly coped with the exam on the second floor and gained access to the third. The boy noticed that this time all the questions were related to the culture and arts of the Rose Empire. The only thing that he still couldn't figure out was why the answers had to be given in such a strange way, writing with a finger on granite. The boy thought that the message on the stone could also be part of the task. On the third floor, what awaited him was not a classroom, but a laboratory. The voice said that all the items in the lab were created to assess the player's magic level. Ken Hyun-woo had to pour it into 3 balls on the table in 1 hour, according to the instructions. Ken Hyun-woo remembered how he had already performed a similar task at a competition. Then he set a new record. The boy took the balls in his hand, convinced that he would do well even now. And indeed, after a moment, all objects, thanks to magic, changed their color. However, Ken Hyun-woo had no idea that his work was being broadcast in another room. Archmage Sefed watched carefully as the boy happily juggled multicolored balls. He directly asked LeBron, who took his place in the office, about where he found such a monster in his students. The knight smiled and asked the Archmage if he really expected the max-level noob to turn out to be a weakling. Sefed did not calm down. He began to ask LeBron where his student's strength came from. He added that the knight knows very well that on the first and second floors, it is necessary to write with a pen on the stone. LeBron only smiled in response. Safed didn't understand where the maximum level Nuba got the power to do that with a finger. LeBron sarcastically remarked that the archmage just needs to leave the pen in a prominent place. Suddenly, Safed gave a cry of surprise. He saw that the max level noob had already passed the third floor. He remembered Mason. Right now, for some reason, the archmage really wanted to see him. Meanwhile, Ken Hyun-woo, who had completed the third floor task ahead of time, was ready to move on. He found out that he gained additional experience, increased skill mastery, received the rank of Haiken Wizard, and several other bonuses. The boy also realized that all skills related to magic became better by one level. Ken Hyun-woo was glad to be in this place. LeBron shared with Safed his opinion that his student will be able to pass the test of all floors today. It is obvious that they were given to him too easily. Not even 10 minutes had passed before Ken Hyun-woo completed the next several tasks. 3 warrior robots were waiting for the boy on the 4th floor. On the 5th is a giant robot. The 6th is a test of speed and dexterity. On the 7th floor, Ken Hyun-woo had to perform a task at the bottom of a deep pool. The guy was pretty pumped in this dungeon. He was now at level 144. The 8th floor awaited him ahead. The arena for battles was located here. The voice said that it was here that a battle with a potential threat to the Empire would take place. The boy needed to win a duel with one monster. Ken Hyun-woo tried to prepare himself for a difficult battle. But when a rival appeared in front of him, the boy was very surprised. It was none other than his good friend Dakan. The voice explained that this monster is not real, but created from the memories of a student who came to Rayek. It can be weaker or stronger than the real Dakan. Ken Hyun-woo didn't understand why Dakan appeared out of all the possible characters. He hoped that it would turn out to be weaker than the real monster. The guy immediately called Tenny to him. The bear was surprised to see Dakan. Ken Hyun-woo quickly explained to the animal that the monster was just a chimera that was created for the test. Tenny began to request that the owner destroy his friend's fake as soon as possible, because he himself was in no mood to fight. Ken Hyun-woo asked the bear for buffs. Moments later, he received Bear Roar and Forest Blessing from Shadow. Next, Ken Hyun-woo kindly nudged the bear, noting that it was making him angry today. He added that next time Tina will also have to compete. The boy prepared for battle with a copy of Dakan. He was not afraid of the match. On the contrary, he saw it as a good opportunity to practice. As soon as the battle began, the monster immediately rushed at the boy. Ken Hyun-woo turned on almost all of his stats at once. Thanks to this, he managed to repel the attack of the false Dakan in time. None of the opponents was ready to lose in this duel. Ken Hyun-woo rushed to attack. The monster parried his blow. Then the boy connected dark magic, and his affairs went better. Ken Hyun-woo's speed increased. It was now difficult for Dakan's copy to follow the opponent's every move. This helped Ken Hyun-woo deliver a well-aimed blow to the monster's back. This amused the boy. But the fake Dakan became even more angry. Roaring, he rushed at the enemy. The boy realized that the monster became faster. Ken Hyun-woo didn't like it. The false Dakan's eyes burned with fire. His feet were also improving. The opponents crossed arms again. Ken Hyun-woo knew that he had to hurry. He fought with all the strength he had. However, the monster competed no worse. Tenny watched all this worriedly. At some point, the actions of all genders and skills ended, and both opponents fell to the ground without strength. The Dakan began to disappear. Ken Hyun-woo realized that he had managed to win. The boy began to think, how strong is the real monster if his copy can do so many things? For defeating a copy of Dakan, the boy received additional experience. Also, his adventuring stat increased by 100%, and all other stat increased by 10. A portal to the 9th floor opened for Ken Hyun-woo. He went there with Tenny. On the new floor, the arena was waiting for them again. The voice said that it was time to test how hard the player's heart was. A noob of the maximum level had to come together in a duel with a close person. If the boy wins, he will receive an iron heart. Tenny immediately thought that the owner valued him very much, and therefore he would have to compete with the bear. Ken Hyun-woo thought that if he lost, he would have to go through the whole process again. But he didn't like that in this trial he could only get a reward for killing a loved one. Ken Hyun-woo was aware that if his father or mother appeared here, he would never be able to do this to them. The voice said that the search for a suitable opponent for the max-level noob was currently underway. These words made the boy sick. In the end, the selection was completed and the opponent was found. When Ken Hyun-woo saw the one with whom he would have to cross arms, he couldn't help but cry out, Before him stood his faithful friend Enchan. Tenny called the owner a fool. These words confused Ken Hyung-woo even more. He understood that Arena really knew him very well if they chose Anchan as their opponent. It was his best friend who supported him in any circumstances. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and told In-chang that he owed a lot to that. Anchan smiled softly in return. At the same moment, Ken Hyun-woo punched his friend in the face. Laughing, he noted that the situation dictates its conditions, and now they have a real battle. Then he struck several more blows. Anchan's face immediately swelled from his friend's fists. Meanwhile, the real Anchan was calmly cooking dinner at home. For a moment, he felt the urge to hit Ken Hyung-woo for some reason. Max-level noob won on the 9th floor by killing a copy of his friend. For this, he received the unique Resistance School. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't hide his joy. He was closely watched by the Archmage and LeBron. Safed began to shout that the max-level noob had no regrets for killing a loved one so easily. LeBron recalled how he once also passed the 9th floor very quickly. Then his opponent was an Archmage. He added that the apple does not fall far from the apple tree. At the knight's last words, Ken Hyung-woo of Tenny appeared behind him. The guy was confused. He told the teacher that he was supposed to teleport to the 10th floor, but why did he end up here? The boy was also afraid that LeBron could be his new opponent. The knight turned to Safed and sarcastically asked where the 10th floor was. He replied that the 10th floor was broken. Ken Hyung-woo screamed in surprise. The Archmage explained that he had set fire to something there while doing research. In his opinion, it should take several months to restore the floor. Ken Hyung-woo immediately thought that he would not be able to get the reward for the 10th floor now. He offered to return again when it was restored. Safed handed the boy 5 letters with answers and asked him to take them with him on the road. He also asked why he was looking for a meeting with him. Ken Hyun-woo replied that Karen had asked to pass on the information to the Archmage that Al-Kil's new powers had appeared. Hearing this name, Safed asked the boy how he knew about Al-Kil. He replied that an adventurer had told him about him. The Archmage assumed that a spy was somewhere nearby. LeBron noted that they have been fighting for so long that it is time to finish. Safed then turned to Ken Hyung-woo. He told him to tell Karen that he and LeBron would also be participating in the battle. Soon the boy returned to Karen. He informed the captain of the Rangers that he had come to convey the words of the Archmage. The man was surprised that the max-level noob had returned so quickly. He assumed that he had not really gone anywhere. To this, the boy replied that he had been told that Karen had sent him to Cepheus on purpose because he did not want to read the book himself. Ken Hyun-woo's words indicated that he had visited the Archmage after all. The boy informed Karen that both LeBron and Safed were planning to participate in the battle. The captain of the Rangers noted that this is good news. The task from Karen was counted as completed. For this, Ken Hyun-woo received experience, a new level, and a gift from the captain of the Rangers. Karen noted that he had already given the boy a present. He was surprised because he did not remember receiving anything from his husband. The captain of the Rangers explained that his gift was an appreciation of the boy. In addition, the level decreased in the conditions, from 175 to 170. The guy was disappointed. With such a mood, he left the tent city. Ken Hyun-woo started hardcore training. He wanted to complete all the quests before the stream started. The guy slept 4 hours a day, and the rest of the time, he devoted entirely to training. It was already the 5th day of hellish training. Ken Hyun-woo sent Tenny to the islands while he continued his training. After a week of this regime, he reached the 170 level. After that, he came to Karen again. After examining the boy, he noted that the young man looked stronger. The ranger captain said he was taking it. A max-level noob was now considered a special unit knight. The boy was very happy to receive such an honorary title. He asked Karen where Al-Kil was. The man replied that he believed the emperor's brother was now in Kunta Plateau. Ken Hyung-woo recalled that this place was considered the most difficult hunting area in the Arena mountain range. This territory was inhabited by monsters named Kunta, who looked like giant gorillas and could read the attacks of opponents. Karen said he was waiting for the boy after the task. He nodded. He also mentioned that the Kunta Plateau was considered a disputed territory. Marco from Mano, Red Bull America, which included Mascherano, and even Jong Han-baek from JT Telecom, fought for it. Ken Hyun-woo thought about this all the time, not only in the arena but also outside of it. He couldn't sleep from his own thoughts. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo remembered that a new patch was coming out tomorrow. The boy decided to check the information in the broadcast and turned on Sonia's stream, which had just started. The girl was just greeting the audience and talking about the fact that today she will talk about the innovations of arena. She also introduced the boy's son, who was standing next to her. Sonia assured that he is a real genius of analysis. Young people started talking about tomorrow's patch. According to Son, it could be divided into three categories: the third choice of the class, the siege of the palaces, and the animal contest. The third choice of class was intended only for those users who reached the 200th level, and for him, strict requirements must be met. The guy noted that the third choice of class would be difficult for users with mediocre skills. Sonia asked him if everything was really so difficult. He answered in the affirmative. The girl said that she thought the Quincy's would come up with a good solution. On the other hand, she thought that after receiving the corpse recruit class, there would be more problems than advantages. Meanwhile, Sun began to talk about the siege of the palaces. He noted that Quincy has gone to great lengths to use content that would not have been possible without esports, and their intentions will most likely come true. The fact is that this is a very profitable business. Sonia assumed that this would probably be taken up by the big guilds, which would start selling the palaces at a high price. Then Sun began to talk about the pet competition. Here everything was simple. At the competition, you will have to choose the best pet. Suddenly, Tenny appeared in Sonia's arms. She introduced him and noted that interest in this bear at the competition would be increased because his owner is a maximum-level noob. Many wanted to defeat Tenny in tomorrow's battle. That's how the competition began. Participants with their pets gathered from different corners of the arena. They were all very interesting, cute, and unusual. The players were talking to each other about the fact that the max-level noob will not hold back today because he won a bet with the audience, and that is why he is currently resting. Some young man with a cute lion was surprised by such news. He expressed his hope that the max-level noob would at least appear in the competition. Suddenly, the young man with the lion saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was a max-level noob in its own persona. The other players began to whisper among themselves. After a minute, Tenny appeared. With his appearance alone, he made everyone present fall in love with him. The bear was embarrassed. He did not like that everyone was looking at him. Ken Hyun-woo picked up the teddy bear in his arms, put it on his neck, and started streaming. He greeted the audience, noting that he decided to go on the air a day earlier. The boy said that Tenny is the main character of today's competition. The bear jumped down to the ground and asked the owner if he would give him the elixir if he won. Ken Hyun-woo promised to fulfill the animal's request. Everything was ready for the first round of the competition. Participants and spectators gathered at the huge arena stadium. Sonia became the commentator of the competition. She happily greeted all viewers and guests of the show. The girl explained that 32 pets will take part in the first competition, which is called the best pet in the world. Suddenly, Sonia noticed Tenny clinging to the owner's leg. The girl noted that he is even cuter in real life than in the video. The girl said that everything will start with the distribution of balls. Pet owners need to direct their mana into the ball, and it will change color. There are 16 colors in total. Animals will compete with those pets that have the same ball color as them. Ken Hyun-woo channeled his mana into the orb and it turned purple. The other players crossed their fingers for a different color to fall. Unlucky for a pretty girl with pink hair. When her ball turned purple, she couldn't hide her disappointment. It's time to start the first battle. In the red corner, the max-level noob's favorite, Shadow, was preparing for battle. In the blue corner, Dabibi was preparing for the competition. The pet of a girl with pink hair, whose name was Kuchin. Sonia announced the start of the battle. Immediately after that, Tenny created a bolt of lightning that gave his opponent a good scare. Poor Dabibi even cried with fear. Kuchin rushed to him. Embracing her favorite, she asked to stop the competition. She was ready to accept defeat, just so that her beloved Debbie would not be killed. She went to a meeting. Then he won his first victory. It was so fast that Ken Hyun-woo didn't have time to understand almost anything. Spectators began to write in the comments that the fight was uneven. The guy began to justify himself, noting that the victory was clean. Subsequently, Tenny was expected to receive the title of the best pet in the world. However, the bear only needed the elixir. He began to ask for it from the owner, running around him. For the next competition of the show, Sonia asked everyone to enter the arena. The girl explained the conditions. Pet owners had to demonstrate the best sides of their pets in 3 minutes. There were no restrictions. The girl also introduced the judges, who had to evaluate the performances of the animals according to certain criteria. She added that there will be 5 winning places. Sonia invited the first animal with its owner to the arena. It was the cute kitty Kang and her cheerful owner Phryne. The animal began to perform various acrobatic tricks. Spectators in the hall and members of the jury were delighted with this incredible pussy. At some point, Khan stopped and lowered her face. Phryne was afraid for her pet. Suddenly, she noticed one person among the judges of the show. It was Mr. Pokerface. He looked ahead with a cold, indifferent gaze. Khan grabbed her landlady's leg in fright. Phryne could not calm her down. Mr. Pokerface said that he didn't see anything special about Khan's pussy. He said the same about all the other participants. The atmosphere of the show was heating up. Even Sonia no longer had the desire to joke. She did not understand why the organizers invited Mr. Pokerface to the jury. But the girl tried to pull herself together, smiled, and invited the 27th participant to the arena. He was Tenny. He came out in a tuxedo. The animal was accompanied by its owner, a noob of the maximum level. When the start of their performance was announced, the bear looked at the boy in surprise and directly asked him what they were going to do. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he did not think of it. Then Tenny pounced on him and started shouting that they had to win in order for him to get the elixir. The guy calmly noted that this is the bear's problem. Sighing, Tenny went to the proscenium and began to beg the audience for an elixir in a piercing voice. The people in the hall and the judges felt their hearts breaking with pity for this cute bear. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't look at it calmly. He walked up to Tenny and slapped him, reminding him that he should be performing, not begging. Mr. Pokerface looked at everything in front of him with the same indifferent look. Maximum level noob, together with Tenny, put on a simply enchanting show. The boy juggled the teddy bear, which then swam through the rings of fire. The audience was delighted. Suddenly, Tenny landed badly and hit his stomach painfully. But even this he did so cutely that the audience couldn't stop laughing. The most important thing was that Mr. Pokeface started laughing too. The teddy bear awakened new feelings in him, which made the man laugh sincerely for the first time in many years. Of course, then he won. Today, together with Noob Maximsko Rivnya, they became the owners of as many as 2 awards. Mr. Pokerface even held a teddy bear in his arms at the awards ceremony. Sonia, meanwhile, whispered into Kang Hyun-woo's ear that she had information for him. While everyone was congratulating Tenny, the streamer informed the boy that an uprising would soon shake the empire. Ken Hyun-woo asked her if this meant that the alcohol had started working. Sonia offered to talk to him after the broadcast. A few hours later, they met in a forest clearing. Ken Hyun-woo immediately asked the girl to tell him everything she knew. Sonia told the boy to take his time. She was outraged that he didn't even greet her. Having cooled down a little, she said that local uprisings are planned in 2 months. Their plans included the siege of 4 or 5 cities. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't even think that such a thing was possible. It is obvious that difficult times were waiting for Arena. He asked Sonia if Alkyla's base on the Kunta Plateau was empty now. The girl answered that currently there are significantly fewer people there than usual. In her opinion, they are now regrouping closer to the cities of the uprisings. Ken Hyun-woo has completed the quest and obtained information about Al-Kil, but he has not yet defeated his bosses. The boy thought about how he should proceed. He asked Sonia to go to the same place with him. The girl agreed. Soon they were in the tent city. Karen, having learned from max-level noob and Sonia that Alkyla's base is now unprotected, was literally shocked. The captain of the Rangers said he would alert His Majesty at once, after which they would begin to advance. The man said that they would need the help of a max-level noob. At this point, the quest has been updated. Now it was also necessary to attack Alkyla's base. Karen thanked Sonia for the information. For this, the girl received 2,000 imperial contributions, for which of course she was very happy. When Sonia and Ken Hyun-woo left the tent, the girl thanked the boy, because if it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have won the award. Ken Hyun-woo also thanked Sonia, noting that without her he would not have been able to continue the quest. The girl insists that she will definitely contact the boy if she suddenly finds out about something else. After that, she said goodbye and ran about her business. Ken Hyun-woo began to think that in order to get to the base of Al-Kil, he must cooperate with Red Bull America, Mono, and JT Telecom. He first contacted Mascherano from Red Bull America. Ken Hyung wrote directly to him that he would like to participate in the raid on the Kunta Plateau, so he suggested that Mascherano combine their forces. The pro gamer was surprised by such an offer, but agreed. Ken Hyun-woo immediately invited Mascherano to meet and discuss the plan. He was glad that the first fish got into his net. 30 minutes later, the pro gamer was already waiting for the boy at the entrance to the Nova Forest. Another man with red hair was standing next to Mascherano. It was another member of the Red Bull America team named John. From time to time, he asked his companion if they really needed the adventure that the max-level noob offered. Mascherano answered in the affirmative, explaining that victory would require more strength. He remembered how he had lost to a max-level Nuba in the Battle of the Two Masks. It is obvious that recently, he has only become stronger, so teaming up with a guy would be pretty good. Ken Hung-woo approached the young people. He apologized that they had to wait a little, explaining that it was far from this place. Mascherano greeted the boy, then introduced John to him. Ken Hyun-woo immediately got to the point. He admitted that he wanted to participate in the raid on the Kunta Plateau as a mercenary from Red Bull America. Mascherano asked what the reason for such a desire was. The guy replied that he needed skills, money, and items. John immediately thought that max-level noob wanted to take out the leaders. Mascherano assured the boy that they had nothing against joining forces with him. Suddenly, Ken Hung-woo said that he could do everything on Kunta Plateau by himself. That is, members of Red Bull America can go about their business. Mascherano could not believe that the boy was going to fight alone against Mono and JT Telecom. Ken Hyun-woo added that he could handle everything in a month. Mascherano and John were stunned. John asked the boy about his plan. Ken Hyun-woo was confused because he hadn't thought this nuance through at all. After some thought, he said that he would simply move forward as he always had. With Red Bull America, everything was resolved. When Ken Hyung-woo arrived at Kunta Plateau, he was almost immediately called out by a guy with green hair. Coming closer, the boy saw not one but 3 strangers. They told him to get out of their territory because it was forbidden to hunt here. Ken Hyun-woo grimly replied that the members of Red Bull America allowed him to hunt here, so he saw no problem. The green-haired boy grabbed Ken Hyun-woo by the collar, saying that the Kunta Plateau was controlled by the Mono Guild. Another boy, a blonde with a pale face, tried to calm his friend down. Then Ken Hyung-woo threw the hood off his head. All the boys gasped as they recognized the max-level noob. He smiled and said that now he has great content material. Ken Hyun-woo stated that he first defeated the Black Skull Guild, then the Isis Guild. Next, he planned to destroy Mono. Hearing this, the boys froze in place. Ken Hyun-woo said that it's time to create content. It seems that the members of the Mono Guild were not particularly frightened. Not only that, but the green-haired boy noted that it was luck that they met a max-level noob. The thing is that their master Marco just recently sent him to the blacklist. The boys were sure that they would become stars if they defeated the max-level noob by using the account deletion rule. Ken Hyun-woo was even confused when he heard this. Spectators in the comments began to cheer him on. The guy with the green hair rushed at the max-level noob. He immediately repelled the attack with an accurate blow to the opponent's head. Later, Ken Hyun-woo prepared a video of these events, especially for those who could not attend the broadcast. He really liked the audience's reaction to the video. Everyone especially appreciated how the max-level noob defeated the 3 members of the Mono Guild. Ken Hyun-woo jokingly complained to the audience that he felt ashamed for destroying the Mono members. Spectators began to write that the boy did everything right. Then Ken Hyun-woo announced that it was time to walk around Kunta Plateau. Master Marco watched this video carefully. Later, he summoned Patrick to him. Assistant Master Mono was ready for any reaction of the boss. It was hard to even imagine what happened the day before. Red as a tomato, Marco ordered Patrick to gather the entire guild. He gritted out that the time had come to destroy the max-level noob. A few hours later, Ken Hyun-woo calmly hunted the beetle-like monsters. At some point, a large group of armed men, led by Marco, approached him. The boy realized that it was the Mono Guild. With a smile, he said that he hadn't seen their master since the Battle of the Two Masks. Marco coldly turned to Ken Hyun-woo. He said that he had come to pay the boy all his debts. Ken Hyun-woo laughed and wondered if the Mono Guild was planning to take part in the main scenario, since they decided to attack him as a whole. Marco replied that the guild will not collapse if a couple of its members log out. Without a second to spare, Ken Hyun-woo activated his skills and abilities and charged at the members of the Mono Guild. Patrick was at this moment chastising himself for not being able to convince the master not to attack the max-level noob. But something had to be done. Then he shouted to the guild defenders to help the tanks with buffs. He ordered the sorcerers to slow down the enemy. Ken Hyun-woo was thinking about how much he was looking forward to this battle as he competed against the Mono members. Meanwhile, Tenny, who had been summoned in advance by the owner, saw how the wizards of the guild lined up for some magical ritual. Without thinking long, he transformed into a giant bear and dove right at the group of wizards, throwing lightning at them first. Patrick, seeing this picture, was frightened. Ken Hyun-woo praised Tenny, adding that now it's his turn. After that, he rushed at the opponents like lightning. Patrick rushed to help his friends. Turning around, he noticed that all the wizards had been destroyed, even though the battle had only just begun. After the wizards, Tenny targeted the tanks. Marco became more and more furious. He rushed at the maximum level noob with all his might. However, his attack was unsuccessful. Master Mano gritted out that even if max level noob survived, he would still make it impossible for him to play anymore. Ken Hyun-woo pretended not to hear Marco at all. Looking straight into his eyes, he asked why such a strong player like Guildmaster Mano would bring so many people to massacre him. Coming close to Marco, Ken Hyung-woo said loudly that he knew the answer to his question. Obviously, the Guildmaster was afraid of losing to the max-level Nuba in a duel. Marco looked at the boy in silence for several minutes. Spectators in the comments began to joke that he was petrified of fear. Then, the Guildmaster turned to the knights and priests of the guild and ordered them to prepare. Patrick began to persuade the master not to do rash actions because they could lead to changes in the script. Marco did not listen. Then Ken Hyung-woo joined in. Mockingly, he pointed out that Marco was just afraid to play for his account. However, the man was sure of his decision. In a serious tone, the boy warned that he would act decisively. Suddenly, someone used an ice lens, and a wall of ice immediately grew in front of Ken Hyung-woo. It was Patrick's doing. Although he had been putting off the fight with the maximum level noob until the last moment, he now realized that it might soon be too late. Tenny felt that the master needed his help. Patrick thought that their head was a paladin, so their guild was based only on holy knights and priests. There are skills that are the worst option for them: Sword of Faith for holy knights and Prayer of Faith for priests. It takes a lot of mana to use skills, and for just 2 minutes the stat level increases by 1 full 2/10. It can be said that this is a terribly unique school, but it has a secret. The thing is that it duplicates all other skills. Marco confidently said that this is the best fighting style of the Mono Guild. Fire was now coming from the man's body. He challenged his team to take out the max-level noob in the allotted 2 minutes. All of Marco's stars have increased by 4 whole 3/10 times. Ken Hyun-woo called the man a fool because he himself had told him about the 2-minute limit. Marco pretended not to hear the boy. He said he would like to start with the bear that annoys him so much. A moment later, Marco rushed to Tina. Ken Hyun-woo shouted to the bear to shrink faster. The shadow has shrunk. He did it in time, because Marco used the Holy Cross against him. The bear fell, but survived. Ken Hyung-woo was shocked by the force of the blow that Master Mano had delivered. The boy shouted to Tenny to go back. Crying, the bear obeyed his master and left the battlefield. Meanwhile, Marco, mindful of the time limit, pounced on Ken Hyun-woo. He started to fight back. The master of the Mono Guild began to assure the boy that he could not be saved from him because with the buffs he became even stronger. The battle continued. Spectators supported Ken Hyung-woo in the comments. Some even simply advised to run away because the guy only had to hold on for 2 minutes. Ken Hyun-woo did not give up. He used the attacks that LeBron once taught him. Marco realized that max-level noob was a tough nut to crack. That's why he struck a particularly hard blow. Ken Hyun-woo barely managed to dodge. Suddenly, Marco stopped dead in his tracks. Ken Hyun-woo also froze. He could barely stay on his feet. Spectators in the comments began to write guesses that the max-level noob had lost. But the duel is not over yet. For the first time, Marco noted about himself that the boy is a worthy opponent. However, he began to mock the boy in his voice. Ken Hyun-woo decided to use dark magic with his last strength. He aimed his palm towards Marco but missed, and the magic beam hit the tree. Master Mano noted that the max-level noob already had 1 foot in the grave. Spectators in the comments began to write that obviously, the boy's first defeat awaits them. Suddenly, the young man smiled slyly and rushed at the opponent with lightning. Surprised, Marco barely had time to repel the attack. However, Ken Hyun-woo did not back down. His next shot hit the target exactly. He became the winner in this difficult duel. The audience's surprise knew no bounds. Ken Hyun-woo asked them if they thought it strange that he was not hunting the Kunta tribe today, but the beetle-like monsters that gave almost no experience. The guy noted that he had gained experience in advance. He needed this to finish off one more during the fight and gain a level. What the boy was saying seemed to Marco to be delusional. He couldn't believe that the boy had slipped it around his finger so easily. He shouted that there were still more of them, but in a moment he was engulfed in the waves of the dark magic of the maximum level Nuba. Ken Hyun-woo was still showing his strength. He noted that without buffs, Marco is nothing. The end finally came for the Master Mano. Ken Hyun-woo turned to the audience and said with a smile that even the coolest technique of the Mono Guild was nothing to him. Then he pointed the blade of his sword at Patrick and the other Manonites. He sighed and asked them how to deal with them. But the guild members were determined. They were preparing to fight to the end. This surprised Ken Hyun-woo very much. Suddenly, Patrick turned to the boy. He asked the max-level noob to listen to him carefully. Then he fell on his knees in front of the boy and began to beg in front of him. Patrick also said that he recognized his strength. He promised that the Mono Guild would compensate for the damage caused. After that, Patrick began to beg the boy to stop and leave peacefully. The other guild members begged him to shut up. They were confident that they could still defeat the max-level noob. Patrick did not listen to them. He began to assure the boy that if he forgives them, they will take part in the scenario. Ken Hyun-woo understood why everyone was saying that Mono was all about Patrick. He asked if his guild planned to back off and work on the main scenario. The young man nodded and promised that Mono would work for the emperor. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and said that he accepts such conditions. He thought to himself that the fact that the Mono Guild led by Patrick suddenly became so good was suspicious. Therefore, he added, they should keep their promise. If this does not happen, then the boy will deal with each member of the guild personally. Patrick agreed. Then Marco's former assistant placed something in Ken Hyun-woo's palm, noting that it was a gift from the entire Mono Guild and from him personally. It was an earring. Ken Hyun-woo suggested that this ornament is quite rare. The Mono Guild was ready to teleport. Finally, Patrick admitted that he was very impressed with the boy's skills. Then he thanked him for letting them go. When Ken Hyun-woo was left alone, he immediately decided to check the item that Patrick had given him. He was happy to see the uniqueness of the earring. The ornament was called Essence of the Forest and was able to increase all stats in the forest as well as movement speed by 10%. The boy was so happy that he even promised to thank the members of Mono for such a cool gift at the first opportunity. Viewers in the comments were dissatisfied with the fact that the max-level noob did not completely destroy the guild. Ken Hyun-woo's fans were surprised by this reaction. JT Telecom trainer Jong Benjin read the news about the destruction of Marco and the departure of the Mono Guild from Kunta Plateau. He did not know whether to be happy about this or to worry, because he understood that now Red Bull America had an advantage. Suddenly another piece of news caught the man's eyes, in which it was said that Red Bull America had merged with the New York Warriors. The coach understood that with such a schedule, JT Telecom had no chance. At the same moment, one of Young Benjin's assistants burst into the room and shouted that there was trouble. He reported that Reina and Mascherano attacked JT Telecom members on the Kunta Plateau. Chong Benjin was startled on the spot. He did not think that they would start attacking so early. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo saw that Red Bull America posted a video of him. The guy was sure that JT Telecom had already seen him. Ken Hyun-woo was very happy that the Mascherano Guild had teamed up with Reina. He remembered how this girl wanted to meet him. Meanwhile, Reina was screaming at Mascherano, grabbing him by the collar. She was furious that the max-level noob she had been waiting for hadn't arrived. She reminded her husband that one of the conditions of her union with Red Bull America was the possibility of cooperation with noob of the maximum level. Mascherano asked the girl to calm down. He promised that everything will be just a little later. The man added that the max-level noob wasn't going to turn pro just yet. Reina was surprised and asked Mascherano how he knew about it. He replied that he heard this information during the filming of the Battle of the Two Masks. Then he was asked to become a scout, but he refused. Obviously, max-level noob had his own business too. Reina realized that she would not be able to face the boy in a duel again. The thought made her sad, as she dreamed of fighting a max-level noob. After thinking a little, the girl ordered Mascherano to agree with the boy about a duel with her. For everything, she gave the participant of Red Bull America 2 weeks. The man said he had one way. At the same time, Tenny demanded the elixir from the owner, which he promised him for winning the animal competition. Ken Hyun-woo gave the bear 2 green and pink balls. A transparent magical spot immediately appeared near the shadow. The bear put the elixirs in her, saying that he wanted to keep them until the best times. The stain with the elixirs is gone. Ken Hyun-woo was amazed at what he saw. He asked the bear when he learned to do such things. Tenny replied that recently. He added that he had already demonstrated this skill to the owner, but he was not looking. Ken Hyun-woo remembered that when they were hunting on the mountain range, the bear had received 15,000 magic points. For this, Tina received a new school underspace, which consisted of 3 storage slots. The bear, feeling that he had surprised his master, could not be happy. He liked that his powers continued to grow. Ken Hyun-woo thought that now he could use Tenny as a storeroom. After a minute, the bear climbed up to check his elixirs, which he had just hidden. The guy decided to update his information and noted that he now has the 180th level. His difference with first place was 30 levels. Ken Hyun-woo believed that by winning first place, he would earn more money, which means he would be able to help his parents, and the boy will be able to take revenge on Jung Han-baek. At the thought of his arch-enemy, anger appeared in Ken Hyun-woo's eyes. Suddenly, Tenny nudged the owner's cheek with his paw and pointed in front of him. Reina was approaching them. Coming closer, she said that she had to search for the max-level noob for over 5 hours on Mascherano's tip. The boy thought that Reina was being very honest when she spoke about such things directly. The girl began to ask the boy for a duel. She admitted that she dreams that he would meet her in a duel. Ken Hyun-woo was literally stunned by such a proposal. Reina noted that there were certain limitations in the battle of the two masks, so now she would like to compete without them. Ken Hyun-woo thought. He wasn't sure if it was good for him or her, but it would be useful for him to have a duel with a well-known ranker. He agreed, but announced his conditions. First, there should be only one fight. Second, the winner will receive 30% of the experience of the loser. Third, he will then post a recording of the fight on his channel. Happy Reina agreed to all the conditions of the guy. After a few minutes, both young men were ready to fight. Reina said that she would do everything to make the content interesting. Ken Hyun-woo asked why she would do that since the video would go on his channel. The girl replied that she was not going to lose. Suddenly, the boy asked Reina if she had already received the 3rd grade. The girl nodded. Then Ken Hyun-woo invited her to duel twice. He said that Reina may not reveal all of her abilities at once. The girl thought that, most likely, the max-level noob was afraid that everyone would find out about her skills. She replied to the boy that this way she would have more chances to get the experience that is at stake. Ken Hyun-woo pointed out that it doesn't matter. Confident of her victory, Reina offered to start a duel. She wasn't going to lose again. After a moment, the girl sent the boy a fight request. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and accepted him happily. After a few seconds, the battle officially began. The day before, Reina had rewatched all the videos posted by Max Level Noob. She understood that the boy was strong in provocations through conversations. So now she realized how important it was for her to stay composed. Reina charged. She hoped to defeat the maximum level noob through gender differences. Young people crossed swords. After that, the boy pushed Reina away from him for several meters. The girl couldn't believe that she had lost to a maximum level nooba in strength. Before, it seemed simply impossible to her. Reina underestimated the boy's characteristics. He was heavily pumped after leaving the battle of the two masks. The girl's stats were nothing compared to those of a max-level noob. Ken Hyun-woo thought that he had become much better, and now it was easier for him to compete with Reina. He felt incredibly light. The main thing for him was to make the video interesting. Meanwhile, the girl fought with all her might. Ken Hyun-woo decided to try to force Reina to use her 2nd grade skills. So he asked her if that was all she was capable of. The girl succumbed to the provocation and used the school ice territory, and then ice barrier. Everything around the players began to be covered with ice. Reina understood that the max-level noob was provoking her. That's why she once again told herself to pull herself together. The girl rushed at the boy with a new attack. The boy beat her back here. Then the girl tried to attract the skills Ice Boom and Ice Kingdom, but they did not help either. Reina decided to use her trump card, a skill called Ice Shadow. Her double from the ice appeared and rushed at the boy from the other side. Ken Hyun-woo didn't expect this, so he was confused. Reina was happy that at least one of her schools had the desired effect. But a minute later, Ken Hyun-woo was holding the sword at Reina's throat. The boy connected the dark magic in time. Sighing, the girl said that she would admit defeat. Because of this, Ken Hyun-woo gained a lot of new experience and a new level. The girl checked her data and said that everything happened as she thought. After that, she changed her outfit and, smiling, said that now it was time to compete with her in full force. Ken Hyun-woo thought that the girl's new armor was an upgrade after getting the 3rd grade. Reina said that she wanted to check one of the schools before starting the battle. After that, she swung her sword. Ken Hyun-woo was almost blown away by the cold wind. Everything around was covered with ice. The guy from Tenny was amazed by what they saw. Reina said that she is ready for the 2nd round. But after only 30 minutes of fierce fighting, she was sitting powerless on the ground, and Ken Hyun-woo was pointing his sword blade at her. Despite the terrible cold that pierced him to the bones, the boy was one step away from victory on the Rhine. He realized that everything could have ended differently, because with the 3rd grade, the girls moved to a new level. With a friendly smile, he held out his hand to the girl, saying that it was a good duel. Not only that, he admitted that he almost lost. Also, Ken Hyun-woo asked Reina to accept his friend request. The girl agreed and took the boy's hand. Afterwards, Enchan almost choked on his food when he heard the story of how Ken Hyung-woo defeated Reina in battle. The guy was sincerely glad that his friend managed not only to get permission to record the duel, but also experience for the victory. Tasting the rice, Ken Hyun-woo noted that he and Reina are now friends. Enchan asked his friend what his level was now. Ken Hyun-woo replied that it was 199. Enchan then advised the boy to get his 3rd grade by next week. Ken Hyun-woo shared another piece of news with his friend. They had found the rebel stronghold. This meant that a new main scenario mission would begin soon. The next day in the arena, he visited Archmage Safed. He was surprised to see LeBron's student in front of him. The boy said that he had come to report that they had found Al-Kil's rebels. The boy completed one task and immediately received another. Now he had to convey Kafed Karon's answer. Arking requested that max-level noob tell the ranger captain that Rayek's repairs were complete. Ken Hyung-woo realized that the 10th floor had been restored, so he immediately asked Safed to test himself. The Archmage took out some kind of pink key. Pointing it at the boy, he noted that the 10th floor was beyond his control. A pink magic pentagram appeared around Ken Hyun-woo. After a moment, the boy teleported into some spacious corridor. The voice said that the player is now on the 10th floor. If he passes it, he will receive a certificate that will serve as proof of his abilities. The voice added that on the 10th floor, the player must surpass himself. Ken Hyung-woo did not understand what this meant. Suddenly he felt, almost on a physical level, that someone was behind him. Turning around, he saw a copy of himself, albeit with gray hair. The voice said that a battle with his doppelganger awaits the boy. This did not surprise Ken Hyung-woo. He knew that something like this would be waiting for him here. A doppelganger was a monster created from player data stored in the arena. He had the same appearance, characteristics, and management skills as the contestant himself. But unlike the player, the doppelganger did not give in to emotions, so it was the most difficult monster in the game. At least it was thought so before. In fact, defeating the double was easier than it seemed. For this, it was necessary to use data that was not copied into the system. Ken Hyun-woo smiled as he had a great advantage. He quickly called Tenny to him. Unlike other animals, the bear was a non-game character, that is, it was under the control of the player. That is why he had the title, Descendant of the Isles. Ken Hyun-woo asked Ten if he didn't want his master to get hurt. Vedmedic replied that he had no reason for it. Laughing, the boy said he wanted to let Tanya hit him. He was happy and began to beat the owner. Ken Hyun-woo remarked that he meant something else entirely. He pointed his finger at his gray doppelganger and said that he was letting the bear beat him. Taney said that the gray-haired stranger looked just like his master, so he was ready to stab him. A minute later, the battle began. Ken Hyun-woo's doppelganger gestured for his opponent to attack. But instead of the boy, Tenny rushed at the gray monster, who in a second grew to the size of a giant bear. The doppelganger first dodged, then attacked. Tenny remarked that he was doing it exactly the same as the master. At some point, the monster activated the ring on his hand. After that, he launched an explosive magic sphere at Tina. He flew back and, shrinking in size, crumpled to the floor in front of the real Ken Hyun-woo. The boy sighed and said that he had hoped that Tenny could make it alone. Then he asked the bear for his buffs. He was ready to face his doppelganger in a one-on-one battle. The boy immediately used the power of the giant given to him by the shadow. However, the monster did the same. The opponents crossed their swords. Their weapons were also the same. Meanwhile, Tenny shared Bear Impulse and Forest Blessing with the owner. Ken Hyun-woo didn't like to play by the rules. However, his copy wasn't going to do that either. The doppelganger existed to kill the real player. For the sake of his goal, he was ready to use any methods and even give his life. Ken Hyun-woo was sure that the monster would not be able to fulfill its purpose. The boy dodged the doppelganger's attacks again and again. Looking at him, Ken Hyun-woo thought about how sad it must be to be just a copy. The boy understood that the monster took time for the player to use up all the skills, but Ken Hyun-woo had an advantage over the duplicate. After all, the base of the double is the main personality, which, unlike him, had the opportunity to develop. The monster's scales began to shrink. Ken Hyun-woo's stature and strength have also increased. He still used the giant's power. Suddenly, the monster raised its hand and activated its magic. Immediately, there was a magical explosion. Ken Hyun-woo smiled. He was amused that the double was using the player's information against him. The monster lunged at Ken Hyun-woo again. The blade of his sword almost caught the young man's face. Without thinking long, the boy prepared to attack. He struck at the opponent with the words that all the information that the doppelganger possesses belongs to him. A magical explosion rang out, and Ken Hyun-woo pushed the opponent. Having lost consciousness, he flew a few meters away from the boy. The voice reported that Ken Hyun-woo had completed the 10th floor trial. The boy noted that his victory proves that the system cannot completely copy him. Tenny agreed, noting that only his master could be so shameless. Ken Hyun-woo received the Ring of Ryek as a reward. It was a unique thing that appeared only to those who passed through Ryek. The ring increased all characteristics by 100 points. The boy thought about the fact that taking the 3rd class he would be able to get other rings. Also, Ken Hyun-woo received the title of the first graduate of Ryek and the first player to surpass himself. In addition to everything else, he got a map. Taking the scroll in his hands, the boy sighed. He understood that he would have to work more. Suddenly, he remembered the time and directly asked Safed to use his teleporter. Meanwhile, in another corner of the arena in a spacious hall, the gathering of the strongest guilds and teams began. There were representatives of the Guild of the New World, Guilds Pioneer and Guilds Mono, Phoenix Guild and Ancient Dragon Guild. There were also participants from Red Bull America and the New York Warriors. Kim Sojun, sitting at the head of the table, thanked the 20 guilds and teams that had responded to the New World Guild's request. The Phoenix Master asked why they were gathered here. Kang Chung-woo answered her that the purpose of their associations was to stop the rebels. He added that Reina and Mascherano had discovered their stronghold, so everyone's opinion was now needed on how to proceed. Kim Seo-jun said that he should wait for one important player who was late before starting to discuss. He just said it when someone teleported behind him. Of course, it was a max-level noob. Smiling widely, he apologized for being late. Kim Seo-jun jokingly remarked that the boy was not keeping track of time at all. He admitted that he had urgent business. Suddenly, Jong Han-baek, a member of JT Telecom, got up from the table. He angrily asked what a max-level noob was doing here, reminding him that he was not a member of any guild or team. Kim Seo-jun asked Jong Han-baek why he was so concerned. Kate from Pioneer stepped in for max-level noob. He noted that the boy is currently in a very high place in the rating of Arena. None of those present took Jong Han-baek seriously. Not only that, they did not understand why JT Telecom had sent him here. At the same time, all the players in this guild were not worth a single max-level noob. This is what everyone present began to whisper about. The guy took his word. He, with tears in his eyes, asked not to offend Jong Han-baek. Noob of the maximum level began to assure that there are big problems in JT Telecom now. That is why their participant is emotional. Everyone listened to the boy and decided to move on to the main questions. Jong Han-baek felt terrible rage, but he didn't know what to say anymore. Ken Hyun-woo liked how he had just put his arch-enemy in his place. Kang Chung-woo cleared his throat and said that it was time to start the discussion. He said that according to the reliable information he obtained, the reward will change in the future depending on the contribution of the player to the main scenario. This news surprised those present. Kang Chung-woo continued to speak. He noted that it was important not only to attack the rebels, but also to eliminate small rebellions throughout the empire afterwards. He added that the New World Guild wants to tackle this scenario as soon as possible and get a big reward. Kim Seo-jun directly asked the audience if they would like to unite. Ken Hyun-woo, like the others, did not expect to hear such a thing from the New World Guildmaster. Just think, Kim Seo-jun wanted to unite all the main guilds. The representative from Phoenix was the first to speak. She said she liked the idea, but she was interested in how exactly, in case of victory, the guilds would share the award. Kim Seo-jun assured that everything will be shared equally. Kang Chung-woo added that the rewards received in the process will be taken by everyone. He also said that the New World Guild could split the top prize between everyone, considering the opinions of the other teams. The representative of Phoenix said that if they are willing to put their reputation on the line, then her guild agrees to go further together with them. She was also supported by everyone else. Kim Seo-jung couldn't hide his joy that everyone agreed to their proposal. When Ken Hyun-woo went outside after the meeting, he had a strange feeling. He did not think that the guilds and teams would agree to the proposal to unite to fight the rebels. Suddenly, someone called out to the boy. It was a young man with an earring. He invited the maximum level Nuba to negotiate. Ken Heng recognized the stranger as Liu Shay, a member of the Nine Dragons Guild who used to be close to Qian Ho. The boy asked if he had not come to restore the honor of his acquaintance. Liu Shay shook his head and stated that his goal was to apologize to the boy. Ken Hyun-woo said that he had already forgotten what happened between them. He dryly wished Liu Shay luck and prepared to leave. However, the young man stopped him, informing him that a man named Rudd wanted to talk to the boy. It was about the assistant general director of the ATIS company in Asia. Ken Heng-woo asked Liu Shay if he knew that he had signed a contract with Nazar. The young man nodded and added that ATIS was only asking for one meeting. The guy thought that it was possible to meet. After all, it was free. But Ken Hengwu didn't like that Liu Shay was asking him as if he were some important person himself. In the end, the boy replied to the young man that he were not in such a relationship that he would agree. Liu Shay then bowed and said that he was not ordering the maximum level Nuba but asking politely. Ken Hengwu laughed and replied that since Liu Shay was trying so hard, he agreed to meet with Rudo. He added that he would contact the young man as soon as he finished the quest. After that, Ken Hyun-woo went about his business. Liu Shay, who remained standing in prostration, remembered how Rude had asked him to meet with the noob of the Maximum Rin in exchange for the 9 Dragons Guild's help. Liu Shay gritted out that everyone would still regret treating him with contempt. Meanwhile, a carriage pulled by fantastic birds stopped near the magical portal. A moment later, they entered the portal. Behind him, something strange was happening. Many players from different guilds and teams were huddled near the portal, waiting for something. Among them was a max-level noob. He started the broadcast and greeted the audience. The boy said that today, there will be an attack on the rebels. At the same time, he will not work alone, but side by side with other guilds and professional players. He added that in order to join the fight with the rebels, they will have to go down into the dungeons. Ken Hyun-woo said that he is sure that the audience will like today's broadcast. At the same moment, he received a message from Sonia with a plan of action and movement through the dungeon. He thought to himself that the other participants should not know what he was talking about with the streamer, because this could cause problems for the girl. A minute later, Kate contacted him. The young man said that his guild would be there soon. He suggested that the max-level Nuba attack together. Ken Hyun-woo introduced Keith to the audience and participants. He added that he offered him to train together. After thinking a little, the boy refused this offer. Keith sighed and expressed his hope that this was not his last encounter with the max-level noob. After that, he turned to his guild members, saying that it was time to enter the dungeon. Ken Hyun-woo received a message asking if he wanted to enter the rebel stronghold. He agreed and immediately found himself in front of the building. The fortress seemed powerful and gloomy to the boy. Viewers began to write in the comments that this place does not look like an ordinary dungeon. Ken Hyun-woo noticed that something strange was happening to the sky. It was covered with black tornadoes and bright lightning. In addition, explosions were heard everywhere. A moment later, a giant monster peeked out from behind the trees. There was a person on his head. It was Archmage Sefed. He explained that magic and explosions always signaled the start of war. The man noted that the time had come to make himself known. The players of the strongest guilds gathered near the fortress. A moment later, a ball of fire appeared in the sky, flying towards the building at breakneck speed. There was an explosion. Ken Hung-woo ran away. He didn't want to believe that the main scenario could end so quickly. Sometimes Sefed did not take his eyes off the fortress. The protective dome that was around the structure was now damaged. The Archmage was happy about it, but Ken Hyun-woo couldn't remember them ever planning to do this. At the same moment, some unknown person in a robe, bowing low, turned to the leader of the rebels who was sitting on the throne in the fortress. The man said that soon soldiers and adventurers would attack them. The leader of the rebels thought. After a pause, he ordered the evil spirit to be released, and also to make all the dead soldiers evil. He hoped that his brother Alexander would soon understand who was truly worthy of being emperor. 10 minutes later, evil spirits poured out of the fortress. There was a lot of it. She walked forward, not paying attention to anything. Meanwhile, the members of the guilds learned that the protective dome of the fortress was destroyed thanks to Tefed's magic. Kim So-jun and Kang Jong-gu rushed into battle with the others. The New World Master expressed his hope that they would have an interesting battle. Ken Heng-woo, on the other hand, stood still, not moving. Realizing that everyone had left, he calmly moved to the meeting place, which he had agreed with Sonia in advance. Suddenly, someone caught up with him and grabbed him by the shoulder. Turning around, Ken Hung-yu was already preparing to fight. However, he realized in time that only Sonia was in front of him. She asked the boy to remove the sword. He apologized and did so. Ken Hyun-woo didn't want the audience to know that he had a meeting with Sonia, so he introduced her as Jenny's informant. He noted that it was she who helped to find the rebel fortress. Spectators began to write in the comments that the girl's face was not visible because of the cape. Sonia called the max-level noob after her, revealing the secret entrance to the fortress. 30 minutes later, they climbed onto the roof of the building. Young people began to observe what was happening in the courtyard of the fortress. One of the leaders of the rebels, named Held, passed there. He was also called the Dark Knight of Alkylas. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and told Sonia to wait for him here. He promised to return soon. After that, the boy deftly slipped down. Without a moment's hesitation, he pounced on Held. Ken Hyun-woo wanted to check which of the two was better. The Dark Knight asked the boy who he was. He replied that he was a student of LeBron. Held was surprised. Without hesitation, he tried to strike at the stranger, but the boy managed to fight back in time. A fierce struggle began. Held had no idea that LeBron's student would turn out to be so strong. The boy parried all of the Dark Knight's blows. Ken Hyun-woo was very focused, realizing that much depended on the outcome of this duel. The guy used a half-moon lunge, which surprised and scared his opponent quite a bit. Ken Hyun-woo continued to act. Next, he connected dark magic. At one point, Held tried to attack him from behind. This attempt proved unsuccessful for the Dark Knight, and Ken Hyun-woo was already ready to attack further. The difficulty was that Held also used Dark Heaven magic. Ken Hang-woo did not understand where his opponent got these skills. The Dark Knight was surprised that a boy owned them. Held asked him how he knew about the Abyss movement. Ken Hyun-woo realized that this was obviously what the rebel called Dark Heaven magic. Perhaps this school was somehow connected with the quest. Held attacked the max-level noob again. The boy barely managed to fight back. The Dark Knight swung his sword at his opponent. For a moment, Ken Hyun-woo thought that his end had come. However, he managed to dodge, after which he himself rushed at Held. The Dark Knight marveled at the boy's skill. He couldn't believe that there was another swordsman as strong as LeBron in the arena. Held understood that he could not lose. He activated the magic power in his hands. However, Ken Hyun-woo managed to strike before his opponent. A second later, Held was destroyed. For defeating the Dark Knight, the boy received experience and a new level, and his energy and mana were completely restored. Ken Hyun-woo wished he had spent a little more time on Held. After all, he could learn information about the quest from him. The sword with the attribute that the Dark Knight had was considered very strong. Reina also had one after receiving the 3rd grade. Sighing, Ken Hyun-woo thought that he needed more subjects in a higher class. While the boy was thinking about it, Sonya came running to him. The girl could not contain her emotions from the victory of the maximum level noob over the Dark Knight. Sonya also thought that the guy looks even better in real life than in the video. Ken Hyun-woo crouched over Held's body to see what item he had. What he saw pleased him. Meanwhile, word that the Dark Knight had been defeated had spread among the other participants. Everyone understood that Helda had destroyed the max-level noob because there was no one else. In addition, there was evidence in the form of a video. After learning that the boy had defeated one of the rebel leaders, Reina felt strange emotions. She was both happy and envious at the same time. Suddenly, she remembered Milligat again. Meanwhile, the audience was at a loss as to why the max-level noob didn't reveal the item he found with Held. Only after the guy was pelted with donations, he finally revealed the thing. It was a sword called Dark Star that was capable of increasing defense penetration and adding damage to attacks with the dark attribute. Ken Hyun-woo was convinced that this item was the best find in the entire game. The guy asked Sonya to take him to another place, but she agreed. However, the girl did not understand why the maximum level noob did not tell the audience about the other item. After Held, the boy defeated Liquid, the captain of the 4th Rebel Squad, and Ruane, the mage of the 3rd Rebel Squad. Max-level noob also defeated Kalu, the captain of the 5th Rebel Squad. Tenny came to help the owner. Meanwhile, the other participants broke the wall of the fortress. Warriors poured in. Victory over the rebels seemed more real to them than ever. Everyone was ordered to move faster while there was still a passage. Fierce battles began. Marco from Mono was also among the members of the guild. He fiercely fought with evil spirits. At one point, Patrick called out to him, noting that they had to hurry. Smiling, Marco told his assistant that he had found the main leader of the rebels. Ken Hyun-woo also defeated Kara, the captain of the 5th Night Squad. The boy was convinced that the quest was not so difficult. He received a notification that the Mono Guild had launched a boss raid. This confused the boy. He also received a message from Kim So-jun. The man wrote that he was waiting for him at the eastern gate of the fortress. Within 10 minutes, Ken Hyun-woo was there with the other members. Kim So-jun said that he gathered everyone here in order to decide on the order of the raid. He invited his friends to play rock, paper, scissors. The representative of Phoenix noted that it is strange to hope for luck in such an important matter. Mascherano offered to settle everything in a duel alone. Max-level noob seconded the idea. However, Kang Chung-gu rejected the offer. He said that it would be better to try to come to an agreement. Everyone thought. In fact, no one understood exactly how to act in the situation. Realizing that no one would dare to go after the Mono Guild, Max-level noob raised his hand and declared that he was ready to go second. Mascherano asked the boy if he was going to go with someone. Max-level noob replied that he was fine with one. Kim So-jun agreed to let the boy go second. Ken Hyun-woo asked his viewers to help him find the Mono Guild broadcast. They immediately fulfilled the request. While watching the video, the boy noticed that Mono is holding up well. Patrick managed his wizards in an extremely professional manner. All of them fought very bravely and tenaciously. Ken Hyung-woo realized that Mono turned out to be a very strong guild. He also got to know their special fighting style, with Marco screaming that he needed buffs. At that moment, Master Mono struck a blow that he felt was bound to work. However, the rebel leader Edward only smiled in his face. Suddenly something happened to Marco. He could not raise his sword hand to strike. Then Edward delivered his blow and the Mono guild member fell to the ground. Patrick, seeing what happened to Marco, screamed in horror. Master Mono was in an unconscious state. Edward grabbed his head with one hand and lifted him off the ground. He then tossed Mark's body to his guildmates. Edward said that Master Mono would not be strong enough to handle him. Patrick ordered everyone to go into defensive mode because it was necessary to bide his time until Marco recovered. Edward swung his huge arm. Patrick realized that something terrible was waiting for them now. And indeed, Ken Hyung-woo saw how Edward's single blow sent everyone flying in different directions. The boy wondered if he had done the right thing by deciding to fight the boss one-on-one. However, he had no choice. Ken Hyung-woo told the audience that he needed a few minutes to prepare, so he offered them that time to watch a commercial. Ken Hyun-woo didn't know what to do because Marco lost even with a bunch of buffs and mages. Edward had incredible physical strength and a lot of mana. He couldn't believe that this man was the Emperor's younger brother. Ken Hyung-woo understood that he had to use all possible and impossible methods. He took out the book that had once taught him Dark Heaven magic. Suddenly, the object in the boy's hands began to disappear. A moment later, a ring fell to Ken Hyung-woo's feet instead. The boy could not take his eyes off the amazing decoration. It was the epic ring of the Lord of the Dark Heavens. Its effect increased as the level of mastery of magic increased. Ken Hyun-woo realized that this was his first epic item. He could not be happy about this fact. This quest was really cool. The boy replaced the ring of the giant on his hand with the ring of the Lord of the Dark Heavens. At the same moment, he received a new skill, Wind of the Dark Heavens. Now he could create a storm of blades. The boy immediately decided to test the new school and was amazed by its effect. Everything around him turned into ruins in a minute. Tenny roared and started calling the owner. Ken Hyun-woo didn't react. He was still under the influence of new schools. The boy did not even expect that he would ever become the owner of such a killing ability. Afterwards, he went to the fortress to meet with His Majesty's brother. Edward seemed happy to see a max-level noob in front of him. The guy introduced himself, calling himself a student of Knight LeBron. He told Edward that he had come to kill him. Ken Hyun-woo hoped to ask the man for some information, because so far the situation was dire. Edward laughed and noted that LeBron's apprentice was a fool to hope to defeat him alone. Tenny warned the owner that the Emperor's brother had a very strong energy coming from him. Ken Hyun-woo ordered the bear to hide behind, but not forgetting to support him with buffs and magic. Then he hastened to carry out the order. The boy realized that it was time to start the battle. He immediately decided to take his time to understand Edward's fighting style. First of all, Ken Hyun-woo built a distance between himself and the opponent. Edward noted that the boy's movements really reminded him of LeBron. The man rushed to Ken Hyun-woo and defiantly said that he would definitely send the boy's head to his teacher. After that, the man tried to strike. Ken Hyun-woo managed to jump back quickly, while he was unclear about the opponent's fighting style. He only understood that Edward was able to perfectly reflect all attacks and recover quickly. The boy tried to strike Edward with a crescent moon himself. The attempt was unsuccessful. Laughing, the man asked if that was all LeBron's apprentice was capable of. The guy smiled slyly and answered that not everything. After that, he used his new skill that he got before meeting Edward. The man felt the explosion of the dark heavens. Ken Hyung-woo mockingly asked Edward how he had this skill. The guy also threw some flirtatious phrases to the audience. Suddenly, he realized that he had been off the air all this time. He turned the broadcast back on. After apologizing to the audience, he admitted that he forgot about the stream because he was busy fighting the boss monster. Edward said that LeBron's student had relaxed too much. Ken Hyung-woo was surprised to realize that the man had already recovered. The boy prepared to attack again. Now he has a plan. He asked Tina for lightning, and the bear immediately created it. This was the first attempt to block the boss recovery. Ken Hyun-woo used an attribute attack. However, failure awaited him. Edward only laughed at such an attempt of the boy. Then, Ken Hyun-woo charged at the opponent from behind. However, this attempt also failed. The guy did not give up. He attacked again. That didn't work either. Edward didn't even get a scratch. Sighing, the man said it was time to break up with the boy. After that, he grabbed his massive magic sword. Edward lunged at Ken Hyun-woo. He managed to fight back. The boy understood that the strength of his opponent was at some other level, but he was also aware that if he couldn't destroy Edward, then the main scenario would be over for him forever. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo realized how to kill the boss. He quickly summoned Tenny to him. The boy asked the bear to wait. Edward stared at the animal in surprise. While Tenny distracted the boss, Ken Hyun-woo called his best friend. At this time, En-chan was fighting near the fortress. He was surprised to receive a call from Ken Hyun-woo. The guy was asking him for help. En-chan was a multifaceted person for Ken Hyun-woo, who played an important role in his life. However, the young man himself thought differently. No matter what, En-chan rushed to help his best friend. In the fortress, meanwhile, there was a fight between Edward and Tenny, which had grown to gigantic proportions. Ken Hyun-woo, realizing that it is getting harder and harder for the animal to resist the boss, rushed to help Tina. Together with the bear, they tried to attack Edward. However, another attempt was unsuccessful. The man yawned and noted that he was very tired of uninvited guests. Ken Hyun-woo didn't like Edward's quick recovery. Tenny, meanwhile, had returned to his usual size. However, the boss was also impressed by the boy's abilities. He had no idea that one day another such talent as LeBron would appear in the Empire. Ken Hyun-woo, using all his skills, rushed at Edward again. However, he quickly grabbed the boy's leg. Unwinding, he tossed Ken Hyun-woo into the air. The guy was not confused and used a ceremonial robe in flight. She turned Ken Hyun-woo into a ghost that could not take damage for 10 seconds. This helped the boy successfully land on his feet. Edward noted that this was a very mean move on the player's part. He tried to assure the boy that the end would soon come anyway. Suddenly, hope appeared in Ken Hyun-woo. He saw the incoming call from En-chan. He was already approaching the steps of the fortress. He was sure his friend was there. The young man didn't like that Ken Hyun-woo didn't answer his challenge. En-chan then turned to some invisible figure and explained that a max-level noob was fighting a boss in this fortress. Meanwhile, Edward hovered over the boy's head with his sword. Suddenly, someone knocked the weapon out of his hands. The thing is that Ken Hyun-woo called En-chan to ask for something. He wanted him to bring the only person who could defeat Edward. En-chan did so. Now in front of Ken Hyun-woo and the boss was LeBron. Edward was surprised to see the knight. He even forgot about the boy for a few seconds. The boss was glad that LeBron came to him alone. He hoped to kill him so that no one else could protect Alexander. With a smile, he said that it was dark magic, not normal magic, that made him so strong. LeBron wasn't scared. He did not take his stern gaze from the Emperor's brother. A moment later, he pierced his body with the sharp blade of his sword. Looking Edward straight in the eye, he stated that he was sure his student would win. Ken Hyun-woo watched with delight as LeBron finished off the rebel leader. But he did not like that the knight was talking to Edward, because there was no time for small talk at all. The Emperor's brother recovered very quickly. LeBron turned to the student. He showed how to deal with the dark magic that maintained Edward's immortality. To do this, it was necessary to destroy the boss completely, without leaving a trace of him. LeBron did just that using ordinary magic. A few seconds later, a loud explosion rang out in the throne room. He was heard by everyone who was near the fortress. Blue light poured from the windows of the building. The monsters the players were fighting began to disappear, writhing in pain in this light. Edward lived out his last moments. He told LeBron that if LeBron had not intervened at the time, then he would have become the emperor. The knight replied that Edward was a rare fool. These were the last words heard by the rebel leader. Edward was destroyed. The victory was for max-level noob. For this, he was charged 25,000 imperial contributions. The boy was delighted with how LeBron destroyed Edward in one round. The knight told the apprentice that they must now go to the palace to report to His Majesty. Ken Hyun-woo hurried to end the broadcast because he didn't want to talk about the emperor just yet. In less than an hour, the boy and LeBron bowed their heads before His Majesty. The emperor thanked them for destroying his idiot brother. He began to tell that Edward felt only envy towards him since childhood. Ken Hyun-woo was listening with half an ear because he was too tired after today's adventure. At one point, His Majesty laughed and said that thanks to the rebellion that Edward had organized, his life had become a little more fun. Ken Hyun-woo felt that literally one smile from the emperor had caused him quite a bit of damage. His Majesty said that LeBron and his student deserve an award from him. He presented Ken Hyun-woo with the title of Viscount of the Usmian Empire. The guy asked LeBron in a whisper about how much of an imperial deposit he needed for this. The man replied that it was 1,300. Ken Hyun-woo was not happy with such news. The emperor asked the boy if he liked the gift of his ruler. The guy assured that he was happy with the new rank. In addition, he learned that along with the title, he received a stat that reduced the damage of opponents weaker than Viscount. The emperor smiled and noted that the boy's feelings were very easy to read. His Majesty then ordered LeBron and the student to leave him alone. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised that the emperor was not saddened by his brother's death. After saying goodbye, they left the throne room. His Majesty immediately dozed off. Walking down the corridor of the palace, LeBron sarcastically noted that with an aristocrat like Ken Hang-woo, the Empire now has no idea what to expect. He advised the boy to go rest, but Ken Hyun-woo had another matter for the mentor. Without further ado, he returned the vintage ring to LeBron. His gesture said that the boy is ready to show how worthy a player he has become. He told LeBron that he got 200 points for this quest, so he is ready to get the third level. The knight, looking at the decoration, thought that Ken Hung-woo was not like other adventurers. Returning to the boy, LeBron said that he knows his abilities, so there will be no additional test. Placing his hand on Ken Hyung-woo's shoulder, the man said that Kion's squad would recognize the boy as their knight. Ken Hyung-woo couldn't believe that he got the third promotion so easily when everyone else had to suffer because of him. The boy began to assure the teacher that he would continue to try. The man said he had one request for Ken Hyun-woo. He was looking for Duke Blake, so the boy should meet him. It was a new quest for the player. LeBron then said goodbye to the boy and left. Left alone, Ken Hyung-woo reached out and realized it was time to log out. Meanwhile, the boy was being closely watched in Queens, the arena's administration department. A boy named Kim Kansan asked his boss, Kim Jin-young, if they could definitely leave the max-level noob as it was. He did not see any problem in this. Kim Kang-san explained that Ken Hyung-woo was first in almost every event of the game. It was overkill for other players. In addition, the boy was embarrassed that the max-level noob had defeated Edward too quickly. Kim Jin-young clarified that he only did it with the help of LeBron. With a smile, he thought that for some reason, almost no one would guess that a max-level noob was a Milligate. Meanwhile, Ken Hyun-woo has stepped out of the arena into real life. He immediately rushed to Anchan. Smiling broadly, he told his friend that he was treating him to a delicious dinner today. The next day, the boy met Sonia in the arena. She revealed that she had new information for the max-level noob that could help him in new scenarios. Sonia said that there were rumors that one dark mage was angry about the destruction of the fortress. He and his henchmen will try to attack the Empire to avenge the dead. The mage chose the city of bricks as his first target because there is a cave with evil spirits near it. Sonia promised to send the boy a message with the names of other cities where attacks were being prepared. Ken Hyun-woo asked the girl where she gets her information from. Sonia was silent. Suddenly, her outfit changed, and she confessed that she was a student of this dark mage. Ken Hyun-woo was amazed. He thought to himself that the dark mage really could have information. Sonia suggested that the boy talk about the main thing. Looking into Ken Hyun-woo's eyes, she asked if he had forgotten that he had promised her to talk about collaboration after the main script. The guy offered the girl to agree on a stream. Sonia said that she would be happy if a max-level noob would be a guest on her program. The guy agreed. The girl could not take her eyes off the player's mask. She always seemed very attractive to her. A few hours later, in real life, Ken Hyun-woo received a gift, a brand new Porsche. It was a token of kindness from Kate for the boy signing a contract with them. Sitting behind the wheel of a new car, the boy still could not believe that all this was true. He immediately left by car to solve important matters. Soon he saw his father's creditors again. Ken Hyun-woo said that he would like to pay back the entire balance of the debt. The main creditor did not believe in the boy's honest intentions. He was sure that he was up to something. Ken Hyun-woo asked if everything was fine. The man nodded. 20 minutes later, all matters were resolved and Ken Hyun-woo left the office. The boy hoped that he would never find himself in this place again. After Ken Hyun-woo went outside, the creditor called his boss to tell him that the fish had escaped from the net. For this, the boss severely scolded the subordinate. After talking with him, the creditor decided that it was time to finish with the boss. After getting into the car, Ken Hyun-woo almost burst out laughing. He did not believe that he finally managed to pay off the debt for his parents. The guy realized that now he will be able to spend all the next money on himself. Suddenly, an important reminder came to Ken Hyun-woo's phone. Meanwhile, in the main building of the Nazar Company, everyone was in a joyful mood. Kyle asked the boss if he had heard about Ken Hyun-woo's fight with Edward. Jamie nodded. He really liked how the boy, together with LeBron, destroyed the leader of the rebels. The manager couldn't take his eyes off his boss. It was the first time he had seen him without a beard. Jamie even blushed. He noted that Kyle was not the first person to react to him this way today. He asked the manager if he looked older than his friend Kim So-jun. The young man looked away and said that this was a very difficult question. After that, he put some document in front of the boss, explaining that it was the data of the second student of the Academy of the Winner. Jamie liked that he was Korean like the player himself. However, Kyle noted that the new student was not chosen because of his nationality. The thing is that he wanted to be good not only in the game, The boss agreed that such a story could work. After all, viewers are disappointed in players who play only for money. Kyle was glad that Jamie had approved the student's nomination. He promised to call Ken Hyung-woo about it right away. Suddenly, the boss said that he was sorry that the player was developing so quickly. The manager did not understand what his boss meant. He explained that he was afraid that Ken Hyun-woo would turn his attention to another company. Kyle confidently replied that he did not think that the boy was capable of doing this to them. At the same moment, he received a message on his phone from Ken Hyun-woo, in which he thanked the Nazar company for their cooperation. But what followed was a text that made Kyle's hair stand on end. And at this time, Liu Shay was in a cozy restaurant. He was standing next to the representative of Ada's company, Rud. Across from them sat Ken Hyung-woo. He asked Rud how much his company could pay him. He replied that it was twice as much as Nazar. 20 minutes before, Liu Shay met Ken Hyung-woo near the restaurant. He was surprised that the boy still came to the meeting. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he had no reason not to come. Liu Shay told the boy that he would always be grateful to him for saving his reputation. He then led Ken Hyun-woo to the restaurant hall. Rud Feng, the head of the Asian branch of AIDAS, was already waiting for them there. He immediately told Ken Hyun-woo that he really wanted to meet him. The boy asked what such a respected gentleman wanted to talk to him about. Rud smiled and assured Ken Hyun-woo that their conversation would be quick. After a pause, he asked the boy if he was ready to sign a contract with AIDAS. That's when Ken Hyun-woo inquired about the amount. Rud replied that they would pay the player twice as much as Nazar. Jamie consulted with Kyle about what to do. The man said that AIDAS are good at splashing money, so they will ignore the rules of their business and try to lure Ken Hyun-woo. The manager began to assure that the player would never accept the terms of their competitors. He even offered to call Ken Hyun-woo, but his boss said that was a bad idea. Jamie said that a partnership is something that exists in the interests of both parties. So if Ken Hyun-woo is confident in Nazar, he will never sign a contract with AIDAS. Kyle noticed that when his boss said something cool, his chin started to grow hair. Suddenly, the manager received a notification on his phone. Jamie immediately assumed that these were messages from Ken Hyun-woo. The two men bent over the mobile screen. It turns out that the player decided to ask Kyle what he thought of his new student. Then the manager wrote him a message about AIDAS. To this, Ken Hyun-woo replied that he would not betray Nazar. Jamie and Kyle were literally heartbroken when they read the boy's last message. Rud, on the other hand, felt very angry when he heard Ken Hyun-woo's response to his proposal. Liu Shay, who was standing nearby, could not hide his surprise. A few minutes before, the player said that, despite the good conditions, he was refusing to cooperate with AIDAS. He explained that the current partners are his fans and supporters, so it makes no sense to betray them. After that, Ken Hyun-woo got up from the table and said he had some work to do and wanted to leave the restaurant. Rude asked him to wait. A representative of AIDAS told the boy to offer his terms. At this, Ken Hyun-woo smiled and said that although money is important to him, he has to set priorities. In addition, he wants to earn well, and not to be well earned on him. After these words, the guy said goodbye and left the restaurant hall. Rude clutched his head, not understanding why this had happened. The man realized that after such a fiasco, he would not be left in a managerial position. He also asked Liu Shay why he missed Ken Hyun-woo. To this, Liu Shay calmly noted that he had only promised to bring the boy and fulfilled his part of the condition. Now it's Rudy's time to do what they agreed on. If this does not happen, he will also move to Nazar. A few hours later, Ken Hyun-woo was at the medical hospital. He stood at the door of one hospital ward and did not dare to go inside. In the end, he still opened the door and took a step forward. A little girl in a cap was sitting on the bed in the ward. She was excitedly watching something on the tablet screen. Kang Hyun-woo sat down by her bed and asked if her name was Choi Jisoo. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the child was watching a video with his participation. The girl did not answer. Instead, she asked him who he was and why he had come to her chamber. Ken Hyun-woo introduced himself and asked the girl where her dad was. She replied that he went to the store. Then the boy asked the child if she likes to watch Arena. Ta nodded, noting that it becomes more fun for her when she sees how cool the participants of this game compete. She sadly added that she herself will not be able to play in the arena due to illness. At that moment, a man entered the room. He immediately asked Ken Hyun-woo who he was. The girl explained to the boy that it was her dad who had returned from the store. 10 minutes later, at the hospital, Choi Jisoo's father, without holding back his sobs, told Ken Hyun-woo that he was unable to repay the debt now because his daughter was seriously ill. The boy assured the man that he was not a collector and had come to him for another reason. Ken Hyun-woo introduced himself and asked the girl's father if he had applied to study at the Winners Academy. The man stared at the boy in surprise. He smiled and said that he was chosen as the second participant, so Ken Hyun-woo came to him to help make his man's dream come true. From these words, the father of the sick girl began to roar even louder, but this time, from happiness. Ken Hyun-woo remembered reading about this man named Choi Yoon in the questionnaire. His wife died after giving birth to a daughter who was diagnosed with a terrible disease. The man's situation was hopeless, considering how many loans he took out to save his own child. Through tears, Choi Yoon said that his daughter had always dreamed of seeing him stream at max-level noob, so he would try hard not to disappoint her. Ken Hyun-woo tried to calm the man down. He said that Choi Jisoo's disease could be cured in America. Not only that, the Nazar company offers him to pay for the girl's treatment in exchange for his participation in the Winners Academy. Choi Yoon began to thank the boy. He was happy that his child had a chance to recover. Ken Hyun-woo, looking at the man, thought that the approach to this student would be different than to Doon. A few days later, they met at the first training before the stream. The boy wanted to see what his student could do. It turned out that Choi Yoon was unable to defeat even a dummy. However, the broadcast could not be canceled. So after a few hours, Max Level Noob welcomed all viewers to his stream. The boy said that a new participant will appear in the Winners Academy today. At the same moment, Choi Yoon teleported into the stadium. Ken Hyun-woo introduced him to the audience, adding that he calls him the Weeping Knight. The boy said that his new student would compete for the bronze medal. He added that Choi Yoon is an ordinary player, of which there are many in the arena, but this man has a special reason to improve. Choi Yoon said with a trembling voice that he wanted to succeed in the game for the sake of his daughter. A max-level noob offered to check to become a new student. It turned out that he was only level 80, 2 items above the rare class, and a good counterattack skill. The guy noted that with such a level you can't dream of bronze, so he would like to offer the man something different. Afterwards, Max Level Noob asked the audience for permission to give Choi Yoon some of his weapons. They were not opposed. The boy then gave the dwarven sword to the new student, remarking that it was the best fit for his level. With this weapon, Choi Yoon had at least some hope given his counterattack skills. The Max Level Noob told the student that he was the one they would be pushing away from. After meeting Choi Yoon, he admitted that he is still not very good at this skill. The boy told the man not to worry because he would teach him everything. He was just now suggesting that the student go to the training hall. Eventually, the max-level noob faced his first opponent in a ranked match. Ken Hyun-woo deliberately reduced his stats at the time of the fight, becoming weaker than the opponent. As soon as the duel began, the boy gestured to the player to attack. The opponent thought that the max-level noob had decided that he wasn't even worth a normal fight with him. This offended the young man because he was the owner of the silver medal. Without thinking long, he rushed at the max-level noob. He ordered Choi Yoon to follow the battle. He explained that there is a special trigger mechanism for the counterattack blade. You have to be careful to meet all the conditions during the opponent's attacks. After parrying the young man's blow, the max-level noob shouted to the student that timing is the most important thing in a duel. After that, he retreated a few steps back and, allowing the young man to attack, explained that it is better to wait for the enemy to attack than to attack himself. It is very convenient to use a counterattack when you see a gap in another's attack. After these words, the max-level noob made a well-timed slash with his sword that stopped a millimeter from the opponent's neck. The boy calmly noted that this is a usual fighting style using the counterattack skill. Choi Yoon, who was currently in the role of an observer, carefully took notes on all of the teacher's instructions. Max-level noob delivered a well-aimed blow to the opponent's face. He roared in pain. Moments later, Ken Hyun-woo won this match. Afterwards, the boy asked Choi Yoon if everything was clear to him. The man was silent. Max-level noob reiterated that the opponent should be hit during his attack. Choi Yoon said quietly that he didn't understand anything. Sighing, the boy said that in that case, the student should try it himself. A few minutes later, a hail of blows from the mannequin rained down on the man. Choi Yoon was completely helpless in battle. Ken Hyun-woo watched this scene with pity. He understood that if his student couldn't hit with medium power, then counterattacking definitely couldn't be done easily. The boy didn't know exactly how to help Choi Yoon before, but now he was completely confused. However, it was clear that the man tried for the sake of his daughter. He had a goal but no understanding of the game. Such people were ready for anything to get what they wanted. At one point, Choi Yoon fell to the ground without strength. The max-level noob addressed the audience, noting that this was his student's current state. Next, Tasks will be waiting for the man from him. The boy announced that his student must first get to the 100th level and move on to the next goal. Then, use the counterattack as a real weapon. Noob explained that this is the only way to participate in ranked battles. After that, the boy and Choi Yoon said goodbye to the audience and ended the broadcast. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny were sitting on a tall building in bricks and talking about how the best thing to do in the arena is to just relax. Suddenly, the boy received a letter from Sonia. He suggested that it might be information about a quest. The bear began to grumble that he was not allowed to play normally. The streamer informed Ken Hyun-woo that she had accurate information about the necromancer invasion. In 2 days, the rebels would appear simultaneously in all 10 palaces, starting with bricks and ending with Jieti. The boy realized that he had 2 days. It was great because he had nothing else to do but pump Choi Yoon up to level 100. He decided that he would take the top prize for himself and give the rest to Kim So-jun. But Ken Hyun-woo was confused that the reward depended on the integrity of the palaces. It will be difficult to cope with everything alone, but together it is even more difficult, because the reward in this case will be meager. The boy dreamed of a good partner who would not need an award. Suddenly it dawned on him. He knew several such players. An hour later, together with Tenny, they met with them and the boy told them about the quest. Engine stood before them, beautiful Yuri, but Mason is happy. Ken Hyun-woo asked them if they were willing to team up with him to complete this quest. They immediately agreed. The boy said that he had heard that Mason had become Safed's apprentice and obtained the 3rd level. He laughed, noting that Ken Hyun-woo had surpassed him, so he had room to grow. Suddenly, Yuri asked the boy why he was hiding from them, that he was the max-level noob. Without letting him answer, she remarked that it was very strange that such a strong player would ask for their help. Ken Hyun-woo asked the trio if they were aware that he was currently undergoing the main script. Mason replied that he knew the boy had finished the quest. Ken Hyun-woo clarified that not all. He explained that the rebels were destroyed in one place, but there are other groups. Some of them will attack bricks tomorrow. The Trinity listened to him, their mouths agape in surprise. The guy added that he called his friends so that they could help him pass the quest of the main scenario. In June, Yuri and Mason couldn't hide their excitement. Ken Hyun-woo was happy to have real support. He said that other players will join them later. However, their team should get the best award. The guy ordered his friends not to miss even the smallest coin. The main square of bricks was quite crowded. Residents of the city went for a walk, bought vegetables, and rested. Suddenly, they heard a sound. Someone was ringing a bell announcing a threat to bricks. This meant that everyone who could fight had to immediately approach the defensive walls. Bricks was being attacked by an army of terrible monsters. Among them were skeletons that moved thanks to dark magic. Ken Hyun-woo received a task notification. He needed to save the city from the rebels. 3 young players who happened to be in bricks heard the bell among the residents of the city. They immediately realized that they had stumbled upon the main scenario and were terribly happy about it. The young men immediately rushed into battle. However, the giant monster threw them away in a second. At that very second, a max-level noob appeared. Laughing, he called the young men Masavka, sarcastically noting that they tried hard. After that, he himself rushed to attack the monsters, using a half-moon lunge. Within a minute, he had defeated Ogre Armor, Venomous Ghoul, and Dark Magic Canker. Other players raved about max-level noob. They understood that he was many times stronger than all of them. Ken Hyun-woo was not scared of monsters at all. Not only that, but after attaining the 1st level, it was the first time he had fought with such pleasure. Ken Hyun-woo wanted to quickly test what he was capable of if he competed at full strength. Spotting all the monsters on his way, he could not understand where the main monster was. Meanwhile, the bricks defenders bravely fought the rebels. However, no matter how many arrows they used, the monsters did not decrease. Suddenly, a giant ball of fire appeared in the sky, which scared people very much. It was created by Mason using light magic. In a minute, the bullet exploded. The captain of Brix's guards, named Brown, froze in place for a few seconds at what he saw. He had no idea that there was such an experienced magician among the players. Brown was brought out of his stupor by a skeleton that rushed at him with a sword, but the evil spirit did not have time to harm the man because someone shot an arrow at her in time. It was in June. The boy remembered that Ken Hyun-woo had advised to keep as many Bricks residents alive as possible to get a good reward later. Meanwhile, Yuri asked the priestess of the Temple of the Moon for a blessing to make her body lighter. It was supposed to help her in battle. Mason, who was drinking the elixir, was approached by a knight. The warrior asked the young man if he was Safed's disciple. The magician answered in the affirmative. This scene was observed by the supreme magician Gordon, who was several kilometers from the battlefield. He stood by the giant skeleton dragon and pondered. The dark mage understood that it was better to deal with Mason as soon as possible. At the same second, he sent a stream of dark magic straight at the wizard and the knight. There was an explosion. Yuri and Enjun were very scared for their friend. Before the explosion, he created a protective dome around himself and tried with all his might to hold it. However, the young man understood that he was somewhat late. Gordon turned his gaze back to Mason. Smiling, he stated that he managed to catch the wizard. He remembered that when he was in the lab, they had attacked their main hideout, so now it would be a good idea to take revenge on that old mage's apprentice. Yuri tried to heal Mason. The girl made every effort. Meanwhile, Ken Hyung-woo noticed a light between the mountains. He realized that this was the main monster. Gordon summoned his dark servants. He was ready for battle. To begin with, he strengthened the dead. Now they have become even fiercer and stronger. Gordon also gave them infinite stamina. All the dead people who had fallen before that suddenly got up. The High Mage watched the battle in bricks with pleasure. He said that he had come to avenge Adele and Phelion, adding that their dream of taking over the world and turning people into evil would soon become a reality. All of this was heard by Ken Hyun-woo, who was standing behind Gordon. The boy laughed, declaring that he had not heard such a stupid plan to take over the world in a long time. Gordon quickly turned around and seeing Ken Hyun-woo, asked how he got here. The boy took out a sword. Instead of answering the Supreme Mage's question, Ken Hyun-woo said that he had come to destroy him. Gordon immediately sent a skeleton dragon at the boy. He almost knocked Ken Hyun-woo off his feet. The Supreme Mage noted with a smile that the boy was testing fate in vain. Ken Hyun-woo delivered a well-aimed blow to the skeleton dragon and told Gordon that he was ready to show it all his skills. The Supreme Mage coldly said that he was not going to get his hands dirty on the boy. After these words, several more skeleton dragons circled around him. A moment later, they all rushed at Ken Hyung-woo. The boy managed to use lightning in time. He thought to himself that due to the constant regeneration, it wasn't that easy to fight them. However, after the battle with Edward, Ken Hyung-woo became much stronger, which is why he was convinced of his victory. The boy performed a half-moon lunge, and the skeletons flew to pieces. Gordon realized that the player had sword magic. This surprised him. At the same time, a whole army of skeletons began to attack Ken Hyung-woo. The boy courageously fought them off. Skeletons literally rushed at him, trying to bury him under their bones. Gordon was sure that the boy would not be saved, because most of the knights were powerless before mass attacks. Suddenly he remembered Adele and Phelion, and the desire for revenge filled him with new strength. Gordon promised himself that when he found out who exactly killed the dark mages, he would definitely turn him into an evil and make him bow to their graves forever. Meanwhile, Ken Hyun-woo scattered the skeletons that attacked him. This did not please the Supreme Mage. The boy began to guess what kind of magician was standing in front of him. Gordon created a magical pentagram and summoned the most powerful of all his skeletons. A stream of dark magic flowed near Ken Hyung-woo. Looking at the monster, he remembered something and then called out Pepe's name. Gordon stared at him in surprise, then asked how he knew the word. With tears in his eyes, the boy replied that he just heard the man say Adele's name. He immediately remembered one of his acquaintances with the same name, who raised Pepe the bear. Gordon said it was the same Adele. Not only that, he was his student. Upon hearing this, Ken Hyung-woo began to shout that he was happy to meet Mr. Adele's mentor. Ken Hyung-woo then let out a roar and mumbled something about how he couldn't forgive himself for not being able to save the dark mage. Gordon, realizing that the boy was with his student on the day of his death, asked him to tell what really happened then. Ken Hyung-woo said that Adele had almost finished his research that day, but he was attacked by the players. He, the dark mage, and Pepe tried to fight back, but there were too many enemies. Therefore, Adele and her bear died. Gordon shouted for the boy to tell him where the devil was, because he had done this to his beloved student. Through tears, Ken Hyung-woo replied that this devil is now in front of the Supreme Mage. Gordon didn't hear anything, so he asked for a repeat. Ken Hyun-woo said the same thing again without raising his voice. The Supreme Mage didn't hear anything again, so he came closer to the boy. That's when the boy realized that Gordon had fallen into his trap. Smiling, he loudly thanked the High Mage for coming to him himself. At the same moment, the boy caused the dark heavens to explode. He dealt quite a bit of damage to Gordon, angering him even more. The magician told Ken Hyun-woo that he immediately guessed that he was Adele's killer. This made the boy laugh. He quietly said that the murderer was not him, but Enjun. Gordon replied that he didn't care now because he was going to kill them all. After that, he summoned Pipi, a giant monster knight. Gordon ordered the monster to chop off Ken Hyun-woo's limbs, and the monster immediately rushed at the boy. Ken Hyun-woo dodged, noting that the monster was quite fast. The Supreme Magician was sure of Pippi's victory, because all his black magic was concentrated in the night. However, Ken Hyun-woo was not afraid of another monster. Meanwhile, Yuri, who was trying to help Mason, realized with horror that her mana had disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, Tenny appeared in front of her. The bear said that he would help the girl. Without agreeing, he teleported near Ken Hyun-woo, Gordon, and Pippi. In the meantime, Enjun rushed to Yuri with the recovery elixir. The bear immediately began to accuse the owner of calling him too late. Gordon shouted to Pippi that his enemy had summoned an assistant, so the knight must kill him immediately. At the same moment, Ken Hyun-woo received the bear buffs and immediately rushed at Pippa. A difficult battle began. Gordon also prepared to attack. He was sure that the boy would end soon. Suddenly, Tenny realized that he had to bide his time. So without thinking long, he moved towards the Supreme Mage, muttering all kinds of nonsense under his breath. After that, the bear used one of its techniques, and a cold wind blew on Gordon. After a moment, chunks of ice fell on him. Ken Hyun-woo proudly noted that the bear had a good workout. The boy looked at the magic bracelet on his arm and realized that this very thing would help him destroy the monster. Also, the School of a Giant can be useful to him now. A moment later, he boldly charged at Pippa. Ken Hyun-woo felt that the knight was now in his power. He promised himself that he would definitely not lose like he did then with Edward. Tenny created lightning and directed it at Gordon. The Supreme Mage felt great pain. He realized that the bear's magic was stronger than he had imagined. But Gordon could not afford to lose. A skeletal limb with a magical staff appeared from the ground. Gordon used a spell, after which two evil spirits with a magical attribute crawled up to him. Using the staff, the High Mage tried to create a protective dome around himself, but the shadow bit through his plan and quickly used the ancient roar. In a moment, the bear grew to gigantic sizes, and he literally blew all of Gordon's magical defenses away. Pippi, meanwhile, was hovering over Ken Hyun-woo. The boy realized that it was time to strike a decisive blow. He immediately carried out his plan. Exhausted, Gordon thought he needed to use another spell. At the same second, the giant Tenny hit him in the head. Gordon and Pippi were defeated. For this, Ken Hyun-woo gained experience in a new level. The main script spread throughout the empire. Evil appeared everywhere. The scale was incredible. Everyone thought that the empire would suffer heavy losses, but this time the main scenario ended quickly. Kim Sojin took an active part in the battles together with the New World Guild. He bragged to Kang Chung that his fist had become even stronger than before. The general suggested that most likely the monsters had become weaker. The reason for the quick ending of the main scenario was simple. After the death of Gordon, who was the boss, all the evil was weakened, so it became much easier to defeat it. After the battle with the Supreme Mage, max-level Noob asked his team if they were able to get any cool items. The Trinity, seeing the boy, rejoiced. They wondered where he was all the time. The guy answered briefly that he was dealing with one case. The quest ended with a victory for the players. Afterwards, the Emperor read out all of Ken Hyun-woo's achievements. He noted that he had managed to get information from a member of the rebel army and passed it on to the other players. He also defeated the Supreme Mage in bricks. His Majesty noted that Ken Hyun-woo had mastered all the tasks. For this, he was ready to reward him with everything he wanted. The boy, falling on one knee and lowering his head, asked for a pendant. A minute later, his neck was already decorated with a unique ornament called the Symbol of the Plains, which could increase the player's strength, stamina, and fighting spirit. The limitation to activating the pendant was Draken's recognition. His Majesty said that this was not the only gift. At the same second, a wooden box appeared in his hand. The Emperor noted that no one had received such an award before. Later, Ken Hyun-woo said goodbye to Yuri, Eugene, and Mason. He was so excited that he almost forgot about Tenny, who was in the girl's arms. After the trio left, the boy invited the bear to look at the inventory. After the last battle, the boy received Gordon's unique staff, which greatly helped in the use of black magic. Ken Hyun-woo hoped to sell it for a large amount because the boy himself did not want to use this item. He also received a unique bracelet, Scream of the Dark Spirit. This item increased all stat and dealt additional damage from attacks with dark attributes. The boy liked this item, so he decided to keep it for himself. True, now this bracelet had to be replaced with a dragon bracelet, but Ken Hyun-woo understood that he could still use it whenever he wanted. It remains only to see what the Emperor gave him. The boy took out the box. A bright stream of light rushed at the boy and the bear as soon as they opened it. A little later, the max-level Noob was training Choi Yoon. The man was learning to attack. It did not work for him. The enemy immediately knocked the weapon out of his hands. From the 79th attempt of max-level noob, it started to get boring. He instructed the student to work on the basics to win a bronze medal, and also practice more in order to gain experience. He ordered the man to raise his sword and try to damage him at least like this. Picking up his sword, Choi Yun turned to his teacher. After saying a few words, he immediately fell silent. The max-level noob smiled benevolently and asked the student not to be shy and to say everything as it is. The boy himself was thinking about the emperor's gift from the casket. It turned out to be the epic necklace, guardian spirit of the dark heavens. This adornment increased all stats and the power skill, while also reducing magical energy. The boy could not hide a joyful smile from the realization that he now became the owner of an epic item. This reaction surprised Choi Yun. Suddenly, the max-level noob remembered the apprentice. He asked him how long he had until the second level. He shrugged his shoulders, saying that in 3 levels he should get the 100th. The boy told the student that in a week on Monday, he would have his last stream with him. Choi Yun was confused by these words. He apologized to the teacher for wasting his time. The max-level noob began to assure the man that this was not the case. With a smile, he said that they just managed to arrange for his daughter, Choi Yun, to have the surgery earlier. The man burst into tears at these words and began to thank the boy. Ken Hyun-woo had no idea that Nazar's staff had told Choi Yun that the anonymous sponsor was the player himself. Wiping away his tears, the man said he would continue training no matter what. He will do anything to get the bronze medal and thank Nuba. These words moved the boy extremely. Eunchun was happy to hear the news from a friend that Choi Jisoo would be operated on early. However, he doubted that her father would be able to get the bronze. Ken Hyun-woo told his friend not to forget who his friend was. Enchan asked the boy when he managed to gain so much muscle. Ken Hyun-woo explained that he's just been training a lot lately. Enchan suddenly remembered that he had recently met their classmates from the 3rd year. This news did not particularly surprise Ken Hyun-woo. Enchan added that classmates offered to organize a joint meeting. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he was not interested in such a thing. Then Eunkin said that Jung Han-baek would also come to the meeting. He also said that it is very sad that Ken Hyun-woo will not be able to be there. Enchan was about to write about it to his classmates, but his friend stopped him. With a smile, Ken Hyun-woo declared that he had changed his mind. Such a decision of a friend made Enchan very happy. The meeting of classmates took place in the shopping center. Eunchun and Kyung Hyun-woo came to see her a little late. They were immediately called out by a chubby young man in glasses named Sehun, one of the boys' former classmates. Everyone was happy to see Ken Hyun-woo and Eunchun. When the boys sat down at the table, Sehun asked Kyung Hyun-woo why he didn't take off his jacket. The young man replied that he was a little cold, so he would take off his outer clothes later. Suddenly, the girl sitting next to them told Sehun that Ken Hyun-woo has an incredibly high level in the arena. He sighed and replied that he would play too if it didn't affect grades and education. Ken Hyun-woo suggested that his former classmate choose another direction that could be combined with his studies. Jung Han-baek approached the company. Seeing the boy, he smiled gloatingly. The other classmates were surprised to see Jung Han-baek. Someone said that he did not expect to see the young man because he should prepare for championships in the professional league. He replied that he managed to free up his schedule. Jung Han-baek was offered a drink with everyone, but he refused, saying that he was driving. Everyone immediately started asking for a ride in his car. He was silent. He didn't like that Ken Hyun-woo didn't react at all to the news about his car. A few minutes later, Sehun announced that among them was the famous streamer, Argon. Everyone immediately started asking Enchan about the battle of the 2 masks and how he managed to befriend the max-level noob. Ken Hyun-woo thought sadly that none of his classmates even knew that the glorious max-level noob was him. Suddenly, Jung Han-baek intervened in the conversation. He stated that he met this noob, and now he can say with confidence that he will go to any lengths to win. Someone at the table noticed that Jung Han-baek was fully dressed in designer clothes. The young man replied that good pro gamers are well paid. Besides, his father's business is booming like never before. Suddenly, Jung Han-baek turned to Kyung Hyun-woo. He asked the boy what he had been doing lately. Was he still working at the grocery store, or had he quit his part-time job? Classmates noted that Ken Hyun-woo's father is a wealthy man, so the boy does not need a part-time job. Jung Han-baek smiled evilly and said that they obviously didn't know anything yet. After that, he said that the business of Ken Hyun-woo's family is ruined and they have a huge debt in their account. Everyone stared at the poor boy in surprise. Jung Han-baek was angry. He was sure that everyone treated Ken Hyun-woo well just because he was from a wealthy family. However, he had nothing now. It is not clear why the boy came to meet his classmates in the first place. Suddenly, Se-hoon put his hand on Kyung Hyun-woo's shoulder and asked why he didn't tell them about his problems because his classmates could have come to his aid. At the table, no one except young Hanbek could hold back his tears. Everyone felt very sorry for Ken Hyun-woo. The boy himself was terribly moved by this reaction of his school friends. En-chan looked happily at Ken Hyun-woo. He understood that the time had come to act. After that, Ken Hyun-woo received a message from a friend saying it was time to start. Se-hoon asked the boy if he was in a hurry. Ken Hyun-woo shook his head, explaining that he had already paid off his father's debt. When Jung Hanbek heard this, he almost choked on his food. Ken Hyun-woo stood up and took off his outer clothing, which had been wearing a luxurious designer suit and accessories all along. Everyone was amazed. Jung Hanbek couldn't believe his eyes. He slowly got up from the table. Ken Hyun-woo understood that his sworn enemy would try to humiliate him in the eyes of others. That's why he came up with this trick to effectively put Jung Hanbek in his place. And indeed, he turned red with anger and hatred. Classmates rushed to congratulate Kyung Hyun-woo. Jung Hanbek, on the other hand, could not figure out what was happening and where his former friend got so much money from. He had once witnessed his father's phone conversation, in which he had clearly stated that the Ken Hyun-woo family's debt was 15 billion won. Ken Hyun-woo, meanwhile, was looking at Jung Hanbek. He shouted that most likely someone gave the boy to carry all the toys. If he really paid off the debt, then don't let him prove it. Ken Hyun-woo understood that it was very easy to prove the fact of his wealth. It will all end when Jung Hanbek realizes that he is a max-level noob. But the boy was not going to expose himself so easily. Suddenly, Se-hoon simply asked Jung Hanbek why he was behaving like that. He noted that the fact that Ken Hyun-woo paid off his father's debt is wonderful, and on the contrary, one should be happy for his classmate. Ken Hyun-woo assured that everything was fine and offered to change the topic of conversation. Everyone agreed. Jung Hanbek, on the other hand, sat at the table as if submerged in water. After a few hours, everyone said goodbye on the street near the shopping center. Se-hoon asked Unchan where Ken Hyun-woo went. He replied that his friend hadn't been drinking all evening, so he probably went to his car now. After a few minutes, an expensive car drove up to them. Jung Hanbek was driving. Embarrassed, he asked his classmates if any of them had come by car yet. No one answered. It was unpleasant for them to talk to the young man. Jung Hanbek wanted to see what kind of tarantaya Ken Hyun-woo would ride. After all, it was easier to borrow an expensive outfit than to borrow an expensive wheelbarrow. Meanwhile, a luxurious Porsche stopped by him, driven by Ken Hyun-woo. The boy called out to En-chan. Jung Hanbek was even speechless for a moment when he saw the car his enemy drove up on. Everyone else couldn't hide their admiration for Ken Hyun-woo's car. Jung Hanbek seemed ready to burst with envy. After this incident, he once and for all stopped appearing at classmate meetings. The next day in the arena, Ken Hyun-woo did not hide his good mood. Together with Tenny, they stood near the door that led into the middle of the giant tree. It was the entrance to the residence of a warrior of the Dakan Plains. Without hesitating for a moment, the boy and the bear decided to go inside. The first thing they saw when they entered the residence was a monster battle. However, as soon as they saw the guests, they immediately calmed down. Tenny could not hide his happiness at meeting old friends. They, in turn, were also happy to see their old acquaintances. Raccoon told Kang Hung-woo that Cocoon returned home quite a while ago. The boy replied that he was busy, so he and Tenny came to them only now. He handed the monster a pendant and said he wanted it back. The monster invited Ken Hyun-woo to compete because he had obviously become stronger during this time. The guy politely refused. Then he was offered Kakuna as a rival. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and replied that he would only like to receive the reward for the quest. Raccoon sighed and replied that he was very sorry because he would have rewarded the player well for the battle with Cocoon. Instead, the boy received the Orc clan chief's underpants. This item was considered rare and could add power to the player. The guy didn't even know how to react to such an award. Raccoon stated that this thing is important in their tribe. Finally, after weighing everything, Ken Hyun-woo asked the monster if it would really give him something better than a duel with Cocoon. Raccoon nodded. Then Ken Hyun-woo took out his sword and shouted that he accepted the challenge. Cocoon was happy and replied that he already had a feeling of victory. The opponents were ready for battle. Tenny said that he was equally rooting for both the owner and Cocoon. The monster immediately suggested that Ken Hyun-woo fight with all his might, because there is no point in defeating an opponent who succumbs. The boy did not really like such conditions, but he had no choice. Raccoon declared that the loser would be the one who spilled his blood first. He suggested using trees as weapons. Cocoon immediately made himself a wooden club, noting that with such a weapon they would hardly be hurt much. The orc then made another stick and handed it to Ken Hyung-woo. After that, the battle began. Ken Hyun-woo understood that he was facing a strong opponent, so he immediately activated several of his skills. Meanwhile, Cocoon rushed at the boy like lightning. Ken Hyung-woo deflected all the opponent's blows. Raccoon and Dakan felt that some incredible energy was coming from the boy. Cocoon did not abandon the goal of winning. He once again attacked Ken Hyun-woo. The boy dodged and hit back with a stick. Then Cocoon realized that he must use all his power. Due to the actions of the orc, Ken Hyun-woo fell into a state of weakening. Meanwhile, Cocoon struck the boy hard. Ken Hyun-woo realized what had happened to him. On cotton wool legs, he tried to attack the orc. It was not easy to do, and the boy noticed that Cocoon was surrounded by red energy. This school was capable of debuffing players at a certain distance. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo remembered that he had a similar school. He received it when he mastered the 3rd level. It consisted in controlling the territory. The guy immediately activated it. Cocoon felt pain and realized that black energy had spread across the ground. At the same second, Ken Hyun-woo rushed at him. The boy delivered a sharp blow to Cocoon's stomach. The monster roared, afraid that it might fall. After that, the boy immediately kicked Cocoon in the head. He fell to the ground. Raccoon, Dakan, and Tenny were watching the match closely. Seeing that the orc had fallen, Raccoon remarked that obviously they had a winner. Ken Hyun-woo helped his opponent up, noting that it was a good duel. Cocoon admitted that the boy was stronger than him in this fight. Without thinking long, Kyung Hyun-woo approached Raccoon for the reward. He said that he would teach the boy how to fight. The boy asked Raccoon what he meant. The orc asked Ken Hyun-woo if he had seen the red energy around Cocoon. He explained that this is one of the manifestations of fighting spirit that can kill an opponent on the spot. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised that the scale had an instant death effect because such things should be banned. However, he wanted to learn this skill. Raccoon stated that it will take some time. He added that you can try to speed up. Raccoon ordered Kyung Hyun-woo to get into a pose. He stared at him in surprise. Suddenly, the orc swung and without warning struck the boy. At the same time, a group of players destroyed a whole horde of monsters on the hunt. One of the team members noted that they were now at least level 30. His friend agreed, adding that next time he could try to kill several monsters with one blow. The third member of the team said that at such rates they are not far from the rankers. He also added that he had heard that an orc leader lived somewhere in the forest. After a pause, the boy suggested to his friends to organize a raid. Another player wanted to reply that it was a great idea, but before he could say a word, he was covered in a terrible dust storm. At that moment, Raccoon delivered a second blow to Kyung Hyun-woo. Dakan and Cocoon noted that he never learned how to fight properly. The boy, rising from the ground, realized with horror that he survived only thanks to lightning. He immediately started yelling at Raccoon, accusing the orc of wanting to kill him. Raccoon replied that fighting for his life was the best way to master the style. After these words, he rushed at Ken Hyun-woo again. He barely managed to dodge. Dakan, Cocoon, and Tenny watched the battle closely. Ken Hyun-woo felt that he was restricted due to his martial spirit. At the moment, he could only dodge the opponent's blows. Raccoon was getting stronger every second. The boy thought that an orc might have the same fighting power as LeBron, Cepheus, and the Emperor. Meanwhile, Raccoon yelled at Kyung Hyun-woo that he will never develop fighting spirit if he avoids his opponent. The boy listened to these words and lunged with his sword. However, Raccoon quickly counterattacked with a well-timed blow. The boy began to enjoy this battle. Of course, it was not bad to hunt alone, but these duels were the most fun. Ken Hyun-woo even enjoyed competing against an opponent much stronger than him. The boy used dark magic, which at some point penetrated the orc's eyes and he stopped seeing anything. Before Raccoon could come to his senses, Ken Hyun-woo shouted that he was going to attack with a half-moon cut. The orc was surprised at the boy's naivety. He did not understand how he had thought to first cover his eyes and then shout the name of the attack. Suddenly, he felt that the boy had used lightning. Ken Hyun-woo simultaneously used wind blow and crescent cut. He felt a rush of strength, but suddenly the monster broke his staff with one blow. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't understand why Raccoon's defense was so strong. The orc said that it was time to end the duel. He added that it makes no sense to compete further. The monster calmly asked the boy if he wanted to defeat him from the very beginning and not learn the fighting spirit. Perhaps this is why Ken Hyun-woo was able to master it so quickly. The boy felt the red energy of fighting spirit envelop his body. He was amazed at what was happening to him now. The boy was glad that he had received a school that improved his overall combat characteristics and reduced the opponent's stat while increasing it. This school was great for crowd control. Tenny was also glad that his master had gained a cool new skill. Raccoon told Ken Hyun-woo that he looks a lot like them, the orcs. The guy clarified whether he could consider it a compliment. Instead of answering, Raccoon smiled and said that Kyung-Hung-Woo would definitely like it on Bun Bun Islands. Tenny shouted that he was the heir to these territories, so he wouldn't mind if the master visited them. The boy promised the bear that they would definitely go to these islands when they finished with all the affairs. Tenny was happy to hear that. A few days later, the max-level noob met Choi Yoon for his last lesson. He has already reached the 2nd grade and has acquired all the necessary skills. The boy reminded the student that there were 3 days left before the start of the competition for the bronze medal. The man was frightened by the appearance of the maximum-level noob. The guy was dressed in all red. A fire was burning behind him. Smiling, the max-level noob declared that he was happy to welcome his apprentice to hell. 3 days later, the boy praised Choi Yoon, noting that he was trying very hard. The man has changed even externally. What's more, every day he was expected to have 2 hours of theory, 3 hours of sparring with a mentor, 3 hours of fighting with a first-class dummy, 2 hours of watching a video with a discussion, as well as 2 hours of training with Tenny. Choi Yoon confessed to max-level noob that these 3 days were the best of his life. The man also noted that, thanks to the mentor's help, he feels absolutely ready to compete for bronze. Noob of the maximum level reported that after today's stream, a car will be waiting for the man to take him to the airport. The next time they will see each other is after Choi Jisu's surgery. Hearing this, the man roared like in the old days. He began thanking the maximum level noob again. He began to assure Choi Yoon that he had nothing to do with this situation. Approaching the student closely, he said that because of this, he had managed to beat 9 of his 10 best dummies, so his skills had improved. He added that there are rumors that there have been more of them recently. Max tier noob meant replacement knights. The boy remarked that Choi Yoon might run into one of them today, so he should be prepared for that. The man smiled and said that he would get the bronze medal in any case. After that, the mentor and the student touched their fists as a sign of support for each other. 10 minutes later, max-level noob started streaming. He greeted the audience and announced that the final moment of the 2nd season of Winner's Academy has arrived, when Choi Yoon must become a ranker. The boy asked the audience to support his student in the competition. Max-level noob also offered to make a bet. If Choi Yoon wins, the guy will take a week off from streams. The audience did not like such conditions. After a moment, the max-level noob announced that it was time to call his apprentice. Another second later, Choi Yoon teleported into the arena. The man happily greeted everyone. Viewers in the comments immediately showered him with words of support. The max-level noob asked the student what his current rank was. He replied that it was much lower than Dwayne Evans had at one time. The guy noted that the stream will end at 9:30 in any case, regardless of whether Choi Yoon will receive a bronze medal or not. He asked the student if he was ready for the competition. Choi Yoon pulled out a photo of his daughter and his late wife. He promised himself that he would do everything to win. The first opponent appeared in front of the man. Choi Yoon immediately began to recall the instructions of the maximum-level noob. He remembered that to begin with, it is necessary to check the combat power of the enemy. Looking at his equipment, the man realized that in front of him was a swordsman between levels 70 and 80 who had failed to obtain the 2nd class. Choi Yoon felt that he could defeat this young man. He immediately delivered a well-aimed blow to the opponent. This was enough for the max-level noob disciple to earn his first victory. The clear victory in the first round surprised the spectators of the match. They well remembered how clumsy Choi Yoon had been recently. Even a fight with a dummy was difficult for him. Many believed that his skills would improve, but the final result exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Choi Jisu was closely followed by the restraint. Before, the girl had never thought about how cool her dad was. Choi Yoon won his 6th consecutive victory. The audience was delighted. The man told max-level noob that his rating had started to rise incredibly after his first victory. Ken Hyun-woo thought. He remembered that Dwayne needed 20 victories for a new medal. Choi Yoon's fights were not as bright as the actors, but he was definitely capable of winning a bronze medal. So the max-level noob ordered the man to continue fighting at full strength. Meanwhile, a new opponent appeared before Choi Yoon. It was some old man. The max-level noob disciple immediately thought that he would be able to deal with him quickly. Ken Hyun-woo also noted that the face of Choi Yoon's new rival seems familiar to him. Suddenly, he recognized him as the master of the Black Skull Guild. The boy did not like such a meeting. Choi Yoon's opponent gave a predatory smile because he was clearly counting on victory. The Black Skull Guild master immediately noticed the weapon on his opponent's back. He recognized it as the sword of the dwarves. Because of him, terrible memories flooded the player. Ken Hyung-woo knew that Master Black Skull's account had been deleted after losing. It turns out he decided to start all over. An interesting battle was expected. Choi Yoon was a student at the Winners Academy. His opponent represented the First Learning Guild. The battle of ranks has begun. The max-level noob, no matter what, believed in the student's victory. Choi Yoon immediately attacked the opponent. He barely managed to stay on his feet, releasing his sword from his hands. The member of the First Learning Guild was clearly not at his best. A moment later, he was already lying on the ground without strength. At that time, Ken Hang-woo did not know that the Black Skull Guild had been destroyed a few months ago, and the former master's level was around 60. Then Choi Yoon was waiting for the 8th victory in a row. A little later, the 15th. Finally, an opponent appeared who, according to Ken Hang-woo, could cause a counterattack. It was a young boy in knightly armor. It was really difficult for Choi Yoon to compete with him. His opponent was absolutely convinced of his own victory. The boy delivered blow after blow, which exhausted Choi Yoon thoroughly. Suddenly, the man remembered how the maximum level noob had advised him not to give up under any circumstances. Then he also handed him a piece of paper with instructions for victory. This was enough for Choi Yoon to rush at the opponent with renewed vigor. However, the boy in knight's armor was not to be intimidated. He quickly counterattacked in return, hoping that his opponent was about to be finished. But at the last moment, Choi Yoon knocked the sword out of the boy's hands. He felt incredible ease and confidence in his movements. The max-level noob was terribly proud of his student. He was the one who suggested that Choi Yoon learn a few more counterattacks so that he would be able to use them if the first one broke. The man won another victory. The boy in knight's armor lost. The maximum-level noob disciple was tired and would not give up even a short rest at all. At the same time, a conversation between players Han Jae-om and Kim Jin-won was taking place in the office of the pro gamer team Big Stars. The first asked the second if he had already finished. Kim replied that he had a little left. Han sighed and regretted that he didn't think he would be a replacement knight when he was becoming a pro gamer. Kim remarked that this was their captain's order. If you don't do this, you can be kicked out of the team. Khan was angry with his comrade for such words. He quickly got up from the sofa and left the room. The boy then looked at A-Cube and wondered why he would do such a thing. 10 minutes later, he was standing in the arena in front of Choi Yoon. The boy hoped to finish his hated business as soon as possible so that he could go to rest earlier. After learning that his opponent had won 24 in a row, Khan became nervous. But deep down, he was even happy to compete with such a player. The boy wanted to vent his anger on someone. Choi Yoon, on the other hand, was more confident of his victory than ever before. The new opponent did not scare him at all. Choi Yoon realized that this masked knight was the one most often seen on the battlefield. His opponent was using a saber, which means that his strength must have been at a high level. The man was aware that he should prevent a tete-a-tete confrontation. Finally, the battle began. Han immediately rushed to Choi Yoon. He dodged in time. The man acted quickly and with concentration. But Khan did not give up. Choi Yoon had to fend off his saber, which was not easy at all. The max-level noob immediately realized that his apprentice's opponent was a replacement knight. Suddenly, Choi Yoon began to lose noticeably. It became more difficult for him to fend off attacks. The man was aware that his opponent was much stronger than the other players he had to fight. He remembered how the max-level noob had said before the competition that in order to get bronze, a man had to win all of them in a row. However, at the same time, his mentor noted that if the man meets a replacement knight, he will hardly be able to win against him. Choi Yoon told max-level noob before the competition that he didn't need the bronze for broadcasting, but for personal reasons. Hearing this, the mentor suddenly suggested the student to cheat. He advised him not to make counterattacks, thereby showing his weakness. Most likely, his opponent will relax after seeing Choi Yoon like this. And indeed, right now, Han didn't understand why the man he was fighting was so weak. He gave Choi Yoon another punch in the face. The man fell to the ground. Khan came close to him. He grabbed him by the face and pulled him to him. Suddenly, the replacement knight was filled with anger with a new force, and he began to beat his opponent's head on the ground. Max-level noob, this scene was painful to watch. Meanwhile, Khan literally pressed his opponent's face into the ground. Choi Yoon waited, remembering the instruction of the maximum-level noob. It seemed that Khan's victory was already decided. Suddenly, Choi Yoon reached for his sword. Khan, on the other hand, raised his saber over his opponent's head and declared that it was time to say goodbye to his husband. Choi Yoon suddenly remembered his wife's funeral. He also recalled the day when he first learned about his daughter's rare disease. I remembered my training with max-level noob. The man felt the emotions he got when he first sat in the A-Cube in the store. I remembered how long I could not forget my impressions from the first game, and how he left the store realizing that he would never be able to afford to buy an A-Cube. After that, Choi Yun grabbed his sword and struck his opponent with lightning. When Choi Ji-soo saw this on the broadcast, she burst into tears of happiness and pride for her dad. Meanwhile, the man did not let go of the weapon, holding it firmly in his hands. The blade of the sword pierced the neck of the replacement knight. The end had come for Khan in this battle. Surprisingly, he was happy with this ending. Choi Yun won and shouted at the top of his voice with joy. A max-level noob immediately rushed to greet him. He noted that he used their lessons perfectly to win. Choi Yun won the bronze medal. He still could not believe that this award now belonged to him. The man began to roar. Through tears, he began to thank the maximum-level noob for everything he had done for him. Ken Hyun-woo realized that Choi Yun somehow found out that he was the sponsor of Choi Ji-soo's operation. The max-level noob immediately ordered the student to change the subject. He was somewhat confused. Choi Yun quietly said that his mentor was a unique person. Such a poignant confession made the max-level noob blush. No one had ever said anything like that to him. The man once again thanked the boy from the bottom of his heart. At the end of the broadcast, max-level noob asked the audience if they liked today's competition. All answered in the affirmative. The boy noted that 2 of his students had already received medals. Of course, this fact greatly pleased the ego of the max-level noob. He was literally flooded with comments asking the guy to explain what he had to do with Choi Yun's daughter's surgery. Sighing, the boy told the audience the whole difficult story of his student's family. At the end, he added that he managed to arrange an operation for Choi Ji-soo. The boy sincerely hoped that now a new bright phase of life would begin for father and daughter. The max-level noob stated that he and Nazar were simply thanking Choi Yun for agreeing to become a student at the Winners Academy. At the same time, the director of Big Stars, Yoon Hyung-gu, looked at pro player Han with disdain. The boy was apologizing to him for losing the match against Choi Yun. The director did not want to listen to anything. He stated that he would not allow Khan to compete. The pro player clenched his fists in exasperation. He worked as a replacement knight for so long just to be able to take part in the competition. Pulling himself together, Khan bowed before the director and began to assure that he would do everything to ensure that such a misunderstanding would not happen again. Yawning, Yoon Hyung told the boy to remember that there were plenty of athletes besides. After that, the man ordered the boy to get away. Left alone, the director said in a voice that Khan was just a useless pro gamer, and if he wanted to prove the opposite, he would have to be a replacement knight for as long as possible. Having found himself in his room, Khan, not holding back his rage, began to hit the wall with his fist. Other players were not at all surprised. In their team, such outbursts of emotions were the norm. Suddenly, one young man told another that from the next league, if the team does not have a palace, it will be considered underprepared and will be moved to the second league. The players immediately started talking about the fact that Big Stars will also get into the second league. The guy who shared the news added that the palace can't even be bought just like that from any guilds or streamers. Besides, their director only does what forces them to be knights in replacement, and with such a background, there is absolutely no way to get a palace. After thinking a little, he added that he had already decided on one thing. Khan suddenly spoke. Through tears of resentment, he said that their team would not achieve anything like this and would forever remain toys in the hands of the director. The boy stated that they should take revenge on Yoon Hyung and get him out of this place as soon as possible. Other pro gamers supported their friend. One of the players even said that if he cannot succeed as a player, he will definitely become a streamer. None of the members of the Big Stars team wanted to let the director make fun of them anymore. Suddenly, Han is asked about exactly how he wants to get revenge on Yoon Hyung, the guy thought, and then offered to tell the max-level noob the whole truth about their director's methods. The guys supported this idea. They understood that only a max-level noob could save them. The next day, Ken Hung-woo woke up to the ringing of the phone. It was Kyle. He apologized for calling, forgetting that it was morning in Korea. The manager said that he just wanted to talk to Ken Hyun-woo about a matter. He explained that Nazar had received a message requesting assistance from a max-level noob. Hearing this, Ken Hyun-woo finally woke up and sat on the bed. It turns out that the author of the message was a pro gamer from a Korean company who told about corruption in it. The boy asked Kyle why he needed to know that. The manager assumed that this was due to the popularity of max-level noob in Korea. After Kyle's call, Ken Hyun-woo thought he could not understand what he had done so incredible that such things had been reported to him. Later, he wrote a letter to the manager of Nazar in which he asked him to organize all the information and send it to his mail. A few hours later, the boy was reading about the Big Stars team. He did not understand how the Quincy allowed them to participate in the arena because they did not meet the required standards at all. Ken Hyun-woo read that at one point the team had a change of director and sponsor. Money was invested in big stars by a company of moneylenders. All this looked, to put it mildly, not very. The boy still did not understand how he could help pro gamers. Suddenly, a good idea came into his head and he immediately began to implement it. The guy guessed that an expert should be called for the broadcast. It subsequently aired under the title, "You Need to Know This." The guy greeted the audience and said that today he would like to talk about a very important topic. He said he was sent information from a pro gamer, who they'll just call A. This guy said some scary things about the team he plays for. First, in his team, all participants were forced to become replacement knights. Secondly, the payment for their work was much lower than specified in the contract. The stream was closely watched by the participants of Big Stars. They were grateful to Max Level Noob that he did not reveal their team's true name out of concern for the safety of the players. However, viewers in the comments almost guessed who it was about. They had only two team options, Big Stars and Wallet. Such conclusions frightened the Max Level Noob because he did not want to harm the pro gamers. That is why the boy decided to change the topic of conversation as soon as possible, introducing an expert in the matter that they were considering. He turned out to be Hedo, a former replacement knight. The noob of the maximum level asked the guest how he managed to change his activity. He replied that he had a dream that he could not openly talk about yet. The boy then asked Hedo if it was true that teams were forcing their players to become knights as replacements. He answered in the affirmative. He added that as far as he knew, one team had recently changed sponsors and was now receiving many such orders. There are especially many of them from players who want to get bronze. Max Level Noob said that he hopes that in the future there will be fewer such teams in the arena. After the end of the stream, Big Stars began to be actively discussed in all arena communities. Yoon Hyung-gu received a lot of hate on his address. Later, he received a call from his boss. He began to scold him about what the world stands for. The director promised the boss that he would definitely find and punish whoever told the Max Level Noob about the internal situation in the team. Suddenly, one of the players burst into his office shouting that they had a big problem. The boys had disappeared from the team's dormitory, and the players of Big Stars were walking confidently through the city at that moment. Afterwards, Ken Hyun-woo called Kyle from the arena and asked what was going on with the Big Stars. The manager replied that most likely the team will be sold, especially since the owners seem to have already found a buyer, and society believes that players should be allowed to return to the team. Kyle also noted that Choi Jisu's surgery was a success. Doctors say that the girl will recover soon. He added that reporters are already trying to find out the truth about the boy. The manager suggested that Kang Hyun-woo tell them the story of Choi Yoon himself. Hope had said that he could not talk about such things. He disconnected from Kyle after that. Tenny examined the multicolored elixir balls. The boy asked the bear if he was tired of this business. Tenny replied that he would eat the balls as soon as he woke up. Ken Hyun-woo asked the bear to explain what he meant. It turns out that Tenny was already almost at the 200th level. Upon his first awakening, he gained a giant function and a roar. After the second awakening, he also expected to receive something interesting. Ken Hyun-woo asked the animal if it would like to wake up as soon as possible. The bear did not like the tone with which the owner asked him about this. The boy smiled and noted that they had not gone hunting for a long time. Tenny immediately shouted that he had urgent business and disappeared. However, Ken Hyun-woo called him back a second later. After a few minutes, the boy and Tenny found themselves in some unfamiliar area. The bear asked the owner what kind of place it was. He replied that they are now in the Walter Mountains. This is their new hunting ground. He added that he had been here before, but the monsters in the Walter Mountains were so strong that the hunt was unsuccessful. Even the Pioneer Guild knows little about this area. Ken Hyung-woo mentioned that Kate had advised him not to come here, but there was one reason why he still dared to do this. It consisted of a new task in which the boy had to try to find traces of the heavenly demon Dark Art Master, Hyun Chong-mun. Ken Hyung-woo desperately wanted new adventures. The first to be met by the boy with the bear in the Walter Mountains were lion-like monsters. The boy bravely rushed into battle with them. The difficulty was that these monsters could fly. However, Ken Hyun-woo fought with all his skill and courage. He also used dark magic, which had always helped him a lot lately. The boy was not afraid of lion-like monsters and demonstrated it to them as best he could. Once he even pretended to be dead to confuse them. In the end, Ken Hyun-woo used lightning. After that, he easily defeated the monsters, for which he received a new level. With a smile, Ken Hyun-woo thought that he had become much stronger after the third promotion. Meanwhile, Tenny was happily running among the stones. The boy said that he did not allow the bear to be idle. Such a remark upset Tanya, he almost cried. Ken Hung-woo and Tenny hunted in the mountains for 2 days. They easily managed to defeat monsters that were higher in level. Tenny was as active as ever. He boldly threw lightning at the monsters. In a short period of time, the bear managed to climb up to 3 levels. He didn't really feel happy because all he wanted to do now was eat and sleep. Ken Heng-woo understood that Tenny was currently at level 199. There will be another, and he will receive a new awakening. Vedmetic did not understand what all the suffering was for. He believed that he should have just drunk the elixir. Suddenly a glow appeared behind Tina. It was the entrance to the ancient Arperium dungeon. The boy was happy with such a find. He picked up Tanya in his arms and began to shout that he was a furry character. The bear thought that he would like to be on the islands now. He began to beg the owner to enter this dungeon as soon as possible, so that he could get out of it as soon as possible. The boy praised his pet for his fighting spirit. Entering the ancient Empyreum, Ken Hyun-woo was surprised. It was exactly the same place they had just left. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the forest, which frightened the boy and the bear. They quickly hid behind the trees. The sound grew louder. When Ken Hyung-woo and Tenny looked out from behind the tree, they couldn't believe their eyes right away. A giant and an ogre were fighting in front of them. Their battle seemed to shake the earth. At some point, the giant struck a good blow and destroyed the ogre. Ken Hyun-woo was amazed. He could not imagine that such a monster could be destroyed with one blow. He thought that this giant might be the boss here. The boy was aware that the destructive power of this character was simply incredible. The bear saw the owner's worried face and thought that he had a chance. After a moment, he turned to Ken Hyung-woo. He pointed his paw at the giant and said that he could wake up if they caught him. The boy tried to explain to the bear that this was not a very good idea. However, he did not want to hear anything. In the end, Tenny Sklav declared that if his master did not want to kill the giant, then he would go to the islands. Bear hoped that Ken Hyun-woo would surrender and they would leave this place quickly. Ken Hyun-woo thought for a moment, then calmly said that they would destroy the monster. An hour later, the boy was sitting by a tree. Tenny reminded the owner that he was going to fight the giant. Ken Hyun-woo explained that he was running a simulation. He understood that the school would be enough for him, but the problem was the power of the giant. It seems that one blow from him could be the end of anyone. The boss can usually be defeated if you understand his fighting style. The first blows are struck precisely for this. The boy thought that in order to hit the boss, he would have to watch him for a long period of time. Ken Hyung-woo could use lightning 7 times per fight, so it was necessary to determine his style in time. Finally, the boy got up and ordered Tina to follow him. Meanwhile, the giant was calmly strolling between the mountains. In a moment, Ken Hyung-woo rushed at him. The monster immediately threw the boy away from him. He, using dark magic, tried to attack again. The boy caused an explosion and the giant grabbed his eye. After that, the monster began to furiously swing a wooden stick around him. Ken Hyun-woo dodged as best he could. He understood that this giant was stronger than all the monsters with which he had to fight. The boy then used a crescent blast. The giant was terribly furious. He was taking damage from explosions. Ken Hyun-woo was very glad that he had chosen the right tactics for this fight. Also, looking at the exhausted monster, the boy realized that he was definitely not the boss. Ken Hyun-woo was unhappy that he had to conduct a simulation for the sake of this giant. He directly stated this to Tina. The bear shouted to the owner to use magic. The boy did so. It seemed that the monster had lost its last chance to win. A moment later, the giant fell to the ground. Ken Hyun-woo earned a win and an extra experience. The boy realized that he had worried in vain before the battle because he turned out to be an ordinary monster. Light began to emanate from Tina's body. That could only mean one thing. He reached the 200th level and received a second awakening, and with it, new skills, fire magic, and breath of wind. Ken Hyun-woo was also happy. After all, breath of the wind gave him a speed buff that he needed so much. Suddenly, the bear told him that they were in trouble. After that, he showed his owner his paws. Now one of them was red and the other blue. Almost crying, he asked Ken Hyun-woo what he should do now. The guy endured a pause and then just burst out laughing. Later, he calmed down the pet, and when he went to play a little, he thought that now the bear could be used more often. Suddenly, a voice rang out saying that Ken Hyun-woo was a great warrior. Raising their heads to the mountains, the boy and the bear literally froze in place. In front of them stood a giant with a gray beard. The monster immediately asked the boy to lower his weapon, saying that he had a conversation with him. Next, the giant bowed before Ken Hyun-woo. He immediately received a new quest, in which he had to save the souls of the giants who had rebelled against their god and who had abandoned them because of it. The giant introduced himself, saying that he was Chroma, the shaman of Arperium, the sacred land of the giants. He said that the inhabitants of these territories were narcissists, so they rebelled against God. Because of this, his anger fell on them. All the giants except Crom lost their courage and wisdom. The giant asked Ken Hyun-woo to help his clan find salvation due to the death of their race. The boy thought that he was going to clear the dungeon of monsters anyway. He said he would try to help. Chroma thanked him and ordered Ken Hyun-woo to follow him. 10 minutes later, the shaman pointed somewhere with his hand. According to him, there was a city where his race lost its essence. There also lived a giant named Floy, their former leader. Chroma pointed out that Floy was incredibly strong, so all the giants joined his rebellion, but the result was terrible. The shaman added that it was better to save everyone before meeting Floy. After all, when the former leader uses the battle cry, those who happen to be nearby join him. Ken Hyung-woo noted to himself that Floy knows how to summon warriors to help him. The boy asked Crom if he himself was going to help him with the quest. The shaman apologized and said that he did not have time for this at all. After a pause, he added that he relies only on the strength of the player. After that, Ken Hyung-woo went hunting. At one point, the boy already had 193 victories over the giants. The second awakening of the shadow was a good thing for the enemies. Now the bear was superior to any mage of the same level as him. The bear fought with all his strength and devotion. However, at some point he began to complain that he was very tired. Tenny directly asked the owner when he would be able to rest. Ken Hyung-woo realized that the bear had reached its limit. He allowed his pet to go to the islands. Finally, Tenny asked the boy not to disturb him in the near future. Left alone, Ken Hyun-woo remembered that the broadcast was about to start. 10 minutes later, he was already greeting everyone in the audience as a max-level noob. The boy said that he plans to show his battles until he receives a gold medal. He also reminded the audience that he was currently at level 206. He added that he will complete tasks from fans who have donated during each duel. The first viewer asked the max-level noob to fight with fists and no shins in the next duel. The guy agreed. Laughing, he ordered to follow the battle very carefully because everything could end at any moment. Soon, the first opponent teleported in front of the boy. It was a young man in Egyptian clothing. Ken Hyun-woo immediately realized that he was also a fighter class. His opponent was upset when he saw the maximum level noob because he himself was many times weaker. The battle has begun. The guy in the Egyptian suit felt a heaviness in his body and thought that this was how the debuff worked. And the max-level noob, meanwhile, rushed at the opponent and dealt him a single blow with his fist. Then he grabbed the boy in his arms and threw him to the ground with force. Next, Ken Hyun-woo used dark magic, and in the end, he dealt a decisive blow to the opponent's face. Later, it turned out that the guy in the Egyptian costume was his audience. Then the max-level noob proposed to hold a special edition of the Winner's Academy. The boy allowed his opponent to attack him for 2 minutes using all his skills. However, the guy in the Egyptian costume messed up here too. After 2 minutes, Ken Hyun-woo began to spank him like the world stood on. He explained to the opponent that a fighter must always attack accurately, and quickly. After this duel, Ken Hyun-woo instructed each of his opponents for 2 minutes. He also did not forget about the task. For example, somewhere the guy used only his right hand, somewhere only his legs, and somewhere only the weapon that the viewer asked for. That day he hurt many people and even won with a spoon. The boy won 20 consecutive victories. He hoped that now he could get the gold. Spectators in the comments began to write that the boy will obviously take first place in the rating already this season, displacing Take. Someone also mentioned that Rain is now down to 6th. Ken Hyun-woo thought that the audience still didn't know that Rain was at the Battle of the Two Masks. An-chan told him that Reina was the winner of the Two Masks 3 times, but lost to Reina in the very first battle. This player did a great job of hiding his true identity, which is why he won 5 consecutive shows. The boy reflected on the fact that many people now rose in the rankings after the 3rd promotion. It was a very different time than when Ken Hyun-woo was acting as Milligat. At the end of the stream, Max-level Noob promised viewers that this season he will take first place. The boy continued to fight the giants. Deep down, he already regretted agreeing to help Crom. Ken Hyun-woo didn't like that the shaman didn't tell him all the nuances about the monsters. In one fight, he could not stand it and called for help from Tina. He arrived but began to grumble unhappily that he was very busy. Despite this, the bear immediately joined the fight. About himself, Ken Hyun-woo noted that Tenny can't use skills properly when he's confused. They would have coped much faster with the bear's roar, but this time, something was wrong with the animal. Dealing another blow to the giant, Ken Hyun-woo decided that Spartan training would begin from today. Ken Hyun-woo of Tenny had already killed 327 giants. The boy said that if they tried, they could finish the quest by tomorrow. Wandering through the ruined city, Ken Hyun-woo wondered why there were no giants to be seen here. He assumed that all 300 still alive were protecting their boss. While Ken Hyun-woo was pondering this, Tenny saw something. He called out to the owner and pointed his paw in front of him. A few meters from them stood a throne on which someone was sitting. It was none other than the boss himself. He looked carefully at the boy and the bear. The giant asked Ken Hyun-woo if he was really the one destroying his race. The guy didn't answer. The boss said that he was not going to kill him. Instead, the giant wanted to thank Ken Hyun-woo for saving the giants for him. The guy thought it was some kind of delusion. Clearly, the boss was not to be trusted. Meanwhile, the giant told that his people fell for the trick of an evil magician, because of which the Heavenly Father put a spell on them. He himself was a leader. That's why he was locked up here. With sadness in his voice, the boss reported that the remaining giants had even personally begged to kill them, but he was unable to do so. Ken Hyun-woo thought that if this giant was telling the truth, then he should kill Crom instead of Floy. The boy told the version he heard from the shaman Bosu. He roared with rage. Ken Hyun-woo and Tina's ears were almost deafened by this scream. Floyd began to reassure the boy that the truth was on his side, and Chroma was a pathetic liar. He stated that if he could leave this place, he would kill the shaman. Then Ken Hyun-woo looked up at the giant and asked how he could help it. Floyd replied that the boy should kill Crom for him. If Ken Hyun-woo does this, he will receive from him a sacred relic that only the chieftains get. The boy was convinced that the truth was on Floyd's side. That is why he agreed to his proposal. Ken Hyun-woo asked the giant if he would help him kill Crom if the boy brought the shaman to his throne. Floyd replied that he would certainly do so. An hour later, Ken Hyun-woo gleefully informed Crom that he had killed Floyd. The shaman was happy with such news. He bowed before the boy again and noted that his tribe would finally be able to atone for their sins before their father. Ken Hyun-woo's behavior surprised Crom. He expected a different reaction from the giant. Maybe the shaman was a good character after all. At some point, a large magical sphere appeared in front of the boy and the bear. A moment later, a loud explosion rang out. It was all Crom's handiwork. Before the explosion, the boy managed to catch the bear and climb a tree. From there, he now waved at the shaman. He directly asked Crom why Crom chose to attack him in such a shameful way. Without waiting for an answer, Ken Hyun-woo reached for his sword. The boy created the Dark Heaven explosion. The shaman roared at the whole forest in pain. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't hide his gloating. Chroma stated that he cannot be defeated by such an attack. After that, a green magical glow poured from the giant's body. Tenny boldly rushed to help the owner. The boy tried to stop the bear, but it was too late. The shaman magically created a sphere and said that Tina had come to an end. After that, there was an explosion. However, Ken Hyun-woo managed to save the bear at the last moment. He rushed to run away, holding Tenny in his arms. Chroma ran after them. Everything was going according to Ken Hyun-woo's plan. As they ran, the boy told the bear never to do such foolish things again. When they were in the city, Ken Hyun-woo, hiding, told Tina to use the roar while Chroma recovered. The boy understood that the shaman guessed that Floyd might still be alive. At one point, Ken Hyun-woo stepped in front of Crom and activated the ring on his finger. After using the giant's power, his strength stat is temporarily increased. Suddenly, the shaman shouted to the boy that Floyd had left him a gift. The boy did not immediately understand what Chroma meant. It came to him only later. The thing is that Ken Hyun-woo had the stuff of giants. Of course, we were talking about 2 rings. Previously, the boy had not even thought about the fact that his giant ornaments were from this place. At some point, Chroma attacked him. Ken Hyun-woo managed to use the lightning in time. The shaman began to recite some spell in an incomprehensible language. Then several attacks followed from him. Ken Hyun-woo barely had time to dodge and fight back. Suddenly, he found out that his lightning usage limit had been exhausted. At the same moment, the shaman directed a magic sphere at the boy. The boy thought that this was the end for him. Suddenly, a beam of blue light threw Crom away from the boy. It was Floyd who came to Ken Hyun-woo's rescue. The boss of the giants roared with rage when he saw the shaman. Chroma realized that Floyd couldn't leave his seat near the throne. This made the shaman very happy because his curse was still working. Chroma began to shout insulting words at the boss of the giants, knowing that he could not approach him. Ken Hyun-woo, meanwhile, used dark magic and prepared to strike the shaman. A second later, a Dark Heavens explosion rang out and Chroma roared in pain. Seeing the shaman begin to recover, Ken Hyun-woo reminded Tina of his request. He immediately grew to giant size and moved towards Crom. Tenny took advantage of the roar's edge. The shaman did not expect this. Meanwhile, Ken Hyun-woo charged at him. In an instant, he enveloped Crom in dark magic and delivered a crescent moon strike. When the shaman fell, Floy came out to him. The boss of the giants thanked the boy, but noted that the relics he had promised him were already in the player's possession. Ken Hyun-woo understood that it was about the fingers. With a smile, Floy noted that he had one more piece of jewelry. After that, he removed the ring from his finger and handed it to the boy. This thing was a sacred relic of the giants. Ken Hyun-woo was extremely happy to receive such an award. Fly noted that his life was sustained by a desire for revenge, but now there is no need for it. After saying this, the giant boss melted into thin air. Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny walked away from what they had seen and experienced for a few minutes. In the end, Ken Hyun-woo informed Tina that he had managed to collect a complete set of unique rings. He suddenly realized that he had not received the item since Crom's death. The bear was holding a pendant behind his back in his paws. A few days later, Sonia welcomed all viewers to her own stream. She was, as always, very cheerful and emotional. Smiling, the girl announced that she had a special guest today. A moment later, a max-level noob teleported beside her. He smiled sweetly and said hello. Recently, Sonia reminded him again about the joint stream, so now the boy diligently fulfilled his promise. When max-level noob appeared on the girl's broadcast, the audience immediately increased. Sonia said that she invited the boy in order to conduct something like the Winner's Academy. The girl admitted that she would like to spend their time together, learning skills and getting advice for hunting, and not for a battle in the arena. The max-level noob sighed. He had intended to just talk to the streamer. He reminded the girl that she is a necromancer, which means that it will be difficult for her to hunt, and Sonia can use evil spirits and curses. The streamer objected, saying that she was already good at hunting. In the end, the max-level noob had to accept Sonia's offer. An hour later, he was swearing at the girl. He was annoyed that she did not listen to his advice and did some stupid things. He didn't understand why Sonia, when her skeleton was being beaten, didn't even try to send others to help him, or at least use magic. However, the girl did not understand exactly what the maximum level noob wanted from her. From the feeling of powerlessness, tears appeared in her eyes. At some point, a giant monster pounced on her. Sonia literally froze in place from fright. Max-level noob had to intervene and personally destroy the monster. He asked the girl how she used to go hunting. The streamer admitted that she did it only in a group of spectators or acquaintances. The boy screamed in surprise. It was difficult for him to even imagine a group hunt with a necromancer. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't figure out what the point was for a necromancer in such group hunts. Sighing, the boy thought that Sonia was hopeless. But nothing was impossible for a maximum level noob. He promised the girl that today he would make it so that in the future she would be able to hunt alone. He ordered Sonia to do what he told her. The girl agreed. Half an hour later, they were standing in front of a bunch of evil goblin demons. Sonia was scared and asked if she had to defeat all these monsters by herself. The guy replied that he would take care of it. The girl should only do what the max-level noob tells her to do. The boy ordered Sonia to summon evil spirits, and after a moment, skeletons began to emerge from the ground. Goblins' demons were not to be frightened by evil spirits. They were ready to fight. Max-level noob told the girl to send 2 skeleton knights to each goblin and order the skeleton mages to attack them. At this time, the ghouls will protect everyone behind while the knights fight. Sonia asked the boy to repeat everything to her once again. The max-level noob yelled for the girl to block the goblins' way with skeleton knights and prepare to attack with mages while the ghouls protected them behind. The boy also advised Sonia not to be distracted and to use breakthrough or debuff magic. The girl shouted that she understood everything and got to work. She used the dark bomb spell. This made the goblins run away. Sonia was happy with this result, but the max-level noob pointed out that it was too early to relax. He said that the skeleton mages were ready to fight, so the girl should give them the order. The girl did so, ordering the mages to beat the wounded goblins. They immediately followed Sonia's order. At some point, the girl started flirting with the viewers of the stream. The guy advised her not to be distracted, but to use curses. Meanwhile, the skeletons were finishing off the goblin demons. After a few minutes, all the monsters were defeated. Sonia got experience for this. The girl could not believe that she had defeated a whole bunch of goblin demons. Of course, the girl understood that she would never have been able to do this without the max-level noob. About himself, the boy thought that without his help, Sonia would have died in a minute. Then the training continued. 8 hours later, the max-level noob sincerely noted that he was proud of Sonia. He asked the girl how she was feeling. The streamer did not answer, but it was clear that she was tired. The boy had no choice but to simply smile at the audience. He decided to end the stream instead of Sonia, so he said goodbye to everyone for both of them. After the broadcast ended, the guy approached Sonia and offered to meet again in this format. The girl accepted the offer and thanked the max-level noob for the training. When Ken Hyun-woo said goodbye to the streamer, he decided to take a good look at the last ring from the Giants. It turns out that this thing gave schools that increased everything by 100. Ken Hyun-woo was amazed. He had never seen anything like it. He literally started circling the room with joy. Tenny paid no attention to the owner. He carefully held the pendant close to him. Seeing the ornament in the bear's hands, Ken Hyun-woo wondered where it came from. Tenny replied that he had brought her from the islands. After this answer, the boy immediately lost interest in the subject. In fact, it was a unique attribute of corruption ornament that the bear had found while the owner was fighting the shaman. The bear could not rejoice at his find. He did not want to talk about her to the owner under any circumstances. While Ken Hyung-woo was enjoying the rewards from the Giant's dungeon, a bloody war was taking place elsewhere. Liu She, the third dragon of the Nine Dragons Guild, came to Zhou Fan, the first dragon of the Nine Dragons Guild. The young man told Zhou Fan that it was time to give up that place. The first dragon said that he did not understand the joke. Liu She assured that he was absolutely serious. With these words, he threw some documents in front of Zhou Fan. While the first dragon was going through the papers, the third dragon noticed that he had stolen a lot of money. Now it became clear why one of the largest guilds in the world has such a small income. Zhou Fan said that the documents were fake, and no one would believe the boy. He laughed in response and reminded the man about Li Tafofin, Hu Kuoming, Xiaobao. All these people had already turned away from the first dragon. Anger appeared on Zhou Fan's face. Liu She, on the other hand, triumphed. He understood that the fall of the first dragon was inevitable. He set this trap several months ago. Now the young man turned to Zhuo Fang with an ultimatum. Either he leaves the guild or Liu She declares him. And in the arena community, there was a hot topic about the uprising of a huge guild and the news that the head of this guild had been changed. The chairman's resignation was overshadowed by the fact that the third dragon became the next chairman, although the second dragon was supposed to take his place. The guild also terminated the contract with its main sponsor, Aidas. Ken Hyun-woo thought it was the biggest scandal since arena became popular. The boy understood that breaking the contract with Aidas was not an easy decision for Liu She. Ken Hyun-woo even sent a letter to the third dragon with congratulations. Although their first meeting was not very successful, it was only Tianho's fault. After that, the guy started his stream. He told the audience that they were in for a special battle in the arena today. Smiling, he added that he would not be fighting today. After these words, Tenny appeared. The boy explained that the bear would be one of the duelists. Grabbing Shadow in his arms, the max-level noob announced that a pet battle was expected today. The boy asked the bear not to use magic, but only fists. Tenny told the owner to just trust him. After a few minutes, the bear was ready to fight. It was clear from his appearance that he was serious. Tenny's rival appeared. It was Rude's cute puppy. Next to her stood her owner, a young man with a beard. The puppy's owner was happy to see the max-level noob. Turns out he was a fan of his. While the owner was taking pictures with his fan, Tenny tried to make friends with Rude. However, he did not react to the bear's greetings, but only growled evilly. Then Tenny ordered the puppy to sit. He obeyed. Max-level noob and Master Rudy looked at their pets in surprise. Then the bear ordered his opponent to lie down. He obeyed again. Next, Tenny had Rude conjured through a ring of fire. The pet owners did not understand what was happening. After the puppy began to roll the bear on its back, its owner could not stand it and said that he accepted defeat. Thanks to Tina, Ken Hyun-woo won. However, the boy was not happy. After the battle, he began to blame the bear that he won only thanks to his influence. Tenny stuttered. He began to say that he did not use magic at all, as his master asked him to do. Ken Hyun-woo became angry. The bear, as always, put him in an awkward position in front of the audience. The boy had to say out loud that he adored Tenny no matter what. Next, Ken Hyun-woo asked the audience to show the teddy bear window with his stats. He did so, before hiding the bear's data about his skills and status. When the boy did this, he realized that his favorite was hiding something. Meanwhile, viewers started writing that Tenny achieved everything by himself. The max-level noob tried to say that it wasn't, but no one paid attention to his words. Then the boy announced that he and the bear would go on a short break and return immediately after the commercial. After that, Ken Hyun-woo immediately rushed to Tenny. Bear had never seen him so angry. The boy sternly asked Tina about the attribute. He saw this information in his status window. The bear realized that there was no point in hiding the pendant anymore, so he quickly pulled it around his neck. However, he never admitted where he got it from. Ken Hyun-woo stared at the ornament in surprise. There was something very familiar about it. The boy took the pendant in his hands and began to carefully examine it. Suddenly, he asked if the decoration had anything to do with Crom in the dungeon. The bear had no choice but to tell his owner the truth. Ken Hyung-woo handed the jewelry back to Tenna and told her to keep it. He added that he was offended that the bear hid this object from him. Ken Hyung-woo himself thought that the pendant was lost. The boy thought to himself that the fact that his favorite can use objects is very cool. Ken Hyun-woo thought that although the attribute itself is not very positive, if there are problems, the parents will somehow deal with it. And although the boy had never seen them, they were probably as strong as raccoon. He asked Thena not to hide her findings anymore. He thanked the owner and promised to tell Ken Hyun-woo about everything he ever finds. After this conversation, the animal fights in the arena continued. Tenny, as always, was outstanding. Almost all fights ended with the fact that the animals were simply afraid of the bear. That's how he got his 20 victories in a row and became the king of the arena. When Ken Hyun-woo got out of the A-cube, he felt tired. He was afraid that everyone would consider the fights with Thany unfair, but in general, he liked the reaction of the audience. Suddenly, he got a call from Kyle. He informed the boy that the big boss would like to meet him. The boy asked if he meant Jamie Moore. The manager replied that he was talking about the head of the Nazar company named Bill Knight. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't believe that such a respectable person wanted to meet him. Kyle assured the boy that there was nothing strange here. The fact is that the number of players of Arena was approaching 10 million, so those of them who had hundreds of thousands of viewers on streams had special popularity. The boy replied that even so, he doubted that he was worthy to meet Bill Knight. The manager then asked Ken Hyun-woo to answer the question. If he was offered to debut as a professional gamer now, would the boy be confident of his victory among professionals? And would he be able to win in international competitions? Without thinking, Ken Hyun-woo shouted that he could. Then Kyle replied that the boy was the only one who was so sure of himself. Ken Hyun-woo said that he also wanted to say something. The manager was immediately alert. The guy admitted that he would really like to debut as a pro gamer. He hopes to do it when he gets the first place in the ranking. Kyle clarified if the lad was going to qualify next season to head to the Arena Vic. It was an international competition in which only a few teams participated, including the winners of their respective leagues. The boy answered in the affirmative to Kyle's question. The manager then asked Ken Hyun-woo which team he would like to be on. The guy replied that it was just important for him to play with nice people, with a clean past. The manager sighed and said that such a team hardly exists. It will be easier to create it yourself. Ken Hyun-woo replied that this is exactly what he is asking the manager about. Kyle screamed in surprise in his office so loudly that other employees at the company were frightened. Ken Hyun-woo told the manager that he needed a dream team. The guy started playing in Arena to pay off his father's debt. But now he has a new goal. He wanted to do what he had dreamed of for a long time. He was still haunted by the desire to take revenge on Jung Han-baek. Ken Hyun-woo planned to take everything he had from his sworn enemy. That is why it was important for the boy to enter the professional league. The next day at the Korean branch of the Quincy Company, the head of the planning team of Arena Park Yun-jun and the head of management of Arena Kim Jin-young met for lunch. The first noted that all his colleagues are very busy now. Kim Jin-young thought that when the planning team finished their work, it would be their turn. Park Hyun-jung noticed that the max-level noob was progressing very quickly with the quest. He was also greatly troubled by the advancement of the demonic guild. Kim Jin-young asked an acquaintance when, in his opinion, the number of subscribers of Arena will reach 1 billion. He replied that thanks to the battle of the two masks, the number of users has increased significantly, so this will happen in 3 to 4 months at the latest. Kim Jin-young admitted that he only expected to suffer until this month, but if Kim's boss started having problems with the documents, then they would have problems too. Park Hyun-jung agreed. The man added that there was nothing left before the start of the league. By the end of lunch, both workers agreed that they wanted to quit. Meanwhile, Tenny shouted to Ken Hyun-woo that he found the location of the Big Islands. The boy liked this news. The bear, grabbing the owner's leg, said that the entrance to the island is behind the waterfall in the largest forest of Mount Haejin. Ken Hyun-woo barely managed to unhook the shadow from himself. He remembered that the largest forest on Haejin Mountain was the High Elf Forest that had been occupied by the New York Warriors team. An hour later, the boy and the bear visited Reina, but she asked the boy what had happened when the noob himself of the maximum level came to visit her. To begin with, he sweetly greeted the girl. The other members of the New York Warriors watched the boy and the bear carefully from behind Reina. The maximum level noob announced that he had come to ask that he and Tenny be allowed to enter the High Elf Forest. Reina replied that the boy might not have asked for such a thing, but she was pleased that he considered their team. The girl said that she would also like to ask the max-level noob one thing. About himself, Ken Hyun-woo thought that it would be nice to start dating a girl, but he quickly pushed these thoughts away from him. The girl seemed to think about something similar because she fell silent for a few seconds. At that moment, her entire team was making fun of her and the boy. Then Reina made an unusual gesture with her hand. At the same moment, the heads of her team members were in the ground. Reina smiled and asked the max-level noob to give her another training session. The guy agreed. After a few minutes, young people stood opposite each other. Reina asked the max-level noob not to use the active skill. He agreed, noting that they will compete on a basic basis. A moment later, the duel began and the rivals crossed their swords. Both the boy and the girl were focused on the duel. None of them were going to lose. Reina knew that this battle would not end in a few strikes. The girl was annoyed that the max-level noob didn't attack at all. She directly stated this to the boy. He replied that his protection would be enough to survive. Then the girl started hitting harder. Her attacks were very fast. Reina needed at least one victory over max-level noob. The guy advised the girl not to swing too wide, planning the next attack, dodging the previous one. Reina paused and wondered if there had always been this difference in power between them. The max-level noob replied that they had a small difference in strength but a lot in stats. The girl stubbornly said that she wanted one more training session with the boy. The entire New York Warriors team watched the max-level noob's movements with fascination. Before, they would never have believed that someone could defeat their Reina so easily. The girl remembered how many times she watched the video of her loss. Then she did not understand why she missed the victory, although she had so many advantages. All of their team's trainers analyzed the video as well, and the reason was very simple. The max-level noob simply dodged the attacks that should have been dodged, and most importantly, attacked in time himself. Right now it was important for Reina that the max-level noob recognized her. Suddenly the boy felt something very strange. At the same moment, the entire New York Warriors team gasped. Reina struck a good blow. However, the boy managed to block the sword with his hand in time. He smiled and said he wouldn't mind another training session. Reina was covered with happiness. She did not hide her feelings well. After training with the girl, which had just finished, Ken Hyung-woo felt very tired. Now, together with Tenny, they stood in front of the waterfall, which was the entrance to the large islands. Wasting no time, Ken Hyun-woo stepped forward. The place where they found themselves impressed the boy with its beauty and autumn colors. Ken Hyun-woo told Tae that now he understood why he kept telling him about these islands. The bear immediately dragged Ken Hyun-woo to meet his parents, asking the boy to remove his mask and gloves before doing so. Therefore, he did not like such a request, but he listened to Tina. When Ken Hyun-woo thought of his pet's parents, he imagined two stern bears. Less than an hour later, the boy and Tenya arrived at the native village of the bear. Suddenly, someone called out to Tina. It was Uncle Tommy repairing the roof. The bear immediately introduced his master to him. After that, Ken Hyung-woo and Tenny moved on. The boy was surprised that his pet's uncle was not a bear, but a man. A few hours later, they were sitting at the table in the house where Tenny grew up. The bear's parents also turned out to be people. Hugo, a blonde with an aristocratic appearance, and Manon, a cute and cheerful blonde. The bear's mother was surprised that Ken Hyun-woo named her son Tenny. She said that he was ashamed to tell her about it. Father smiled. He liked the name Tenny. In his opinion, it emphasized the good looks of their son. The boy asked Hugo and Manon why Tenny was so different from everyone in his tribe. The bear's mother replied that they could all change their appearance after the second awakening. So Tenny can already do it too, but she doesn't want to yet. The boy immediately tried to imagine what a bear could look like in a human body. He thought of a cheeky teenager who always hides his hands in his pockets. Tina's parents expressed hope that Ken Hyun-woo will definitely take care of their beloved son. Then everyone at the table talked about various trifles for several hours in a row. At some point, Hugo quietly suggested that Manon ask Ken Hyun-woo for help in dealing with one cave. The woman nodded, noting that the boy could help them in this matter. After waiting for a pause, Manon said that she and her husband would like to check how strong their son's master is. Tenny shouted that Ken Hyun-woo is very strong. His mother replied that it was just words and they needed to see the boy in action. Ken Hyun-woo gladly agreed to do whatever the bear's parents asked him to do. Hugo noted that a simple task awaits the boy because there are no problems on the Great Islands. He and his wife want to ask Ken Hyun-woo to go to the north, where he will see a high mountain. There's a restless energy in the cave on the way to the top, so it would be good if the boy could check out what's there. An hour later, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny were already standing in front of the cave entrance. Vedmetic noticed that the owner liked his parents. The boy was pleased to hear that. He noted that Hugo and Manon seemed to him to be very good people. Ken Hyun-woo was happy when he found out that he had received a C-rank quest. By exploring the cave, the boy could gain experience and recognition from Tenny's parents. Without thinking long, Ken Hyun-woo headed to the middle of the Great Island's cave. It was dark here, so the bear lit a fire with his paw. After walking a few meters, they saw torches of fire that someone had lit before their arrival. Ken Hyun-woo was also alerted by the footprints on the floor. It seemed that some ogre-sized monster must live here. Suddenly, a creature came out to them. The boy drew his sword, ready to attack at any moment. It was the first time he saw such a strange monster in the arena. The creature had the body of a beast, but its head was covered by a dark shadow. He seemed quite scary to both Ken Hyun-woo and Tina. Suddenly, the creature let out a loud roar. It turned out to be a monster of the lowest rank, Ramalan. Ken Hyun-woo ignored the creature's momentum and used his battle stat. Without hesitating for a second, he charged at the monster like lightning. The boy realized that his opponent was not only big, but also very strong. Ken Hyun-woo used a half-moon lunge. He realized that Ramalan had no armor, so his defenses were weak. After a few minutes, the boy plunged his sword into the monster's body, and then finished him off with dark magic. Ken Hyun-woo defeated Ramalan for extra experience. Despite the destroyed monster, the quest was not yet considered completed. The boy realized that there was something else in this cave. Ken Hyun-woo asked Ten if he knew anything about this cave. Vedmedic said no, because he is here for the first time. The guy offered to go a little deeper into the cave. After a few minutes, they heard the sound of footsteps. For some reason, they seemed familiar to Ken Hyun-woo. At some point, the footsteps stopped. Those who issued them were very close. Ken Hyun-woo realized that it would be better to attack first. He charged, but after a moment stopped and cried out. In front of him stood a man of elegant appearance, with long black hair and green horns on his head. The stranger took the boy's sword away with his hand and sternly addressed Tina, who was sitting on his master's shoulder. The young man remarked that, in his opinion, bears should not behave like that. Ken Hyun-woo realized that he was not facing a monster, so he hid his weapon. The stranger said that he is a friend of the bears and cleans this cave instead of them. He introduced himself as Leo Mio. It wasn't his real name, but that's what everyone called him. Ken Hyun-woo's task has changed. Now, instead of exploring the cave, he was waiting for a conversation with Leo Mio. The player and the bear also introduced themselves, giving their real names. Leo Mio joyfully hugged Ken Hyun-woo. He said that he was happy that someone besides him could clean the cave. He added that his suffering would soon come to an end. He began to ask Ken Hyun-woo about what the players were generally capable of and what their level was. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he was average. After thinking for a while, he added that the best of the best could hunt in the Henzhen Mountains. Leo Mio was bored. He admitted to the boy that he would be able to get out of this cursed cave only thanks to the high level of the players. Ken Hyun-woo asked if Leo Mio was protecting something in this cave. He replied that he was protecting the place itself. Leo Mio explained that many monsters appear from the demon world. If they are not killed, then problems will begin. Sighing, he said that he could leave the matter to the players if their level was suitable. He also told Ken Hyun-woo to come if he suddenly needed his help. After that, Leo Mio added that he had a lot to do and left. The guy finished the quest. He was glad that he had met an extremely important character. Meanwhile, a meeting of old acquaintances was going on in one of the coffee shops. One of them was Mascherano from the Red Bull America team. He directly asked the interlocutor why he was looking for him. He smiled and replied that he wanted to ask an acquaintance something about Arena. Mascherano clarified why this was for him, because he had not appeared there for a long time. His interlocutor was a handsome young man named Rain. After thinking for a bit, he said that he didn't like the fact that the max-level noob appeared in the game. Mascherano sighed. He understood why Rain had called him. Suddenly, Rain said that he was currently ranked second. With malice in his voice, he added that only one player was ahead of him. Mascherano replied that he knew. Now the first place was taken by the incomparable Taika. He was the real king of the arena, about whom little was known except for some skills. Rain confidently stated that he could defeat Take. However, he is not sure that he will be able to defeat the max-level noob. If he continues to move according to his plan, then in the last 3 weeks he will definitely be able to take first place. That's why Rain wanted to ask Mascherano about this player, because he met him at the Battle of the Two Masks. A member of Red Bull America replied that this player is impossible to beat. He advised Reina to consider the max-level noob an ecosystem disruptor. The interlocutor listened carefully to Mascherano. At one point, Rain asked an acquaintance if his fighting spirit had completely disappeared. Mascherano replied that his interlocutor would understand the full danger of the maximum level noob only when he himself competed with him. Rain got up from the table and, coldly thanking Mascherano for the conversation, added that he would never lose to a max-level nooba. After that, he went away. Soon the news came out that the first player who won 5 consecutive victories in the Battle of the Two Masks was Rain. After that, the young man said that he was now going to focus on fighting in the arena. Ken Hung-woo was not surprised when he read the news. He was sure that it was Rain who would win 5 in a row. The boy thought about the fact that the time had come for him to move up in the rating of arena. Now he was in about 1,200th place. If the boy tries and moves higher, he can meet Rain and Taika, who also want to get to the top. Ken Hyun-woo decided to enter the top 10 Grandmasters today. That is why he quickly climbed into the A-Cube. The broadcast has been going on for an hour and a half, but the opponent for the max-level noob still hasn't been found. The guy got angry. Still, he definitely won't be able to advance in the ranking. At some point, Ken Hyung-woo decided to cheat, so he quickly said goodbye and ended the broadcast. Somewhere in another part of the arena lay a bunch of destroyed monsters. All this was the work of a streamer named Ninestyle. Viewers began to write to him that the hunt turned out to be boring and that they would like to see a duel between the guy and the max-level noob. Nineshittle was afraid of this player because he could destroy all his achievements in the game. Streamer was a strong contestant with a terrible temper. This was his style. If he loses to the max-level nooba, then his image of a criminal who likes to teach life will be destroyed. Suddenly, he noticed that the max-level noob had finished his broadcast. Ninesteel smiled and told the audience that he was ready to face anyone in a duel now. A moment later, he found himself in the fighting arena, and after a moment, an opponent appeared in front of him. He turned out to be a max-level noob. Ninesteel was speechless. He thought the player had left the arena. Max-level noob apologized to the streamer, explaining that he cheated because he simply had no other choice. Ninesteel tried to concentrate and gather his strength. He still couldn't believe that he would now be fighting a max-level noob. Exhaling, he boldly charged. A minute later, the streamer was destroyed, and the max-level noob celebrated his victory. The boy noted that he will continue to use his cunning and selection of opponents. The max-level noob stream continued. After him, a discussion broke out in the community about the behavior of players. A large number of rankers began to move back. That's how, showing interesting content, the noob of the maximum level managed to rise to 546th place. The guy was already ready to start a new stream. He decided not to switch off until he got first place. Jamie Moore was watching the broadcast intently when Kyle entered his office. The manager couldn't contain his admiration for the max-level noob who managed to change public opinion. He added that if the boy can take the first place, he will certainly go down in the history of Arena. Suddenly, Kyle announced that he had a bunch of paperwork for his boss to work on, so he'd obviously have to postpone watching the stream until later. Meanwhile, max-level noob was already greeting the audience. The boy was surprised that no one wrote a single comment after his remark, as if they were not happy to see the boy at all. After waiting for a while, max-level noob began searching for an opponent. How surprised he was when Unchan, better known in Arena as streamer Aragon, appeared before him. He couldn't believe that he would have to fight his best friend. He seriously asked Enchan what he was doing here. The boy was sadly silent, not knowing what to answer. The battle began. Enchan felt insecure. He did not expect to meet Ken Hyun-woo in the arena. Max-level noob, meanwhile, delivered a well-aimed blow to the opponent's head. Ken Hyung-woo was happy because he was hoping to make a cool video thanks to Unchan. At some point, he activated the so-called Doobie, Merrick, and Fedg, which greatly increased his strength, agility, and speed. Then Enchan activated Magrets. After that, his defense increased and his physical form strengthened. Ken Hyun-woo realized that his friend had used the skills of the Star Apostle class. He once said that he could become stronger by receiving the power of the stars. Ken Hyun-woo used a magic blast. Anchan strengthened himself, then attacked himself. A fair battle took place between friends. None of them was going to give in. Ken Hyun-woo wondered how his friend managed to pump so much in just a year. Suddenly, he noticed a large gap in Enchan's defense. Ken Hyun-woo quickly took advantage of it by striking. The opponent managed to evade. Max-level noob liked his friend's reaction. She testified that Enchan knew him well. The boy, looking at his friend, thought that it would be sad to end the video quickly with such potential. The concept of this video was not the usual loss and victory, but a big battle between two friends. Despite this, Ken Hyun-woo was convinced of his victory. At the same time, he saw that Anchan was still trying to attack him. Then he decided that the time had come for a real fight and rushed at his friend. After a few minutes, Anchan had no choice but to give up. Ken Hongwoo didn't expect this. He won the victory faster than planned. Anchan put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that he had given up because he knew perfectly well that he would not be able to win. He then wished Ken Hongwoo good luck and disappeared. The boy was left standing alone in the arena. An indescribable sadness gripped his heart. Meanwhile, Jamie Moore, sobbing like a little baby, was working on documents instead of watching the stream. A new opponent appeared in front of max-level noob, a young man with bangs on his head. He understood that if he could defeat such a cult player, he would get a chance for a good future in the arena. That is why the young man boldly attacked. But in a moment, he received a blow to the head of an incredible force from the maximum-level noob. Ken Hyunwoo himself did not expect such cruelty from himself. The max-level noob scored his 11th win in a row. Now he took 43rd place in the ranking. The boy assumed that if luck did not turn away from him, then after 2 or 3 duels he would finally be able to take first place. Suddenly, he saw that the top 10 players of the arena had already started the competition. Ken Hyunwoo thought about how wonderful it would be to see at least one of them. A few seconds later, a new opponent appeared in front of the boy. From the coat of arms above his head, Ken Hyunwoo immediately knew that this was a grandmaster. Taika was standing in front of Ken Hyunwoo. He smiled kindly and greeted the boy. He looked up and greeted in return. He added that he is glad to see the ranker in front of him, who is now in first place in the rating. Taika replied that he had heard a lot about the max-level noob, so now he would be happy to face him in a duel. He added that he lost the first place in the rating. This news surprised Ken Hyunwoo. The boy even thought that he had misunderstood, so he asked Taika to repeat what he said again. He laughed and said that now he only has second place in the rating. The battle has begun. Taika prepared to attack with his spear. He said that he only plays in the arena to be able to face max-level noob. Ken Hyunwoo was amazed. He did not expect to hear such a thing from the best ranker of the game. Suddenly, Taika delivered a lightning strike. The boy barely managed to dodge, thinking that for an average player, the fight would already be over. Not allowing the max-level noob to regain consciousness, Taika attacked a second time. The guy managed to dodge again. After the third attack, Ken Hyunwoo realized that he also had to take the initiative. He boldly rushed at the enemy. Taika deflected the boy's blow with an elbow. Ken Hyunwoo couldn't believe that all of this was real. He couldn't even imagine that someone could so easily deflect the blow of his sword with their own body part. It is not for nothing that Taika was called the king of the arena. Ken Hyunwoo tried to remember the last time he faced such a strong opponent. Apparently, it was back in the days when he was a Milligat. Suddenly, the boy had a good idea. Activating his dark magic, he rushed at Taika. He barely had time to fend off his opponent's blows, and the speed of the maximum-level noob's attacks kept increasing and increasing. Taika understood that this boy had been hiding his true power from the beginning. He knew that the max-level noob had every chance of winning. The boy turned out to be much smarter than he thought. But Taika did not give up. The man was going to fight to the last. At the same moment, he attacked the maximum-level noob, activating blood streams. The boy barely managed to dodge them. Meanwhile, the blood was increasing. Taika used her to create a real hurricane around him. He was terribly focused, realizing that he would have no other chance to win. The max-level noob was confused. He had never met such a scowl. The boy was fighting off streams of blood, but it was quite difficult for him. The boy told himself to pull himself together, otherwise he risked losing. Max-level noob channeled all of his power into the Dark Heaven Blast. This turned out to be enough to win against Taika. Now the boy has moved to the second place in the rating. The triumph of the max-level noob was closely watched by Ren. Suddenly, the max-level noob said that he was looking forward to meeting the currently ranked #1 player. Rain was ready to accept the challenge. He himself had long wanted to compete with the boy who made such a noise around him. Not only that, he collected information about him for a long time among familiar players of Arena, and not only. Rain understood that the boy who appeared only a few months ago in the game had some kind of secret. Max-level noob managed to destroy several guilds when his level was too low, was in the center of the main scenario, and climbed the rankings by leaps and bounds. Now he was the best of the best in the arena. Rain understood that the first place rightfully should not have belonged to him or Taika, as most believed. The first at this stage was max-level noob. That's why Rain spent more than an hour watching videos of this participant, carefully analyzing all his movements. Max-level noob impressed him with his game. Rain noticed that it had a habit of not showing all of its skills at once. Now the man understood that knowing such a feature of the game of the maximum-level noob, he had every chance to win in it. Meanwhile, Ken Hyunwoo felt incredibly happy. The guy was happy that a lot of spectators saw how he defeated Taika himself and took second place in the ranking. Fans of the player began to write that when he reaches the first place, then, obviously, he will have nothing more to shoot about. Max Level Noob assured viewers that he will, in any case, continue to create interesting content. Not only that, he noted that he had prepared a surprise for the fans. He will show the truth only when he reaches the first place in the rating. Smiling, he invited all the audience to wait for this moment. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo received a message that there would be a quest in the arena. He was overjoyed, hoping that he would be able to get new titles and items. The boy was delighted with the conditions of the quest called Invincible King. In it, he had only to defeat his opponent. Ken Hyun-woo will be able to get the rank and skill book. Viewers began to recall in the comments how much the Max Level Noob had already accomplished, considering that he did not belong to any of the guilds and moved around the arena alone. The boy fulfilled the dreams of the audience. That's why they literally bombarded Max Level Noob with donations and gold. The player was very grateful to the audience for this. It has been a long time since he received so much money for one stream. The boy was literally covered by a tsunami of gold coins. He did not stop thanking his supporters for such generosity. While the Max Level Noob was bowing to the audience for donations, an opponent appeared in front of him. It was Rain. He was somewhat surprised to see the player in such a strange position in front of him, and Ken Hyun-woo still could not forget the tsunami of gold coins. Rain thought that the boy's reaction might just be a trap to catch him off guard and distract him from the upcoming battle. A minute later, the duel began. Rain was convinced that the Max Level Noob had no doubts about his victory. The man was going to use this to his advantage. Now his opponent was behaving as Rain had assumed earlier. However, the man also decided to hide some of his flaws for a while. His main advantage was the school of the 3rd grade, which was called Beast Warrior. Thanks to him, Rain could literally kill a Max Level Noob with one blow, using the strength of a minotaur and the agility of a griffin. Ken Hyun-woo was really determined to win at all costs. To begin with, he used the Giant's Power skill, which temporarily increased his standing strength. He also used Battle Spirit, which significantly slowed down his opponent's actions. Rain was unprepared for such actions of the enemy. Meanwhile, Max Level Noob summoned Shadows. The owner immediately ordered the bear to share the buff with him. For this, he promised that he would then allow the bear to ride the carousel for 30 minutes. He agreed. After the Max Level Noob received several shadow buffs, Rain realized that his situation had worsened even more. Ken Hyun-woo felt incredible power and confidence in his abilities. The boy also did not forget to use dark magic. He unleashed his favorite Dark Heaven Blast, which had recently brought down the unsurpassed Taika. Smiling, the Max Level Noob told Rain that he would definitely take his life. Opponent Ken Hyun-woo competed in the arena against a huge number of people, including many professional gamers. Until today, he didn't think he could lose to any of them. Right now, Rain realized that he was unable to withstand the maximum level noob. He was a real monster and different from anyone the man had competed with before. Rain thought that if he tried to figure out the Max Level Noob's fighting style, he could win. But it remained only in his dreams. Now the man understood that no one could defeat the leader. Meanwhile, Ken Hyun-woo dealt a decisive blow to his opponent. Rain died, and the long-awaited victory in the battle went to Max Level Noob. The audience was delighted. They showered Ken Hyun-woo with donations again. Even Dwayne Evans sent his teacher a hefty sum. After all the donations, Max Level Noob addressed the audience. He said he became the king of the arena and reached the highest rank in the game. Then he said goodbye and announced that the stream is ending today. After the broadcast ended, Ken Hyun-woo took off his mask and exhaled. He was happy that he had finally regained the former glory he had during Milliget's time. Suddenly, he realized that he had not just defeated Rain, he had won the quest. He decided to find out what reward he was due for this. The boy received the title Invincible King, which increased all his stats by 50% and a book of skills. Ken Hyun-woo was delighted. The boy understood that with such an award, he would now not be able to lose to any player. Above all, he was happy about a book that could change the chosen school when using it. Ken Hyun-woo had never heard of this book before, so he immediately decided to try it out. As soon as he opened it, some of his skills immediately changed or improved, while others, on the contrary, disappeared. The boy was extremely surprised at this turn of events. What happened really looked strange. Ken Hyun-woo did not understand whether he should be happy or sad. However, he did not doubt for long. When Ken Hyun-woo realized that several of his skills had greatly improved, he literally danced with joy. Having calmed down a little, the boy thought about the fact that there might be some difficulties with the use of improved skills. Even a durable sword manifestation skill requires very delicate mana control. The guy realized that he wanted to visualize it He tried to cause the dark heavens to explode. Ken Hyun-woo liked the result. Of course, the speed and range were somewhat lacking, but the destructive power was greatly improved. The boy thought he needed the help of someone more experienced in dealing with the new and improved skills. He immediately remembered his teacher, LeBron. A few hours later, after Ken Hyung-woo left the game, he received a call from Kyle. The manager congratulated him on his victory over Rain and added that he had found a team for the boy as a gift. Kyle asked Ken Hyun-woo if he remembers Big Stars. He, of course, remembered. The manager informed that they are now called Crescent. The new owner of the team is very grateful to Nazar for the large investment in the project. Ken Hyun-woo asked what happened to the former players of the team. Kyle replied that most players had finished their pro gaming careers and started holding back. At the end of the conversation, the manager said that his boss, who had arrived in Korea, was meeting with the new team owner tomorrow. He requested that Ken Hyun-woo be present at this meeting. The next day, the boy met Jamie in one of the best hotels in the city. The man told Ken Hyun-woo that the new owner of the Crescent is already waiting for them. Jamie admitted that at their first meeting, he made a pleasant impression on him. A minute later, they entered the hall of the restaurant where the meeting was to take place. When Ken Hyung-woo saw the team owner, he was even speechless for a moment. He had already met this man when he came to repay his father's debts. He also recognized Ken Hyun-woo and seemed surprised to realize that the boy was a max-level noob. Afterwards, everyone sat down at the table. Jamie sensed that Ken Hyun-woo was unhappy with something. The new owner of the team tried to pull himself together. With a smile, he introduced himself to the boy, saying that his name was Daeon Moon and that he was now in charge of the Crescent. After that, the man extended Ken Hyun-woo's hand. He, putting aside his personal feelings, thought about the fact that Daeon Moon could make a great leader. At least the team won't have to worry about finances, and this man did not do anything illegal in relation to his father. After enduring a short pause, Ken Hyun-woo shook Daeon Moon's outstretched hand. He offered the man to leave the past behind and assured that he was ready to accept his guardianship as the leader of the team. Afterwards, the boy told Jamie and Diane that it would be a good idea to discuss the team they wanted to form. Ken Hyun-woo noted that the nationality of the players does not matter. The main thing is that they know English. He also said that he already has several people in mind. Jamie asked Ken Hyun-woo what he thought the minimum level of players should be. The fact is that most of the top-rated players did not plan to become pro gamers. The guy replied that Crescent players do not necessarily have leading positions in the rating. Skills can always be improved and levels can be raised. Besides, the team will have him, the max-level noob. Daeon couldn't believe that Ken Hyun-woo was so self-confident that he thought he could single-handedly lead the team to victory. The guy thought about the fact that he could find a common language with any player. Even more so, because he has a huge experience of communicating with Tenny. Suddenly he asked Jamie what was the minimum number of people needed to participate in the Arena League. He answered that it was 6. If there are more, a fine must be paid. Diane added that there are usually 2 sides of 6 men, making 12 contestants. He also noted that he sees nothing wrong with paying the fine but increasing the number of participants. The next day, a max-level noob started streaming while in a clothing store. He asked the audience if they knew about the festival in Aslan. They answered in the affirmative. Then the boy said that today they will go to him together with Tenny, but first you should look for clothes. After these words, he summoned a bear to him. The boy assured Tenya that they would not be hunting today. Then he gave the bear a bunch of things and asked him to change. Tenny immediately ran to do it. 10 minutes later, he came out of the fitting room. However, now Taney did not look like a teddy bear, but like a cute boy in a festive costume. The audience's surprise knew no bounds. The max-level noob explained that his pet had learned to transform into a human. Hearing this, the audience literally froze at the screens. Tenny's fans were in awe of their idol. They immediately showered Ken Hyun-woo with generous donations. The boy, bowing low, began to thank the audience for the gold. He made Tenny do it too. Later, the two of them went to the festival in Aslan. Tenny whined that he would be more happy to rest at home. Ken Hyun-woo said that he would rather thank him for not going hunting. The owner and his pet spent the next few hours having a lot of fun. They rode the merry-go-rounds, shot at the shooting range, and tried on each other's masks. At some point, Tenny smelled a very familiar smell. It turned out that it came from buns with bean filling that were sold on the street. After a few minutes, Tenny already had this delicacy woven into both of her cheeks. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't look at him. At that moment, he seemed extremely cute to him. In the end, The boy informed the audience that the first part of the stream had come to an end. Next will be the second one related to hunting. This upset Tenny because he liked to have fun. Ken Hyun-woo allowed him not to participate in the hunt. After a minute, Shadow disappeared, and max-level Noob informed the audience that it was time to start the second part of the stream. What was his surprise when in a few seconds, the number of viewers of the broadcast almost halved. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo went to LeBron's training camp. He immediately showed the teacher everything he had learned before they saw each other. He also asked the knight to help him figure out new techniques. LeBron couldn't help but be happy as he watched Ken Hyun-woo literally sweep the mannequins away. What's more, his student had mastered the knight captain's secret technique in less than an hour. The guy really took the fighting secrets that LeBron told him very seriously. This technique added speed to his movements. On the teacher's advice, he began to focus exclusively on his own legs. In a moment, Ken Hyun-woo was surrounded by dark magic and felt weightless. Now he could move around the court almost at the speed of sound. After training, the boy fell to the ground without strength. However, he was happy that he achieved such cool results. LeBron said he has nothing more to teach the kid, so he can go his own way. However, the knight asked him to meet with Chief Inspector Tesabu. The very next day, Ken Hyun-woo was thinking about this task. He guessed exactly where to look for the inspector. But today, he wanted to find some dungeon to get quality and interesting content. The boy asked Tina if he had turned into a human today. He answered that no. The bear explained that he is much more comfortable in the body of an animal. He also admitted to the host that after the festival, he realized that his sense of smell had improved significantly. Tiny then ran forward, shouting for Ken Hyun-woo to follow him. He reported that he could find what his master needed. The boy, without thinking, rushed after the bear. 10 minutes later, they were standing at the entrance to Mountain Lord Johansson's lair. Tenny said that he could smell a special monster coming from this cave. Ken Hyun-woo didn't even expect that his pet's new abilities would be so useful. The guy also assumed that the cave was not just a monster, but a boss. Ken Hyun-woo and the bear went into the middle. After walking a few meters, they saw a passage in front of them. Entering it, they immediately saw a giant golem monster in front of them. After a moment, several more monsters appeared. All of them were hostile to uninvited guests. Ken Hyun-woo readied his sword. He guessed that if golems appear, then the owner of this place is a wizard. He charged, activating dark magic before doing so. In just a moment, one of the monsters was defeated, and the boy gained additional experience. Ken Hyun-woo did not relax. He continued to fight on. The boy bravely fought with golems that were many times larger than him. In 10 minutes, he destroyed them all. Ken Hyun-woo gained extra experience, but no new item. This upset him. The boy and Tenny moved further along the corridor. After a few more meters, they saw a door through which light was shining. After opening them, Ken Hyun-woo froze. In front of them, among a pile of books, a healthy man was sitting and dozing. It is obvious that it was the owner of the dungeon named Johansson. Suddenly, Tenny accidentally hit the book with his paw, which caused it to fall. Ken Hyun-woo screamed out of surprise. The giant woke up. Johansson asked the boy with the bear how they managed to get here, because the entrance to his room was well guarded. Ken Hyun-woo admitted that they destroyed the golems. The giant jumped up to the boy and asked if he was not a bird at times. Ken Hyun-woo didn't understand what Johansson meant by calling him that. The guy replied that he is an ordinary player. Such an answer confused the giant. After a moment, he gave a predatory grin and said that they were now in the dragon's lair. Ken Hyun-woo was amazed. Until now, he had never met a real intelligent dragon before. Johansson asked the uninvited guest how he managed to become so strong that he defeated his guards. Ken Hyun-woo bowed, and instead of answering, said that he would never have entered the cave if he had known it was a dragon's lair. He added that he was sorry for destroying the golems. Johansson reassured Ken Hyun-woo by saying that unlike ogres, dragons don't just kill people, but he was interested in why he initially mistook the boy for a chick. In the end, he realized that it was all about the smell. He asked the uninvited guest if he had recently seen a stupid young man with black hair and a face like he was responsible for all the problems in the world. Ken Hyun-woo understood that it was about Leo Mio, so he answered in the affirmative. Johansson smiled. Now he realized that he had confused the boy with the chick because of the smell of Leo Mio that had attached itself to him. After a pause, he asked Ken Hyun-woo why he had come to his cave in the first place. The guy replied that he wanted to find something. Johansson demanded details. Tenny listened to all this attentively. Ken Hyun-woo realized that if he was careful and cunning, he would be able to get some information about the quest from Johansson. The boy answered the dragon following the tracks left by the owner of one item. Then he handed Johansson the book that LeBron had given him the day before. The dragon put his hand on the book and said that he remembered this thing. He added that 500 years ago, its owner, a man from the eastern continent, crossed the mountains. Now it is difficult to find his traces. Ken Hyun-woo asked Johansson why he was saying that. Smiling, the dragon announced that it had blown up the top of the mountain where the owner of the book was. Ken Hyun-woo knelt before Johansson. He did not understand what he should do and how, in this case, to complete the quest. The boy's reaction surprised the dragon. Suddenly, he asked Ken Hyun-woo if he would like to go straight to the eastern continent. The boy replied that he would be happy to do so if it would help him get the information he wanted. But he did not understand how exactly, in such a case, he should cross the mountains, on which a bunch of barriers were placed. Johansson replied that he would remove the barriers from the mountains so that the boy and the bear could go to the eastern continent. After that, he created a pink magic pentagram around Ken Hyun-woo of Shadow. The boy tried to shout that he was not yet ready for the trip, but he disappeared before half a word. The dragon was left alone in his lair. The boy was teleported near a tree, painfully hitting the ground. He was angry that he did not have time to agree with Johansson. Meanwhile, Tenny was eating an apple, sitting comfortably on a branch. The boy asked the bear if he could not eat at least in such a situation. He replied that in order for him to benefit the owner, he must always be full. Ken Hyun-woo decided to explore the area. He climbed a high branch and looked around. What he saw was not like the eastern continent. The forest stretched everywhere. However, after hours of wandering, Ken Hyun-woo was convinced that Johansson had not deceived him and sent him to the eastern continent. This place was radically different from everything that was inherent in the West, and such monsters that roamed here could not be imagined in any other place. The boy bravely destroyed the eastern monsters, receiving additional experience for this. Tenny had already begun to whine that he and his master had been wandering for more than 4 hours. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and advised the bear not to be sad about it. After that, he pointed with his hand to a building in the distance. It is obvious that people definitely lived there. Then he picked up the bear and ran as fast as he could to this place, which turned out to be a small village. After 40 minutes, they were there. At the entrance, travelers were met by 2 guards. Ken Hyun-woo asked them what kind of place it was. He lied, saying that he accidentally got lost in Namsan and the road led him here. One of the guards said that the boy and the bear had obviously gone astray once they were here. Not only that, if they went for Namsan, they should start with Hajj. Ken Hyun-woo had never heard of Hajja. He knew that there were 3 places on the eastern continent, Mujansan, the Butler Mountains, and actually Namsan. The boy asked the guard what Kaju was. He answered that it is one of the cities of Mujansan. The guy thanked the guard for the explanation and left. He realized that he was not where he planned. Obviously, there was some magic here. One thing Ken Hyun-woo knew for sure, he would have fun on the eastern continent. Later, he and Tenny were sitting in a local restaurant in national costumes. The bear declared that he was terribly hungry and asked the owner to order him rice. Soon a waitress came up to them. The guy asked to bring them 1 portion of everything that was on the menu. He also asked the girl if she had heard anything about Hyunchinmun, who was supposed to be somewhere in Mujangsong. The waitress asked again, maybe he means Hyunghongmanjeon. Ken Hyun-woo immediately remembered that in martial arts novels, places with the part Manjeon were never considered good. He asked the waitress if it could be that Hyunghongmanjeon was a sect with several members, each with a strong martial art. The girl replied that the boy was well informed. Ken Hyun-woo directly asked the girl about the location of Hyunghongmanjeon. The waitress replied that she thought the place was in Jongyeon City, which is not far from Haju. The boy thanked the girl for the information. He was glad he had the first destination sorted out. After lunch, max-level Noob started streaming. He informed the audience that he was currently not in the Empire, but on the eastern continent. The guy mentioned that together with Tenny, they are planning to visit the city of Chongyeon to complete a quest. Smiling, he added that he had already agreed to join one trade group. An hour later, they set off. Ken Hyun-woo was very grateful to the head of the trade group's guards, an old man named Jang Hyung, for allowing him to join them. Ken Hyun-woo went by the name Jinjin. Chang Heng immediately understood that this was an alias, but he did not see the boy as a threat to the trading group. Suddenly, the old man pointed Ken Hyun-woo to the mountain in front of them. He explained that the famous mountain fortress is located there, He asked if he could ask the boy for help if something suddenly happened. He nodded. It was at this moment that a gang of robbers blocked the way for the trade group. The leader of the gang said that in order to go further, they should pay tribute. Jung Hyun noted that they paid the toll in the area 2 days ago. The bandit replied that they had not seen this money. He added that travelers should give them 500 gold coins. Instead of answering, the guards of the trade group, led by Jang Hyung, drew their sabers. The pack leader noted that they had no choice but to take the gold by force. After these words, the whole gang took out their weapons. Next, Jung Hyun rushed at the main robber. An exciting battle began. Ken Woo immediately realized that he should open the chat window. Meanwhile, viewers in the comments highly praised the new max-level noob content. The guy told the audience that now his position is to simply wait and not intervene in the fight. After all, Chang Hyun hasn't given him any quest yet, so the bandit can offer it too. Suddenly, Jang Hyun shouted to the boy to help him. Seeing that Ken Hyun Woo was doubtful, the old man offered a quick reward in exchange for his help. After these words, a quest was created. The boy thought that he would have helped Chang Hung even without it. He didn't like the robber's face too much. Ken Hyun Woo then pointed his index finger at the bandit and created an explosion with dark magic. A moment later, the charred criminal leader lay surrounded by his gang. Winking at the audience, the maximum-level noob invited them to join him in seeing what Chang Heng was capable of. The criminal leader asked the boy if he knew who he was. The max-level noob smiled and said that he was the bandit leader from Song Ho Chi. The man wanted to say something but began to disappear. Ken Hung Woo won the victory over the criminal leader and gained additional experience. The boy wondered if this character could not be from Song Ho Che. At that moment, Yang Hyun approached Ken Hyun Woo with words of gratitude. The boy asked the old man if he had heard anything about Hyunshin Manjeon. He replied that he didn't know much, but he had heard that it was once a well-known force in the world of martial arts. Now there was no news about them for a long time. Some even say that this power no longer exists. This information confused Kang Hyung Woo even more. Suddenly, Jang Hyung said that Hyunshin Manjeon's footprints were last seen in Goimdansan. He advised the boy to go there. He also promised that their trading company would take him there. Half a day later, Ken Hyun Woo was climbing the cliff with Tenny. Physically, the boy was not tired at all, but it was difficult for him mentally. In the end, he decided to take a break and just finish the stream. He told viewers that next time they will have even more interesting content. After that, he said goodbye and ended the broadcast. Ken Hyun Woo was disappointed. He didn't understand how much more time he should spend to find Hyung Han Manjeong. In a rush of emotions, the boy shot a beam of dark magic straight into the rock. An explosion rang out and a strangely shaped crack appeared on the rock. After this act, Ken Hyun Woo's mood improved significantly. Suddenly, someone called them from the cliff. It was a small, bearded man. He demanded that the travelers introduce themselves. The man began to shout that they had no right to use such force here. After these words, the quest was updated. But the boy should have spoken to the leader of Hinshinmun. Ken Hyun Woo was surprised when he realized who was in front of him. He bowed, introducing himself as Jinjin again, and informed the man that he had studied Hyunshinmun through the records that had been left on the Western continent. The man was amazed to learn this information. He asked the boy where these records are now. He replied that they had disappeared. Then the little man said that Jinjin could help him in any way since he was still reading the records. He asked the boy to follow him to Hunshinmun because that's where they could talk in peace. After that, the little man slipped into a small crack in the rock. Ken Hyun Woo and Tenny followed him. What was their surprise when they found themselves near a large stone building? It was Hyunshinmun. The boy immediately asked the little man why people call Hyunshinmun Huncheongmaejin. He explained that in the past, their clan often competed with demonic groups. That is why the demonic particle appeared in their name. It was supposed to be a metaphorical expression, but many facts about them were distorted. Next, the little man asked Ken Hyung Woo how well he had mastered the art of Hunshinmun. The guy replied that it was pretty good. The man was happy, saying that, in that case, they would be able to restore this art. It turns out that 100 years ago, their former leader disappeared and never returned. Part of the Hunshinmun user manual was damaged, so the current records are incomplete. In the words of the little man, Ken Hyun Woo immediately learned the quest. He said he wanted to get the lost pages of the manual. After these words, Ken Hyun Woo counted the previous task as completed. At the same moment, a new quest was formed, according to the terms of which the boy had to achieve the 5-star qualification of mastering the art of Hunshinmun. For that, he could get a manual with all the pages. Ken Hyun-woo asked the little man for some time to complete the task. He agreed, adding that he was convinced of the boy's future success. The boy climbed out of A-Cube in high spirits. He really liked the conditions of the quest. Suddenly, he received a message on his phone. A minute later, a joyful Ken Hyun-woo flew into the room where An-chan was sitting. He almost choked on his chips from surprise. Ken Hyun-woo announced that Nazar will hold a party before the start of the professional league at Arena. He asked his friend if he would like to get on her. The party from Nazar was quite a well-known event among streamers, which could only be attended by those with connections to the company. Laughing, Ken Hyun-woo assured that he would be able to bring An-chan to the event as well. Meanwhile, Kang Chung's Kim Seo-jun was also going to attend the party. The New World Guild Master hoped that there he would finally be able to see the true face of the maximum-level noob. The next day, Kyung Hyun-woo went to work on his new skills, improving the skill of the Hyunchun-mun art. So with the help of a magical explosion, he managed to break the rock. In 2 days, his skill increased. The boy believed that soon he would be able to complete the quest. Suddenly, he remembered the award the clan leader had given him after completing the previous task. It was a mysterious relic. The boy did not expect to see anything special in the box, but he believed that the thing he would find would be no worse than his previous items. In the box, there was an elixir of Hyunchun-mun, which seemed to be able to increase the player's skills. Frightened that Tenny might take him away, the boy immediately swallowed the elixir. At the same moment, all the boys' ranks increased, a new school appeared, and the qualification rose to 5 stars. The quest was counted as completed. A second later, the Hyunchun-mun art study guide appeared in front of the boy with all the pages. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't believe that all this happened after he just drank the elixir. The boy immediately took the manual to the clan leader. He was incredibly grateful to him for that. The man asked what Jinjin wanted in return. The young man asked for some treasure of the clan, something like a pendant, which he retrieved and now held in his hands. The leader of the Hyunchun-mun clan said that there were no treasures in their organization. The last precious thing left in them was what the missing founder had. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo asked the little man if he knew the founder's last whereabouts. He replied that the last traces were found in the ascetic practice in Sohosan, but he did not know the details. After these words, a new quest was formed for Ken Hyun-woo. The boy had to find the treasure that disappeared with the founder of Hyunchun-mun. The boy also learned that with increasing skill, a skill called Hyungchan appeared. It was also received by Ken Hyun-woo. The man explained that this skill awakens transcendental sensations in ordinary time. The boy thought that he needed a real fight to properly understand the new school. That is why he and Tenny went for a walk in a dangerous place. There they almost immediately met a gang of thieves who began to demand gold from them in exchange for their lives. Of course, such conditions did not suit Ken Hyun-woo. Then the leader of the bandits rushed at the boy. He fought back immediately. Then there were new attacks by criminals. At some point, the boy tried to concentrate and activate the skill Hyungchan. Ken Hyun-woo's feelings were heightened. At the same moment, the movements of the bandits slowed down. The boy took his time and fought off all the enemies. Later, coming to his senses, the boy thought for a few minutes about what had happened. It is obvious that the fight with Hyunchun was much smoother than without him. Thanks to this skill, Ken Hyun-woo defeated all the thieves and gained additional experience. Suddenly, someone called out to him. A young man with long hair approached the boy and asked him what martial arts he practiced. Without giving Ken Hyun-woo a chance to answer, the stranger said that even though he was seeing the boy for the first time, he was already impressed by his skills. Ken Hyun-woo looked at the young man carefully. He noticed that a plum blossom was painted on his clothes. This symbol had a certain meaning in martial arts. Meanwhile, the stranger introduced himself as Jeonpun, a Taoist from the Songwei clan. Ken Hyun-woo said again that his name is Jinjin. Jeonpun laughed and said that he could sense the boy's lies. He added that he would like to know the real name of a new acquaintance. Ken Hyun-woo had to reveal his real name. He also said that he was on his way to Soyang now. Jeonpun smiled and said that he was also going that way on business. He added that he was heading to Seonghwa Gate near Manhwa Mountain, which is right next to Soyang. Jeonpun suggested that Ken Hyun-woo go along. He agreed. The boy thought that the young man reminded him very much of Kim Seo-jun's brother. A few hours later, they arrived in Soyan. Jeonpun said goodbye to Kyung Hyun-woo and said that if he needed his help, he would be near Mount Manhwa. After these words, the young man quickly ran away about his business. Afterwards, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny enjoyed delicious meals at a local restaurant. The boy thought about the fact that none of the characters here gave him a clear answer about Hyunchan Damjan. However, the Singhua 2 gate obviously played some important role. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo realized that he had to see Jung-poon again. An hour later they met. Ken Hyun-woo was wearing a mask and the young man immediately asked him to take it off. After hesitating, the boy did so. After that, Jung-poon asked Kyung Hyun-woo what he could do for him. The guy replied that he came to the meeting only to see the new moon again. Jung-poon said that Manhwa Mountain has a very scenic view. He suggested Ken Hyun-woo to go there. Soon they were standing on the mountain near the hearth on which the meat was being roasted. Ken Hyun-woo had a mask on his face again. He confessed to Jung-poon that he was looking for the founder of Hugchungmun. So far, he only knows that the man was last seen in Soho-san. Jung-poon thought. He knew the one Ken Hyun-woo was talking about. This person had a very short period of activity and then suddenly disappeared. Despite this, the founder of Hyunchunmun had great power in his time. Jung-poon asked Kyung Hyun-woo why he was looking for this person. The guy replied that he needed to find the item she left behind. Maledic was surprised. He did not remember that the founder of Hyunchunmun had ever mentioned valuable items. The guy thought. Jung-poon promised Ken Hyun-woo to look for information about the founder of Hyunchungmun. Ken Hyun-woo informed Jung-poon that he had to leave for a few minutes. Going behind the trees, the boy checked the mail. As he expected, he received a message from Mason. The guy immediately wrote back, noting that he wanted to meet his friend at the Nazaru party and discuss something there. Mason was very happy to read this. He felt that he was in for some kind of surprise from the max-level noob. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised that someone could react so violently to the upcoming meeting with him. Leaving the game, Mason thought about what his friend would suggest. Who knows, maybe he was going to create a guild. The only thing Mason knew for sure was that the max-level noob had no idea of his real situation. John, his butler, entered the young man's room with his maids. Mason asked the man to find out about the activities of Nazar, connected with Hunkond Menjin. John bowed and said he would do anything. Then the young man descended the stairs of his luxurious estate. He planned to go shopping to find an outfit for an upcoming party. Next, he began to choose a car that would fit his clothes today. Maledic was Mason Romler, a direct heir to one of the country's most influential dynasties. A few days later, Ken Hyun-woo and Enchan flew business class to New York. Later, when they landed, Enchan complained to a friend that he couldn't sleep on the plane because of the excitement. It turns out that this was his first flight in his life. Kyle met the boys at the airport. It was decided that Ken Hyun-woo and the manager would go immediately to the Nazaru office, and Enchan would go to the hotel to get some sleep. Jamie was waiting for the boy in the office. He immediately started talking about tomorrow's party being the best ever. In addition, Ken Hyun-woo is officially recognized as the best streamer on it. The boy replied that he planned to wear a mask to the party. In his opinion, it is not yet the right time to show everyone his true face. Suddenly, Kim So-jun and Kang Chun-gu flew into the office where Ken Hyun-woo, Jamie, and Kyle were sitting. The master of the Guild of the New World said that he hoped that, when he was in New York, the boy would visit him first. Jamie sighed. He understood that with the appearance of Kim Seo-jun, it would be very difficult to finish the conversation with Kyung Hyun-woo. The next evening, there was nowhere for an apple to fall near the company's office. A bunch of photographers and arena fans were waiting for the appearance of their favorite players. The first to appear on the red carpet was Liu Shay from the Nine Dragons Guild. Reina and Mascherano came next. No one expected to see them here, because their teams were not sponsored by Nazar, but by Aida's. One of the journalists asked Reina if she was going to sign a contract with Nazar at some point. The girl replied that she came to the party to meet one of her acquaintances. Mascherano noted that Reina always communicates very coldly with those around her, the only exception being the max-level noob. Next on the red carpet appeared Kim Seo-jun and Kang Chun-gu. The latter was still under the influence of the party that took place the day before. Then he, Kim So-jun, Ken Hyun-woo, Jamie, and Kyle had a good time drinking several cases of alcohol. So one by one, the celebrities invited to the party gathered. And a little later, a person appeared who attracted the attention of all journalists. Of course, it was a max-level noob, who even wore a mask to the party. He was accompanied by Enchan, better known as streamer Argon. Yesterday, the boys drank a lot in the company of Kim So-jun and others, so they felt bad today. Journalists were delighted when they saw the most mysterious player of Arena. Immediately after max-level noob and Aragon, Mason took the red carpet. Journalists were shocked to see the heir of a famous family. And what surprised them even more was that Mason turned out to be familiar with the max-level noob. This gave rise to a lot of gossip about who exactly is hiding under the mask. Later, in the middle of the party, max-level noob, admitted to Mason that he had surprised him. The boy could not imagine that his playmate in real life would turn out to be the heir to the Romular dynasty. Mason asked the max-level noob what he was going to tell him. The guy suggested to his friend to talk about it in a quiet place. 10 minutes later, the young people were standing on the balcony. Here, no one could overhear or disturb them. Mason was looking forward to what the max-level noob would tell him. The boy slowly took off his mask and asked Mason if he would like to get to the top of the arena. He explained that he is going to recruit a pro team in which he sees himself as the first player. Mason immediately accepted the offer because he always dreamed of being a pro gamer. He assured his friend that together they would succeed. Ken Hyun-woo, in turn, promised Mason that together they would lead the team to the top of the arena. After that, the young people shook hands. Kang Hyung-woo then put his mask back on and returned to the party specifically to find Kim So-jun and Kang Chung. Afterward, the three of them went to Kyung Hyun-woo's hotel room where a table was waiting for them. There, the boy took off his mask and asked Kim So-jun if he enjoyed the party. He replied that he had been to similar events many times, and today he only came because he and Kang Chung were invited by Ken Hyun-woo. The boy then smiled and declared that they would be the first in the battle arena, the first in live broadcasts, and the first in female popularity when he joined the New World Guild. Ken Hyun-woo added that he has an additional condition. He wants to get the territory in 3 months. Kim So-jun replied that he was ready to buy it for his boyfriend. He understood that the territory was needed in such a short period of time because the boy plans to become a pro gamer. Kang Chung-woo said that he heard that many teams in the league are currently looking for territories. In the next season, a siege will be necessary for the first division, and without territories, teams will not be able to participate in it. Kim Seo-jun, after drinking a few drinks, said that he was ready not only to give Ken Hyun-woo the territory, but also to support his team in other ways. After these words, he handed the boy a glass, which he drank reluctantly. Kim Seo-jun added that Kang Jong-gu would also not mind helping Kang Hyun-woo's team. He confirmed by saying that both he and Kim Seo-jun want to become closer to Kang Hyun-woo. Kim So-jun handed the boy a second glass. He drank it with more enthusiasm than the first. Soon, Ken Hung-woo and the New World Guildmaster got drunk. Meanwhile, Kang Chung-woo was pouring everything and pouring wine for them. 2 hours later, a tired Reina appeared at the hotel room. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. Then the girl decided that there was no one in the room and went inside. She sat down on the sofa and only later noticed the sleeping boy next to her. Reina immediately knew from the mask at his feet that she was a max-level noob. The boy's face was even more beautiful than she imagined. Unable to bear it, she leaned down and kissed him. Afterwards, Ken Hyung-woo woke In Chang up. Friends started talking about the fact that it is not possible to drink alcohol with Kim Seo-jang and Kang Chung-gu. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo's gaze settled on the mineral water and hangover medicine. Anchan assured that he did not bring it. Then the boy realized that someone had entered his room while he was sleeping. The next day, Kyung Hung-woo met in the arena with Jong-poon near the ascending gate. The man gave the boy a scroll saying that the information about the ascending gate, unknown Moon Hyunshin, is not well known in the main faction. Despite his lack of popularity among top-level masters, his actual martial arts are considered significant. Jung-poon also told Kyung Hung-woo that Hyunchung's tracks disappeared at some point. The boy asked the man if their character could just die. He replied that this could hardly happen. Kang Hyun-woo asked if there was anything unusual before Hyunchung disappeared. Jung-poon replied that he often encountered thugs in the martial world. After these words, a new quest was created for the boy, where he was supposed to investigate the so-called Million Branch. Ken Hyun-woo remembered the bandits he had already met. They were somehow connected with the Million Branch. Realizing this, the boy quickly said goodbye to Jong-poon and left. Eventually, max-level noob began streaming with Shadow in human form. The guy told the audience about a new quest and that he once defeated a gang of bandits that was connected to a secret organization. Now he and Tenny were in this place. Their goal was to learn as much as possible about the Million Branch. That is why they began to monitor people who were probably members of this organization. 30 minutes later, they climbed the stairs behind the wooden fence. The max-level noob realized that this was where their hideout was. At the same moment, he was asked if he would like to enter the fortress under the command of the Black Mountain League. The boy realized that a dungeon was waiting for them. The entrance to the fortress lit up with a magical glow, and without a moment's hesitation, the maximum-level noob and Shadow entered the middle. The boy saw people calmly engaged in farming and decided that there was no point in being afraid of them. So he stepped forward and solemnly said that if they surrendered the million branch without resistance, no one would be hurt. One of the men defiantly told the noob of the maximum level that he had brought the child here for nothing because this is the gathering place of bandits of the Black Mountain League. Then the man rushed at the boy with an axe. However, max-level noob only needed one hit to defeat this bandit and gain additional experience. Rubbing his fists, the boy sternly asked the other bandits who Million was. One of the men, bowing low, blurted out that the place where he is now is the fortress of the Black Mountain League, but he has no idea who Milan is. Suddenly, a young man said that he had information that could be useful to the boy. However, he was immediately ordered to shut up. This was done by the chief of the Yugam fortress, and his deputy Van Sam, not jokingly angry, advised the uninvited guest to leave. Ken Hyun-woo realized that Yugam is a thug from the Million branch. He said his guesses out loud. Van Sam shouted that he was not a bandit, but the leader of the fortress. However, the player only hit him painfully in the face. Then Van Sam began to ask Yugam to properly explain to the boy who he is. The young man repeated word for word everything that his deputy had said before, but the max-level noob could not be convinced. Then Van Sam, full of rage and enveloped in black magic, rushed at the boy. But the max-level noob was ready. He successfully parried the attack. After that, he rushed to Yugam. With the help of a blow of the fist, the boy won the victory over the bandit of the Million department. The player was glad that his intuition did not let him down. Cracking the knuckles in his hand, the boy noted that anyone who would think of lying to him would try his blow. Van Sam blurted out that he was guilty of believing Yugam's owls. The man remembered that he had noticed the strange behavior of his boss before. Max-level noob ordered Wansam to bring him immediately to the place where Yugam lived. 10 minutes later, they were standing in a clean wooden building. A book on one of the shelves caught the max-level noob's eye, so he picked it up. It was called Byeoncheon Tower. After reading the name, the boy realized that it was to this tower that Jungam sent all the gold that was earned from bandit activities. At the same moment, he was credited with the quest as completed, but another task appeared. Now the boy had to explore the fortress to find a trace of Hyunchong. Suddenly a whirlwind of black magic came into the house from nowhere, like a hurricane, and began to drag everything into itself. In a moment, the screen went black for everyone in the audience, and after a few more minutes, they saw a max-level noob flying in the sky. He explained that such a strange thing happened to him at the very moment when he found the book. And on the ground at the same moment, a handsome young man with long gray hair ran away from a gang of people in black. Ken Hyung-woo sensed that it was Hyunchin. At some point, the young man stopped without strength and asked his pursuers if they had not come to take revenge on him. One of the men in black replied that their comrade had almost died because of the gray-haired youth, so he must die now. Hyunchin drew his sword and scattered his opponents in an instant. The max-level noob realized that the young man had used the bomb in such an unusual way. And indeed, such a struggle was worthy of the name Hyunchin Damjin. The man in black came close to the gray-haired young man and said that despite everything, he was too weak to be his rival. Hyunchin calmly replied that he was very curious how long the pride of the man in black would last. After these words, another explosion rang out, and the young man quickly started running. The max-level noob noted that even though Hyunchin was extremely strong, he looked very tired. The man in black caught up with the young man, but he grabbed him and raised him above him, saying that this is not the end. After that, there was another loud explosion. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the max-level noob saw Hyunchin standing calmly over the remains of his enemy. Plum blossom petals flew around. The boy guessed that Chongpun and his warriors had something to do with this event. Seeing the warriors in white, the men in black decided that they should retreat. One of the soldiers approached Hyuchan. He asked what happened to Gucheon Milbu. The young man replied that he killed 5 of Gucheon, and now they need at least 100 years to prepare again. Then he took out half of the sword and asked the warrior to keep the thing. Hyunchin also stated that if his disciples or followers of the core text came to get the sword later, it would have to be returned. The max-level noob was terribly surprised when he saw this sword. After a moment, the boy saw Theni and Van Sam in front of him. He realized that he had seen something similar to a dream. However, this vision raised a lot of questions in him. The next day, Kang Hyung-woo set out for Jeonpong. He was glad to see the boy. Besides, he really liked the alcohol that Ken Hyung-woo had brought with him. So while drinking, the boy asked Jeonpun if he knew anything about Gucheon Milba. At first, he pretended not to understand what Ken Hyun-woo was talking about. However, the man then noted that he has been trying not to speak that name for the sake of his brother for some time. Ken Hyun-woo asked if his brother was related to Hyun Chong-moon. He answered in the affirmative. Jongpoon also said that it was time for Ken Hyun-woo to meet his boss. The boy didn't know if what Jongpoon was offering was good or bad. However, Ken Hyun-woo sincerely hoped that the end of the quest was waiting for him somewhere here. At one point, Jongpoon turned and faced Ken Hyun-woo, drawing his sword. The boy followed his example. It was at that moment that Ken Hyun-woo realized that things would not end as easily as he had hoped. On the same day, Jongpoon introduced him to the leader of the Gate of Enlightenment sect, Cha-eun. He immediately asked if the boy was a spy from a secret faction. Jongpoon assured the chief that this was unlikely since Ken Hyun-woo had already killed 2 agents from the secret faction. At the same moment, the boy received the inner aura of sect leader Cha-eun's Gate of Enlightenment. However, Ken Hyun-woo ignored her. He did not like that a high-ranking person began to pressure him. Then Cha-eun turned to Jongpoon. He ordered him to prepare for a duel with Ken Hyun-woo. Jongpoon asked why he had to fight his friend. Cha-eun replied that this way they would be able to make sure that Kyung Hyun-woo was not a spy. The boy understood that the sect leader wanted to test his fighting skills in this way. Less than an hour later, Jongpoon and Ken Hyun-woo were ready to begin their duel. Cha-eun and the other leaders of the Gate of Enlightenment sect watched them carefully. Ken Hyun-woo was happy that he would finally be able to see how strong Jongpoon was. He asked his opponent if he could handle him under any conditions. Jongpoon smiled and replied that the boy could test all the skills he had on him. The battle has begun. Jongpoon immediately used Manhwa's secret step technique. Because of her, Ken Hyun-woo was unable to approach his opponent properly. The boy still didn't understand if Jongpoon could be considered a strong duelist. At some point, the man tried to attack. Ken Hyun-woo managed to fight back. The boy then tried to infuse the Heavenly Realm blast into his sword. Surprisingly, he succeeded. Jongpoon was amazed at his opponent's skills. Even the leaders of the sect couldn't take their eyes off the action. The fighting techniques that Ken Hyun-woo possessed could not leave anyone indifferent. Cha-eun immediately let the boy know that he now believed that he was not a spy. He also admitted that Ken Hyun-woo had mastered the martial art perfectly. Jongpoon gave the boy a friendly hug and noted that he was stronger than he thought. Cha-woong said that their Gate of Enlightenment sect has always been against the secret faction, so he's very glad that Ken Hyun-woo has nothing to do with it. After that, Ken Hyun-woo took the box out. Cha-eun said that it contained what Hyun-chong once asked to return to his student. The box contained a unique broken sword of the Heavenly Realm. Ken Hyun-woo was overwhelmed by such an award. After a few minutes, Jongpoon, Cho-eun, and the other sect leaders said goodbye to him. They left, leaving the boy alone with the object. Now he realized for sure that he was observing the past. After all, it was this sword that he saw the day before in his vision. He also realized that he knew the handle of this unique weapon very well. He had received it once as a reward. Ken Hyun-woo was happy. Among other things, this sword could increase the power of attack and armor piercing. The boy understood that now the epic quest with weapons could be considered completed. Meanwhile, Cho-eun and Jongpoon were discussing the incredible abilities and kind heart of Ken Hyun-woo. Later, the boy came to Edchin. He said he needed help repairing the weapon. Ken Hyun-woo handed the dwarf a bottle of fine alcohol. Edchin was terribly happy to realize that this drink was brought from the eastern continent. He asked the boy what should be repaired. Ken Hyun-woo showed the blade and handle of the sword. Edchin began to examine the weapon. He noted that it was rare to find a sword imbued with this type of magic. He then asked Ken Hyun-woo if he wanted him to keep the rising weapon form. The boy thought and answered that he wanted the sword to remain in its original form. But for the tip, he asked to use the nozzles from the bottle of alcohol that he had brought to the dwarf. After a minute, Edchin got down to work. Soon, a sword forged by a dwarf lay in front of Ken Hyun-woo. This weapon could increase all of his stats and also had more attack power than his previous sword. In addition, it was a weapon of growth, which became stronger during the increase of magic skill. Ken Hyun-woo assured Edchin that he was very satisfied with his work. Dwarf asked to bring him another bottle of alcohol before the boy left. Ken Hyun-woo happily agreed. Finally, Edchin told the boy, if he ever found himself on the eastern continent again, to bring him some rare metals from there so that the dwarf could make a weapon for the boy. This was the new quest for Ken Hyun-woo. The player really liked the conditions of the new task and immediately began to perform it. Ken Hyun-woo went to Johansson's dragon. He was surprised to see the boy again. Ken Hyun-woo explained that now he wants the dragon to help him remove the barrier between the continents. He replied that he could do it on one condition, if Ken Hyun-woo conquers the top of Mount Baltar. Also, Johansson wants the boy to get a promise from the Emperor that he will not start the war first until the eastern continent provokes him. The dragon repeated that only if Ken Hyun-woo complied with his demands would he remove the barrier. Then Johansson handed the boy a document. It was a non-aggression pact to be signed by the emperor. He added that His Majesty is a monster. Ken Heng-woo thought that the emperor probably considered the dragon a monster as well. Johansson asked the boy to leave him as soon as possible. At the same moment, a new quest was created for Ken Hyun-woo. The player was amazed because it related to the main plot. Afterwards, while working on his laptop, Kang Chung-woo saw an incoming call on his phone. He was called by Ken Hyun-woo. He wanted to know when the New World Guild members planned to announce his joining the organization. Kang Chung-woo replied that he didn't plan to talk about it, at least not yet. Then the boy happily announced that he had received a new quest of the main scenario and would be happy to see the members of the New World Guild as full participants. Kang Chung-woo smiled and noted that he would announce Kang Hyun-woo joining their guild on the stream. There, he will also talk about the quest of the main scenario. After saying goodbye to his friend, the boy decided to return to the arena. A few minutes later, he was already in the Imperial Palace. The boy was kneeling before His Majesty's throne. He asked what Ken Hyun-woo needed from him this time. The boy realized that the emperor looked like a real madman. Ken Hyun-woo said he brought a souvenir for His Majesty. The emperor was intrigued. He wondered what Ken Hyun-woo had prepared for him. The boy handed His Majesty a bottle of alcohol, noting that he had brought this drink from the Eastern continent. A moment later, the bottle was in the hands of the emperor. He asked the boy how he managed to visit the Eastern continent, because for this he had to overcome the barrier in the Balter Mountains. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he was helped by a dragon. He added that this monster would be ready to remove the barrier altogether if His Majesty fulfilled one condition. With these words, the boy handed the emperor a contract. Ken Hyun-woo said that His Majesty should read this document and fulfill everything written in it. Suddenly, the contract caught fire in the boy's hands. This meant that His Majesty had read its contents. A moment later, the document was in the hands of the emperor, but even Ken Heng-woo did not let it go. His Majesty furiously asked the boy why, knowing the content of the contract, he dared to bring it to him. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't hold the document and dropped it from his hands, hitting the floor in pain. Suddenly, the emperor's expression changed. He sadly noted that Ken Hyun-woo still doesn't know him very well. At the same moment, a signature with His Majesty's seal appeared on the document. Ken Hyun-woo took the contract in his hands and looked at the emperor in surprise. He smiled and said that he would be grateful if Ken Hyun-woo would give him a few more bottles of alcohol from the Eastern continent. On the same day, the boy arrived at Johansson's. Happy, he gave the dragon a contract with the emperor's signature. He was amazed because he didn't think that Ken Hyun-woo would be able to complete the task. The dragon recognized that His Majesty's signature was genuine. Ken Hyun-woo immediately counted the quest as passed. However, Johansson said that the circumstances have changed somewhat. At the same moment, a new quest was created for the boy. The fact is that the connection of the Western and Eastern continents is not only a matter for people. To remove the barrier, you must also get the consent of at least 3 other races. This was the task for Ken Hyun-woo. Johansson handed the boy a glass ball. He said she would help him get approval. Ken Hyun-woo took the item and said that the task seemed easy to him. He promised the dragon that he would deal with him in a few days at the most. An hour later, he set about completing the quest. It was enough for Ken Hyun-woo to get the consent of 1 ogre, 1 dwarf, and 1 bear. He understood that for the dwarves, Edchin is a leader. Then the boy asked Tina which of his parents ruled the islands. Bear replied that his father. Ken Hyun-woo quickly decided on a route. It only took him a day to get the approval of the dwarves and ogres. Only the bears remained. Tenny's father was happy to meet Ken Hyun-woo again. He listened carefully to the boy without interrupting. Hugo was not averse to accepting the conditions proposed by Johansson, but noted that he had a request. He said that he wants Ken Hyun-woo to clean the cave again with Tenny. It turns out that the horrors were still in that place. It took the boy and the bear an hour to put the cave in order and gain additional experience. They also met Leo Mio again. He didn't seem to expect to see Ken Hyun-woo a second time. At one point, Leo Mio grabbed Tenny and held her tightly. He asked the boy what they had forgotten here. Ken Hyun-woo had to talk about the task from Johansson. Leo Mio did not like that some dragon was trying to conclude such a serious pact to unite the Western and Eastern continents. Desperation suddenly flashed in his eyes. He confessed to Ken Heng that he was forced to suffer for hundreds of years by blocking the demonic slits in the cave. He said that it hurts him that at this time someone decides such important things without him. Calming down, he thanked Ken Hyun-woo for sharing the valuable information with him. For this, Leo Mio handed the boy a roll. He explained that when the thing turned black, it would have to be torn apart, and Ken Hyun-woo would be by his side. the boy realized that a new quest was waiting for him. He was very happy to receive such an extraordinary gift from the hands of Leo Mio. The next day, Johansson looked into the magic ball. In it, Hugo assured that he had nothing against removing the barrier between the continents. The dragon was amazed that Ken Hyun-woo had completed the quest so quickly. The boy hinted that it was time to talk about his award. Johansson asked what he wanted. Ken Hyun-woo thought about it. He needs a ring, as well as new armor. In addition, it would be nice to get permanent or instant skills. The boy's current equipment was unique, but its usefulness was beginning to diminish. Ken Hyun-woo asked the dragon if he had armor that included a helmet, top, bottom, belt, and shoes. Johansson replied that he didn't have one, so the boy had to ask for something else. Ken Hyun-woo then asked for the precious metals, monster skin, essence, and recipe. Johansson replied that he doesn't have that either, because he, like a dragon, owns only treasures. This was already starting to annoy Ken Hyun-woo. He directly asked if Johansson had any monster material. After thinking, he suggested a black-maned lion or a harpy, but Ken Hyun-woo was not satisfied with either. Suddenly, the boy remembered that he had seen information about a monster boss named Drake Caruso who had destroyed the guild. Then he asked Johansson to catch the monster for him. Surprisingly, the dragon agreed. A minute later, he created a magic pentagram to teleport. The exit from Johansson's lair burst into a bright fire. After a moment, the dragon with the boy and the bear found themselves on the precipice of the cliff. Before their eyes was Drake, the oldest and scariest boss monster Ken Hyun-woo had ever seen. Johansson noted that it would be difficult to penetrate the armor of such a monster. But the boy could not be frightened. He was already ready to attack. Ken Hyun-woo asked Ten for all his buffs, and he immediately shared them with the master. The boy shouted to Johansson that he could last only 5 minutes, then he would need the dragon's help. After these words, Ken Hyun-woo rushed off the cliff straight towards Drake. The boy immediately activated black magic. He readied his sword to attack the boss monster. However, he first used his favorite Nine Heavens blast. Drake fell powerless. Ken Hyun-woo happily waved to Tina and Johansson. He was convinced of his victory. Suddenly, Drake stood up and roared with all his might. His body seemed to become even stronger than it was before the explosion. The boy hurried back to the bear and Johansson. He told the latter that he was leaving the monster to him. Johansson sighed and ordered Tenny's Ken Hyun-woo to hide. The dragon wanted to finish off Drake as soon as possible, so he created a giant fireball. A second later, he launched it right at the monster. The terrible and cruel Drake was defeated. Ken Hyun-woo received a unique Drake Caruso skin, and also his heart, which held the most serious magic. The boy was pleased with such an award, but Johansson said he had no time to rejoice. The fact is that Ken Hyun-woo had the last task waiting for him. Mount Cruz was located in the depths of the Butler Mountains. There appeared monsters that absorbed too much magic. There is a large stone monument at the top of this mountain. Ken Hyun-woo must destroy it. Johansson noted that only in this case he will be able to remove the barrier between the continents. After these words, a new quest was created for the boy. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't believe his eyes. Conquering the top of Cruz Mountain seemed too difficult a task for him. However, Johansson obviously had some benefit in all this. A few hours later, Ken Hyun-woo, while resting, thought about the fact that there was still plenty of time left before the stream with Kim Sejun. Maybe the last quest from the dragon should be done first. Suddenly, he noticed that a group of young men was approaching him. Ken Hyun-woo barely managed to put on his mask. Strangers immediately recognized him as a max-level noob. They asked if the boy knew them. He stared at them in surprise. One of the young men explained that they are the Zenith Guild, which ranks 19th in the arena rating. The max-level noob yawned, noting that he shouldn't be surprised because he's a superstar. He added that the young men came here only to steal some of his popularity. The members of the Zenith Guild did not like these words. The noob of the maximum level noted that he is not interested in communicating with young people. Then the boy turned around and wanted to leave. However, one of the young men tried to stop him, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. The max-level noob sternly replied that he had to go, but maybe they will meet again, so the newlyweds should prepare properly. The members of the Zenith Guild literally froze in place at these words. After a few minutes, the boy saw an empty theater stage in front of him. He quickly climbed on top of her. After another minute, Kok Chung-gu appeared next to him. Max-level noob asked his friend if everything was ready for today's announcement stream and if there would be any problems with it. Kong Chung-gu assured the boy that everything would be fine. A moment later, the spotlight on the stage turned on, and max-level noob started streaming. He greeted the audience and informed them that an important message awaits them today. He said that firstly, He is starting his career as a pro gamer and plans to debut in the Korean League next season. He added that he is creating his own team. However, Max Level Noob had another piece of news for the audience. It turns out that he has joined the New World Guild. He offered to discuss all the details in this regard with a member of this organization. At the same moment, a joyful Kim Seo-jun ran onto the stage. Max Level Noob was surprised by his appearance, as he thought only Kang Chung would be on the stream. The boy had no choice but to pretend in front of the audience that he was just waiting for Kim Seo-jun. The Max Level Noob, looking at the frightened Kang Chung, said that his reason for joining the guild was quite simple. The fact is that the organization became one of the sponsors of his future team. Kim Seo-jun burst out laughing and admitted that he had given Max Level Noob a palace so he could compete in the league. He also stated that the boy is about to start the quest of the main scenario. Hearing this, Ken Hyung-woo frowned. He did not plan to tell the audience today. However, Kim Seo-jun was unstoppable. He began to say that he was also going to visit the Eastern continent with the maximum level noob. Only later did the guildmaster of the New World realize that he had told the audience too much. He suddenly remembered what he and Ken Hyung-woo had talked about at the Nazaru party. With a smile, Kim Seo-jun told the audience that they will now be shocked. After a pause, he announced that when the Max Level Noob makes his debut as a professional player, he will definitely show his face to everyone. After the stream, Kang Hyun-woo, Kim Seo-jun, and Kang Chung-gu sat down to have lunch. The master of the Guild of the New World apologized for the fact that he so thoughtlessly scattered all the information to the audience. Ken Hyun-woo sighed and assured his comrade that he had done nothing wrong. After all, sooner or later, everyone would know about it anyway. The guy suggested that Kim Seo-jun and Kang Chung talk about the main script. They asked Ken Hyun-woo if he had a specific plan for completing the quest. The boy replied that to begin with, they should gather maps and all the necessary information about the Balter Mountains. He added that he himself does not have time for this. Therefore, since this is already the 6th main scenario, it would be nice to share it with other players. A little later, the most famous members of Arena gathered in the big hall. All of them, of course, were brought together by the Max Level Noob to talk about the 6th main scenario. He stated that he would only reveal the conditions when the other players provided him with maps of the areas of the Balter Mountains that they had visited. All players unanimously agreed to such a proposal. After everyone but Max Level Noob, Kim Seo-jun, and Kang Chung had teleported away, the boy asked his New World guildmates if he could trust them with everything else. The men answered in the affirmative. The boy smiled and said that he was glad to have such companions. After that, the players agreed to be in touch all the time. Next, Max Level Noob teleported to himself. Afterwards, Enchan savored the chicken and watched as his friend literally couldn't find a place for himself. It was obvious that something was bothering Ken Hyung-woo, but he didn't say what. In the end, after dinner, the boy admitted to Enchan why he was not feeling very well. It turns out that he did not have the inspiration to take on new content. It was supposed to be the Academy of Permojets, which all his viewers loved so much. However, the problem was that Ken Hyun-woo still didn't have a suitable apprentice candidate for the new season. After thinking, Enchan happily exclaimed that he knew who to propose to his friend. A moment later, he whispered one person's name into Ken Hyung-woo's ear. He stared at his friend in surprise. Enchan began to assure that this is a very good candidate for participation in the Winners Academy. This man had excellent control and a priest class that was rare for the arena. Ken Hyun-woo thought Enchan was offering a pretty good option. His friend added that this contestant was excellent with a healthy sword, which was definitely a good thing. Ken Hyun-woo agreed to meet with this candidate. A few hours later, his younger sister Yuri knocked on the door of Enchan's apartment. Later, sitting on the couch, the girl asked Ken Hyung-woo why he called her. The guy said that he wants Yuri to appear in his stream. The girl replied that she did not mind at all. Ken Hyun-woo was very happy when he heard this. Yuri also said that she has one question for the boy. With a sweet smile, she asked Kang Hyung-woo if she looked pretty today. Very soon, Max Level Noob started broadcasting. He noted that the final season of Winners Academy had begun, after which the show should close. Hearing this, the audience was upset. Max Level Noob asked fans not to worry because something very cool is waiting for them this season. After that, he introduced the participant, the incredible priestess who will fight for the bronze medal. A moment later, the beautiful Yuri entered the arena. The girl bowed to the audience and noted that she is Yuri, the sister of the famous arrogance streamer. The Max Level Noob said that today they will observe Yuri's skills and accordingly think about her fighting style. It turned out that all the characteristics of the girl were high. Max Level Noob noted that with such a mod, Yuri can even get offers from major guilds. However, Even though all the characteristics were higher than those of the previous students, the priestess class could be difficult due to skill deficiencies. Despite this, the max-level noob promised that Yuri would definitely get a bronze medal. About himself, the boy thought that any participant would be better than his previous student, the father of a sick daughter. Next, max-level noob summoned a dummy to test the girl's skills. The guy ordered Yuri to get ready. She immediately took up her giant sword, Flower of Despair, which was able to create a shockwave proportional to the magic power. The max-level noob announced the start of the duel. The girl immediately rushed to attack her opponent. She delivered blow after blow with such precision that the max-level noob even thought he had nothing to teach her. The mannequin was barely able to stay on its feet and was ready to fall at any moment. The girl did not allow herself to be distracted for a second. She was more focused than ever. In addition to accurate attacks, Yuri also did not forget to use a reliable shield. Not even 10 minutes passed when she won a clear victory over her opponent. Yuri was very happy, and the noob of the maximum level admitted to the audience that the girl's victory impressed him, because none of his students showed such a result at the first meeting. He noted that Yuri's fighting style is suitable because she has unusual skills of a priestess and clearly senses the time to use them. The max-level noob added that right now, Yuri wouldn't mind a passive scythe that would increase her insufficient attack power. The girl immediately asked the boy what special passive school he was talking about. The max-level noob replied that the girl should extract the sword energy. After that, he demonstrated what he meant, much to the amusement of the audience. Yuri admitted that she has one school called Mastery of Holy Power. When this power manifests, the attack power increases. Max-level noob realized that priests only learn 2 or 3 skills at each level. The guy helped the girl get a new passive school, which she immediately activated. Now Yuri felt inspired and completely happy. The noob of the maximum level began to brag to the audience about his student because she learned to draw energy from the sword. Not everyone could do that. Some have studied this school but still haven't learned how to draw energy from their weapons. Spectators in the comments were showered with compliments for max-level noob because it takes real talent to teach a person such a complex skill so quickly. Many fans also noted the boy's special attitude towards the beautiful Yuri. At the end of the stream, the noob of the maximum level asked the girl until next time how to work out the new school and not to neglect training. Afterward, Ken Hyun-woo was lying on the sofa thinking about who could be Yuri's sparring partner. Suddenly he remembered one person. The guy immediately called her. That man was Hedo. He was incredibly happy to hear Ken Hyun-woo's voice. The boy immediately offered the former knight to take part in his fight as a replacement. Hedo replied that it would be an honor for him. He also asked to meet with Ken Hyun-woo before the stream, as he wanted to tell him something. The guy didn't mind. After saying goodbye to Hedo, Ken Hyun-woo turned his attention to his laptop screen. It turns out that he received a letter from the New World Guild. In it, Kang Chung-gu wrote his ideas regarding the 6th main plot and how to appeal to as many viewers as possible. This strategy seemed interesting to the boy, which he immediately wrote about in a letter to Kang Chung. Ken Hyun-woo then thought about which guilds to choose to join the 6th main story. His gaze rested on the clock. The boy realized that he should return to the arena as soon as possible, because he still had business there for today. 10 minutes later, Ken Hyun-woo was in the game, where he quickly received an armor set made from Drake material. Half an hour later, Kang Chung-woo called him. He reported that the soldiers were hit. Ken Hyun-woo didn't immediately understand him. It turns out that several powerful guilds, Zenith, Mono, and 5 Stars, have attacked Reina's team. Kang Chung-woo also noted that the girl was simply angry. After talking with the general of the Guild of the New World, the boy decided to act as soon as possible. At the same time, Reina met with representatives of her team to understand what the damage was. She was told that 2 unique items and 5 rare items were lost. Reina, as she could, tried to calm her comrades, promising that she would make up for everything. Suddenly, a maximum-level noob appeared in front of them. He apologized to the girl, saying that what happened was his fault. The guy said that he is responsible for losses and compensation. The max-level noob said he was going to get revenge. Reina tried to argue, saying that she was going to do it too, but the boy did not let her finish. His whole body literally lit up with the red fire of revenge. The next day, the max-level noob posted a message on his channel, in which he noted that he had not held back for a long time, because he had interference from Zenith, Mono, and 5 Stars. The guy said that he considers it an act of war, so he will react accordingly. On the same day, representatives of Zenith and 5 Stars met with the noob of the maximum level. They said that they had never interfered in the boy's work, so they did not understand his threats towards them. Noob coldly asked if they were the ones who attacked Reina's warriors recently. They confirmed. The max-level Noob then announced that Reina and her teammates were his allies. The members of Zenith and 5 Stars began to babble something in their excuse, but the boy said that it was unnecessary. After these words, the maximum-level Noob activated dark magic and directed it at the interlocutors. After a few minutes, they were all destroyed, but the boy knew that there were still Manos left. In order to find them, the max-level Noob contacted Kang Chung. He replied that Patrick had just arrived at their camp. Half an hour later, the max-level Noob was already with them. At the same time, Patrick was telling Kang Chung that the Mono Guild was a spy among Zenith and 5 Stars. As evidence, he brought a video where the guilds agreed among themselves about the conspiracy. Kang Chung showed this video to max-level Noob. After watching the video, the boy stared at Patrick in surprise. He began to say that their guild simply wanted to improve relations with him. Patrick began to beg for him and his team to be given another chance. He noted that an attack was being prepared on the max-level Nuba in the Balter Mountains. The boy nodded and agreed to give Mono one last chance. A few hours later, the max-level Noob in the Balter Mountains was indeed surrounded by members of Zenith and 5 Stars. The boy realized that Patrick had not lied to him. Max-level Noob was more ready to fight than ever. The day before, the leaders of Zenith and 5 Stars had serious conversations with their teammates. They assured them that the max-level Noob had established a true tyranny in the arena. Now they were ready to destroy him. However, max-level Noob immediately showed what he was capable of. Not only that, but he seemed to be making almost no effort. He created real hell for his enemies. One by one, the guild members fell from the max-level Noob's sword. At some point, the leaders of Zenith and 5 Stars realized that they had made a big mistake. But it was too late. There was no escape from the wrath of the maximum-level Noob. The boy assured the leaders of the guilds that there was no use for them. He added that if they touch his people even once more, they will no longer be able to die as comfortably as now. The max-level Noob then delivered several well-aimed blows. Ken Hyun-woo slept for most of the next day, tired from the battle. However, a smile did not leave his face, from which Anshan guessed that everything went well. Suddenly, the boy's friend saw a piece of paper on the table. Ken Heng-woo explained in a sleepy voice that it was a list of the items they received from the defeated guilds. He offered Anshan to choose something for himself. His friend was surprised at how many things were on this list. He also asked about Reina's fate. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he had already sent the girl a number of unique and rare items. Meanwhile, Reina was sitting in her residence watching a new video featuring max-level Noob. This guy inspired her to her own exploits. Mascherano called her. Turns out he just watched a max-level Noob video as well. Sighing, Reina said that the boy's skills were in some other dimension beyond their reach. Mascherano suggested that they discuss it together, but the girl replied that she was not in the mood. After that, she hung up. Suddenly, Reina remembered how the max-level Noob had personally met with her to find out what damage her guilds had done. This made the girl's heart beat harder. At the same moment, she received a video report on her phone from the boy from yesterday's battle. Reina was amazed when she looked at it. The girl felt an incredible surge of strength and energy to move on. Besides, she was very pleased that the max-level Noob remembered her. Meanwhile, Ken Heng-woo did not forget about hunting. He has already managed to defeat the most dangerous monsters of the arena. For this, the boy received many new cool items, skills, as well as additional experience. At some point, Tenny ran up to him, holding earrings in her hands. Vedmedic said that it was left over after defeating the so-called purple man-eater monster. It turned out that these earrings were called Twilight Memories. They were able to significantly increase all stats as well as provide other bonuses to the player. The boy was happy that Tenny had brought him such valuable things, so he hugged the bear tightly. And an hour later, Ken Hyun-woo was preparing to start the stream dedicated to the Winners Academy. Today was supposed to be a sparring match between Yuri and Hedo. Watching the girl, the former replacement knight, noted that she might not have enough experience. He said that this is why he took the spear with him to the stream. The max-level Noob reminded Hado that he wanted to talk to him about something. He nodded and asked the boy for 5 minutes of his broadcast to apologize for his previous activity. Hedo was truly ashamed that he had once been a replacement knight. The max-level Noob tried to support the young man, saying that he believed in his transformation and sincerity. A few minutes later, the guy started streaming. He told the audience that today, Yuri will have her first rating match, but first she will spar with a special guest. Next, max-level Noob introduced Hedo, whom all viewers remembered well from the guy's previous broadcasts. Max-level Noob noted that today, for the sake of balance, The former replacement knight will compete without armor. Then the boy ordered the participants to get ready. Yuri already had her sword at the ready. The girl couldn't wait to start the fight. Hedo, although he was composed, felt a certain burden on his soul. As soon as the max-level noob announced the start of a sparring duel, the opponents simultaneously rushed at each other. They seemed to be equally strong. However, Yuri was determined only to win, so she activated all her skills and abilities. At some point, there was an explosion. The girl made a mistake because, as the max-level noob pointed out, she should have dodged to the last, not attacked. Yuri lost and was very upset. However, she promised herself that next time she would definitely win. Hedo remarked that the girl fought very well. He added that Yuri deserves a greater honor than a bronze medal. Max-level noob then informed the audience that Hedo was about to say something very important. He somewhat nervously apologized for having worked as a replacement knight for a long time. He admitted that he now decided to become a streamer with a positive influence. Hedo listened intently to max-level noob and Yuri. The girl was delighted with the sincerity of the former replacement knight. Hedo, meanwhile, donated all the money he earned as a replacement knight to the development of the arena. Bowing low before the audience, he once again apologized for his former activities. After that, Hedo said goodbye to everyone and left the broadcast. Noob Maximus Rivnia said that he hopes that everything will be fine with the young man. Then he added that now there will be a short break, after which Yuri's first ranking match will begin. When after a pause, the girl began to fight, the max-level noob realized that he had made no mistake about his student. Very quickly, Yuri won her first well-deserved victory, and later she became the owner of such a coveted bronze award. Yuri was happy. Laughing, she noted that so many viewers did not believe in her for nothing. After these words, denunciations literally rained down on her. The girl sincerely thanked the noob of the maximum level for the lessons. After that, the young people said goodbye to the audience and ended the broadcast. Ken Hyun-woo thanked Yuri for her hard work and invited her to dinner. The girl happily agreed. After thinking for a while, she suggested that the boy call Enjun and Enchan along with them. The next day, max-level noob started the stream saying that today he will explore the entrance to the Balter Mountains. A lot of monsters lived here. You should especially watch out for the black-maned lion. Max-level noob even showed the audience the claws of this monster. He also acted out the scene as if he was worried that he would not be able to destroy the monster on his own. Suddenly, the boy heard and then saw an explosion of incredible power that sounded in the mountains not far from him. The max-level noob immediately rushed there. The first thing he saw was a lot of destroyed soldiers. It turns out that it was Mascherano's team trying to defeat the monstrous purple ogre. So far, they haven't been able to do it very well. Meanwhile, all members of Mascherano's team activated all their skills. The purple monster roared with rage. Obviously, he was using fear. However, Mascherano managed to successfully neutralize him. Meanwhile, another purple ogre appeared. Max-level noob told the audience that this was for a reason. Then the boy rushed to help Mascherano and his comrades. It took the max-level noob several minutes to defeat the violet ogres. For this, he gained additional experience. The audience was delighted with what they saw. They showered the guy with comments and compliments. The max-level noob couldn't hide his joy at this. The boy shouted that he defeated the monster so easily only because he is very strong. Mascherano thanked max-level noob profusely for his help. He offered the boy to continue hunting together. However, he replied that he had no more time today. After that, max-level noob said goodbye to everyone and left the game. On the same day, Ken Hyung-woo visited Diane Moon's office. The man immediately asked the boy which players he decided to take to their team. He replied that he had approved only one participant at the moment, and this is Mason. Diane was surprised and saddened at the same time because he thought it was about Kim So-jun, Kang Chung, or Take. Ken Hyun-woo assured the man that Mason had real talent. Diane asked the boy to name other candidates for the team. Ken Hyun-woo showed 3 more people on the screen: Dwayne Evans, Sonia, and Yuri. Dwayne was desperate. Ken Hyun-woo, seeing the man's reaction, burst into anger. He asked the man if he did not trust him. Dwayne replied that he was the owner of the team, so the guy should prove that his candidates are worthy to play in it. Ken Hyun-woo assured the man that each of the players was chosen according to his clear plan. Dwayne sighed and wondered what the boy thought about the last member. Ken Hyun-woo replied that he was going to give the slot to a paladin. It would be nice to have a player who can heal, since they only have one priestess so far. Dwayne replied that he trusted all the boy's decisions. Not only that, he is even a little jealous of him because he can have everything he wants. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo said that he wanted to ask the man something. Leaning towards Dwayne, he asked him to explain the origin of the huge debt that Ken Hyun-woo had paid for his father. After meeting Dwayne, the boy went to the hospital to see his dad. Sitting at his bedside, he said he learned about the man who had made his father what he was. Doo Moon admitted to the boy that Jong Chun-ho, a close friend of his father, was responsible for everything. Ken Hyun-woo was furious after hearing this news. He promised himself that he would definitely take revenge on this person. The boy was going to destroy everything that was dear to Young Chun-ho. But right now, what Kang Hyun-woo wanted most was for his father to come to his senses. That was what he begged for, sitting at his bedside. When the boy left the hospital room, his father suddenly moved. The next day, as he sat at his computer, Ken Hyun-woo thought that he had been too careless lately. To distract himself from unpleasant thoughts, he decided to finish recruiting for his professional team. It remained to decide on the last participant. Ken Hyun-woo was increasingly leaning towards Hedo's candidacy. However, he was confused by the reputation of the former replacement knight. Suddenly, a cool idea came to the boy's mind: how to get Hedo into the team without any problems. The next morning, after getting out of the shower, Ken Hyun-woo confessed to In Chang that he had been up all night thinking about his future teammates. After that, the guy sat down at the table and started having breakfast, thinking that it would be nice to meet all the candidates in the near future. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo asked In Chang what Yuri had been doing these past few days. He had heard that she took time off from school to earn money. Without waiting for his friend's answer, Ken Hyun-woo said that he needed to contact the girl. Anchan stared at the boy in surprise at first, then burst out laughing. Ken Hyun-woo realized that his friend thought he liked his sister. The boy had to admit that he wanted to invite Yuri to his team. When the girl herself found out about it later, she doubted that she had enough skills to play in Ken Hyun-woo's team. The boy assured the girl that she was the strongest priestess he knew. Yuri was terribly happy and agreed to become a member of the team. Dwayne Evans immediately agreed. And Sonia, although she did not immediately believe in the reality of the offer. Ken Hyun-woo felt warm in his heart. It was completely different from his previous state when he was contemplating loneliness. Almost the entire team was formed. It remains to get consent only from Hedo. That's why Ken Hyun-woo met him at the coffee shop. After listening to the boy's proposal, the former replacement knight replied that he would like to join the team, but he is worried about public opinion. Ken Hyun-woo seriously replied that his team needs a strong player like Hedo. With tears in his eyes, the young man replied that he would do everything to fulfill the boy's expectations. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and replied that he believed that Hedo would not let him down. On the same day, Kyle received a letter with a list of Ken Hyun-woo team members. The manager of Nazar was impressed by whom the boy selected. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo set out on a quest. He was still getting to know the Baltar Mountains. Now there are only 3 peaks left, one of which was Cruz. However, which of these peaks he needed, the boy did not know. Ken Hyun-woo took a short break, during which he began to tickle Tenny. He was amused when the bear asked him not to do it. Suddenly, the boy received a call from Kang Chung. The comrade told Ken Hyun-woo that the major guilds had united in order to defeat the max-level noob. Kang Chung added that they should also split into 2 teams to complete the quest. Ken Hyun-woo proposed to split between New York Warriors and Red Bull America. After the bell ended, Ken Hyun-woo thought about what he should do until the guilds arrived. Tenny ran to a statue and sat down next to it, leaning against it. Suddenly, the statue crumbled on the chest of stones and the bear fell. A moment later, a giant ant rose from the rocks and bent over the shadow. The poor bear quickly ran away from the monster, calling for help from its owner. Ken Hyun-woo was not confused and immediately attacked the giant ant. After a few minutes, the monster was defeated, for which the boy was given additional experience. A legion of ants' lair opened in front of Tenny's Ken Hyun-woo. The boy decided that this was a good way to pass the time. In the Nazar office, Kyle flew into Jamie's office. He asked the boss if that's why he likes Ken Hyun-woo's team composition. The man replied that he fully trusted the player. Besides, Ken Hyun-woo is worthy of all the other members. Jamie reminded Kyle that the last championship winner was the Red Bull America team, which failed to defeat a single purple ogre. At the same time, Ken Hyun-woo single-handedly destroyed all the monsters. The director of Nazaru asked Kyle not to worry about Ken Hyun-woo's decision because he knows exactly what he is doing. At the same time, the max-level noob was surveying the help that had arrived. Among those who arrived were Reina, Kim Seo-jun, Kang Jong-gu, and many other people. Suddenly, a red-haired boy ran up to them. It was Anthony, a master from the Blaine Guild. He apologized for almost being late. The max-level noob informed everyone that they were now in for a tough challenge. After a pause, he smiled and shouted that it was time to start. The boy was standing on the body of the giant ant he had destroyed. Less than an hour later, fierce battles began with the trolls from the Baltar Mountains. Kim Seo-jun, who defeated more than one monster, stood out in particular. The max-level noob thought that at this rate, they could even reach the top of Cruz today. However, the monsters kept coming and coming. At the same time, none of them gave any hints about the quest. At one point, the boy almost completely despaired. The other members began to comfort the max-level noob, saying that everything was ahead. The guy sighed and said that it was time to leave for today. Then he said goodbye and left the game. At home, Ken Hyun-woo could not find a place for himself. He walked back and forth in the room, thinking about the quest. This behavior of the friend began to annoy Enchan a little. He tried to calm Ken Hyun-woo, but he failed. Suddenly, Mascherano called the boy. He revealed that he also failed with his coalition, so now the main character is Ken Hyun-woo. Hearing this, the boy could not contain his joy. Inspiration returned to him again. 20 minutes later, Max-level Noob started streaming. He informed the audience that the monument on Cruz Peak will be destroyed today. Fans were surprised and at the same time happy that their idol found the right mountain. The guy also added that you should act quickly and without mistakes. After these words, the maximum level noob rushed forward. Suddenly he saw in front of him a whole crowd of various monsters. He realized that the monument on the top of Cruz literally attracts evil spirits. However, this did not upset him, but rather incited him. The boy quickly called Tenny to him. He explained to the bear that their goal now was to reach the top of Cruz. After that, the two of them rushed at the monsters. Due to the effect of the maximum level noob's sword hilt, his magical power did not decrease at all. The boy also used his favorite magic blast. This turned out to be enough to clear the way to the monument from monsters. Now the max-level noobs with Shadow were almost on target. The boy picked up the bear in his arms and quickly ran towards the monument. Suddenly, a giant dragon blocked their path, which looked like Drake like 2 drops of water. The maximum level noob fell into the monster's clutches and almost roared with despair. He could not have imagined that the quest of the main scenario would be so difficult. It seems that even the dragon did not expect such a reaction from the boy. After a moment, the monster activated all its power and roared terribly. The guy mentioned that he had saved a set of Drake Caruso effects just in case, so he quickly activated it. However, the monster did not stop. On the contrary, he raged more and more. But the max-level noob was not to be intimidated. He asked Tina to share his buffs. The bear did so. This distracted the dragon for a moment, but then it started throwing rocks at the shadow boy. They quickly ran away from death. Meanwhile, the monster began to breathe out huge balls of flame. Suddenly, a second dragon came out of nowhere. He shot a stream of ice from his mouth that stopped the fire. The maximum-level noob watching this scene realized that it was too early to give up. That is why the boy ordered Tina to share the buff with him once again. He obeyed. Max-level noob also activated all of his skills. This helped him deal some damage to the dragon. The boy wanted to win, so he did not forget about dark magic. He then ordered Thena to block the monster's attempt to escape. The bear did so, pointing his paw in the direction of the monster. After that, the max-level noob dealt a decisive blow to the dragon. The monster was finally defeated, and the boy received additional experience. He was tired and exhausted after the fight, but joy filled his soul. Later, he picked up Tanya in his arms and sincerely thanked her for her help. They were now right in front of the Cruz Peak monument. The boy was about to destroy the monument when suddenly he heard someone call out to him. Turning around, he saw Johansson in person. He said that he had come to watch the max-level noob smash the monument. The boy gathered his strength and connecting dark magic struck the monument. It crumbled into pieces. Johansson noted that the max-level noob made a good attempt. The dragon then reached forward and spoke the word regression. After that, everything around lit up with a yellow glow. At the same moment, the destroyed monument was restored. The max-level noob was in despair. He thought that this damn ordeal would never end. Johansson smiled and said that the boy managed to defeat Drake, and that was enough to pass the quest, because the other participants also had to do something. Putting his arm around the boy's shoulders, he added that there were a lot of drakes in the Balter Mountains. After these words, the max-level noob took off his mask and told the audience that the stream was over. Despite everything, Ken Hyung-woo was happy that he was spared such a tough challenge. In addition, he received as many as 3 items as a reward. The first of them is the Dragon Heart of Dorma, which when used, among other things, was able to randomly increase stat. The second object turned out to be a yellow ball. Ken Hyun-woo still did not understand what this thing was and why it was needed. The third reward was the blood of the Dragon of Dorma, which could significantly increase the player's defense. Suddenly, the boy accidentally dropped the Heart of Dorma. Tenny immediately rushed to him. The bear grabbed the object, but at the same second the boy caught up with him. He picked up Thenny in his arms. Laughing, he let the bear swallow Dorma's heart. At the same moment, a blue glow permeated the shadow's body, and his strength, stature, and health increased significantly. Also, the bear received a new heart creation school, which increased magical power, magic regeneration speed, and magical potential. Tenny himself was happy that his paws again began to look like before. Ken Hyun-woo couldn't hold back his laughter, because his pet hadn't noticed that a pink heart had appeared on his body yet. The next day, the boy visited the emperor, hoping to receive a new quest from him. He threw a fire scroll into Ken Hyun-woo's hands and ordered it to be delivered to the lord of the eastern continent. If the boy copes with this quest, he will receive the title of count. Ken Hyun-woo assured His Majesty that he would certainly carry out his commission. On the same day after leaving the game, Ken Hyun-woo set the table and invited Ainchan to have dinner. He sincerely apologized to his friend for his strange behavior the day before. Suddenly, Ken Hyun-woo received a call from Kyle. He informed the boy that there are several brokers who deal in fixed matches. The man promised to tell all the details later. Ken Hyun-woo told Ainchan about the conversation with Kyle. The boy added that he regretted that he could not compete with fixed matches by himself. A friend advised him to post a video with controversial moments from the matches on the Arena channel. Ken Hyun-woo liked this idea. He immediately grabbed his phone and got down to business. The next day, Ken Hyun-woo met with Kyle and Jamie. They confirmed that there was a place for contractual matches in the arena. After that, the men showed the boy video evidence of the crimes. Ken Hyun-woo wondered if this scandal would somehow affect Hedo, who had been a substitute knight for a long time. Kyle assured the boy that it was nothing to worry about. Ken Hyun-woo thanked Nazar representatives for their support and understanding. A few days later, the max-level noob, along with the other members, arrived at the monument on top of Cruz. Johansson was waiting for them there. After learning that the players had destroyed another dragon, he allowed them to destroy the monument. Kim So-jun delivered a well-aimed blow and the monument crumbled. Johansson sighed and said that now everyone deserved to cross the barrier to the eastern continent. After these words, he waved his hand and teleported away. The max-level noob said it was time for him to leave for the eastern continent. Suddenly, he was knocked off his feet by a powerful wave. The boy became the first to cross the Baltar Mountains, for which he received an additional corresponding title. A moment later, the maximum-level noob was already on the eastern continent. He immediately began the stream, where he told viewers that new adventures await them today. After that, he called Tenny and, laughing, noted that his pet had somewhat updated. He invited the bear to show what they practiced with him. Then the boy created a magical portal into which he and Tenny entered. There, a stage was already waiting for them, to which Tenny immediately bent down and began to sing cheerful songs. Max Level Noob announced that if at the end of the stream, under the recording of this video, a certain number of likes will be collected, then he will release Tanya's performance for free. The audience was delighted with the singing bear, so donuts immediately poured in on the Max Level Noob. The boy liked it very much. After Tanya's musical performance, the boy and the bear went on a quest. Descending from the mountain, they found themselves near a palace. At the entrance, a stranger bowed before them. He asked the arrivals why they had come here. A max-level noob reported that he and Tenny had arrived from the western continent and would like to know where they are now. The man gasped and replied that he would call his boss, then quickly dozed off. The max-level noob informed the audience that the stream ends here because the palaces are not meant for prying eyes. An hour later, the boy was sitting at the wooden table across from Yu Yong-yun, the third prince of the Ismeon Empire. He asked the boy if it was true that he had come from the western continent. Ken Hyun-woo answered in the affirmative. For some reason, he immediately remembered the cold lilac eyes of his emperor. Yu Yong-yun yelled for the boy to be careful, because you won't let him through. The man noted that he is also an adventurer. Ken Hyun-woo smiled and asked if there were many inventors like Yu Yong-yun in the eastern continent. He replied that he needed some evidence from Ken Hyun-woo. The boy understood that he was not trusted. He then nodded and activated his dark magic. She immediately knocked all of Yu Yong-yun's advisors off their feet, and they began to suffocate. The prince began to plead with Ken Hyun-woo to stop. He said that he believed the boy and wanted to know the reason why he visited him. Ken Hyun-woo removed the magic. He then got a message from His Majesty and said that he must deliver this scroll to the Emperor of the Eastern Continent. Yu Yong-yun replied that he didn't mind. Then Ken Hyun-woo asked the prince for a map of the Eastern Continent. At lunch, the boy began to carefully study the map that was given to him. Tenny, who was sitting nearby, said that his master was a fool for not noticing the heavenly pavilion near the imperial palace. Most likely, this is where the secret agent transferred the money. When a waitress approached Tenny's Ken Hyun-woo with their order, The boy asked her if she knew anything about the Heavenly Pavilion. The girl smiled and answered that the Heavenly Pavilion is a huge store that has absolutely everything. A thought flashed through Ken Hyung-woo's head. With a smile, he suggested that Tina quickly finish eating and hunt some wild boars. In the evening, they met Jong-poon by the fire where the mountain boar was roasting. Then he was in the guise of a boy. Ken Hyung-woo admitted to a friend that he was planning to explore the Heavenly Pavilion. He added that he was looking for the Nine Heavens sect that he had heard about before. Jong-poon replied that the boy was taking on a very dangerous business. He noted that the Nine Heavens sect is a secret organization about which little is known. Taking the glass in his hands, Jong-poon advised Ken Hyung-woo to proceed with caution. The guy filled his friend with alcohol. He sighed and offered to visit the head of his organization to learn more about the Nine Heavens sect. After that, they feasted on pork and drank alcohol until late at night. The next morning, Jong-poon and Kyung Hyun-woo were already standing in front of Cha-eun. He, after listening to the arrivals, said that he had been collecting the information they needed for a long time. However, this is only a small part. After that, the man walked up to Ken Hyun-woo and handed him a scroll. At the same moment, a new quest was formed for the player, the essence of which was to collect information about the Nine Heavens sect. The boy was quite happy about the new interesting task. On the same day, Ken Hyun-woo went to search for the necessary information. The location of the Nine Heavens sect was unknown, but it was believed to have secret branches: the Shadow Brigade, the Heavenly Cultivation Corps, and the Heavenly Dragon Battalion. Also, no one knew exactly how the Nine Heavens sect was financed. However, one thing was clear: this organization was a force trying to dominate the eastern continent. Ken Hyun-woo decided to visit the leader Hyun Chung-mun. He could share some information with him. But his friend's apartment turned out to be destroyed. Ken Hyun-woo decided to search him for any clues. The boy's intuition did not let him down, and after an hour of searching, he retrieved crumpled records from the rubble. It was a message from leader Hyun Chung-mun addressed directly to Kyung Hyung-woo. In them, the man reported that he found out that his favorite students were members of the Nine Heavens sect. Also, the leader of Huncheonmun noted that if Kyung Hyun-woo found the message, then he has already left this world. At the same time, the man did not ask for revenge. He only wanted the boy to destroy this place with the help of martial arts. The man also reported that now Kyung Hyung-woo is the new leader of Huncheonmun. The boy understood that he had to fulfill the man's last wish. After leaving the residence of leader Hyun Chung-mun, the boy cast a spell on him. A moment later, only a mountain of stones remained from this place. Meanwhile, Tenny ran up to Kyung Hyung-woo and started telling him all kinds of nonsense. The guy was not in the mood, so he asked him to unhook. The offended bear ran away. Ken Hyung-woo's attention was drawn by a kind of glitter that caught the stones in the middle of his chest. The boy rushed to him. A minute later, he pulled out a ring from the rubble, the symbol of the leader Huncheonmun, which greatly increased all his stature. Ken Hyung-woo wore a piece of jewelry on his finger. Now the boy understood where he should go next. Inspired, he called Tenny after him. On the same day, after leaving the game, Ken Hyun-woo arrived for a meeting at a coffee shop. The guy was surprised to see the person who made him a date. He had been on the phone with Kyle the day before, and he had told him he wanted to announce Hado's inclusion on the team earlier than they had planned. The manager added that the Korean prosecutor wants to meet Kyung Hyun-woo in person. This is necessary for the investigation of the match-fixing case. The boy had no idea that the prosecutor was a woman. It was she who was now sitting across from him at the cafe table. The woman bowed and began the conversation by thanking Ken Hyun-woo for the information he had provided, because it was thanks to her that the investigation progressed so quickly. The boy tried to assure the prosecutor that he had not done anything special. The woman thought to herself that modesty made Ken Hyun-woo even more attractive. Ken Hyun-woo asked the woman to tell him about the investigation, but she agreed. Yes, they sat in the coffee shop for several hours chatting sweetly. The next day, Max-level Noob greeted viewers on a stream from the Heavenly Pavilion. The guy said that he is here because of a quest that should unite the eastern and western continents. In the Heavenly Pavilion, there is a hint about the task. The noob of the Maximum Riven noted that the building has 7 floors in total. He decided to start at the top and work his way down. A few hours later, the boy complained to the audience that he had gone around the entire pavilion, but had not found any clues. He felt exhausted and tired, so he quickly said goodbye to the audience. After removing his mask, Ken Hyun-woo thought about what to do. The guy decided to try another way. He intensified the powers of the leader of Huncheonmun, thereby restricting the movement of those who mastered the martial arts. At the same moment, a purple glow appeared around a girl in the crowd. Ken Hyun-woo realized that he had to follow her. Afterwards, the boy enjoyed baozi in a small restaurant where the girl brought him. This institution was managed by her father. He prepared a dish for Ken Hyung-woo. The man then said that he would bring something else that Ken Hyun-woo had ordered. After that, he left the restaurant hall. The boy realized that the father and daughter were in a conspiracy. A few minutes later, a girl entered the hall with a dish in her hands. Without hesitation, Ken Hyung-woo used dark magic to wrap invisible chains around the leg of the young waitress. The girl barely brought the food to the boy and only then fell on the floor. She realized that he was following her. Hearing the noise, the father immediately ran to his daughter. Ken Hyun-woo told him that he would like to hear about the Nine Heavens sect. Instead of answering, the man asked the boy to go away, and a second later, he threw his fists at him. Ken Hyun-woo reacted in time and struck the girl's father with a sharp blow to the stomach. Having lost consciousness, he collapsed on the floor. After another minute, the girl got up. With a trembling voice, she said that it was all Jin-tai's fault. Afterwards, Ken Hyun-woo talked to her while sitting at a restaurant table. The girl explained that Jin-tai was another disciple of Hyun Chung-moon. She said that she wanted to tell the teacher about his betrayal but could not. Ken Hyun-woo was surprised that the quest wasn't being updated, so he ordered the girl to tell as much as she could about the Heavenly Pavilion. At the same time, Miss Prosecutor worked diligently on the match-fixing case at the arena. Investigator Cho Jung asked her how much longer it would take. From these words, the woman literally boiled with anger. The investigator immediately apologized and ran to the restroom. Miss Prosecutor, not restraining her emotions, literally screamed from exhaustion and anger. After a few minutes, Cho Jung reminded the woman that there was a press conference scheduled for tomorrow morning. Overnight, an article appeared on the internet in which it was said that Hedo had been participating in fixed matches for a long time, thereby breaking the law. In the morning, An-chan turned on the TV and got to a press conference dedicated to contractual matches. He immediately called Ken Hyun-woo. From the screen, Miss Prosecutor reported that some players were breaking the law in the arena. Ken Hyun-woo calmly noted that there are different people in the world. An-chan was surprised by this reaction of his friend. Meanwhile, Miss Prosecutor added that she would do everything to ensure that the players who took part in the match fixing never found themselves in the arena again. Ken Hyun-woo thought. He was confident that he would be able to resolve the question of Hado's participation in his team. However, it still remained to deal with the Heavenly Pavilion. The day before, the girl had told him that there were 3 places in the Heavenly Pavilion that were related to the Nine Heavens sect. The restaurant they were in now, the Golden Calf Shop, and the casino. Ken Hyun-woo realized that the Nine Heavens sect was a powerful force that did not fall within the imperial family's field of vision, or the empire itself is a sect. Only the boy realized this, as he was credited with passing the previous quest. Not only that, but a new one appeared. Now Ken Hyun-woo had to find out what exactly the Nine Heavens sect was. The guy suddenly got up from the table, which scared the girl. Ken Hyun-woo decided to go to the Emperor of the Eastern Continent. The next day, he was already standing in front of him. His Majesty stated that he had heard of Ken Hyun-woo and all his merits. The boy handed him the message he had brought from the Emperor of the Western Continent. His Majesty read the document and said that his colleague was proposing a commercial treaty between the continents. The man added that he thought it was a good idea. Then Ken Hyun-woo asked His Majesty about who owned the Heavenly Pavilion. He replied that this building has no owner. Then the guy clarified about the casino on the 7th floor. Immediately after these words, the Imperial Guard rushed at Ken Hyun-woo. The boy fought back. His Majesty said that the topic of the Heavenly Pavilion has always been difficult for him. Ken Hyun-woo understood that the man was testing him like this. It turns out that the Nine Heavens sect was created by the previous emperor over 100 years ago. Initially, this organization was created to facilitate management, but now everything has changed. The current imperial family has no influence on the sect. Ken Hyun-woo offered His Majesty help in exchange for more detailed information about the Nine Heavens sect. Later, the boy was already bowing before the Emperor of the Western Continent. He was just having dinner, so dishes and golden plates were flying around the palace. His Majesty was pleased that Ken Hyun-woo had brought him many bottles of alcohol from the Eastern Continent. The boy was credited with the previous quest as passed. A new one immediately appeared. Now Ken Hyun-woo was supposed to destroy the Nine Heavens sect. For the completed task, His Majesty presented the boy with the title of Count and 50,000 imperial points. The boy sincerely thanked for such a generous gift. But that was not all. A document appeared in the hands of Ken Hyun-woo, which turned out to be a land deed. The boy could not contain his joy when he realized that the emperor had given him the territory. When Ken Hyun-woo brought this document to LeBron the next day, LeBron laughed and made LeBron read it more carefully. Ken Hyun-woo looked at the act and realized what had made the knight laugh so much. He decided to take a short vacation. After a few minutes, the boy teleported. A moment later, he found himself among some ruins and realized with horror that this was the territory that the emperor had given him. Afterward, Ken Hyun-woo studied all the information about his lands in detail. It was a county of Venus with a very unstable social order. If some monster descends from the nearby mountains, the territory will surely fall. The manager of the Venus Territory office was a certain Johnny. He told Ken Hyun-woo that their county had been attacked many times. The guy ordered Johnny to find people to rebuild the area. However, several hours passed, and I still did not receive any news from Ken Hyun-woo's assistant. He intercepted Johnny as he was about to go home, announcing that he was quitting. Ken Hyun-woo began to persuade the manager to stay for another year. What did the boy not promise his man, even to feed him with food from the eastern continent? It was these promises that bribed Johnny. The thing is that above all else, he liked to eat well. Ken Hyun-woo was glad that he had wrapped it around the manager's finger so easily. And the very next day, the max-level noob started broadcasting from Venus County. He informed the audience that this is his territory, on which construction is about to begin. The guy added that he invested a lot of money in it. Meanwhile, Johnny introduced max-level noob to the head of the traders, named Jerry. It was his wards who were responsible for the restoration of the county. Suddenly, LeBron rode up to the boy and Jerry on a horse. After a moment, his entire order of knights also appeared. LeBron said that he was glad to see the student and added that he may not worry about the money to restore his territories. The knight said that he would leave his army in Venus County for a certain period of time so that the maximum level noob would be more at ease. After these words, LeBron said goodbye and went on other business. The boy shouted words of gratitude after him for a long time. He then walked over to Jerry, who was talking to Kyle, who had specifically arrived to help the max-level noob. Jerry assured the boy that Venus County would soon become the best place in the entire empire. Max-level noob then said goodbye to the audience and ended the broadcast. While the construction was going on, Ken Hyun-woo decided to deal with the matter of the 9,000 army. The empire created it to control the forces of the surrounding regions, but soon lost power over it itself. The army is divided into the Punchorna, which is in charge of the funds, and the Samson family, which deals with the military forces. The Samson family is also known as the Eastern Star. She lives in Rincala, which, in turn, is also called the flower of the continent. There is a possibility that the Eastern Star plans to seize the imperial throne. Without thinking long, Ken Hyun-woo set out on a journey. 2 days later, he was near the structure he had seen before on the islet in Karong. The boy accidentally overheard the conversation of passers-by that the Eastern Star was looking for new recruits and would obviously receive a lot of applications. Upon hearing this, Ken Hyun-woo immediately had a plan. He already foresaw that his next broadcast would be very interesting. The next day, the boy went to the Eastern Star. He saw a man sleeping near a large house. The max-level noob tried to wake him up, saying he wanted to join the recruits. The man, who turned out to be the captain of the Eastern Star Guard, Jin Ronk, opened his eyes. He said that a max-level noob could join them. Guard Bakal will teach him everything. After that, the captain went to sleep further. Bakal smiled at the boy and asked him to come next time without a mask. The max-level noob thought about how to gain the guard's trust. A way out was found very soon. The boy handed Bakal a bottle of delicious alcohol. A few days later, Ken Hyun-woo came to Eastern Star again with alcohol. Bakal met him as a good friend. The guard quickly woke up the captain by shouting something in his ear. Ken Hyun-woo remembered what Bakal had told him in the previous meetings. It turns out that the guards were created to imitate Jin Ryong, who was once demoted and kicked out of the army by a man named Jin Tai. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by the captain himself. Handing him a glass, he asked what was the real reason for Ken Hyun-woo to come to them. The boy realized that this was how Jin Ronk was setting the playing field. Ken Hyun-woo replied that the captain was one of the 3 former leaders of the Samson family, also known as the 9,000 Army. Hearing this, the captain grabbed his sword and rushed at the boy, saying that they were not the Samson family but the Eastern Star. Ken Hyun-woo repelled the attack and declared that he and the captain had a common enemy, Jin Tai. He added that he is the leader of Hunchinmun. He then said that Jin Ronk should become the leader of the Samson family and unite their forces. The captain looked at Ken Hyun-woo in surprise, weighing the pros and cons. He remembered how Jin Tai had ruined his life and thus turned him into an eternal enemy. Bakal intervened in the conversation. He said that Ken Hyun-woo is right. With a sigh, Jin Ryong agreed. The captain asked the boy what he wanted from him. Kyung Hyun-woo replied that all he needed was for Jin Ryong to follow him. After that, a sword appeared in his hands. The next day, the boy visited the emperor of the Eastern continent. He was amazed that Ken Hyun-woo had found an ally in Jin Ryong in such a short period of time. Hoppets explained that the captain agreed to the offer because Jin Tai had deprived him of everything. The emperor of the Eastern continent asked Ken Hyun-woo if they could trust Jin Ryong. The guy answered in the affirmative. He added that for this, the captain wants to get the position of master of the secret hall of the nine heavens. The emperor replied that he did not see the sense in this. After a pause, the man asked what Ken Hyun-woo himself wanted for his services. The boy bowed and replied that he expected to receive the entire reward in full when the work was done. The emperor laughed and said that he would have to prepare something big. After these words, the quest was renewed. Now a fight with the secret hall of the nine heavens awaited the boy. Sonia sat at her laptop and read the haters' disgruntled comments about the news that the max-level noob decided to take her on his team. She was hurt and offended. The girl began to think that it would be better for her to refuse the boy's proposal altogether. Suddenly, a message from max-level noob appeared on her screen, where he explained to all the haters that the team needed a strong player like Sonia. The girl realized that the boy really believes in her, so she cannot let him down and refused to become a member of the team. At the same time, Ken Hyun-woo, happy that he had dealt with Sonia, thought about the secret hall of the nine heavens. He understood that it was time to meet his team members. However, Ken Hyun-woo has not yet resolved the issue with the territory, so he quickly returned to the arena. Already after an hour, the boy was studying the nuances related to Phoenix County. He did not like that the restoration of territories was not going well. Ken Hyun-woo called Tenny and suggested that they explore the county together. Later, they came to construction. The boy was outraged that nothing had been built in such a long time. Jerry ran up to Ken Hyun-woo from Tenny. The boy told him that he wanted him to build a magical tower in the county. The man muttered that it was impossible, but Ken Hyun-woo didn't want to hear anything. Together with Tenny, they hinted to Jerry that there will be no overflow if the county with the magical tower in the center is not rebuilt soon. The man promised that he would do everything. For this, Tenny handed him an energy skewer. Jerry thanked the bear, then ran off to do his work. Surprisingly, the builders almost completely restored the city within an hour. Tenny hinted to the owner that this was precisely his merit. Then the boy and the bear visited Safed. Ken Hyun-woo said that he would like to hire a wizard, but the archmage replied that he didn't have anyone in sight. Not only that, he said that he would be grateful if the boy would bring him the wizard himself. Ken Hyun-woo then informed Safed that he was going to tell him about the place he had found, the Senyu Middle Academy attached to Ryok. After these words, the boy pretended to teleport. Safed begged Ken Hyun-woo to tell him the location of the academy. The boy replied that he would do it only if the archmage gave him wizards. Ken Hyun-woo then went to LeBron. The knight immediately said that he was aware of all the news. Then the boy took out a book on secret fighting techniques that he had acquired and asked LeBron to look through it. Ken Hyun-woo asked LeBron to teach her. The knight stared at the student in surprise. The boy specified that his knights needed this knowledge. Then LeBron asked to show Ken Hyun-woo what he himself can do. The guy demonstrated. The knight laughed. An aura of secret fighting techniques appeared around him. After that, the magic chains wrapped around Ken Hyun-woo's body, and he realized that LeBron was stronger than him. A moment later, the knight snapped his finger, the magic disappeared, and the boy fell to the floor. LeBron noted that he liked the secret fighting technique. He asked Ken Hyun-woo for permission to hand her over to the Keon Knights. He also promised to teach this technique to the Knights of Phoenix as well. Ken Hyun-woo was fine with everything. The next day, the boy drove by to pick up Mason. Together they went to meet all the members of the Crescent team and Diane Moon. The young people were a little late. All the others were already in place. Ken Hyun-woo announced from the doorway that he had gathered everyone here so that they could read their contracts carefully. An hour later, all documents were signed. Ken Hyun-woo said that debuting in a professional team is really important for him. The guy promised that on the day the league ends, all the players of his team will be at the top of the rating. He said that only 2 months would be enough for this. During this time, all players should acquire rank-level skills. Mason exclaimed that he did not believe that such a thing could be accomplished in 2 months. Ken Hyun-woo replied that special training awaits them. A few days later, Mason mastered new powerful skills. Safed taught him this. He was satisfied with the young man's work. Mason asked him where Ken Hyun-woo was now. The Archmage replied that he had gone to the Senyu Academy. After thinking, he added that there would be no overflow for him. The boy got to the Senyu Academy very quickly. When Ken Hyun-woo was in the middle, A voice over the loudspeaker announced that there were 3 stages of trials waiting for him. The first one will simulate the scenarios of the previous battle. The boy's task is to lead his army to victory. The voice added that the test would be considered accomplished if the enemy was destroyed or surrendered within 3 hours. A moment later, the boy was teleported to the battlefield. Suddenly, a strange picture appeared before Ken Hyun-woo's eyes, which seemed to tell the story of the battle. Then the voice commanded to start. The picture disappeared. A knight named Krom came up to Ken Hyun-woo, leading a horse behind him. He said that this animal belongs to the boy. He was surprised because he had never ridden a horse. He ordered Krom to go first, adding that he would soon follow. The guy immediately called Tenny. Ken Hyun-woo asked the bear if he could talk to horses. The boy's army boldly rushed forward. After them galloped Ken Hyun-woo. Tenny guided his horse perfectly. Enemies suddenly appeared. There were a lot of them. They rushed forward desperately, ready to wipe Ken Hyun-woo's army off the face of the earth. They fired arrows at them, but it did not help. Ken Hyun-woo's army lost. The guy thought about what to do to him. He could not fight at full strength because he did not know what awaited him in the second stage. Then he asked for the protection of Tenny's warriors. The bear promised that he would do his best. The battle continued. Ken Hyun-woo's army urgently needed help. The boy ran forward, preparing to activate his shins. A moment later, he used the effect of the slowness skill, and everything around him literally froze. With a smile, Ken Hyun-woo said that this time his army would definitely win. And indeed, at this stage, the boy was credited with victory. A joyful Tenny ran up to him. Ken Hyun-woo thanked the bear for his help and treated him to delicious meat. For the victory in the first stage, the boy, among other things, received the title Lord of the Battlefield. A joyful Ken Hyun-woo prepared to hear the conditions of the second stage of the competition. A voice over the loudspeaker announced that the boy's next opponent would be reconstructed from his memories. A moment later, Ken Hyun-woo and Tenny were covered in a wave of fire. What the boy saw next shocked him terribly. Before him stood a copy of the Emperor, 1-to-1 like the original. The test has begun. Ken Hyun-woo ordered Tina to give him buffs and return to the islands, because in this case the boy would not be able to protect him. The bear did as the owner wanted. Tenny really wanted Ken Hyun-woo to win. Thanks to the bear's buffs, the boy's skills and abilities have increased significantly. Now he was left alone with a copy of the Emperor. Without thinking long, Ken Hyun-woo activated the martial arts school. He also plugged in all the other skills and abilities. Ken Hyun-woo was now ready to compete with His Majesty's replica. He activated all his skills, which of course were more powerful than the boy's skills. Ken Hyun-woo's body was immediately surrounded by fiery ropes. The boy fell to his knees. Ken Hyun-woo tried to stand up and walk forward. He only had to strike one blow at the copy of the Emperor. The boy's rival stood motionless and stared defiantly at Ken Hyun-woo. With the last of his strength, he rushed at the copy of His Majesty. But some strange force pushed him away from his opponent, who did not even lift a finger. Ken Hyun-woo recalled all his victories in the arena. He could not believe that after all he would give up a copy of His Majesty. The boy could not allow this, so he tried to gather his strength. He used the magic blast that had saved him so many times. However, even before he had time to recover, Ken Hyun-woo felt something burning through his chest. It was a copy of the Emperor that stuck a fiery spear into his body. A second later, Ken Hyun-woo felt strangely light and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, His Majesty's copy saw the boy's sword sticking out nearby and headed towards it. Ken Hyun-woo slowly began to come to his senses. He realized that he still had a chance to use the instant skills. As his opponent bent over the boy's weapon, the boy attempted to summon a greatsword. At the same second, a stream of dark magical power hit the copy of the Emperor. The boy's opponent turned around. A strong rage appeared in his eyes. Not allowing the Emperor's copy to recover, Ken Hyun-woo delivered a well-timed blow. Instant learning helped him cope with the second stage of the tests. Realizing this, Ken Hyun-woo smiled before collapsing powerlessly to the ground.